Someone in the spirit world wanted to know from his friends why they did it. Spitting up blood, he said that they had once side by side shed blood for the sake of this world, and now he asked why they had chosen to betray him. True Origin and Supreme Chaos wondered why he had chosen to ask this. After all, he himself must realize that he had become powerful enough to threaten their position. Supreme Chaos apologized and explained that only by sending him into an eternal cycle of reincarnation and eventually scattering his soul, True Beginning rushed to his former friend and shouted that only then would they be at peace. After all, caught in the eternal cycle of life and death, he will experience simply horrifying pain. Whereupon Begin said goodbye to him and pushed his victim away. Betrayed by Chaos and Inception, he swore he would take revenge on them. He swore he would surely rip their throats out. Falling deeper and deeper, he began to lose consciousness, but he kept muttering that he would have his revenge. Just as suddenly, his body began to be covered in a golden light. Sometime later, he reincarnated in a new body. This was possible because he still had the heart of a hangman, thanks to which his soul had managed to not run out. He clenched his fist in anger. No matter what body he was in, his entire family was killed for some unknown reason. Everyone, including the children. The young man got up and went to the door, behind which armed men could be seen shouting that they had been ordered to execute the Tang family members. As soon as the young man opened the door, he was attacked, shouting that his hour had passed. In this life, he wasn't going to allow his family to be killed again. Suddenly, he noticed his father lying nearby, choking on blood. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards him, but the latter pleaded with Yun to run away and not give them a second thought. The southern guard, Yu Qin, saw Yun and asked why he was out, then told him to leave, while they would cover for him. The Tang family's henchmen came up to them and began to urge Tang Yun to leave, as this was the only way their family would have hope. After which, the instigator of everything advised them not to even hope that Tang Yun could survive. Liu Boi and Liu Ruyan asked Tang Yun if he liked their performance, and offered to spare Tang Yun's life if he knelt in front of them and begged for mercy. Tang Yun was angry at Liu Boi. He said that he would have killed him, even if he himself started begging for mercy. Liu Boi's men started to mock Tang Yun. After all, he is only a lowlife with 3 spiritual points and thinks he can speak so boldly to their master. Through their laughter, they said that he was indeed worthy of his nickname, Worthless Master Tang Yun. Liu Boi told Tang Yun that he was still the same. He raised his sword and said that if he craved death so much, then swung it sharply, shouting that he would be happy to help him with it. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun ducked sharply, dodging the sword. Immediately afterward, he used soul burning and used Lord Hongman's body to strike back. Tang Yun's strength was enough to shatter the enemy blade. Immediately after, his punch reached Liu Boi's face, shocked that Tang Yun was able to fight back. Yu Qin and Tang Yun's father couldn't believe what they saw, and Liu Ruyan was astonished. The Tang family members couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. After all, Tang Yun was able to handle Liu Boi, who had recently opened the 8th spiritual point so easily. Tang Yun asked Liu Boi why he was silent, although even so his exertions couldn't change anything. It was too late for that. Liu Boi managed to get up and told Tang Yun that regardless of the method he used to increase his strength, he had lost. Liu Boi called Old Man Bai and ordered him to fulfill his part of the bargain and finish off this brat. After which, Bai Chuxing came out to them and replied that he would fulfill the terms of the deal. Seeing the old man, Tang Yun's father was shocked, for this could only mean that even the gods themselves wished for the death of their family. This old man is not just a famous alchemist of Wang Yue City, but also its strongest master, being at least in the realm of origin. And if he really interferes, no amount of luck will be able to help the Tang family. Tang Yun laughed and asked Liu Boi if he had invited this pile of bones just so he could die before his due date. Hearing this, Old Man Bai's eyes shone, and he asked what the man meant. Bai Chuxing unleashed his strength and asked Tang Yun if he thought he was unworthy of attention. The people of the Tang family were frightened as his oppressive aura could be felt at such a distance. Liu Ruyan told him that Tang Yun only knows how to insult his elders, and that he should be taught a lesson that would make him regret coming into the world. Tang Yun intervened in the conversation and told the old man that he had heard rumors that he was looking for ingredients for a spirit awakening pill. Old Man Bai was surprised at what he heard and asked Tang Yun why he thought so and who could have said such a thing. Tang Yun chuckled and asked if it wasn't obvious when an old man stuck at the origin realm spent 20 years studying alchemy. It could only mean that without this pill, his chances of breaking through to a new stage were 0. Tang Yun walked up to the old man and said that he not only knew that the man wanted to recycle the spirit awakening pill, but also has all the ingredients needed to make it. Everyone was shocked by what they heard, because the spirit awakening pill was a priceless treasure for all masters of the origin realm, and its effects are so strong that even a master at the peak of Origin Realm can break through to a new stage. And with a recipe and a few servings of ingredients, one could cultivate a group of powerful experts in just a couple of years. They were trying to figure out where the Tang family could have gotten all this stuff from, and even speculated that Tang Yun was just talking their teeth in. The Liu clan's underlings tried to tell the old man that Tang Yun was deceiving him, and Liu Ruyan confirmed this by saying that if all of this was really stored in the Tang clan, he would have ruled the entire city long ago. After hearing this, Bai Chusheng couldn't help but agree with what he heard. He immediately rushed to Tang Yun's place to discipline the arrogant youngster. Yuchen was scared for Tang Yun and shouted at him to dodge, but Tang Yun didn't back down and drew a symbol in the air, saying that he had to show something to the dumbfounded old man. Immediately after, the symbol turned into a beam that stabbed into Old Man Bai's forehead. This made the old man lean backwards, and golden symbols began to appear around him. A servant of the Yu family asked the old man if he was all right, as the old man's eyes suddenly lit up with a blue color. After being exposed to Tang Yun's beam, Old Man Bai saw part of the formula for creating the pill. He could recognize white jade grass, night pearls, tailless worms, the power of moonlight. Just as suddenly, the old man burst out with energy and started laughing loudly. He then realized that something was missing, after which he grabbed Tang Yun by the shoulders and started shaking him, asking him to give him the second part of the formula. The people around them couldn't understand what Old Man Bai was saying and whether the pill Tang Yun was talking about really existed. They thought it was impossible because it would mean that Tang Yun was not a slacker as everyone said he was, but that he knew such a valuable recipe. Tang Yun pulled the old man's hand away and asked if he really wanted the entire formula, after which he said that he had to see how the man would behave before doing so. Old Man Bai was stunned by what he heard, from which he bowed his head and exhaled, saying that he understood everything, after which he turned around to the enemies of the Tang family and asked Tang Yun not to worry, for his behavior would definitely satisfy him. Seeing death walking towards him, Elder Liu panicked and started begging him to stop, for which he would receive half of the Liu family's fortune. But Old Man Bai didn't need the Liu family's fortune, and so he ruthlessly took the man's life. After seeing her father killed, tears flowed from Liu Ruyan's eyes. And Old Man Bai Chusheng reported that Liu Boy had died. Tang Yun began to applaud the old man for the spectacle and told the man to continue. After which, Old Man Bai targeted Liu Ruyan, and she started begging him for mercy. She knelt down and begged Tang Yun to let her go. She confessed that she was guilty of what had happened and that she just wanted to live, so she was willing to do whatever he wanted. Tang Yun lifted her face and smirked, asking if she would really do anything, after which she blushed and put her naked body on display, telling Tang Yun that she was ready for anything. She then added that she was very skillful in 18 positions and that she was all fired up at the thought of what a surprise she would give him this evening. Everyone was shocked to hear this, because not long ago, Liu Ruyan was so arrogant and despised Tang Yun, and now she was begging him for mercy. People refused to believe it because they thought she was a goddess, but now they felt as if they were blinded. Liu Feng apologized to her and said that he was not interested in the used, from which she glanced nervously at Tang Yun. Immediately after that, Tang Yun gave her a kick with his foot. Old Man Bai approached her and said that since Tang Yun wasn't interested in her, then all she had to do was say goodbye to her life. Looking at her approaching death, she shed her last tears and screamed that she didn't want this. But Old Man Bai ruthlessly kicked her with his foot. The people of the Liu family began to panic, because their patriarch and mistress were dead and Tang Yun had also lured Bai Chusheng to his side, and they were hardly going to be of any use to them. They then dropped their weapons and began to run away, hoping that they would manage to survive. Tang Yun summoned all the members of the Tang family and told them to do his bidding. He ordered them to destroy all the enemies of the Tang family, and they immediately pounced on the fleeing members of the Liu family to avenge their dead siblings. During the massacre, Old Man Bai turned to Tang Yun and said that he had behaved well and would therefore like to see, as suddenly, Tang Yun handed him a sheet with a formula and ordered the old man to get as far away from Wang Yue City as possible. After which he looked at the old man with ill intentions and said that if he did not, he would die. The strength Tang Yun displayed made the old man's heart beat more frequently. At this moment, he realized that it was better for him to never provoke him. Tang Yun asked the pensive old man why he suddenly hesitated, and he immediately thanked Tang Yun, then snatched the formula and ran away, shouting that he would never return to this city again. Tang Yun was able to sigh at how lucky he was to have Bai Chusheng's weaknesses, because otherwise he really could have attacked him, and if he did have to fight him, it would be worth the heavy injuries to win. Suddenly, Yuchen ran up to Tang Yun and hugged him and started crying. She told me that she was scared to death about what had happened, because she really thought he might— Qin Yu interrupted her, calling her silly, and asked if she could see that he was fine. Looking at Yuqin, Tang Yun remembered about Nangong Yuqin. In his past life, he had shown weakness, but in this life, he wasn't going to lose it anymore. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun turned around to his father and said that he wanted to get married, from which Yuqin could only aghast with her eyes wide open. Her father said with a smile that Yuqin is his good-natured daughter, and that he has watched her grow up, so he is not against the wedding, except that he doesn't know what Yuqin thinks about it. And Yuqin immediately agreed. She said she wanted to be Brother Yun's wife. From what they heard, their father started laughing joyfully, and the Tang family members applauded them. Father ordered them to get ready for the wedding tomorrow. The next day, many guests went to the wedding to congratulate the newlyweds. And at the same time, an old man appeared at the wedding, looking for the young mistress's daughter. Everyone was happy that after so long, Tang Yun could understand Miss Yukin's feelings. After all these years of chaperoning, she could finally be happy with him. The guests shouted that Miss Yukin was 10,000 times stronger than Liu Ruyan, and that only she was worthy of their young master. Talented and in love since childhood, everyone thought this marriage was made in heaven, and a special destiny surely awaited them. After that, it was time to bow. The first bow they gave to the world. The second bow they gave to their parents. And on the third bow, the husband and wife should bow to each other. Tang Yun was and Yuqin were genuinely happy that they would become husband and wife from today. Suddenly, someone ordered them to stop and stop bowing to each other. Immediately after which, he unleashed his mighty aura, knocking many guests off their feet. Tang Yun was able to react in time and managed to cover Yuqin. Dwayne Champion announced that he is against this marriage. People began to ask who he was, and how he dared to disturb the Tang household, and also how he dared to interfere with the marriage of such a talented couple. They wondered if he was really so brazen to do so, since even Bai Qiusheng had been so frightened by the Tang family that he had escaped from Mochizuki Tower. The head of the family ordered the intruder to stop and asked why they needed an outside observer at the Tang family's wedding. Tan's men asked them not to worry about it and pounced on the old man. But it was only a matter of a little effort before that bunch of ants scattered around. After which he pointed his finger at Yuqin and said that he would take her with him, and releasing his spirit offered to stop him if anyone dared. The Tang family members were shocked at such a strong spirit, for it was not even comparable to the power of monarchs in the spiritual birth world. And if the entire Tang family united, they wouldn't be able to overpower this old man. Liu Feng called the old man a divine realm monk and asked how he dared to show up at the Tang house and make a mess here, and asked if he really thought he was the supreme divine emperor of Megatron. Dwayne asked how dare an ant at the spiritual birth level denigrate him. Tang Yun explained that he didn't want bloodshed because today was a day of great joy. So he said he would count to 3 so that he could leave the Tang family home in time. But if he didn't, he would have to experience the very essence of despair. Those who were listening to the conversation between the master and the stranger could not understand which divine realm they were talking about, and how much higher it was than the spiritual birth. Some said that they had heard that the spiritual realm was 6 times higher than the spiritual birth, and people began to argue over it, because not everyone had even heard of such a thing, and the others were afraid to anger the old man, because the whole Tang family might be affected. And they thought that Tang Yun was completely crazy, and if he couldn't wait to die, he might as well leave them out of it. They shouted at Tang Yun to get out of the old man's way if they didn't have enough to live for. But Tang Yun took a step and started counting down. Dwayne Champion couldn't understand what was happening. Before going here, he had learned that there was no one here stronger than the 9th stage of spiritual development. Therefore, he decided that Tang Yun was just bluffing in front of him. And in the next moment, Tang Yun approached him after counting to 3. Tang Yun assumed that the old man had already broken his head, trying to figure out who she was since she challenged him. Just as suddenly, the one unleashed his power and shouted that he didn't believe a piece of shit like that was capable of hurting him. And so he decided to simply destroy the lowlife before him. Tang Yun told the old man that he would have been able to injure him by attacking him with a different method. But he dared to attack the soul, and he will have to answer for it, for there is no one in this kingdom who can compare to him in spiritual power. Before the old man could realize what had happened, he immediately received damage from Tang Yun's spirit. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, because Tang Yun's spiritual power was greater than that of a divine realm cultivator, and he only needed one blow to make the old man vomit blood. And the parents and Yuqin began to praise Tang Yun for his talent. Tang Yun asked the old man if he had anything to say last, to which the old man replied that it would be in Tang Yun's best interest to let him live. Then he took out a token and shouted that he was sent by Lucan's real mother to bring her back home. Yuqin was shocked by what she heard and began to question if he was really sent by her mother and if she was still alive. Dwayne bowed explained to Yukin that her real identity is extremely honorable and therefore she should return with him. Although the guy next to her has great qualities, but still he is not worthy of her yet. Yukin's foster mother tried to talk her out of it, but her father stopped her and said she was old enough to decide for herself. Yukin cried and said that a whole 8 years had passed while he was looking for her, and that it was too late, and so she ordered him to leave, for she is already the daughter-in-law of the Tan family, and she has no intention of going back with him. Old man Dwayne tried to change Yukin's mind, but Tang Yun came out in front of her and asked if he heard what Yukin had just said. Tang Yun explained to the old man that he had only kept him alive because of Yukin and ordered him to leave, and the latter was forced to agree, but before he left, he said that the gentleman had asked him to give her something. After that, he took out a jade pendant and asked her to accept it. As soon as Yukin reached for the pendant, the old man apologized to her for being rude, and as soon as Yukin touched the locket, a jade light illuminated the room. Tang Yun immediately realized that something was wrong here and reached for Yukin in a panic. But the old man laughed and said it was too late for that, immediately after which he dissolved into thin air along with Yukin, and on the ground fell the token that the old man had recently shown him. From losing his beloved, Tang Yun was overwhelmed with a multitude of emotions that he could not resist in any way. After a while, people from all over the city were discussing how Tang Yun's bride had been kidnapped straight from the wedding, and the old man who had kidnapped her claimed that the bride's family had a powerful bloodline, and that the Thane family has no choice but to accept it. It's better to destroy 10 temples than ruin one marriage. Meanwhile, Tang Yun in his residence was examining the old man's token. On one side was written Nangong, and on the other, Sheng Dynasty. Tang Yun assumed that this was the power that the old man who had taken Yukin had. He regretted that after the split of the last family, he had become talentless, and didn't realize how important the power of family clans was. Nevertheless, now in his mind is the knowledge gathered over centuries, and this time he is sure to make the whole world tremble before him. As far as Tang Yun could remember, one of the greatest sects, the Wong Fu, recruited disciples in Shooting Star City every year. Tangjia Square. Tang Yun touched the ground and ordered Xiao Hong to come out, after which a seal appeared, immediately after which a blood-winged spirit lion appeared in front of him. Tang Yun's parents, worried about him, asked him to be careful as it would be a long trip, but he asked his parents not to worry about it immediately, after which he ordered the lion to take off. As he flew up into the sky, he hoped that Yukin would wait for him. He was going to do anything to get her back. After a while, Tang Yun still reached Shooting Star City and ordered Xiao Hong to descend, after which they descended lightning fast and Tang Yun went to the arena. Lord of Shooting Star City. Wang Ba revealed that the requirements of this selection are extremely cruel, and that candidates must be no older than 16 years old and no lower than the 6th level of the spiritual realm. Competition is fierce, and therefore only one representative will be chosen from each city. And he also said that the young master of the city, Wong Fu Tong, had reached the 9th level of the spiritual realm, and that among all the aspirants of this city, he had the best chance of being chosen. Tang Yun felt that this unique opportunity should fall to him. Suddenly a noise was heard and Wong Fu Tong entered the arena, while his minions dispersed the people in his path and shouted that the scum were counting on victory for nothing, and that they had better go home. People were not happy with him because Wong Fu Tong was lucky that his father was the lord of the city, and he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Even before the competition started, many people thought that he couldn't just pass the selection. Tang Yun assessed Wong Fu Tong and noticed his unsteady walk, unbalanced pulse, and lack of ki. He realized that he had probably only been able to reach his level by using pills, so he wasn't worth worrying about. Just as suddenly, Wong Fu Tong noticed someone in his path and ordered the puppy blocking his view out of the way. Wong Fu Tong's underlings ran up to Tang Yun and began to demand that he get out of here. But the one asked if they were tired of living and immediately attacked them. Tang Yun told Wong Fu Tong to stay away from him, otherwise only death awaits him. The people were shocked at what they saw. The guy who opposed Wong Fu Tong was so fast that they didn't notice anything. They were sure that he wasn't bad at all, but he was too reckless to cross Wong Fu Tong's path. And Wong Fu Tong was full of prejudices and couldn't miss the opportunity to eliminate an opponent of equal strength. Wong Fu Tong asked Tang Yun how he dared to attack his men, and ordered him to be arrested and sent to jail, as he is not worthy to take part in the selection of the Shooting Star City today. Wong Fu Tong couldn't help but recognize this guy's strength, so he wanted to take the chance to eliminate him. Tang Yun turned to the lord of the city and reminded him that today was an important day for their city, namely the day of choosing students, and asked if he would really let his son do whatever he wanted. Wang Ba grinned and explained that since his son said that he was guilty, he was right, and there was nothing more to discuss. Tang Yun asked the Lord if he was afraid that someone would be able to get wind of what had happened. And the Lord explained that no one would dare to defame his rules while Tang Yun was rotting in prison. For he was the king of Shooting Star City, and his word was law here. Wong Fu Tong began to scoff with the fact that no one would be able to help Tang Yun and advised him to accept losing. Tang Yun looked up at the sky and replied that he didn't think so, whereupon both Lord and son noticed the approaching creature. The Lord immediately realized that this was clearly not good, and Wong Fu Tong tried to figure out what it was. After that, a messenger came down to them and asked the Lord how dare he interfere in the selection of her Huangfu clan's disciples. Mu Mengqi suggested that Shooting Star City would have to change masters soon. Immediately after, Wang Ba spat on his knees and told Madame Envoy that it was a misunderstanding and asked to be allowed to explain what had happened. To which the latter replied that there was no need and attacked the Lord, from which he landed next to his son and spit out copious amounts of blood. At this moment, the people of the city realized that coming from the words of the messenger Wang Ba was no longer the lord of the city, and it was all the fault of the impertinent kid. If he didn't start being impertinent to the young master, Wang Ba wouldn't have threatened him, and the little one was not predictable at all, because he immediately noticed the arrival of the messenger and started a fight with Wang Ba. Mu Mengqi was trying to figure out if this guy was only starting a conversation because he smelled her. But that was simply impossible, for his realm was far inferior to her realm. Wang Ba rose to his feet and explained to Madame that it was his fault, and that he was willing to suffer the punishment. But in return, he wished she would spare his son and let him compete. After looking at Wong Fu Tong, she immediately realized that she was at the 9th birth level, and besides, his cultivation base was quite good. Therefore, she agreed with Wang Ba, after which he began to bow to his mistress and thank her for her mercy. He considered it a worthy outcome, for his son would be guaranteed to become a disciple of Huanfu, which meant he could once again obtain the position of lord. Looking at the former Lord Tang Yun's face, he immediately realized that the former lord was plotting something wrong. Hence, he decided not to let it go unpunished. After settling the conflict, Mu Mengqi revealed that those who wished to fight the Huangfu sect could rise up and join the battle. When people heard about it, they began to rejoice, for they had been waiting for this for a long time, and some had been waiting for decades. And in the next instant, the arena was filled with people wanting to participate in the competition. Wang Ba told his son to kill Tang Yun as soon as the opportunity presented itself, and he was fine with it. Wang Fu Tong asked his father not to worry about it, and promised that he would not spare the enemy. Mu Mengqi explained that the selection only consisted of one round, and only those who would become the disciple of Huanfu, who can resist the spirit of the ice tiger to the end. And the ice tiger roared, from which most of the participants were forced to cover themselves with their hands. The roar of the tiger was so ominous that a great wave swept through all the neighborhoods of the city. Those gathered to participate were shocked by this. After all, this was a second-grade ice tiger, and it was strong enough to be compared to a rebirth realm cultivator. And under its pressure, most cultivators wouldn't be able to stand for 10 minutes. After which, Mu Mengqi finally announced the start of the disciple selection competition. As soon as the competition started, the spectators started discussing who could emerge as the winner. Some of them thought that it would be Wong Fu Tong, as he had the highest level of improvement among the contestants, but some of them thought that it could also be Tang Yun. After all, in the recent performance, he had clearly shown that he was not far inferior to Wong Fu Tong. And after a few minutes, some of the students started vomiting blood, after which blood started flowing from their eyes and noses, from which they started begging the lady to release them. And since they had given up, Mu Mengqi explained that they had lost access to the certification. Wong Fu Tong scoffed at this bunch of scum and asked them how they dared to even compete with him. After all, only he was worthy of being the main winner. Suddenly, Tang Yun's aura began to weaken, and seeing this, the spectators who had bet on Wong Fu Tong were happy that they were right, while those who were in favor of Tang Yun were disappointed, as they saw that he had not even raised an eyebrow during the conflict and were convinced that he was better than Wong Fu Tong. Mu Mengqi thought it was a coincidence, and wondered if the one was really so strong that he could anticipate her appearance in advance. Wong Fu Tong advised Tang Yun to get the hell out of here, for he would be the one to become a disciple of the Huangfu sect. Tang Yun called Wong Fu Tong an idiot, after which he sat down in a meditative pose. Seeing this, Wong Fu Tong and Mu Mengqi were shocked by his behavior. Suddenly, he took out a bottle and poured out pills from it. He had prepared a bottle of spirit pills beforehand. If one carelessly took spirit pills to raise one's level, it would inevitably lead to uncontrolled cultivation. But thanks to the pressure from the ice tiger, he manages to get rid of this reaction. The audience was shocked to realize what Tang Yun wanted to do. They wanted to understand why Tang Yun took the pills since he could lose his aura, and whether he did it just to publicly advance to a new level. And besides, taking a pill under the pressure of an ice tiger is suicide. After realizing that Tang Yun wanted to level up in front of the audience, Wong Fu Tong started to mock this jerk, because now he wouldn't even have to interfere. If Tang Yun were to start cultivating now, he would only face death. Mu Mengqi was scared for Tang Yun and advised him not to take any chances, because if he couldn't endure the transformation now, he might die. To which Tang Yun replied with a smirk that they would all die someday, and thanked her for her work, after which he swallowed a palmful of pills. And as soon as he started meditating, Tang Yun's eyes glowed gold and a golden aura began to form around him. Mu Mengqi was astonished by what she saw, for the probability of what she saw was 0. The audience was shocked by Tang Yun, because even under the pressure of the ice tiger, he managed to successfully break through. And they began to doubt that he was even a man, because after what had happened, he remained alive and well. Wong Fu Tong refused to believe what had happened, as Tang Yun was about to lose his strength. He then shouted at Tang Yun not to pretend that he had reached a new level of cultivation before their eyes, to which the latter replied that he could do nothing to him, even with the condition that he used to hide his power, after which he swallowed the remaining spirit pills. If the others tried to break through using the ice tiger's pressure, they would be left barely alive. But he, on the other hand, was able to use the pressure to force the pill to cultivate on the elevation to make its base stiffer and stronger. Seeing what he was doing, Mu Mengqi recognized that Tang Yun was crazy. After all, even she wouldn't be able to handle so many pills at once, and so she wondered what his origin was. In the next moment, Tang Yun's energy increased so much that it pierced through the sky. With the pressure from the ice tiger, Tang Yun was able to successfully break through to the 9th level of spiritual birth. Unfortunately, he had used all the available nascent pills. In any case, he felt that he should break through to the realm of spiritual birth as quickly as possible. But that might scare the rest of the people. The spectators were shocked that Tang Yun managed to survive and suddenly broke through to the 9th level. None of them had seen such a fast breakthrough, so they all thought that he was hiding his true strength, and besides, he and Wong Fu Tong were at the same level, so one of them would be unfortunate. Because of what had happened, even Wong Fu Tong was surprised, for he was sure that he was the one destined to become a disciple of the Huangfu sect. Tang Yun suggested to Mu Mengqi that the ice tiger's pressure was rather weak, and asked him to strengthen it to bring the finals closer. Hearing this, the other participants started to complain about Tang Yun, thinking he was crazy, and they asked for their opinions to be taken into consideration as well. After all, although the 9th level is quite strong, but even with such strength, they don't have the right to do whatever they want. Tang Yun apologized for his suggestion and explained that being strong meant doing whatever one wanted to do. Mu Mengqi agreed to increase the pressure, but asked her not to regret it afterward. After which, she asked the ice tiger to release cold flames and icy wind. She wanted Tang Yun to show just how much potential he possessed. Feeling even more pressure, the other participants began to panic. Their bodies began to stiffen and then turn into ice sculptures, and so they began to shout that they were giving up. Only Tang Yun and Wong Fu Tong were able to resist the ice tiger. Many of the onlookers were upset, for their children and students had struck out because of the upstart Tang Yun, and they doubted that even he would be able to withstand the tiger's pressure for long. Being under pressure, Wong Fu Tong began to feel weak, but he was confident that he would be able to withstand with the help of the protective robes his father had given him. Now it was just him and Tang Yun in the arena, hence he needed to hold on until the end, after which he would be able to come out victorious. But looking at Tang Yun, he was surprised. He was shocked that not only was he not making any effort to stand, but he was also smiling quite a bit. And even Mu Mengqi was surprised by what she saw, because, from the looks of it, Tang Yun was quite comfortable in the heat of the cold flames and wind. Tang Yun practiced the divine immortal flame every year, and it was for this reason that he was indifferent to any flame. However, cultivators need to absorb all kinds of fire to then be able to reproduce them, and therefore the cold flame in this icy wind could help him in his self-improvement. Looking at the calm expression on Tang Yun's face, Wong Fu Tong still doubted that he would stand up to it. After all, he had priceless armor, and therefore, there was simply no way he could be better. And so he shouted to the lady messenger to increase the tiger's flame even more. Mu Mengqi agreed to Wang Fu Tong's request, and the next moment, the tiger greatly increased its pressure. Wang Fu Tong was shocked at the pressure that had built up, and this kind of thing was something that even he and his robes couldn't resist. Mu Mengqi was intrigued by the talents of the city, and wanted Tang Yun to show her his limit. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun raised his hand and began to engulf the cold flames, after which he asked to rekindle that flame even more and started laughing loudly. He wanted her to experience it. And all the flames began to cyclone into Tang Yun's okay. Those who saw this were shocked, for Tang Yun had actually managed to absorb the chilling flames. This was Hunman's first sacred order, and that was the end of his training. Ice Tiger Mu Mengqi began to sob, and the mistress asked him what had happened and why he had stopped spewing ice flames. The spectators were amazed at how Tang Yun was able to resist the ice flames. And although Wong Fu Tong had yet to be knocked out, there was only one winner in this competition. After the evaluation stage, there were still 2 contestants left on the stage, which was simply unthinkable. Mu Mengqi awkwardly coughed and said that there was an unforeseen circumstance in the evaluation stage. Though the 2 of them are left in the arena together, she can only choose one to join the sect. And so, in the next round, they will have to fight one-on-one. The winner stays, and the loser leaves the competition for good. Tang Yun admitted that he had gotten carried away and forgotten about the grade, but he felt that it didn't matter after all. The apprentice vacancy should go to him. Wong Fu Tong was furious after all. In Shooting Star City, only he could be considered the best. Therefore, today just has to be the day Tang Yun dies. The audience was intrigued, as few people thought that Tang Yun would be able to resist Wong Fu Tong and face Wong Fu Tong in a fight. The audience began to place bets. Many bet on Wong Fu Tong because he was the son of a city lord, and he clearly had more experience. But some voted for Tang Yun because he was clearly not a weakling and was able to break through worlds that even Wong Fu Tong was not capable of. Mu Mengqi announced the start of the duel. Only the last man standing in the arena could become a disciple of the Huang Fu sect. Suddenly, Wong Fu Tong asked Mu Mengqi to take his time and asked if additional weapons or equipment were allowed. She replied that she could, provided he had a certain weapon that was considered part of his power. She wondered what kind of shenanigans this guy wanted to pull. Wong Fu Tong said that in that case, he had nothing to worry about and touched his ring. And from the ring, spiritual weapons of the highest quality emerged. The Flaming Dragon Spear, the Cloud Power Enhancement Stage, the Golden Armor, as well as the Iron Cloak. Once Wong Fu Tong equipped himself as he started laughing, he asked Tang Yun not to say anything about intimidation. After all, he is the son of a city lord, while Tang Yun is just a poor man. Wang Ba also mocked Tang Yun. He wanted Tang Yun to see the difference between himself and his son. After all, he could only win in the next life. The spectators were angry at Wong Fu Tong, because it was damn unfair that Tang Yun would have to fight someone with spiritual weapons, causing the duel to turn into a battle between local rich tyrants and ordinary peasants. Mu Mengqi was sure that Tang Yun would lose, but she was burning with curiosity as to whether he could surprise her. Tang Yun told Wong Fu Tong that true strength didn't need any equipment, and that he was using his fist for the sake of making the latter know despair. Wong Fu Tong felt amused by Tang Yun's words, as he was about to lose, but still continued to make a fool of himself. After which he attacked Tang Yun. He was going to send the one into the very depths of hell. In response, Tang Yun unleashed all of his strength and was able to counterattack Wong Fu Tong with ease. After that, he was able to break through his opponent's attack, which he clearly didn't expect, and was able to mortally wound that one. Wong Fu Tong died, and only Tang Yun was left in the arena. The spectators were shocked to see that Tang Yun had defeated Wong Fu Tong with just one punch, and even the numerous top-grade weapons couldn't withstand it. And he did all of this without any additional defense or weapons, showing him as all-powerful. Mu Meng was afraid that Tang Yun's strength was in no way inferior to her strength. Suddenly, Wang Ba lunged at Tang Yun, wanting to avenge his son's murder. Suddenly, Mu Meng got in his way, after which she struck the man with the palm of her hand, sending him flying. Mu Mengqi asked how he only had the courage to interfere in the selection of disciples and added that there would be no mercy next time. Wang Bao was about to explain that he was obligated to do this in retaliation for his son, to which she replied that since it was a competition, it was the will of the heavens. Her Huang Fu Academy is not a sect of soft-hearted do-gooders. After finishing with Wang Ba, she announced that this time, Tang Yun had been chosen as the winner, after which all the spectators began to praise Tang Yun, and henceforth, he became a role model for the people of their city. Mu Mengqi turned to the distressed Wang Ba and explained that participation in the selection was over, and that personal revenge was unacceptable. She asked if he understood what she meant, and the man through his tears told his mistress that he understood everything. Mu Mengqi asked Tang Yun if he had any unfinished business, because if he didn't, he could go to the sect with her right now. Tang Yun looked at Wang Ba and said that he still had unfinished business, and asked her to wait for a while. After a while, the city lord's mansion. Lord Wang Ba was furious and shouted at everyone he saw. In a rage, he smashed the table and shouted that he was obliged to kill Tang Yun for killing his son, and that his family should also pay for everything. After which, the ward said that he would go find out where Tang Yun's family was right away. But Wang Ba was not satisfied with this, and said he wanted to kill the messenger who dared to stop him from killing Tang Yun. He ordered that Tonger of the Wong Fu sect be contacted immediately to inform him of his brother's death. He would be the one to find and kill Tang Yun with Mu Meng Chi. The Lord's ward went to give instructions to the family members. Left alone, the Lord vowed that Tang Yun and his family would soon go to see his son. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun rushed in and told Wang Ba that his time was up. He then created a flame and said he was the one who would kill him. Wang Ba panicked and asked Tang Yun what he was up to which the latter replied that he had come to kill him. Wang Ba shouted that he couldn't kill him because he was the lord of the city, and besides, he had a son in Huang Fu. But Tang Yun was not going to give that one a chance to escape, and immediately took his life. He then said that anyone who dares to offend his family is a walking corpse, and that his plan is not destined to come true. Looking at the mansion from the mountain, Mu Mengqi saw it burning and the crowd trying to put it out. She was surprised that Tang Yun was actually able to single-handedly destroy the city lord's mansion, and even considered it a really brave act. After a while, Tang Yun returned to Mu Mengqi, and he told her that he had finished all his business and that he was ready to go to the cult. A short while later, Tang Yun and Mu Mengqi reached a certain mountain. Mu Mengqi explained to the one that the Huang Fu sect was still quite a long way away, and therefore offered to rest, and with that, she would like to tell him about the sect. The disciples of the Huang Fu sect are divided into 3 classes: outer disciples, inner disciples, and immortal disciples. She recognized that although she knew of his extraordinary talent, he still had a lot of work to do, so she advised him not to be arrogant. Tang Yun thanked her for the information and promised that he would work hard. He wanted to work as hard as he could to get to the center as quickly as possible and learn about the holy Nangong dynasty. Mu Mengqi praised Tang Yun for being aware of this. After all, quite a few new disciples were as selfless as him at first. But unfortunately, they were later defeated by other geniuses and senior disciples, causing them to be completely crushed. She hoped that Tang Yun would not be among them. Suddenly, Tang Yun sensed someone's presence and demanded for him to come out. Mu Mengqi doubted that there was someone there. After all, she hadn't sensed anything. After which, Mu Rongkun came out of the bushes and greeted Sister Mu. Mu Mengqi was surprised by his arrival and demanded that he answer what he had come for. But the man asked her why she was so nervous and explained that he had come to inform them that the rules for selecting students had changed. Mu Mengqi didn't believe Mu Rongkun and asked how such a thing was possible. After which he took out a scroll and said that it was a notice issued by the sect. Mu Rongkun tossed the scroll to her and added that she might not believe it, but she could personally verify its authenticity. Catching the scroll, she asked how so the rules could suddenly change. Realizing that something was wrong, Tang Yun shouted to her not to open the scroll, but she was faster, and as soon as she opened the scroll, a pink energy came out of it targeting Mu Mengqi, whereupon she plopped down on the ground and demanded the damn bastard tell her what he'd done to her. Mu Rongkun chuckled and explained that it was a yin and yang drug, and because of it, even a saintly woman would give anything he wanted. Mu Mengqi cried and asked if this drug was some kind of ecstasy. She realized that it was obviously not good, and that she would lose her innocence. But to her surprise, it was Tang Yun who stood up in her defense. Tang Yun promised Mu Rongkun that he would keep him alive if he left now. He laughed and asked how such a brat was going to kill him. He had a few tricks for resistance, so he was sure the brat wouldn't be able to break his defenses. Mu Mengqi shouted to Tang Yun that Mu Rongkun was ranked 10th on the Qianlong outer sects list, and that there was no way he could defeat him, so he should run away if he wasn't afraid to die. But Tang Yun wasn't going to back down, and asked his sister not to worry about him. After all, he knows how to deal with such an abomination and said he would finish him off with one blow. Hearing this, Mu Rongkun chuckled as the lowlife in front of him seeks his death, and so he decided to fulfill his wish by using the demon dragon claw, in response to which Tang Yun used the great sword of the supreme god Hongmen. Tang Yun's strength was so high that the energy from the attack burned part of the mountain and broke through the heavens. And Mu Rongkun was shocked by this, for in front of him was just a new disciple. Feeling Tang Yun's strength, Mu Rongkun immediately ran away. But he vowed that he would definitely take revenge on Tang Yun and Mu Mengqi for this humiliation and pain. He wasn't going to just let it go. Mu Mengqi asked Tang Yun if he was able to win, to which the latter replied that Mu Rongkun had managed to escape. Mu Mengqi revealed that Mu Rongkunyu was the grandson of the second elder of the inner sect, and that he had a living, saving talisman on his body, which made him not easy to kill. Tang Yun said that it could be considered as if Mu Rongkun was lucky, but for now, they could forget about him. However, Mu Mengqi thought what she saw was very surprising, and if she said that a disciple who had just joined the sect was able to injure a 10th ranked disciple on the Qianlong list with a single blow, everyone would think that she was just crazy. Suddenly, Mu Mengqi stopped and started breathing heavily, causing Tang Yun to ask her if she was all right, and if there was anything he could do to help her. But she just waved him off and said she was fine. Suddenly, she twisted her leg and started to fall, but Tang Yun caught her, after which she told him that she was blazing and that she needed help. Tang Yun realized that this was clearly not a good thing, for the toxins of the poison were already affecting her heart. If he didn't cure her, she might die. Tang Yun grabbed Mu Mengqi by her clothes and said that there was only one way to save her, after which he apologized to her and tore her clothes off. After a while, the disciples of the Wong Fu sect arrived on the mountain looking for Sister Mu. They found out what Mu Rongkun wanted to do to her and wanted to prevent it. The disciples hoped that Sister Mu would be fine, but if anything happened to her, they would make Mu Rongkun pay for it. The main one of the students hoped to find Mu Mengqi as soon as possible, for there was a chance that she had already... Suddenly, one of the students called out to her and reported that she had found Mu's sister, and as they approached that place, they saw Sister Mu, beside whom a guy unknown to them was sitting. The disciples wanted to understand who it was, friend or foe, and whether something terrible had happened to Mu Mengqi. Tang Yun asked the girls to wait and explained that it was clearly not what they thought, but the main one refused to listen to him and ordered him to shut up, then attacked Tang Yun. The other female disciples were happy to see Sister Zhu's famous technique number 1, the 3 raging waves sword folding, which meant that she had truly reached the 3rd wave stage. They believed that if this blow couldn't kill this guy, it would at least hurt him badly. But Tang Yun lazily blocked the blade using only 2 fingers. Suga was amazed at what had happened, after all. Her technique was not a weak one, yet it was blocked so easily. Tang Yun asked her why she was so impulsive, and if she couldn't wait until he spoke, but the other students weren't going to listen to him and said he talked too much, so they decided to attack him just to kill him. But Tang Yun complained about the noise and dismissed them with a wave of his hand, ordering them, "Get out of here." The girls were angry at the creep and wanted to know who he was and why he was so powerful. Tang Yun was already standing over them. He said that if they wanted to know what had happened, they would have to wait for Sister Mu to wake up, and told them not to even try to attack him. But if they dared, he wasn't going to be ceremonious with them. Jia wanted to know who this person was, who had managed to throw the 3 of them back to the tree at the same time. As they suddenly heard a noise, Mu Mengqi woke up and asked what had happened to her. The students immediately jumped up and ran to Sister Mu to see if she was all right. Tang Yun lifted Mu Mengqi and asked if she was all right, after which he explained that he had used his spiritual power to rid her body of toxins. Hearing what he had done for her, Mu Mengqi averted her gaze, blushing even more, and thanked him. Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up fanatically, because he had really saved Sister Mu. And it was also the first time they had seen the always cool-headed Sister Mu suddenly blush so red. After a while, Wong Fu sect, Mountain of Solitude, Tang Yun and the girls finally reached the main hall of the Wong Fu sect. Tang Yun began to look around the Wong Fu sect. It was one of the 3 main sects of the heavenly continent, and it was truly a luxurious place. Suddenly, Mu Mengqi asked Tang Yun to help her down, as she was not yet strong enough. But Tang Yun picked her up in his arms and asked her why so much politeness. After all, to him it was nothing. The sect disciples were shocked when they saw Mu Mengqi in the stranger's hands, and many even thought that they had gone blind. This guy is squeezing Mu Mengqi, one of their beauties, and everyone was wondering why the ever-unapproachable Mu Mengqi was suddenly clinging to him like that. And among the disciples, there was one who ordered to report to Brother Lin and Brother Wang that they had a strong rival. Mu Mengqi took out a jade and explained that it was the mark of a new disciple. Now, he should go to the Zongmen Hall and register as an outer disciple. And if anything was unclear, he could just turn to her. Tang Yun thanked Sister Mu for her courtesy and left. The female students immediately suspected that their Sister Mu had a crush on this guy, and giggled at the fact that this iron tree had sprouted and blossomed. Hearing this, an angry and embarrassed Mu Mengqi yelled at those people for their words. Mu Rongkun's residence. Mu Rongkun was told that he had seen Mu Mengqi and his new disciple return to the Mountain of Solitude. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongkun became enraged and slammed his hand on the table. He'd planned so carefully how to have fun with her, but some kid had made it all go to hell. The disciple reported that he had followed Tang Yun, and after registering, he went straight to the secret realm of Zuiyu Valley. Mu Rongkun shouted for them to immediately send to Shuiyu Valley to catch Tang Yun. He was already excited for the moment when he would place Tang Yun's head in front of Mu Mengqi, just to see how she would react to it. In the ancient books of the sect, it is recorded that in the Zuiyu Valley, the attribute of ice fire was present in the snowy region, and if Tang Yun managed to find it, he would be able to strengthen the power of his ice flame even more. Just as suddenly, he heard a noise being made by an unknown girl, and looking out from behind the rock, he saw a wounded girl near the dead bear, towards which the disciples were walking. One of them told her that Lingu Chengkun's brother had been in love with her for a long time, and that they were here to win her back, and so he wanted her not to show off to him. Jun Wuxiao was angry at this bastard, after all. He had purposely appeared after she was injured by the snow bear she had killed. And after that, he dares to talk to her about a request. She asked if he was afraid of being beaten up by her brother Liu Rulong. The latter laughed and said that their brother Lingu Chengkong was #1 on the Qianlong list, and he was also the grandson of the chief elder of the Saint Huangfu inner sect, while Liu Rulong is only #3 on the Qianlong list, after which he asked what the latter would dare them to do. After that, the others also began to mock her, saying that Liu Rulong wouldn't help her, and asked her to follow them, because to Lingu Changkun, she was like an angel. Jun Wuxiao wasn't going to surrender to Lingu Changkun. Besides, she would go mad with ennui at him, and therefore she felt that she was better off dead. Tang Yun thought that he needed someone who could navigate this valley, and thought that this girl would be perfect. He then came out of hiding and ordered the boys out of his way. The disciples asked him if he was not overworked, since he had decided to go into the hands of death, and how he dared to meddle in their affairs. If he was going to be a hero, he should have turned his brain on first. Jun Wuxiao asked Tang Yun to leave, and added that he simply shouldn't risk his life for her. But Tang Yun wasn't going to listen to them and ordered them to leave again. He wasn't going to do it again. Then the students attacked him. They weren't going to spare him if he wanted to die. And those who pretend to be heroes don't live long. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun unleashed his flaming aura, surprising the disciples, and without even moving, he scattered all the students who attacked him. Jun Wuxiao was happy that she had been rescued, and she wondered who this such a strong disciple was, and why she hadn't seen him before. The chief among the attackers admitted that he didn't even realize Tang Yun had such strength, after which the latter added that it was unfortunate that he was the one who got in the way, because he was one of the top 100 disciples on the Qianlong list. That meant that Tang Yun would taste the taste of despair today. Tang Yun said that it was quite curious because right now all he saw in front of him was someone who was feeling desperate for what he called Tang Yun. He jumped out and decided to teach that one a lesson, sizzling with his sword technique. After which he attacked Tang Yun with a huge energy sword, but Tang Yun was disappointed with him, after which he simply grabbed the blade using only 2 fingers. Seeing something like this, everyone was shocked by him as he did it with his hands, and Jun Wuxiao was amazed by the strength of his fingers. Tang Yun asked if that was all he was capable of, because in that case, only death awaited him. Hearing this, the disciple instantly spat on his knees and shouted that he was giving up. But Tang Yun didn't stop and broke his sword, causing the enemy to be struck by the recoil. As he was dying, he said that Brother Lingu would definitely avenge him. Wuxiao was amazed that the stranger had defeated with just 1 move, and thought that he was probably among the 100 strongest of the Qianlong list, since he was killing with such ease as if he was strangling chickens. Blushing slightly, Wuxiao thanked Tang Yun for saving her, and promised that she would thank him once she returned. But Tang Yun refused to thank him, and said that he only wanted information about the ice fire attribute. Wuxiao contentedly said that he had found the right person, for she had recently seen traces of ice flames. When she was training in the mountains, she seemed to have sensed the aura of ice flames near the cold pond deep in the valley. She said that she would tell her in detail how to get there, when suddenly Tang Yun grabbed her hand and offered to go together. Wuxiao tried to refuse, saying that she was injured and would only slow him down. But suddenly Tang Yun lifted her up in his arms, causing her to blush, and he asked her to show him the way while he went about the business of healing her. She asked how he was going to do it, immediately after which Tang Yun enveloped her with a green aura, causing her to be surprised by it, for it could only mean that his skill in controlling aura had reached a high level. After a while, Tang Yun reached the ice pond with Wuxiao, and the latter said that they were close. But she doesn't know exactly where the ice fire attribute is. After which, Tang Yun used the divine immortal flame to find the ice flame. As it turned out, the ice flame was at the bottom of the pond. Wuxiao asked Tang Yun what he was waiting for. Suddenly, Tang Yun shouted to her to be careful and looked up. Wuxiao saw a huge snake that was about to eat her, but at the last moment, Tang Yun pulled her hand, saving her from death. Pressed against Tang Yun's chest, Wuxiao was once again covered in a blush from the warmth emanating from Tang Yun. Wuxiao explained that it was obviously not good because this monster was a black water snake, a monstrous beast of the first rank, whose strength was comparable to that of a practitioner at the peak of the spiritual birth realm. Then another snake, which was a female, crawled up to them, which meant it was time for them to run away. Wu Xiao asked Tang Yun to apologize, for it was her fault that he was in danger, and so she offered to hold the snakes while he escaped. But the man refused, saying they were just two little snakes, and advised her to stay behind while he dealt with them. It was worth it for the snakes to attack Tang Yun again, as he used Hongman's great sword, because of which the snakes' bodies began to be covered with many heavy cuts. Finishing slicing, 2 jade pills fell out from the snakes' bodies. Wu Xiao was shocked by what she saw and wanted to know what kind of sword technique it was, after all. He was able to kill 2 water vipers with ease. Tang Yun pulled out the pills and said that the vipers had some pretty good alchemy that could be used as medicine later. He asked Wu Xiao to accept it as a thank you for bringing him here. Wu Xiao refused the pills since she didn't do anything special for them, but Tang Yun put them in her hand and told her to just take them, after which he explained that he, Tang Yun, just didn't want to be in debt. And she still agreed to accept the alchemy. She thought that this overbearing guy didn't know how to treat girls at all. Tang Yun walked over to the ice pond and used the fire salt. Immediately afterward, an attribute of ice flames rose up from the water. Tang Yun was satisfied that he had succeeded, and Wu Xiao recognized it as an ice fire type attribute, the Ice Lotus Ghost Flame. As laughter was suddenly heard behind them, the intruders were pleased that they had decided to come early, and a new crowd of students immediately appeared near them. Wu Xiao asked Zhou Feng if he was Mu Rongkun's subordinate, and what they were forgetting here. He explained that he had come to kill Tang Yun because this fool was in such a hurry that he dared to cross Mu Rongkun's path, but that one threatened that he would have to deal with her since Tang Yun is her savior. To which Zhou Feng replied that she thought too highly of herself. After all, Mu Rong's brother is not the Lingu Changkun who is obsessed with her. After that, he split the stone with his sword and said that Tang Yun must die today, and if she dared to interfere with them, she would suffer the same fate as this stone. Anyone who insults Mu Rong's brother will not live in this world, and anyone who dares to stop them will also die. Wu Xiao was in a desperate situation because there were too many of them, and all of them are at the 9th level of spiritual birth. Even though her injury had healed, there was no way she would be able to resist them. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun stepped forward and said that from the moment they met, they wanted to kill him. Hence he wondered if he really looked like a weakling who could be killed so easily. Wu Xiao tried to talk him out of committing suicide, but he asked her not to worry about it. Zhou Feng's men started laughing with Tang Yun, and Zhou Feng himself, that even being next to Wu Xiao, he still has a 2nd level of birth, while there are more than 10 of them, and each has a 9th level spiritual birth. They are outnumbered and would be able to kill them without any problems. Tang Yun asked if the man wanted to say that strength depended on the number of people, to which the man replied that it was a clear matter. Tang Yun suggested to defeat them all since Zhou Feng had plenty of men, after which his eyes turned red and he ordered them to attack. Wu Xiao assumed that Tang Yun had an assistant in reserve, and Zhou Feng told the man not to pretend, after all. He had studied the surroundings before he came, and there wasn't a single soul for 10 miles around. Just as suddenly, he heard the noise of blades being pulled out of their sheaths, and as soon as he turned around, his men put their blades to their necks and said that they were following Lord Tang Yun's instructions. Zhou Feng was startled by what he saw and asked what they were doing, then ordered them to hide their swords. But those did not hesitate to take their own lives, leaving Zhou Feng wondering why they did so. Why did they kill themselves, and how could this even happen? Wu Xiao realized that this was exactly what Tang Yun's plan was, but he didn't even lift a finger. Tang Yun said that they are now 2 on 1, then added that there are more people on his side. Zhou Feng called Tang Yun a demon and said that he must have used magic, so he had to report it to the sect so that they would send officials to kill him. Tang Yun tore towards Zhou Feng and told him that if he wanted to kill him, he would have to send him to hell first, after which he gave Zhou Feng a crushing blow that sent the latter flying. After which he said that last time Mu Rongkun was only lucky enough to slip away, and now he dares to send assassins. Tang Yun said that he would go to the sect and find Mu Rongkun once he killed Zhou Feng. When Zhou Feng heard this, he panicked and begged Tang Yun not to kill him, for which he promised to take him to Mu Rongkun. He said that he knew about all his secrets and that he could tell him about them. Tang Yun said that it was too late, and only he was about to take that one's life when he suddenly felt someone's presence. Gu Tian, who had arrived on the huge bird, admitted that he had not expected it to be so lively here. Zhou Feng with Wu Xiao immediately recognized him, for he is in the top 30 of the Qianlong list. Jumping down from the bird, Gu Tian told Zhou Feng that he was becoming more and more useless because he could be defeated by some new disciple. Zhou Feng asked if he had come for the fire attribute. He told him that Tang Yun also wanted it, and suggested that they team up to kill him. But the latter apologized and said that he had no business dealing with scum, after which he finished Zhou Feng off. Wu Xiao was stunned that Gu Tian had just picked up and killed Zhou Feng like that, and Tang Yun had teased that the pack leader had decided to kill one of the dogs. Gu Tian said that on the way, he saw a group of dead people and asked Tang Yun if he had done it. But Wu Xiao blocked Tang Yun and said that she did it, and if he wanted to get even, she should be the one to attack. Gu Tian asked her not to worry as he wasn't going to take revenge on her. But this brat wants the Ice Lotus Flame, and that's why he has to die today. Wu Xiao was amazed that Gu Tian showed the dragon and tiger technique. He said that he had been practicing hard for a year and had finally mastered the technique taught by brother Lingu, and now he possessed the strength of 100,000 cats. He said that Tang Yun was very unlucky to be the first to die from this technique. Tang Yun grinned because of the strike of 100,000 cats. Immediately after, he rushed over to Tang Yun so that he could experience this power. Wu Xiao shouted for Tang Yun to leave, but he wasn't going to give up so easily, and his eyes shone with a golden light. Whereupon he began to laugh and asked, "How dare a cat compete with a lion?" Then he shouted that he would allow the power of real terror to be felt, and they clashed blows. Gu Tian's arm was broken from the collision, after which he vomited copious amounts of blood and flew off. Tang Yun looked at his fist and said that if Gu Tian's strength is to punch 100,000 cats, then his strength is to punch 1,000,000 cats. Gu Tian said that it was simply impossible for a new disciple to possess such strength and asked who he was, to which Tang Yun replied that he was Hades coming for his life. Gu Tian admitted that he had lost today and asked Tang Yun to let him go, and even if everything, of course, then Linghu's brother would definitely avenge him, and Tang Yun would lose all his friends and family. Tang Yun laughed because of what he heard and asked if he really thought he cared about Lingu. After all, in Tang Yun's eyes, even Gu Tian was a complete scum. Just as suddenly, Gu Tian took out an ice sphere and said that Tang Yun would make him use it. Then he broke it and said that since he was destined to die, they would die together. The energy from the sphere soared into the sky and formed a huge amount of blue flames. Wu Xiao frightenedly said that this was obviously not good, because Gu Tian had destroyed the Ice Lotus Flame. Gu Tian laughed madly and said that it was the Tian Shan Snow Crystal that was originally used to collect the Ice Lotus Flame, but he had destroyed it, causing the crystal to awaken the Ice Lotus Flame. Now it would explode and they would all die. After listening to him, Tang Yun calmly asked if this was his final trump card, to which Gu Tian replied that it was like this. Only the suppressing Soul Realm Master could stop the explosion of the Ice Lotus Flame. Suddenly, Wu Xiao jumped out in front of Tang Yun and told Tang Yun to leave while she would block the Ice Lotus Flame. But Tang Yun raised his hand and asked why he should leave. After all, he wasn't going to die from this kind of flame. After all, he could just capture it. Gu Tian was astonished to see such a thing and tried to understand how such a thing was even possible. After devouring the flame, Tang Yun chuckled and said that from now on, the Ice Lotus Flame would belong to him. Wu Xiao couldn't believe what was happening, and so she thought she was asleep and started asking to be pinched. Gu Tian started shouting that such a thing was simply impossible. After all, he was only at the 9th level of spiritual rebirth. So he just wanted to know how he was able to get hold of the Ice Lotus Flame in the first place. After all, it was even beyond the spiritual world. Tang Yun apologized and explained that he existed precisely to break common sense stereotypes, and asked Gu Tian if he had anything to say before he died. But he immediately started running away, shouting that his talent was extraordinary, and that there were only a couple of people like him. Tang Yun said that's why his future is priceless, and asked how he could even die by his hand. As he spoke his last words, Tang Yun released a beam of energy to finally take his life. Gu Tian told Tang Yun to go to hell, but as soon as he was hit by the beam, he started begging for mercy, after which he turned to ice and fell to the ground and crashed. Gu Tian took advantage of his level of refinement and support, and did whatever he wanted. Wu Xiao thought that she was lucky to have met someone as ruthless as Tang Yun, because Gu Tian really deserved to die. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun noticed something lying on the ground and asked what it was, to which Wu Xiao replied, "This is the Order of Hidden Dragons. It confirms that you are in the Hidden Dragon ranking. You can use it to participate in the Meteor Canyon trial that will be held in 10 days. The Meteor Canyon trial is held every 3 years, and rumor has it that a true god has fallen there, and it opens up a lot of possibilities." Looking at the order, Tang Yun pondered that Heaven Punishment Continent was just one of the 3,000 small worlds, and there was a true god that had fallen right here. And behind all of this, it must be chaos and initiation who are behind all of this. Hence, Tang Yun must find out what is going on. Wu Xiao asked Tang Yun if they would be going back or not, as he suddenly picked her up by her waist and said that they were going back, after which they took off. Tang Yun felt that now was a good time to teach the rats chasing him a lesson. Wong Fu Holy Sect, teletransportation room for secret purposes. Mu Mengqi and her sisters hurried on their way here, and Zhu asked why she needed them so urgently, to which she replied that she had just received news that Mu Rongkun had sent his men after Tang Yun to the snowy valley. Hearing this, Mu Rongkun laughed and said that she was late, immediately after which she took out her blade, demanding an answer as to how he dared to come here and what was wrong with Tang Yun now. To which the latter replied that Tang Yun had crippled his hand, but luckily he had asked his grandfather and he had healed his hand. Mu Rongkun revealed that he had sent a dozen of his men at the 9th level of the Rebirth realm to surround and kill Tang Yun, which meant that he was unlikely to return alive. Anyone who dares to go against him is not a survivor. The surrounding people wondered who this Tang Yun was and how he dared to oppose Mu Rongkun and also cripple him. But no matter what, there was no way he would be able to defeat a dozen level 9 people. Unfortunately, Mu Rongkun is strong and experienced. To cross him would be like dying, so they couldn't imagine Tang Yun surviving. Hearing this, Mu Mengqi realized that it was over, and tears sprang from her eyes. And Mu Rongkun told her that Tang Yun was not the first and far from the last to die, for anyone who touched her was doomed to die. After which he grabbed a strand of her hair and advised her to be a goody-goody. Suddenly, Mu Rongkun's hand was pierced by a sword, and the man began to cry out in pain and demanded that the one who had done it come out to him. Tang Yun apologized to Mu Rongkun for disappointing him, for he had survived. After realizing that it was Tang Yun, the people around him were shocked that he had survived the battle with a dozen disciples of the 9th level of the spiritual ascension realm, and therefore wanted to know if he was really a new disciple. Moreover, this was also the first time they had seen someone injure Mu Rongkun, so they were anxiously waiting for the continuation. Mu Mengqi ran up to Tang Yun and, wiping her tears, asked if he was all right, for she had already thought that Tang Yun asked her not to worry about him, as this piece of shit couldn't hurt him in any way. After that, Wu Xiao said hello to Sister Mu, and she asked Tang Yun what it meant. Tang Yun explained that he had gone to the Snow Valley to get the fire attribute, and Sister Junwu had helped him a little with his search. Mu Mengqi felt jealous of Junwu Xiao and squeezed her hands with all her might, telling her that she was the one who had brought Tang Yun into their sect, and since he had come here recently, he didn't know the area. And so she thanked her for taking care of him and helping him. She wasn't going to cede Tang Yun to this little bitch. After all, she was the first one to meet Tang Yun. Junwu Xiao was surprised for a moment, then realized that Mu Mengqi was trying to mark the territory. After that, Wu Xiao asked if she was joking, because it was Tang Yun who took care of her in the Snow Valley, and when she was injured, he did not let her out of his arms to heal her. She mentally apologized, but she liked this man too, and she wasn't going to give him up so easily. Hearing this, Mu Mengqi was shocked, for Tang Yun was hugging her. Wu Xiao giggled and told Big Sister Mu that although she is mature and intelligent, there are many disciples in the clan who have to take care of her. And maybe she doesn't realize it yet, but she already wants her younger sister to help her with her date. After all, if he doesn't choose her now before she's old enough, he'll choose someone else. Mu Mengqi grinned and said that although Junwu's younger sister is young and beautiful, but one should be careful not to make the wrong choice. After all, a few days ago, she had seen many students sending her love letters, and there were so many of them that they almost filled the entire room. And there were also rumors that Lingu Changkun was just crazy about her. Junwu Xiao praised her sister for being smart, in response to which the latter also praised her. And Tang Yun watched them, not realizing where this was going, while the other disciples watched in shock, as the beauties eyed each other in jealousy of the other man, and all mutually felt jealousy. And on top of that, he was simultaneously taking both goddesses away from them. The girls felt bad for Mu Mengqi after all. She had come here to fight, and in fact, she was making a showdown. As suddenly, from Mu Rongkun from the other end of the room, called out to Tang Yun, and when everyone looked at him, he asked what was wrong with his men. Tang Yun replied that he had killed them, for his men were as useless as he was. When Mu Rongkun heard this, he was filled with rage and shouted that he had to kill him for humiliating him. Then, he took out a red pill and said that today, he had to kill Tang Yun and no one would save him. As soon as he ate the pill, he was immediately filled with a huge amount of scarlet energy. Mu Rongkun said that it was a stimulating pill he had asked his grandfather for, and that it could instantly give him power comparable to the soul origin realm. The disciples were shocked, for no one expected Mu Rongkun to hold such a trump card. No matter how strong Tang Yun is, he is only in the spiritual birth realm, and even if he was good in battle, he would lack great realm combat power. But since Mu Mengqi and Zhong Wuxiao are here, they clearly won't just watch idly. Jun Wuxiao was about to teach Mu Rong a lesson, but Mu Mengqi asked her not to panic, after which she said that Tang Yun was not an ordinary disciple, and that she believed in him. After all, compared to him, Mu Rongkun is just a clown. Tang Yun asked Mu Rongkun if he had really decided that possessing the martial power of the soul realm would help him win. But he shouted at Tang Yun to stop pretending, and rushed towards the one shouting that he would show Tang Yun true despair. After that, he destroyed part of the floor but did not find Tang Yun's body, and so he began to twist around and demanded that Tang Yun show himself. Suddenly, the man was at his back and asked if he was looking for him, after which Mu Rongkun abruptly turned around and swung a punch straight through Tang Yun. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun was once again at his back and said that Mu Rong was trying in vain, because he couldn't even touch his clothes. The disciples were amazed because of Tang Yun's speed, because they had never seen anything like this before, even though Mu Rongkun had reached the soul rebirth realm, and even so, his speed and physical capabilities did not reach Tang Yun. Afterwards, one of the disciples said that Tang Yun had probably figured out Mu Rongkun's weaknesses and was now just bullying him using his physical advantage. Mu Rongkun chuckled and asked Tang Yun if he had decided that he had won just because he was faster. Immediately afterward, he used his cloning technique, and he, along with the 4 clones, surrounded Tang Yun. The audience was once again dumbfounded by what was happening, because for some reason there were 5 Mu Juns, and it was unknown which one was the real one. Mu Rongkun explained to Tang Yun that the cloning technique was one of the best techniques he had ever had to teach, and admitted that he had planned to show it back in Meteor Canyon. Jun Wuxiao said that she should help Tang Yun, to which Mu Mengqi replied that there was no need since Tang Yun was still completely calm, which meant that he had a plan. Tang Yun sighed and said to Mu Rong that if this is his best technique, so there's a chance that he'll die today. Immediately after that, beams of energy began to move away from Tang Yun, and a moment later a crowd consisting of Tang Yun's clones surrounded them. The students couldn't believe what was happening because Tang Yun also knew the cloning technique and was able to create more clones than Mu Rong. Not only did he have more clones, but they were even stronger than Mu Rong's. Wuxiao was able to breathe a sigh of relief since Tang Yun had a plan after all, and Mu Mengqi was satisfied since she knows him better after all, which made that one angry and asked what was so special about it. Mu Rongkun asked how Tang Yun could be stronger after all. He had practiced this technique for decades. After which, Mu Rongkun, along with his clones, pounced on Tang Yun. Tang Yun said that if he didn't believe, he could show everything now, and together with the clones, he rushed towards Mu Rong, after which they began beating Mu Rong until he lost his strength. Once the beating was over, Mu Rong asked how he would lose. He refused to accept such a fate. The rest of the disciples were cheering for Tang Yun, for Mu Rongkun was unable to compete with Tang Yun even after taking the pill. And even the girls praised him. Mu Mengqi said that she only liked decent guys for a reason. After which, Jun Wuxiao started to crooked Mu Mengqi with the words that he didn't like her anyway, to which the latter replied that he did one day. Tang Yun asked the trembling Mu Rongkun if he had anything to say before he died, to which the latter replied that Tang Yun would not survive in their sect, after all. His grandfather was in charge of law and order, but Tang Yun wasn't going to let him go just because of his grandfather, and used his strength to give him a final blow. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and Elder Chiu Yunkin, who was the guardian of order, descended from the sky, and immediately attacked Tang Yun, causing the girls to worry for him. From the resulting cloud of smoke, Tang Yun flew out, and on the other side, Chiu Yunkun carried his grandson away. The girls asked Tang Yun if he was all right, to which he replied that he didn't have a scratch on him, and that this was a question to be asked of this old man who had struck a blow to his hangman's tyrannical body. Kyo Yun-kun hid his crippled arm behind his back and wondered what this guy's body was made of. After all, he had attacked him with tremendous force, but was unable to do any damage. Mu Rongkun shouted to the elder to kill Tang Yun immediately, because he wanted to kill him and therefore deserved no mercy. Kyo Yun-kun asked him not to worry, because his grandfather had asked him to personally take care of it. As a law enforcement elder, he would handle it and stand up for him. The audience was furious at this outcome, because it was Mu Rongkun who wanted to kill Tang Yun, but now says the opposite. The elder himself is at the last level of the spiritual rebirth realm, which means Tang Yun is no match for him. Zhong Wuxiao shouted to the elder that Mu Rong was the one who attacked Tang Yun first. Then Mu Mengqi confirmed her words and told him that he couldn't do that. Otherwise, she would report everything to the sect. Hearing this, Chiu Yunchun got angry and asked the upstart, how dare she talk about such a thing? Then he rushed over to teach them a lesson. But moments before the attack, Tang Yun had saved the girls from death. Tang Yun said that Ku Yungkun doesn't see the difference between good and evil, flattery and humiliation, and therefore he thinks that he shouldn't stay in this world for long. The disciples were surprised because of what they heard, after all. Tang Yun really dared to fight Elder Chu, which made him look like a madman, after all. No matter what talent you have, you can't be so cocky. Mu Rongkun, on the other hand, mentally laughed, for this meant that Tang Yun was now definitely dead. Ku Yunkun released his energy and started laughing, after which he told Tang Yun that he had been an elder guardian of law and order for decades. But this was the first time he had seen such an arrogant disciple during this time. He would lose his dignity today if he did not teach such a student a lesson. Tang Yun laughed and asked him not to worry, because after they died, he would definitely engrave their names on their upturned tombstones. Jun Wuxiao fell even more in love with Tang Yun, because he was so bossy that even Qiu didn't scare him. And Mu Mengqi asked her not to be a nymphomaniac. After all, Chu Yungkun is really powerful in the soul realm, and he can't be compared to Mu Rongkun, who increased his strength by taking a pill. Mu Mengqi shouted to Ziyang to report everything to Elder Sheng Qingqiu, as he always takes good care of his disciples. Kyo Yunkun shouted to Tang Yun that since he was ignoring his elders and injuring his elder brothers, he, as a law and order elder, had every reason to kill him today. After which he attacked Tang Yun, creating a multitude of dark hands. The onlookers were stunned, for this was Elder Chu Yunkun's murderous attack, which means he is not even going to spare Tang Yun, for he is clearly not alive after the elder condensed hundreds of palm prints. Tang Yun in danger smirked, and his eyes flashed red, for such palm strength could help him with the tempering of Hongmen's supreme body, and so he did not resist and took on all the attacks of the enemy. The old man thought that Tang Yun would be left as nothing but mincemeat, as he didn't even try to dodge or block his attack. As suddenly from the cloud of smoke, Tang Yun's voice was heard. He asked if that was all he was capable of, turning him into mincemeat with his wife's palm. Kyo Yunkin was shocked. He couldn't believe that the prince hadn't harmed Tang Yun, and the girls were happy that Tang Yun was able to block the old man's attack and remained unharmed. Tang Yun asked Cho Yunzong if he was done, or if he spent all his energy on the women back home. After all, the strength of his palms couldn't even stretch his muscles and bones. So Tang Yun asked how much he had paid to become an elder, and would he be able to repeat such an attack again? Tang Yun was going to take advantage of the fact that Chu Yunkun was slightly stronger than him. With this, he was going to improve Lord Hongmen's body to the second layer. One of the disciples shouted that he would have believed that the elder had bought his seat if he hadn't personally seen him destroy the monster with a forest palm tree. And the girl was delighted that Tang Yun had once again asked to be attacked, and she wondered if everything was as strong as his body. The old man became enraged at being called a weakling, and shouted that he would send him to hell with that palm, and used Sen Luojiang's palm to finish off Tang Yun once and for all. Suddenly, Grand Elder Shen Qingqi approached them and ordered the man to stop, but the latter shouted that it was too late, and punched the unresisting Tang Yun. The girls asked the elder if Tang Yun would be all right. After all, he had just accepted Elder Chu Yunkun's palm, to which the latter replied that this time was different, since he used the technique of combining 100 palms into one. Even if he personally adopted such a thing, he would be severely injured. Hence, he was afraid that Tang Yun would... The girls shouted that they didn't believe it, after all. Tang Yun couldn't die so easily. Mu Rongkun started laughing madly, whereupon he said that the one who laughs last wins. And all the other viewers were disappointed that the miracle didn't happen. And so talented Tang Yun died at the hands of Mu Rongkun and Elder Chu Yunzong. And even Chiu Yunkun started laughing. He said that this was a great denouement. After all, since he dared to fight him, then he should wait for death. Qin Yun asked why the latter thought he was a dead man. After all, he was alive and well, and the second level of the tyrannical body had already reached 10%. Elder Chu Yunchin couldn't understand what was going on. After all, Tang Yun was right in front of him and he was unharmed. And the girls were able to calm down since he was alive, but Jun Wuxiao couldn't stop shedding tears. The disciples were surprised at how strong Tang Yun's defense was. Many of them even wanted to chat with him afterwards. Elder Chu Yunchun looked at his trembling hands and couldn't understand how someone could not be hurt by his palm. Tang Yun said with burning scarlet eyes that thanks to his strike, God Hongmen was able to break through to the second level. Then he grabbed the old man by the arm and said that since he had hit him, it was his turn, and he squeezed his hand, breaking the elder's arm. Kyo-yun-kun, through the pain, tried to ask what the other person was up to after all. He was a lawbreaker and couldn't be beaten, but he told the elder not to worry, for he would strike only one blow. And after that, the resentment between them would dissipate, and he would never think of what had happened today again. Kyo-yun-chun pondered the fact that Tang Yun was at the spiritual birth realm level, and his defense was not that powerful, hence the strike shouldn't be too strong. Just one strike and Shen Qingzi would not bother him. After thinking it over, he agreed to the hit since he didn't see it as a... Just as suddenly, Tang Yun used Hunman's tyrannical punch, tossing the elder into the air, after which he collapsed to the ground. He regretted for agreeing to the punch, for Tang Yun had broken his dantian while humiliating him. Tang Yun told the person that he couldn't be blamed for it after all. It was the elder who had agreed to his strike. And besides, he was still alive. The disciples were shocked because the elder's punches didn't leave a scratch on Tang Yun, but just one punch from Tang Yun managed to cripple the elder. There was just a colossal difference in the strength of their punches, and it wasn't even completely clear which one was the elder and which one was the disciple. Kyo Yunchun reached out to Grand Elder Shen Qingqi to ask him to take revenge on Tang Yun. Murong-kun shouted to the Grand Elder that Tang Yun was an evil person who did not understand good and evil, and that he, being an ordinary disciple, had dared to injure an elder, the guardian of order. If this continues, the sect will have a lot of problems. So he asks the great elder to teach him a lesson and kick him out of the sect. Shen Qingqi was astonished that Murong-kun did not understand the situation and asked him to harm Tang Yun to suppress his base of perfection. Besides, Chu Yunzong's fighting power was not much lower than his, and Tang Yun was able to cripple him with a single blow. Would he be able to harm him even if he wanted to? Zhong Wuxiao shouted at Murong-kun that he was insolent, because it was obvious that he had attacked Tang Yun first, and Mu Mengqi added that Elder Chu Yongkun had agreed to that strike himself. And even the disciples confirmed their words that Tang Yun was just defending himself, and thus they would like to stand up for him. Whereupon they all bowed, saying he was not guilty and wishing to speak in his defense. Murong-kun and the elder couldn't understand why things suddenly turned out like this, and everyone sided with Tang Yun, and he explained that it was called helping others more than yourself. After listening to everyone, Grand Elder Shen Qingqi agreed with the people's opinions and announced that Elder Chu Yunzong had been dismissed from his position as a custodian elder and expelled from the sect. And he also obligated Murong-kun to pay a fine to the sect in 30 times the amount. From such news, Chu Yunchun fainted. He regretted that he had contacted Tang Yun at all. Murong-kun was approached by 2 disciples to teach him punishment, but the latter ordered them to put it aside, for his grandfather is an elder of the interior, and they would not dare to touch him like that. Then he got through them and started complaining that he was going to complain about everything to his grandfather. After all, they had all conspired to kill him. But Grand Elder Shen Qingqi shouted to the one that he shouldn't even think that he could ignore the honorable discipline, for he should clearly know that it was an external sect. More and more students began to gather around Murong, and he shouted that he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. Everyone was angry at Murong-kun, after all. He's only so brazen because of his grandfather's position. Suddenly, Tang Yun approached Murong and ordered him to stop resisting. Others might be afraid of his bonds, but not him. Seeing Tang Yun, Murong-kun was once again angry and asked how long he was going to pester him. Tang Yun replied that if he was not touched, he would not disturb anyone's life. But if someone spoke against him, he would be maimed so that his own mother wouldn't even recognize him. Tang Yun asked the elder if he would allow Murong-kun to personally teach Murong-kun a lesson, and he immediately allowed it. Hearing this, Murong-kun agreed to accept the punishment, but only if it was someone else. But Tang Yun shouted to the one that it was too late and punched him in the face. He then hit him in retaliation for Sister Mu, and even for being a freak. With a final slap, Tang Yun drove the one into the ground. Murong-kun began to sob from how sore his swollen face was, while the disciples were laughing heartily at the fact that Murong-kun was having a good day as well. Murong-kun promised Tang Yun that he would still come back, because the test of the Meteor Canyon would come soon, and then he would be finished. Outer Sect Elder. Guo Zhengsho told Zhulong that he had found him more than 10 years ago, at a very young age, lost in the mountains, and took him into the sect with him. And for the last 10 years, he has been trying to find any information about his family, and finally, he has had some luck. Liu Rulong was happy to hear this and asked where his home was, and the man replied that it was a willow house in the city of Mochizuki. Liu Rulong couldn't contain himself and immediately gathered himself to run there. But the elder asked him to stop, as he had already sent a man to look for him. Just as suddenly, one of the disciples ran into the main hall, and the elder explained that he was the one he had sent to fetch the family. The disciple said that as soon as he arrived in the city, the Liu family had already been wiped out. When Liu Rulong heard this, tears came out of his eyes. He then grabbed his disciple and demanded that he reveal the person who had done it. He replied that it was Tang Yun, who was a new disciple of the holy sect. Afterward, Liu Rulong vowed that Tang Yun would be held accountable for his family's genocide. All this time, the conversation between the elder and Liu Rulong was overheard by Zhongwu Xiao. And upon hearing what had happened, she cried as Tang Yun had become the target of her righteous brother Liu Rulong. Whereupon, she plopped down on the floor and wondered why things were happening like this and what she should do now. Lingu Changkun's residence. The disciple reported to Changkun that Gu Tian had died in the snowy valley, and it was probably the work of Tang Yun, and he had also taken the ice lotus Yu Yang. Lingu Changkun said that Gu Tian was just trash. After all, he couldn't handle anything. After which, the disciple added that the Meteor Canyon trial would start soon, and that Tang Yun would participate in it. After finishing his report, he asked if he should send someone, to which Lingu Changkun replied that the sun would set faster than he could find someone suitable, and therefore it was easier to hire a bounty hunter. He ordered his disciple to follow orders. After all, anyone in their sect was capable of killing Tang Yun, and the reward would be 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. As soon as the disciple left, Changkun looked at the mark on his arm and thought about the fact that as long as there was a demon god's legacy in his domain, then in Meteor Canyon, his power could become the foundation of the inner sect, and he would be able to swat Tang Yun, Mu Rongkun, and the rest with one hand. Somewhere in the room, Wong Fu Tong received a letter stating that Tang Yun had killed his father Wang Ba and brother Wang Fu Cheng, which made him start weeping and vow to avenge him for it. Mu Rongkun admitted that he hadn't expected Tang Yun to cause so much harm to the Wang family. Wong Fu Tong remembered that Mu Rongkun's grandfather was an elder, and asked him to share the method of killing Tang Yun with him, to which the latter replied that you don't have to worry. After all, he had gathered hundreds of 9-level Spirit Realm novices to use in the Meteor Canyon trial, and he could lend Wong Fu Tong 100, but he had heard that his companion Liang Qing was a beauty, and she was no worse than Mu Meng, so he was quite interested in her. He had originally intended to use Wong Fu Tong, but he thought it would be a good outcome to get Liang Qing. Upon hearing about it, Wong Fu Tong immediately refused. After all, he's known her for 100 years, and she's literally his life. But he's willing to give it up if he gets 100 more people. Immediately afterward, the student dropped her plate, transferring her attention to herself. Liang Qing trembled and asked Wong Fu Tong if he was really willing to give her to Mu Rong, to which the latter replied that she was just in time, as he traded her for 100 high-quality fighters, which is a great deal. She called him inhuman and ran away sobbing to report it to the elder. But Mu Rongkun shouted to, she came back and kicked her head, from which Liang Qing lost consciousness and fell right into his arms. Mu Rong asked Wong Fu Tong not to worry, promising that he would get everything tomorrow, then started laughing as he got the beauty. Wong Fu Tong asked Liang Qing not to blame him for what he had done, for he had a duty to avenge his family. Huangfu, Sheng Zongmen Hall. A crowd gathered in anticipation of the Meteorite Canyon test. There are many relics in Meteor Canyon, and if you manage to find 1 or 2 treasures or legacies, you can become stronger than the inner novice. Tang Yun wondered if this Meteor Canyon was related to chaos and initiation. Just as suddenly, Mu Mengqi ran up to him and told him that she had received news. Lingu Changkun was offering a huge reward for his head. Hearing that name, Tang Yun assumed that it was all because of Gu Tian. Then Mu Mengqi explained to him that Lingu Changkong was the #1 ranked Qianlong, and he also had many followers in the outer sect. With Mu Rongkun in mind, Tang Yun's journey to the Meteorite Canyon would turn out to be quite dangerous, after which she asked if he really wished. Tang Yun said that he was obligated to go there, and if anyone dares interfere with him, he will kill them all. Not far away from them stood Junwu Xiao, who hoped that he would be careful after all. She didn't know how she would act if something happened to him. Then Liu Rulong told her that if she found Tang Yun's trace in the secret realm, she should immediately signal him, and he would immediately lead people after his soul. Mu Rongkun, on the other hand, hugged the trembling Liang Qing. He asked her not to forget that her brother Lian Tian was also going there. Hence, he advised her to be obedient if she didn't want to cause trouble for him. Wong Fu Tong advised her to quietly follow Mu Rong and eat her spicy dishes. He then reminded Mu Jun of his promise, to which the latter replied that he had arranged everything. Mu Rongkun took out a jade amulet and told him to break it when he found Tang Yun, immediately after which he would rush to the rescue. Wong Fu Tong thanked Murong, but mentally he was angry at Murong for giving him horns, so he decided that he would kill him. The elder shouted for everyone to be quiet and explained that the Meteor Canyon would open soon, after which they would all be teleported to random locations. The Mustard Seed. Tower of Space and Time, created by the Grand Master of his sect, was placed in the valley. One day of cultivation in the tower is equivalent to 50 days of training outside the valley. When the trials are over, the intersect elders will select the most outstanding future novices. The disciples were amazed at what they heard, for the tower was a real treasure, and it was also an opportunity to go to heaven in one fell swoop. The elder said that more information about the canyon was engraved on the jades they had been sent in advance, whereupon he threw a flag, announcing the start of the ordeal. As soon as the flag touched the ground, a huge trigram appeared on it. Immediately afterward, all the students were transported to random locations in Meteor Gorge. Elder Shenqingzi stroked his beard and said that fighting in the canyon would be inevitable, and even he didn't know how many of the 3,000 disciples would return back. Tang Yun took out a jade token, and judging from his information, this place is the periphery of the Meteorite Canyon, and there are many powerful monsters in the area. That's why the Holy Sect is trying to isolate them with a trial. He assumed he would have to go through a lot to find out if this place was connected to chaos in the beginning. Just as suddenly, he heard a noise behind him, and Wong Fu Tong and his underlings came out to him and admitted that he did not expect that it was Tang Yun who he would meet first. Tang Yun asked who he was. Wang Fu Tong's face wrinkled with anger, and he shouted that Wang Ba was his father and Wang Fuchen was his brother. Hence he wondered if Tang Yun realized who he was, after which one of the disciples gave an order and Tang Yun was ambushed by warriors. But Tang Yun ordered this bunch of scum to scram and scatter them around. Tang Yun chuckled and asked Wang Fu Tong if Wang Fu Tong was really going to defeat him with the help of such a bunch of people, and if everyone in their family was such a dumbass. Wang Fu Tong admitted that he had heard of Tang Yun's strength, and it was unlikely that he would be able to overpower him with ordinary methods. After which, he took out Murong Kun's jade amulet and broke it, saying that he had this. And just a moment later, Tang Yun was surrounded by 209th level disciples. Tang Yun admitted that he had underestimated Wang Fu, as he had not expected that he would be assisted by 200 other disciples. Wang Fu Tong then told Tang Yun that for the sake of these 200 disciples at the 9th level of the spiritual birth realm, he had given Murong Kun his Taoists. He asked Tang Yun if Tang Yun had begun to tremble with fear and was willing to kneel down and surrender. But the only annoyance is that no matter how hard he tries to resist, it's all in vain, because in the end only death awaits him. Tang Yun sighed and told Wang Fu Tong that he was afraid to disappoint him, because he wasn't afraid of him at all. And he also admitted that he feels as if these 200 people are not enough for him alone. They are not even enough to have fun. Hearing this, the disciples got angry at Tang Yun's arrogance and started shouting, "Dragon List leader Lingu Changkun wouldn't say such a thing in such a situation. No matter how strong he was only at the spiritual birth level, and each of them could make meatloaf out of Tang Yun with just a single strike." Suddenly, one of the disciples asked for attention, and asked who was willing to hit the jackpot since Tang Yun was so confident. After all, whoever kills him would get the reward. He knew that Tang Yun had quite a bit of strength, hence he preferred to wait until the others fought him by wearing him down so that he could easily finish him off afterwards. The first to Tang Yun's side to battle was Wang Tai's hammer. He is the 11th on the dragon list, and even born with supernatural strength, the power of his strike is equal to the impact of two 10,000-pound hammers. And if his hand had fully mastered the wind hammer technique, even Lingu Changkun wouldn't dare to oppose him. Wang Te said that he had heard about the strength of Tang Yun's fists, but he wasn't sure if they were heavier than his golden hammers, to which Tang Yun replied that they would find out, and if the latter decided to try it, the payment would be his life. Wang Te decided to show his trick to the upstart, who was asking for death. Hence, he used the wind hammer technique for 18 strikes in a row. But Tang Yun rebuked the one with mere strength without any skill, and pierced through Wang Te's defense with a single strike. It flew off and crashed into a tree. The disciples were shocked at what they saw, for a pair of 10,000-kilogram hammers had been smashed, which was clearly supernatural. Tang Yun asked if there was anything better than this fatty among them, and 3 disciples, calling themselves the 3 brothers, came out to him. They received 1,000 high-quality spiritual stones from Lingu Changkun to do the job. Although Tang Yun turned out to be strong, there was no way he would be able to follow the 3 of them. The spectators were pleased, for these were the 3 brothers from the Hu family. Their speed is the fastest in the entire outer Huangfu sect. Although their ranking, hidden dragons are above 30, but they heard that the brothers have a combo attack that can double their speed. And to top it off, all three are wearing green cloud boots with the speed formation engraved on them today. One of the brothers ordered the others to use shape-shifting to transform his shadow. The brothers mocked Tang Yun because, regardless of his strength, he would not even be able to see them, after all. They are the fastest disciples of the outer Wong Fu sect. But Tang Yun advised them to slow down, after which he attacked the brothers. As they lay exhaustedly on the ground, they were distressed with themselves as he could practically see right through them. Tang Yun complained about the boredom and ordered his disciples to attack him altogether. Otherwise, he simply wouldn't be able to stretch his bones. The disciples shouted that he was not blind to challenge them all. There were hundreds of them, and besides, he had only won 2 duels. But the thugs didn't want to miss the opportunity so easily, and asked the others why they had to endure Tang Yun's provocation. It would be easier to kill him, and then take his head to Mu Rongkun. Immediately after that, Tang Yun was attacked by all the disciples at the same time. They were going to beat him until he couldn't fight. One of the disciples chuckled. After all, this handful of idiots are just inciting. After all, if Tang Yun had defeated the Hammer and the Hu brothers so easily, then he was clearly not so easy. Tang Yun was pleased that he was being attacked and told them to put their best foot forward and give him pleasure. After that, a huge fist sprouted from the ground, scattering the enemies, and cut through the ranks of the enemy with lightning speed. Catching a good moment, ordered his wards to attack Tang Yun. After which, they attacked Tang Yun in the back, but their blades simply broke. They couldn't understand how this happened, as the black gold swords that Wong Fu had bought them for protection had just been broken. Tang Yun asked if they were done talking, because now it was his time, as the disciples suddenly started to give up. But Tang Yun had no intention of sparing them and attacked them. Wong Fu Tong realized that if he wanted to live, he had better run away, because Tang Yun was able to easily deal with 200 disciples. Even though he ran away, he wasn't giving up yet, and so he would soon attack and kill him. Of all the students, only one was left on the field. Tang Yun told him that, finished with his warm-up, and that he was ready for a serious fight. But he immediately ran away and crashed into a tree. Tang Yun asked what kind of stinky loser fish they were. But it was still worth noting the fact that Wong Fu Tong was really fast at running. Just as suddenly, Mu Mengqi came to him and immediately told him that 30 miles to the south, not far from the Mustard Seed Space and Time Tower, Mu Meng was in danger. Tang Yun asked if she thought he was a fool, after all. Not long ago, she was together with Mu Rongkun on the teleportation platform, which could only mean that they were conspiring. After which, Tang Yun started to disappear, and Liangqing asked to let him explain everything. As he suddenly appeared at her back and put a sword to her neck, he asked for proof that she could be trusted. Liangqing nervously said that it was Mu Rongkun who forced her, and she was forced to listen to him. Afterwards, tears came out of her eyes, and she said that she did not want what had happened to her to happen to another girl. But Liu Feng told her that he still hadn't heard the truth from her, and so he asked her to look into his eyes, after which Tang Yun's eyes flashed red and Liangqing fell under his hypnosis. Tang Yun asked what her connection to Mu Rongkun was, and what the real purpose of her visit was, and Liangqing said that Mu Meng was being pursued by Mu Rongkun's men, and her real purpose was to use it as an excuse to provoke a fight between him and Mu Rongkun, so that Tang Yun would kill him and avenge her. After listening to Liangqing, Tang Yun applied Dispel, and she immediately spat on the ground. She was scared as she was conscious the whole time, but could not control her words and actions. Tang Yun said that although her words are different from the real situation, but still she is lucky as he too wishes for Mu Rongkun's death, and as a warning this time he forgives her. But still he asked her to remember that no one dares take advantage of him. To which Liangqing replied with a tremor in her words that she understood everything. And in the next moment, Tang Yun rushed towards Mu Rongkun. It was time to settle the score with him. Chongling told herself that no matter the method, but she hoped that her goal would be achieved. She hopes that such a strong guy will be able to defeat Mu Rongkun. Right now, she needed to take care of Wong Fu Tong, even if it was at the cost of her life. The ruins of the stone soldiers. The disciples hurriedly caught Mu Ming and Shuizi, who had recently run into the ruins. Elder brother Mu Rong had offered a reward of 500 high-grade spiritual stones, so finding the girls was a huge achievement. The disciples have already surrounded the ruins and have nowhere to run to, and once they are caught, Tang Yun will come to their rescue. Shuizi asked Mu Mingqi what they should do, since the only way out was blocked by Mu Rong's men. And Mu Mengqi told that Mu Rongkun wants to use them to lure Tang Yun. He will never let him succeed. And even if she dies, there's no way she wants to put Tang Yun in danger. Mu Rongkun used the purple orb and immediately recognized where Mu Meng and Huizi were hiding right now. So he gave the stone demon god soldier orders to capture the girls. The girls tried to run away, but it was too late, and they were attacked by a stone soldier. And Murong started laughing after all. It had taken him quite a long time to drive her into these ruins. And today he was definitely going to make her his. Mu Mengqi asked how he even dared to use the remains of the stone soldier's ruins as a trap, since it was obvious that he hadn't been here before, which meant that his grandfather had helped him. Murong-kun grinned and asked why she thought as if he would tell her the truth, after which he told her that long ago, when the sect dignitaries visited the Meteor Canyon Valley, his grandfather had discovered these ruins and a crystallized core. It is capable of controlling these foot soldiers. These stone warriors are soldiers left over from the invasion of the ancient demon gods. And though the core is badly damaged, it still possesses the power of the one at the top of the soul origin realm. He told Mumeng that he couldn't let her escape just yet, but he could give her a chance. He asked her if he could let her go as long as she was dear to Tang Yun. Then he added that once he died, he would be able to enjoy her to the fullest. Mu Mengqi asked if he was going to use her as bait to lure Tang Yun here. Then she put the sword to his throat and said that even at the cost of her life, she would not let him get his way. But Mu Rongkun said that if she dared to take her own life, he would strip her and drag her naked all over Meteor Canyon. And even dead, she will keep him warm. Mu Rong's men started laughing and pushing Mu Mengqi to die, because then they would all be able to enjoy it. Mu Mengqi trembled and dropped her swords. Then she pointed her finger at Mu Rong and called him a beast. Mu Rong said that she doesn't realize yet that since she is in his hands, he can do whatever he wants with her body at any time. After that, he ordered everyone to grab her, and they immediately ran to have fun with her. Mu Mengqi cried at what was happening. She still didn't want to accept that this was all happening to her. And so she closed her eyes, remembering Tang Yun. She's afraid that she won't be able to see the moment when he will rule this world. Just as suddenly, a golden flash rang out, startling Mu Rong's men. Just as suddenly, behind Mu Mengqi and Xuezi, the eye of the statue lit up. Tang Yun had dealt with all of these underdogs in the blink of an eye. Then he went to Sister Mu and asked if she was all right. She replied that she was fine, and asked Tang Yun to leave right away. This is all Mu Rongkun's plan. He used her to set a trap. As Mu Rong suddenly appeared and shouted that none of them would escape today, then ordered the demon god's stone soldier to attack in full force, from which a huge stone soldier rose from the ground and aimed at Tang Yun. Tang Yun said that the stone soldier weighs 100,000 feet, and his entire body is made up of incredibly strong meteoric iron. One blow is equal to 10 million pounds. It is a weapon designed to fight against outside invaders. Mu Rong told Tang Yun that his knowledge wouldn't help anything, because he wasn't a survivor anyway, after which he ordered the stone soldier to attack, and the stone soldier enveloped his hand with energy. Tang Yun explained that since he knows about the origin of this statue, he also knows about its weaknesses, after which he jumped up to the guard's weak spot. The weak spot was the energy cortex near his chest, and he pierced it, from which the guards immediately turned to cobblestones. Mu Rong asked how this happened, after all. It was a weapon of war from the upper world, which meant that there was no way Tang Yun should have known about their weaknesses. Tang Yun explained that this soldier was actually created by him. The disciples were shocked that Liu Feng was able to defeat the demon god's stone soldier with just one strike. And he also said something strange, that he was its creator. They wondered how exactly Tang Yun was related to him. After all, he knew his weaknesses perfectly. Mu Rongkun asked Tang Yun how it was possible that a mere disciple could be related to a mere weak disciple, and assumed that Tang Yun would still add that he was the reincarnation of a divine emperor. And Liu Feng admitted that he had not expected such insight from Mu Rong today, after which he confirmed that he was indeed the reincarnation of a divine emperor. Hearing this, the students started laughing at the arrogant junior, for he was clearly holding them for fools. Mu Rong asked Tang Yun how dare he insult his intellectual abilities with such statements, after which he said he would kill him for it, and started summoning the Stone Soldier King demon god, after which a huge Stone Soldier King emerged from the ground. Mu Rongkun explained that for the sake of creating the demon god Stone Soldier King, he had to use up almost all of the crystal's energy. The disciples were fanatical towards Mu Rong, as none of them even expected that he had such an ace hidden up his sleeves. This battle could be compared to that of the intersect elders in terms of strength. And since this Soldier King has armor, Tang Yun wouldn't be able to destroy him with a single strike on his weak point. Tang Yun couldn't believe that this was really a demon god Soldier King. After all, at first he had only created 10 of them to protect the 10 barriers of the god world. And he felt nostalgic that he was able to see one again. Mu Rongkun is even more furious, because even at the threshold of death, Tang Yun continues to pretend to be a divine emperor, while Mu Rong moves his finger and the Soldier King turns Tang Yun into dust. Tang Yun asked Murong why he felt that he was the one who would be crushed. It's because every demon god soldier king is connected to his soul, and he is able to control them with just the power of thought. Murong-kun ordered the soldier king to attack Tang Yun, and the latter swung his huge sword at him. Mu Mengqi began to sob because Tang Yun no longer had a chance to escape. As suddenly, Tang Yun raised his finger up and ordered the soldier king to stop while doing so, flashing a golden light while doing so. He then ordered the soldier king to sit on his knees, and he obediently carried out his order. Murong was amazed that the soldier king had obeyed Liu Feng, and Mu Mengqi was glad that Tang Yun was still alive. The disciples were trying to understand how come the statue bowed to Liu Feng, which began to lead them to think that Tang Yun was indeed the reincarnation of the god emperor. Tang Yun thanked Murong for bringing back the king. Together with him, Tang Yun's fighting power increased greatly. Murong refused to believe that the soldier king was obeying Tang Yun, and once again ordered him to obey. He ordered him to follow his orders, since he was the one who had created him, and demanded that he stand up now. Just as suddenly, the soldier king turned around slightly and told Murong that he was a stupid bastard. Hearing this, Murong-kun was surprised, for he had just been insulted by the statue, after which a giggling Tang Yun came over to him. He decided to remind him that Murong had just asked the soldier king to rise from his knees, and therefore he didn't mind granting his wish. Tang Yun ordered the soldier king to stand up, whereupon the ginormous figure came into motion. Murong-kun's legs gave out from fear, causing him to fall down, and he asked if they were bullying him, to which Tang Yun replied that it was time for him to die. Murong-kun kneeled down and addressed Tang Yun, after which he realized his mistake and addressed the divine emperor. He admitted that he was wrong, and started begging for mercy, promising not to hurt anyone else. As long as he's alive, he's willing to do anything. Tang Yun said that there was only one thing that could satisfy him, and that was death. After which, the ginormous soldier king brought his sword down on Murong-kun, and Murong-kun was flattened by such a huge sword. After which, the soldier king targeted the rest of the disciples. Those were regretting that it was Tang Yun who had become the enemy, because Murong was dead, and now they would know no mercy. Tang Yun ordered the Stone King to deal with the remaining weeds, and he threw away his sword and then began to kill the enemies with his fists. Mu Mengqi was amazed by the Stone King's strength, for he had so easily killed all the disciples serving Murong-kun. The Stone King bowed to Tang Yun and reported that his energy was insufficient, and his body was broken, causing him to no longer be able to continue his mission. Tang Yun revealed that he had originally created him to protect him from the enemies of other kingdoms, but he had never thought that he would be used by chaos and beginnings to attack weak kingdoms and subjugate them. They deserved to die. In his final seconds, the Stone King asked Tang Yun not to be upset, for he was sure that he would still return one day. Immediately afterward, it exploded, creating a huge pillar of flame. Tang Yun said that after all, he is the one who is its creator, and so he will send him on his way once more. Looking at the dissipating Stone King, Tang Yun once again vowed that he would take revenge on chaos and beginning. After which, Mu Mengqi came up to him carrying Ziyang. She asked who he was, to which Tang Yun replied that he was still the same Tang Yun and hadn't changed a bit. The girls were mortally wounded, but they were lucky to have that very tower at their side. Mu Mengqi agreed with Tang Yun's words. After all, he really was still the same, and now she didn't care who he really was. Meanwhile, a crowd of disciples had gathered at the blood tank. Junwu Xiao wanted to understand why there was such a rush here and what she was called for. The disciples told her that the matter was that Brother Liu had entered the bloody tank an hour ago, despite their warnings, and he still hadn't returned. So they were all concerned. But it was only in their power to send her a message, as they had discovered the cave completely by accident. And the bloody tank at the top looked like one of the legacies. Just by looking at this tank, Wu Xiao realized that this was indeed an ominous place, and therefore she was obligated to rescue Brother Liu. As she got closer to the tank, a winged figure emerged from it. Liu Rulong asked Junwu Xiao why she had come, and was it because she had found Tang Yun? Wu Xiao said she couldn't find him, and asked Liu Rulong how he was feeling. Wiping away the blood, he replied that he felt just fine, only terribly hungry. A chill ran down Zhongwu Xiao's back, and she offered Brother Liu some dried meat, to which the latter replied that there was no need for it. After all, he had a special meal waiting for him today. Immediately after which he rushed at his allies, sucking their blood. Wu Xiao was taken aback by her brother's behavior and asked him to stop, to which he replied that he was eating, and only when he was full would he be able to kill Tang Yun, after which he continued his bloody feast. Inside the tower, Mu Mengqi gave Jiayang a pill and said that her life was now safe, after which she asked Tang Yun what was wrong, since he hadn't moved since he came. To which the man replied that it was nothing special, he just felt a familiar aura. He then sat in a meditative pose and said that he needed to break through to the next realm. He wondered why he felt the blood demon's breath, since he had destroyed it thousands of years ago. Mu Mengqi asked if Tang Yun wanted to be in the nascent soul realm and asked what type of spiritual source he wanted. Wind or thunder monsters, she had seen several in the canyon. To which Tang Yun replied that he didn't need the help of additional sources like spiritual sources. Mu Mengqi asked how it was that he didn't need a spiritual source. After all, only by utilizing a spiritual source could a cultivator enter the realm of soul nucleation, and the quality of the spiritual source was directly related to the cultivator's potential. But Tang Yun had said that he didn't need such a thing, which meant, at this moment, Tang Yun was currently improving the Hongmen Qi condensation technique he had created long ago that shook the heavens. After the breakthrough, the strength of his technique would go to a new level, and his combat power would increase several times. Tang Yun moved inside Hongmen's heart, where there was another world. He asked himself how he could be satisfied with a mere spiritual source, his that possessed myriads of divine matter. Immediately afterward, he created golden crystals and rather began to absorb them, somewhere in the dense forest. The disciples were running away from the monster. They wanted to know what caused Brother Liu to turn into such a thing. Just as suddenly, someone overtook them and knocked them down. Liu Rulong started giggling and told the disciples that they couldn't get away from him, and so they can only become his bloody puppets. After which, they began to be bitten by the bats released by Liu Rulong. Liu Rulong ordered them to stand up and follow him, and they obeyed his order without question. Liu Rulong had gathered a few hundred blood puppets. This was not enough. Only by gathering 500 people would he be able to perform the blood demonic heaven purification ritual and kill Tang Yun. As suddenly, Wu Xiao squeezed through the puppets and asked her brother to stop, because if he continues like this, his mind will finally be taken over by the blood demon, and only an endless sea of suffering awaits him. So, she wants him to stop before it's too late. But Liu Rulong asked why he should stop after all. He had never been this strong before, and if he can kill Tang Yun, he won't care about anything else. Wu Xiao began, shedding tears to beg the distraught brother to wake up, because even if he could kill Tang Yun, it couldn't save him. Liu Rulong asked Xiao why she continued to oppress him. He asked if she wanted him to exact his revenge, or were the rumors true, and there is something between her and Tang Yun. Jun Wu Xiao cried and asked her brother to let her go since he was hurting her, but he refused and told her he would never let her go again. After all, they grew up together and now she can't belong to anyone else. He's not going to give her up, even if it means death. Xiao was asked what he was doing since she is his named sister. Then Liu Rulong asked if she remembered what promise they made when they became brother and sister. They made a promise that they would die together. On one day of 1 month of 1 year after he said this, he began to attack her with blood so that she would not resist. Meanwhile, inside Tang Yun's spiritual space, 3 huge golden figures appeared. It took less than half a day for Tang Yun to reach the 3rd level of the soul nascent realm, and so far, he thought that it was enough. Just as suddenly, Mu Mengqi sensed Tang Yun's energy and was amazed that he was actually able to break through to the next level. She was going to ask him how he was able to do something like that. Just as suddenly, a shout was heard from the street, an eerie voice ordering Tang Yun to come out to him. Tang Yun said that he could feel the aura of the blood demon from him, and that he didn't even expect that one to come so soon. After which he headed outside, but Mu Mengqi immediately tried to dissuade Tang Yun since that aura was too strong. Tang Yun replied that he would be fine, as he was just a small bat, and she should focus on training to break through to the spiritual birth mist. On the outside, the mustard seed tower was surrounded by 500 bloody puppets. Liu Rulong asked the blood demon if the purification ritual was really as powerful as he described, to which the bat on his shoulder replied that if he began the ritual, and all the creatures within the formation dispersed, his blood would be purified to a form of bloody essence. Because of this power, 3 worlds and the heavens themselves were once shaken by his might. Liu Ronglong chuckled and asked the demon why he was in such a pitiful state, since this ritual was really so powerful. To which the latter replied that he was in such a situation because of one heavenly guardian, no one else could do such a thing. The blood demon explained that even though the power of this transformation was not as strong as the heavenly guardians, but no one could survive after it, and therefore that person would not have to worry about Tang Yun. Liu Ronglong shouted that this was just fine, because he would be able to suck all of Tang Yun's blood, so that he would surely die. The blood demon inwardly mocked Liu Ronglong, because the more he killed, the faster he could recover and take possession of his body. Tang Yun was agitated that so many people had gathered here, as it was clearly not easy to gather all these bloody puppets. Liu Rulong accused Tang Yun of burning his entire clan and said he was going to kill him for revenge. Tang Yun recognized that he had not expected that anyone from the Liu family would be alive, and he was also the owner of the Blood Demon's legacy. This only meant that he would have to sweat a little more to crush them both. The Blood Demon was interested in how Tang Yun could even know about him and why it felt like he had known him for a long time. Liu Rulong asked the Blood Demon why he was frozen and suggested that he should destroy Tang Yun right now. Immediately afterward, they began to create the Blood Demon Heaven Cleansing Formation. Just as suddenly, all the bloody puppets began to actively bleed, after which they all dropped dead and their blood formed a formation. Suddenly, the Blood Demon started to fly away and shouted to Liu Rulong that he was in too much of a hurry, after which he took the form of an old man and added that there was clearly something wrong with Tang Yun's aura, and therefore it wasn't too late for them to retreat and think of a plan of attack later. But the man asked how he could take and retreat when the enemy of his family was right in front of him. Hence, he ordered the Bloody Heaven Demon, the Bloody Heaven Bat Bloody Demon to scram if he was so afraid. Then he rushed towards Tang Yun. Hearing this kind of treatment, the Heavenly Demon vowed that he would definitely suck out all of Liu Rulong's blood as soon as he recovered. Tang Yun used Hongmen's tyrannical fist and clashed attacks with Liu Rulong. But the one immediately vomited blood from the recoil he received, and the Blood Demon was shocked that this person possessed the first technique of a supreme being. The force of Tang Yun's attack was so high that Liu Rulong not only took damage, but also flew off and crashed painfully into the ground. Tang Yun asked Liu Rulong if he thought he could defeat him, just because he had inherited the spirit of a blood demon. Tang Yun explained that he was the one who destroyed this demon with his own hands, and Liu Rulong's behavior seemed so ridiculous, like the fluttering of a praying mantis. Hearing this, the blood demon realized that it was him. Same aura. Same killing technique. Tang Yun was indeed the warrior who had destroyed him. When True Beginning and Supreme Chaos brought him back to life, they told him that Lord Hunman was alive and forced him to descend to the underworld to kill his reincarnated body. He thought it was just an excuse to kill all of Supreme Lord Hongman's followers. But there was no way he expected that not only would Supreme Lord Hongman not die, but he would actually come back. Liu Rulong coughed up blood and asked the bloody demon about his words, that this great invincible formation had shaken the very heavens. He wanted to know why then that punch couldn't resist Tang Yun's punch. He ordered the demon to help, or both of them would die. Liu Zhilong replied that he could die if he wanted to, but he was not going to involve himself in it. Immediately after, he bowed to Mr. Hongmeng and explained that it was none of his business, and if he knew he was here, he wouldn't even dare to even speak in front of him. He explained that it was all Liu Rulong's idea, and that he was innocent here. Liu Rulong asked the demon why he called Tang Yun a lord, and why he was so deferential to him. After all, Tang Yun is a nobody, just an ordinary disciple. But the latter shouted at Liu Rulong to shut up, and asked him how he dared to insult Mr. Hongman in the first place. He swore that even if he couldn't recover his energy today, he would still kill Liu Rulong. Tang Yun chuckled and asked the blood demon not to pretend anymore. He had killed him that time. And now, he was standing in front of him alive. The only people who could resurrect him were Inception and Chaos, which could only mean that they had sent him to the underworld to kill Hunman. Hearing this, the blood demon sweats with fear, for Hunman can see right through him, and all he has to do is find a way to sneak out of here. He flew away from here, shouting to Hunman that he shouldn't underestimate Inception and Chaos, because they would never let him go, and the only thing waiting for him was death. Tang Yun had no intention of letting go of the blood demon, and attacked the one with fire. Burning in flames, the blood demon wished Hongmen to die an agonizing death. At this moment, Liu Rulong realized that his matters were really bad, as Tang Yun was able to burn the blood demon with just one move. He had long ago realized that the one couldn't be relied upon. Suddenly, Tang Yun distracted him from his musings by asking if he was waiting, because it's time for him to be reunited with his family. In his last breath, Liu Rulong attacked Tang Yun, wanting to take him with him, but the one used Hunman's tyrannical fist. Immediately afterward, he struck him with 108 heavenly blows, after which, that half-alive man landed beside Junwu Xiao. He said he couldn't deal with it. Get over it. From what? Xiao woke up and asked what that noise was. Suddenly, she noticed her brother lying beside her, bleeding, and began to question what had happened here. Tang Yun explained to her that Liu Rulong's mind was under the influence of a blood demon. His hands are drenched in the blood of countless disciples. there's no turning back now, which made her cry and admit that she didn't blame him. It was just that her brother had made a mistake and caused trouble. But the man shouted that he wasn't wrong and grabbed her arm, after which he attacked her with the blood demon reincarnation technique, which caused him to merge with Xiao as suddenly something inside her started to shake her. Tang Yun immediately recognized this blood demon reincarnation technique. It was the most forbidden technique from his heritage. Liu Ronglong told Tang Yun that he couldn't kill him because he had previously placed the blood seed into Xiao's body, causing her body and his spirit to merge together. Wu Xiao asked her brother how he could do that to her, and he asked her if she hadn't enjoyed being around him since she was a little girl, and if she wasn't glad that now they would become one, being together forever. He explained that now no one could separate them and no one could take her away from him, after which he started laughing madly. But Wu Xiao refused him. She admitted that she never wanted to be together with him and that she liked Tang Yun. Hearing this, Liu Rulong shouted that he would not let this happen, as she could only be his. She already belonged to him, and he would kill anyone who came near her. Wu Xiao asked Tang Yun not to worry about her and do what needed to be done. She said it was better to die than to live like this. Liu Rulong flew over to Tang Yun and told him to fulfill his sister's wish, after which they would stay together forever. The only question is whether Tang Yun will be able to kill Xiao. Tang Yun grinned and began to gather energy in his hand. He told Liu Rulong that brother is a despot and pervert, since he actually dared to use the blood demon reincarnation technique. Then he is disgusted. But unfortunately, he's dealing with someone who can show him how to free her from the spirit. Hearing this, Wu Xiao got excited. She asked if he was really capable of it. Liu Ronglong shouted that it was impossible, and there was no way Tang Yun could resist this technique. Wu Xiao could only be saved by someone who willingly agreed to be his spirit's successor. Tang Yun applied a golden flame that immediately began to restrain Liu Rulong, and at this moment, he realized what Tang Yun was extracting. Immediately after that, he was drawn into a fiery vortex, falling into which he shouted that he didn't want to part with Xia. Smelling Tang Yun's aura, Jun Wu Xiao was dumbfounded by his strength. Liu Rulong asked Tang Yun and wondered how he dared to do this, to which Tang Yun replied that he was too noisy and struck, scattering his body. Immediately after, he regained his former appearance, and told Tang Yun that he couldn't be killed like this. After all, they were now one, and to kill him, you have to die yourself. Whereupon he began to laugh madly. Wu Xiao told Tang Yun to return Liu Rulong's soul to her. After all, it's only her fault, so she wants to die with him. Suddenly, Tang Yun explained that he had figured out how to overpower Liu Rulong the moment he absorbed him. Liu Rulong chuckled and asked Tang Yun what he was carrying. After all, their souls had merged, and if one died, they would die together. As suddenly Tang Yun created a flame and recognized that the one was right, but only partially right, after which he struck his soul with the flame, from which they both took damage, and Tang Yun said that was the end of it. Wu Xiao shouted at Tang Yun not to do that. Tears sprang from her eyes, and Liu Rulong asked if he was in his right mind, for thus they would die together. To which Tang Yun replied that the latter was thinking too much, and even when he turns to dust, Hongmen will forever remain heaven and earth, immortal and imperishable as time passes. Seeing his spirit, Wu Xiao was surprised at how powerful he was, and realized why he was not afraid to injure himself, because for Tang Yun, it was just a scratch, while for Liu Rulong, it was a mortal wound. Liu Rulong was shocked. He wanted to know how such a thing was even possible, after which he asked Tang Yun where he got such a powerful spirit from, and who he was in general, to which Tang Yun replied that he was someone he wouldn't be able to hurt, and added that it was time for Liu Rulong to see his family. Immediately afterward, he attacked his great soul again. Liu Rulong began to swell up. He asked Tang Yun to stop and shouted that he didn't want to die, but eventually it exploded, leaving no trace behind. After getting rid of Liu Rulong, Tang Yun fell on his knee and started coughing up blood. Wu Xiao ran up to Tang Yun and asked him how he was and how seriously he was injured. He replied that she didn't have to worry about it. After all, it was only a minor injury, and it wasn't a problem at all. Tang Yun realized that after the soul compaction, his strength had only become greater. Xiao tried to wipe away her current tears and admitted that this was all just because of her, and if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have had to go to such a trouble. Tang Yun asked her not to blame herself for this, as the Liu family wanted to destroy his family, and this grudge had been smoldering for a long time. After which, he suggested resting in the mustard seed space and time tower, and added that Mu Mengqi was also there. She agreed and wondered if she could ever follow in his footsteps. The blood demon was breathing heavily. He had miraculously managed to escape from his lord. He considered himself extremely lucky, for the lord had not yet regained his full power, and he had managed to alienate a piece of his soul before he knew. Now he needed to collect more blood to recover. So far, He only had enough strength to move around, so he needed to find someone to take the body from. Just as suddenly he noticed someone nearby. Wong Fu Tong covered his wound and cursed Liang Qing, who was chasing him like a madwoman. He promised that as soon as he recovered, he would immediately take revenge on her. After examining Wong Fu Tong, the blood demon realized that the one had a perfect body. Wong Fu Tong reasoned that from the news he had recently heard, Tang Yun had managed to kill Mu Rongkun, which meant that he needed to find another supporter. Lingu Changkun certainly seemed quite strong to him, and luckily he was also angry with Tang Yun. Suddenly he noticed some old man flying toward him, after which he stretched out his hand and shouted to Wong Fu Tong that he was lucky, because now he would be able to give him his body. Wong Fu Tong didn't realize what had happened and immediately grabbed on, screaming in pain, while the blood demon ordered him not to resist and hand over his body. But the man started to resist and shouted that he couldn't die now, because he hadn't taken revenge on Tang Yun yet. The blood demon was shocked that this guy's mind and spirit was so strong. If he didn't stop resisting, he would have to retreat. Immediately after that, he rushed away, and Wong Fu Tong asked where he was going, gathered himself, and rushed towards the demon to seize his power. And once he caught the demon, there was a bloody explosion. Devouring the one, Wong Fu Tong laughed maniacally. Then he shouted that he never even thought that trouble would help him get hold of such a powerful force, after which he said that the day of Tang Yun's death was nearing. Lingu Changkun stood at the border of the Meteorite Canyon to break through the border to enter the Meteorite Canyon. And by then, the legacy, the powerful demon god, will be in his hands. And then the entire Huangfu sect will bow at his feet. Meanwhile, at the Divine Temple, the gold and black dragons were discussing how many years had passed, and they didn't even know how many lives their lord had lived. Black admitted that he was confident that the Great One would return. For now, they just needed to do their duty and suppress the 1,000-headed demon god. After which, he said that in 100 years, the 1,000-headed demon god would be worn out by the seal, and as long as they looked after him, then he would die sooner or later. The 1,000-headed demon god under the temple laughed. The kid with his mark is coming, and the golden dragon lord and demon dragon lord will no longer be able to keep him here. Inside the mustard seed tower, Tang Yun pondered the fact that no one else should attack him, but just in case, he placed defensive protection all around the tower. Because of which, Mu Meng and Jun Wu Xiao would be able to safely refine until they reached the soul maturation realm. And so he decided to head for the inner edge of the Meteorite Canyon. Wu Xiao noticed Tang Yun leaving and said that he was doing it because he was afraid that they would detain him. Suddenly, Mu Mengqi spoke to her and said that she had nothing to worry about, because as far as she knew, Tang Yun wasn't like this at all. A surprised Wu Xiao said that she thought as if Mu Meng was asleep and she actually wanted to, but Mu Meng decided to interrupt her and told her that Tang Yun didn't take them with him as he didn't want them to get hurt. She said that Tang Yun was very strong, so they should improve more diligently to one day be by his side. After listening to her sister, Wu Xiao was able to calm down and recognize that she knew Tang Yun better than she did. After which, Mu Mengqi embarrassedly giggled and said that she didn't quite know. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. Xiao had an idea and suggested that Mu Meng be the first and she would be the second, from which Mu Meng was confused and asked what first and second meant and what she was talking about. Wu Xiao called Mu Meng greedy, since she only wanted to take all of Tang Yun for herself, and she demanded that Xiao shut up. The disciples were trying to destroy the barrier at the boundary of the Divine Meteor Canyon. They continued to attack it, but it took almost no damage. Lingu Changkun wondered, how soon would the formation that would break the seal be established? To which one of the disciples replied that this seal was placed by a previous master hundreds of years ago and was no longer as stable as it used to be. Then he asked for an hour of time to make a breach. Lingu Changkun complained that an hour was too long, but still agreed. Tang Yun had gotten close to the boundary, and once he could break the seal, he would pass into the inner perimeter of the Divine Meteor Canyon. And such a simple seal, he can break it in a heartbeat. One of the disciples noticed someone unauthorized watching the seal and alerted Lingu Changkun about it. Seeing Lingu Changkun's intruder made him angry at the thought that someone else might have known about his plan. And so he ordered the stranger to be killed immediately, as he wants to be the first to go inside. The disciple asked Brother Lingu not to worry about it, because it would take them about an hour to break the seal, and yet they were already fully prepared and had even spent tens of thousands of spirit stones. This guy's all alone and without helpers. He can hardly manage faster than them. Lingu Changkun agreed with his words, but still, he didn't want any sudden surprises, and so he ordered to bring some strong disciples and kill that guy. After wasting a few seconds, Tang Yun still managed to break the seal, after which he jumped in, pondering the fact that it took longer than he thought, which wasn't surprising since it was considered a top-level technique in the lower world of the world. The students were shocked at what they saw. They couldn't understand how it was possible to break such a seal in the blink of an eye. This seal was set by a former teacher and reinforced by the elders of the past. But this guy was able to break it as if it was just a mirror in front of him. Suddenly, some people started to notice the resemblance between this guy and Tang Yun. And unfortunately, they won't be able to use the same entrance as him because the seal is quickly tightening. Lingu Chankan ordered everyone to shut up and break this seal right now. After that, everyone began to break the seal, increasing the aura's effect to make it faster. But the seal repelled their attacks and did damage to them all. Lingu Chankun grabbed his fellow student by his clothes and demanded that he explain to him why the seal suddenly exploded. To which the man replied that most likely a defense function had kicked in, triggered by the guy who had recently broken the seal. Lingu Chankun asked what good they were even doing then, and grabbed the fellow student's head, destroying him with energy. Suddenly, Wong Fu Tong came up to him and asked him why he was so angry about it. After all, it was just an ordinary seal and he knew how to break it. Upon hearing this, Lingu Chankun immediately demanded that Wong Fu Tong explain to him how to break this seal and told him that he would not live if it was not true. Wong Fu Tong said that he was betting his head that he would be able to break this seal, but he would need his disciples' blood to do so. After thinking about it for a bit, Lingu Chankun allowed Wong Fu Tong to take his men away. Immediately afterward, he killed every last one of them in the blink of an eye, then asked if it would be enough, and Wong Fu Tong said that it would be enough. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple of the Divine Lord, the old man said that someone was entering, and it was probably a group of Huang Fu's sect boys who had come again. The other replied that they didn't care, because their goal was to follow the thousand-headed demon god. And besides, the monkeys guarding the entrance would not let anyone in. After which the Golden One added that these monkeys would borrow some of their power, and therefore no one would be able to break through to them. Inside the Meteor Canyon, Tang Yun only saw a wasteland with bones and weapons scattered on it. Tang Yun thought that this canyon was now like a battlefield left behind after a great war. Just as suddenly he noticed the parts of the armor and weapons begin to gather fog together. After that, a heavily armed army stood in front of him, which is the first obstacle in his path. Tang Yun wondered how those fools even dared to use a simple fake spirit control technique, after which he commanded the armor to disappear and blew it away with energy. He asked what else they could do and suggested action. And the mist turned to gold, a tiger, a lion, a dragon, and a bird. And Liu Feng immediately recognized the fog phenomenon technique. Several years had passed since he had seen it. He never thought that someone in this world would make him feel nostalgic with it. But unfortunately, this illusion of animal fog is empty and soulless. Then he told them that he would show them what the real fog technique was. Then he used it right away. Tang Yun used a spiritual phenomenon, and a huge warrior appeared behind his back. Afterward, they struck the fog together and dispersed it. Tang Yun offered to stop and asked if he wanted to come out and greet him, after which a figure appeared and began to praise Tang Yun, for he had broken through 2 major obstacles. He said that's where his progression would stop. The purple-eyed demon ape told Tang Yun that he would die if he took even one step. Tang Yun found it quite interesting, after all. It was an adult, 4th-order, purple-eyed demon ape demon with an altered brain lobe. And apparently, it had even mastered some baton fighting techniques. He had never expected that there would be people in this world who would train demonic beasts like this. The monkey asked Tang Yun if he had heard what he was told. People don't belong here, and if he didn't leave, this cane would fracture his skull. Tang Yun asked if he really wanted to kill him. After all, he was clearly out of his league. The monkey was angry at this upstart's words and immediately attacked Tang Yun. Suddenly, he noticed that his staff was badly damaged after the blow. Tang Yun chuckled since his head was intact and ordered the monkey to get out, then pushed the one away with energy. Tang Yun asked the monkey, who taught her these techniques? He asked this since he had once only taught it to Dragon Lord Xiaohei. Monkey admitted his defeat and said it was because he wasn't good enough, so he offered to just kill him. But he would never tell us how he got the technique. Tang Yun raised his staff and said that he had gotten a very loyal monkey, and so he wondered what he would do when he saw the greatness of this technique. Monkey was shocked by what he saw and asked Tang Yun how he did it. But Tang Yun stopped and still struck, creating a huge explosion with it. Once the smoke cleared, the monkey was horrified at the power that was able to cause such destruction. He wanted to understand how this guy managed to use the Bastion technique at a higher level than him. Tang Yun explained to the monkey that this was a true Bastion technique, and that he had not taught it to anyone other than the Dragon Lord. He then asked the monkey who had taught him the Bastion. Monkey shouted that this was simply impossible and that Tang Yun couldn't be him, after all. His master had said that he was still in the reincarnation cycle, Tang Yun told the monkey that he might not talk about it, but he would still find out about it, as suddenly the monkey blocked Liu Feng's path, after which Liu Feng simply used the seal to disarm the monkey. Suddenly he shrank and started asking why the hell he was shrunk and what for. Tang Yun lifted the monkey by its cloak and ordered it to calm down and stop screaming, then explained that he had temporarily blocked its spiritual power to keep it out of the way for a while. Tang Yun suspected that this monkey might have something to do with Xiaohei. After a while, at the border of the Meteor Canyon, Lingu Changkun was laughing because he had finally broken the seal. This meant that the deaths of his men had not been in vain, after which he praised Wong Fu Tong and said that he could now follow him. Wong Fu Tong thanked Brother Lingu and said that he hoped that he would not forget the pact and kill Tang Yun. Lingu Changkun asked him not to worry about it because Tang Yun had killed his men, so he just had to deal with him. But right now, the most important thing was to get the legacy. Lingu Changkun thought it would be a good idea to take Wang Fu Tong with him, as he had lost all his men and could use some help. After which, Lingu Changkun entered the gap, and Wang Fu Tong wished the one good luck. But he was actually going to finish the one off once they found the legacy. Once Lingu and Wang Fu had passed through the gap, Liang Qing arrived at the border. She swore that she would never spare Wang Fu Tong for anything and immediately followed him. Walking further, Tang Yun saw many golden and demonic dragon skeletons, which gave him a certain thought. Immediately after that, he sped up, hoping that Xiaojin and Xiaohei were perfectly fine. Upon approaching the heavenly temple of the Supreme God, Tang Yun discovered the forbidden heaven-dividing formation of 1,000 dragons that he had once created. The demon monkey said that he might not even hope to pass through this barrier, because according to his master, no one from the lower world is able to pass through this barrier. But Tang Yun ignored the demon ape touching the barrier and ordering it to open. The golden old man sensed that someone had managed to break through the defenses and speculated that the one who had defeated the monkey might be related to chaos and initiation, from which the demonic old man cursed, as those bastards had once again dared to break into their realm, and today he was going to teach them a lesson for their insolence. To which the golden one added that no one dared insult the heavenly temple of the supreme god built by their teacher. Walking around the spacious temple, Tang Yun said that it hadn't changed at all, which made the demon monkey surprised, and asked if he had been here before, after which he added that it was impossible because outsiders couldn't enter this place. Hearing this, Tang Yun grinned and leaned on the pillar and said that he was not a stranger, and that he was the one who built this temple. The demon monkey was startled by his words, and demanded Tang Yun not to joke about such things anymore, after which Tang Yun told the person that the 12 forbidden dividing pillars were made from a meteorite that he had found in the depths of the Starry Sea. For the construction of the Tiangong Hall, he used a star core that took 98 days to process. And in the whole temple, 9,990,000 patterns were created. Listening to Tang Yun, the demon ape realized that such a neglected degree of schizophrenia could no longer be cured. Suddenly, clouds covered the sky, and 2 huge dragons appeared. The demon monkey began to cheer and shouted to Tang Yun that it was the end, because the 2 teachers were out. Tang Yun immediately recognized Xiaojin and Xiaohei. Xiaohei demanded that the latter answer whether he was sent here by chaos and initiation, after which Xiaojin asked the latter not to worry, as this person didn't have a higher realm aura and appeared to be just a native of the mortal world. The dragons started to argue about how the one passed through the barrier, when suddenly the demon monkey shouted to them that Tang Yun had passed through the barrier without any difficulty. Hearing this, the dragons were shocked, for the only ones who could pass through the barrier like this were them and the teacher. The dragon demon shouted that since he was able to pass through the barrier, then he was an ally of chaos and initiation, immediately after which he attacked Tang Yun. Tang Yun said hello to Xiaohei and said that he still had the same hot head, immediately after which the man stopped and cried, saying that his name was unknown to anyone but the master and his elder brother. He asked how the man knew. Tang Yun then asked if Xiaojin was suffering from the same toothache that had plagued him since childhood. Xiaojin asked how he knew so many details about him and Xiaohei, who he was and what he had to do with their master. And Tang Yun began to tell that hundreds of millions of years ago, in a distant immortal realm, someone had caught 2 young dragons. One was as shiny as gold and was named Xiao Jin, while the other was shrouded in demonic energy, and his body was black and blue in color, which was why he was named Xiaohei. Years passed, and Xiaojin became the ruler of the Golden Dragon clan. he became known as the ruler of the Golden Dragon Clan, and Xiaohei became the ruler of the Demonic Dragon Clan, and was known as the ruler of the Demonic Dragon Clan. Both of them were loyal to that person until then. Hearing this, Xiaojin and Xiaohei burst into tears because they had finally waited for him. Tang Yun called them by their names again and said that he missed them. As suddenly the dragons turned into human forms and immediately greeted their master. Tang Yun asked to stop it and get up. He said that he was very happy that they were fine. Immediately afterward, those hugged his legs and through tears began to tell him how much they missed him and that they were afraid that they would never see him again. The demon monkey was shocked at what he saw, for his teachers had called him master, and this could only mean that the great god Hongmen was in front of him. Then he collapsed, foaming at the mouth at the thought that he had the nerve to attack him. Tang Yun wiped his tears and asked the dragons to stop this wet matter, after which he asked how they had fared all these years and how they had ended up in the heavenly punishment continent. Xiaohei shouted that it was all because of chaos and beginning. Millions of subjects of the golden and demonic dragon clans were trapped, and almost no one survived, and there were not even a dozen of Hongmen's subordinates. Tang Yun was shocked by what he heard and asked the dragons what had happened. Xiaojin replied that after Hongmen's fall, they hid in the divine realm, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. But 1,000,000 years ago, Chaos and Inception had learned that he had reincarnated, and then they sent different gods to destroy the continent of heavenly punishment along with him. He and Xiaohui gathered all the golden and demonic dragons to descend to the continent, and they ended up having to fight the gods. In that battle, no one could even think of the fact that Chaos and Inception wanted to gather them to destroy them all at once. And because of that battle, the golden and demonic dragon clans had practically disappeared. Afterward, the current divine Meteor Canyon was created. After hearing this, Tang Yun turned to Chaos and Beginning and said that they would not be able to escape his vengeance, and that they would pay for everything in blood once he returned to the divine world. Xiaohei said that Chaos and Inception had still created traps many times using a proven trick, and Hongmen's people didn't even know about it. They took risks and went to save him, but in the end, their clansmen had practically disappeared, and the place in which they hid is deep within the mountain range of heavenly punishment, called by men the battlefield of the gods and the eternal earth. Meanwhile, in the wooden underground temple, a passage opened before the shackled man, from which those he had been waiting for emerged, after which Wong Fu Tong and Lingu Changkun appeared in the passage, laughing at the fact that he would finally receive the inheritance. The shackled man said that they were here for my lord's legacy, and they probably also received the message he left behind. He then asked if they had brought what they needed. Lingu Changkun took out a ring and said that he had brought the crystals that he wanted so badly, after which he asked where his legacy was. The chained man asked Lingu Changkun if he had lost all his fear by chance, and released his energy, and asked how the man dared to bargain with him. Wong Fu Tong was amazed by this man's power, for even he, the one who inherited the blood demon, realizes that he cannot win, and that only made him more eager to seize this guy's legacy. Lingu Changkun asked the demon lord to stop saying that he was not one to be timid, and added that otherwise his hand might shake, causing him to drop the blood crystal ring. The demon lord chuckled and said that one had no guts, since he still dared to threaten him. But Lingu Changkun asked him not to exaggerate, as he only wanted the legacy, and promised to give the ring back once he got it. The demon lord agreed to hand over the legacy to the one, as he is sure he will not be cheated. The demon lord ordered open, immediately followed by an eye on his chest, which immediately released a huge amount of energy. Just by seeing this, Lingu Changkun was already anticipating how it would all become his. Seeing this, Wong Fu Tong wanted it even more, as with such strength, he would surely be able to kill Tang Yun. The demon lord said that he had completed the legacy transfer, and asked where his ring was, which made Lingu Changkun chuckle, and asked if he had really decided that he would give the blood crystal, so that he could break the seal and kill him instantly. Lingu Changkun said he changed his mind and turned around wishing the man a great time, remaining imprisoned here forever. For letting him go there would be no peace. The demon lord chuckled and said that he still had milk on his lips, since he had decided to fight him, because he had foreseen it. He asked Wong Fu Tong what he was waiting for he might soon lose the opportunity for a legacy. Hearing this, Lingu Changkun tried to gather energy to repel Wong Fu Tong's attack, but it was too late, and that one pierced his chest. While in death, Lingu Changkun asked Wong Fu Tong how he dared to betray him, and the one told him that he had carefully tracked and played the role of a loyal dog to kill him and Tang Yun, and now he was finally able to get what he wanted. Lingu Changkun got up and barely stood on his feet, and asked Wong Fu Tong to forget everything, promising to become his loyal servant if he would spare him. But the one told Lingu Changkun not to expect mercy and crushed Lingu Changkun's head, whereupon he began to laugh, for he had finally won and received his legacy. Suddenly, Lingu Changkun's blood started flowing to the demon lord, and the latter chuckled, then said that even without a blood crystal, he would be able to break the seal using the blood of a mortal. After getting blood all over his body, his eyes opened, and he shouted that he was the ultimate victor, for the seal had been broken, and he swore that Xiaojin and Xiaohei would die today. After tens of thousands of years, he was finally able to gain his freedom. Suddenly, an earthquake started in the temple of the sky god, and the demon monkey had to jump on a column. After sensing such a strong demonic aura, Tang Yun asked the dragons what was going on here, and what was sealed under the heavenly temple of the supreme god. Xiaojin shouted in horror that the thousand-eyed demon lord had broken free, and Xiaohei offered to escort Tang Yun to safety. Just as suddenly, the thousand-eyed demon lord burst out of the ground and said that no one would leave. Tang Yun asked if he had suppressed him in the endless demonic abyss of the upper world, and why he was here. Yi Xiaojin explained that while he was gone, chaos and initiation had released most of the demons he had suppressed in the endless demonic abyss to attack this world. Xiaohei revealed that in the first great battle, the thousand-eyed demon lord led the main army made up of abiotic demons, and after the great battle, chaos and inception left him alone. He said that they couldn't kill him, and that they could only suppress him by imprisoning him under the heavenly temple of the Divine Lord. Tang Yun couldn't help but praise chaos and beginning for the way they had calculated everything, after all. They could just sit back and watch them fight to the death without suffering any casualties. At this moment, the thousand-eyed demon lord noticed Tang Yun and asked what this mortal was doing here. Suddenly he smelled a familiar stench and immediately guessed who it could be. Tang Yun asked the one to stop guessing and unleashed all his strength and said that he was a supreme deity. Seeing his power with his own eyes, the thousand-eyed demon lord was afraid that it was really Hongmen, and that chaos and inception were right since he really didn't die. Tang Yun turned to the thousand-eyed man and said that since their last meeting, he had become bolder. And stepping toward him, he asked how the man dared to call him by his name, and if he had forgotten how he had been cast into the endless abyss of demons. But Thousand Eyes was not going to give in, after all. Tang Yun was only imagining himself to be the same deity, being in a human body, and perfecting himself in the soul-nascent realm. He promised he'd crush him like an ant. Hearing of such insolence, Tang Yun laughed and waved his finger at him, and suggested that he take a chance. The thousand-eyed demon lord was amazed by Hongmen's bravery, and then he remembered that the supreme deity was an extraordinary person. If he was so confident, he had the strength to defeat him. Tang Yun asked why the one froze, and the thousand-eyed man ordered him to stop bluffing. After all, the one was just a soul-nascent realm cultivator, and asked how he could be afraid of such a thing. After which he folded his hands into a seal and ordered the true heavenly demon body to be released. Immediately after, he transformed into a ginormous demon and immediately attacked Tang Yun. But Xiaojin and Xiaohei immediately took the forms of dragons to punish whoever dared to touch their master. Watching the battle of the monsters, Tang Yun thought about how he could win if he used all his soul power. But in that case, he would be asleep forever. Just as suddenly, someone familiar called out to Tang Yun from behind. Tang Yun was surprised to see Wong Fu Tong and asked how he hadn't died yet. After which, the one unleashed the power of the thousand-eyed demon lord, which justified his bravery. Wong Fu Tong gathered the strength in his finger and shouted that he had given everything to kill Tang Yun, and he finally had enough strength to tear him to pieces. In response, Tang Yun released his strength and chuckled at what was happening. He told the one that by getting the legacy of a loser and becoming a loser yourself, and this time he wouldn't be able to escape. Wong Fu Tong released the demon's true heavenly body, but Tang Yun suppressed it immediately, after which he attacked the surprised Wong Fu Tong. Wong Fu Tong asked Tang Yun how he managed to defeat him, to which he replied that Wong Fu Tong had always been a weakling as he had only relied on the strength of others, when the strongest always relied on themselves. But Wong Fu Tong refused to believe that he had lost to Tang Yun so easily, and attacked the one with a bloody claw, tearing the sky. Tang Yun called the one stubborn and dealt Wong Fu Tong a decisive blow. Wong Fu Tong refused to die and tried to exert more strength, causing him to turn into a bloody mess. Tang Yun commented on his death by saying that after so much effort, he had chosen the wrong path, causing him to be doomed to a miserable death. Meanwhile, under the heavenly temple, the thousand-eyed demon lord mocked at the strength of the two dragon lords, because compared to the past, They were so weak and decrepit that their attacks were like tickling to him. Being at a disadvantage, Xiaojin told Xiaohui that it was time to apply the true technique. Immediately afterward, they used world purification with sacred and demonic flames, to which the thousand-eyed demon lord replied with a heavenly demon wave. And after a clash of all techniques, the dragons lost and were cast off in their human forms. Tang Yun rushed to the dragon's rescue, and meanwhile, Wong Fu Tong began to recover. Tang Yun managed to catch the dragons, and he asked if they were okay. Xiaojin coughed painfully and asked Tang Yun not to worry, since it was only a scratch for him. And Xiaohui began to complain that they would have been able to defeat the demon lord if only it wasn't for the injury in their last battle. Because of him, their strength had only been waning for years. The thousand-eyed demon lord explained to the dragons that they were no match for him, and that today he intended to finish off the supreme deity. And he promised to kill them if they got in his way. Tang Yun smirked and asked the demon lord if he remembered what happens when he gets angry. And unleashing his spirit, he shouted that he had waited too long for this. The dragons were afraid of what Tang Yun was about to do, and asked him to stop, because if he burned his soul too much, he would fall into eternal sleep. To which Tang Yun replied that they didn't need to talk him out of it. After all, he had reincarnated tens of thousands of times, and countless people had been sacrificed because of him. So he no longer wanted to see anyone die before his eyes. Xiaojin wiped away his tears and said that Tang Yun had the same compassion for his subordinates, while Xiaohui told how he used to rush to the front to prevent the death of his subordinates. He said that there was no one in the whole world better than Hongmen, and so the dragons decided amongst themselves that they should use that trick and use soul exile from the body to increase Tang Yun's strength. With the powers of the golden and demonic dragons, he was able to become many times stronger. Tang Yun asked why they did this. After all, their spirit was already injured and unstable, and now they were forcing it to settle with him, because of which their dragon essences might get damaged. Xiaojin and Xiaohui replied that this was the only way they would have the opportunity to fight alongside him again. They had waited too long for his return, and if he fell asleep again, in their condition, they would no longer be able to wait for him to recover. Tang Yun slapped his fist on his chest and admitted that he understood their feelings. And since that's the case, he'll only fight for the side-by-side again. The thousand-eyed demon lord asked the supreme deity if he would have the strength to defeat him, wielding the powers of the golden and demonic dragons. They were much stronger before, and even with them joining forces, he was sure that there was no way Hongmen would be able to defeat him. To which Tang Yun replied that it wasn't like that, and they couldn't know for sure without even trying it. Immediately afterward, he used Hunman's tyrannical fist. The demon lord, on the other hand, responded with the demonic element of the confused sky, whereupon the techniques of such powerful beings clashed. Just as suddenly, Hongman's tyrannical fist overpowered the demon's attack and dealt damage to him. Tang Yun said that although he had only recovered 30% of his strength, but even that was enough for him to defeat him. Climbing up the stairs of the heavenly temple, Liangqing was shocked by what she saw. It was hard for her to believe that such a terrifying creature had been in the divine Meteor Canyon all this time. Tilting her head, she asked herself why she chose to chicken out. Because the day Wong Fu Tong gave her to Murong, she had almost died. From now on, she is only a corpse that exists to take revenge. She decided that she had to kill Wong Fu Tong even at the cost of her own life, and ran towards the battlefield. Tang Yun explained to the thousand-eyed demon lord that there was no escape, and that today his body and soul would be destroyed to honor the sacrifice of his subordinates. The demon lord replied that he did not believe it, because he clearly felt that Hongmen is no longer the same supreme deity he used to be, and he tried again to attack the weakened deity. Even Tang Yun was a little surprised at the demon's stubbornness, and used the heavenly prison. Immediately afterward, the demon lord began to be restrained by golden chains, and he began to shout to the supreme deity that he would kill him. Tang Yun advised the demon lord to give up the pointless fight, as they are on different levels like the white moon and fireflies. Although the white moon is dim, but the light of the fireflies is not comparable. The thousand-eyed demon lord screamed and shouted that he couldn't tell the difference between a white moon and a firefly. But he clearly knows that a herd of ants can kill an elephant. Immediately afterward, he ordered the gates of the demonic abyss to open. Xiaojin shouted that this was the abyss gate, and that the thousand-eyed man had exhausted his life force to summon an army of demons from the abyss. Xiaohui shouted to Tang Yun to stop him now, to which Tang Yun replied that it was too late since the abyss gate had already opened. The thousand-eyed demon lord laughed, and in the name of the king ordered all demons to rise up. Immediately afterward, a myriad of demons appeared from the gates of the abyss, hungry for fresh flesh and blood. Then Thousand-Eyed explained to Hunman that he could not escape now, because the demon army was against him. Tang Yun chuckled and asked Thousand-Eyed Man if he thought that he was the only one here who knew how to summon his subordinates. Thousand-Eyed reminded him that all of his subordinates were long dead, and asked if he wanted to call chaos and inception, then started laughing. Tang Yun began to recite the incantation, "Blessed heavenly path, the beginning of the divine. I summon you with my spirit." Upon hearing this, the dragons cried, for it was the call of the supreme deity, and even dying. As long as the supreme deity needed them, they would fight to the last man. Hunman's subordinates sensed their call and immediately answered the call, knowing that they would once again meet old friends they had once fought with. And behind Hongmen's back, many of his subordinates appeared. Thousand-Eyed couldn't understand what the hell was going on, because all of his subordinates were dead. Tang Yun asked the one not to forget that he was the supreme deity, and folding his hands into a seal, he ordered the true divine body to be released. A huge golden silhouette sat on a golden throne. Afterward, he asked where the warriors of his divine army were. Immediately afterward, a subordinate from the brave battalion of the Supreme Deity Army reported his arrival. He was followed by a subordinate from the Spear Battalion of the Supreme Deity Army, a subordinate from the Sword Battalion of the Supreme Deity's Army, and behind them the subordinates from the Shangjing Battalion, the Ruizi Battalion, and the Dragon Battalion. The dragons were overjoyed to see their old comrades, and they even began to feel like they were back in the days when they had been with the Master in the heavens countless years ago. After that, they returned to the battalion together to fight with them again. And even if they die, they will not regret it. The Golden Dragon and Demonic Dragon subordinates of the Supreme Deity Army have arrived to report that the Advanced Division of the Supreme Deity Army has reunited. And when the Supreme Being Army targets the enemy, it will fight to the last drop of blood. Hongmen explained to his subordinates that their souls might be destroyed in this battle, and asked if they were willing to follow him and fight again. All the soldiers were only more inflamed with spirit and shouted that they, as before, will have another fierce battle, and they are not afraid of any soul destruction, because they are already happy that once again honored to fight together with Hongmeng. Their only wish is that Hunman can once again return to the divine world and decapitate chaos and inception. Immediately afterward, Hongmen's army attacked the Thousand-Eyed Demon Lord. Thousand Eyes asked Hongmen to stop bluffing, for he could clearly see the condition of his subordinates. In their condition, at best they could only use a third of their maximum life energy, and they are clearly incapable of becoming opponents to his demonic army. The demons started laughing from Hongmen's army, after all. They were just remnants of energy, corpses that want to die once more. But even if they don't have flesh, the demons still want to devour their souls. In response, the warriors shouted that even with a third of the forces, they have enough bare hands to deal with the entire army of demons. The Thousand-Eyed Demon Lord and Hongmen ordered the troops to kill the enemies, and countless armies clashed. The commander of the Celestial Battalion of the Brave ordered his subordinates to form up into a fearless attack. The leader of the Heavenly Spear Battalion ordered to form up and attack with the demonic spear. The leader of the Heavenly Sword Battalion, on the other hand, ordered the formation to form into a lightsaber that cleaved the sky. Feeling the rebuff, the demons panicked, because being in a weakened state, these remnants of souls were too strong with their formation techniques, and so the demons began to retreat. The Demon Lord said that the power of the army of the Supreme Deity is ridiculous, and they are not even a match for them. But the demons have already lost all morale and did not listen to him. He ordered them to return to deal with these remains of souls, otherwise he would destroy them all. Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, Hongmen flew towards him, and attacking the Demon Lord shouted that he wouldn't kill anyone. Sensing Hongmen, the Thousand-Eyed Man realized he had screwed up, but still managed to use the great demon's destroying palm to block the attack. But Hongmen was much stronger than the demon and easily broke through the block, and the subordinates started chanting that Hongmen was the strongest. Hongmen looked at his hand and realized that the strength of the golden and demonic dragons had started to weaken since he had failed to kill the Thousand-Eyed One with a single blow, and therefore he needed to hurry up and not let his opponent recover. Thousand-Eyed put aside his pride and bowed, then told Chaos and Begotten that he knew that they could sense everything that was happening here. So he advised them to come down to this world now to kill the Supreme Deity. Otherwise he will recover and come to take revenge. A moment later, a rainbow funnel appeared in space. Xiao He immediately recognized the Heavenly Gate as the channel of communication between the higher and lower worlds. Xiao Jin said that they were in a bad situation, because if chaos and inception descended into this world, they would not be able to withstand. Chaos and Inception explained that they were temporarily unable to descend into this realm because the barrier was damaged, and so they decided to give the Thousand-Eyed Man the power to destroy the supreme deity. Hongman chuckled and asked what kind of nonsense they were talking about and what the damage was. Then he shouted that they had nothing but fear of being killed by him, for he truly deserves to be called the supreme deity. To which those replied, "Whoever wins is king, and the loser is scum. And as long as they can kill, the method is irrelevant." After which, they gave the Thousand-Eyed Demon Lord the power and ordered him to kill Hunman at any cost. After receiving his new power, the Thousand-Eyed Man started laughing loudly, for not only was he recovering, but he had increased his strength several times. After which, he ordered his true body form to be released. Hearing this, Hongman asked if the man was completely desperate. The Thousand-Eyed Demon Lord took the form of a huge scolopendra and started laughing. He said he could even feel the power of that one going out, which means he won't last long. And thanks to Chaos and Inception, the winner has now been determined. Hongman folded his hands into a seal and ordered his true body form to release, after which he used a 10,000th increase in annihilation power. In response, however, the Thousand-Eyed Man used the heavenly demon prison. Once again, the powers of the supreme deity and the demon lord clashed. But this time, it was Hongman who did the damage in the confrontation, from which he whined as he lacked strength, and so he risked burning his soul. Thousand-Eyed scoffed at the fact that Hunman would die once his strength ran out, and when that happens, he will be the first demon to kill a supreme deity. Just as suddenly, the leader of the sword division shut Hunman down and told the Thousand-Eyed Man that he wouldn't dare to harm her master while she was here. Hongman wanted to tell Wu Shuang that she might die, but ahead of him, the other warriors came out and shouted that he was not alone in this battle, and their only desire is to help their master to the very end. Hongman cried and asked them to stop, for they were already dead, and if their souls were burned, they would be completely scattered among the thousands of worlds. The warriors turned to their master and said with a twinkle in their eyes that they had nothing to regret. The brave battalion commander, laughing loudly, rushed in first and attacked the Thousand-Eyed Man with his battalion. Thousand-Eyed howled at the damage he had taken and wondered if they were all crazy, since they obviously must realize that their souls were at stake. The Spear Battalion commander rushed towards the Demon Lord, laughing with Yun Zhuang. After all, the latter always likes to climb first, and his subordinates suggested not to let the latter get ahead of them. Immediately after that, a battalion of spears began to form the Spear of the Fearless Heavens, attacking the demon along with the fearless ones. The attacks of two battalions were enough to damage the Thousand-Eyed. Thousand-Eyed called them insane and asked if they were already out of their minds. He then turned to Chaos and Initiation and again asked to be empowered, and those agreed, as suddenly a battalion of swordsmen rushed to the celestial gates to prevent the Thousand-Eyed Man from regaining his strength. After attacking the gate at the cost of their own lives, they still managed to damage it, which pissed off Chaos and Inception. They ordered the Thousand-Eyed not to give up and to keep fighting while they tried to open the gate again. Immediately afterward, a battalion of dragons rushed to the gate to blow it open. At the sacrifice of their lives, they were able to damage the gate enough to prevent it from opening again. Chaos and Inception realized that things were bad and they had to retreat. But lastly, they reminded the Thousand-Eyed Man that their deal was still valid as long as he fought the Supreme Deity. Immediately afterward, the heavenly gate was dispersed. The Thousand-Eyed Demon Lord shouted to Hunman and his subordinates that now they would all die. But he wasn't really going to obey Chaos and Inception and was thinking about how he could escape. Hongman called out the names of the battalions that died. The battalions of the brave, divine spear, undead, vampires, and dragons. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he said he was honored to fight alongside them. Wu Shuang told him that it wasn't time to be sad yet, because if the enemy didn't die, the battle continued. That was what he had taught them. Hongman ordered her to stop burning her soul, since he could still save her. But Wu Shuang released her hand and said that she was sorry. After all, this is her first and last time disobeying his order. Hongman was shocked by what had happened and reached for her, trying to stop her. But Wu Shuang shouted to the one to block the Thousand-Eyed Man. Immediately after, Xiaojin and Xiaohei came over to him and handed over the rest of their forces, after which he agreed with them and used the sealing on the Thousand-Eyed Demon Lord. Thousand-Eyed shouted to Hunman to let him go and promised that he would not touch him again if he was released. Wu Shuang wasn't going to listen to the Thousand-Eyed Man's plea and used the Heavenly Sword Force formation, sealing between heaven and earth by giving the Demon Lord his final blow. From such a force, there was a huge explosion, leaving the thousand-eyed man barely alive in its place. The last thing he said was that he didn't want to die. Lastly, Wu Shuang admitted that the greatest happiness of her life was when she was his subordinate. Hongmen reached for the disappearing one. Wu Shuang clenched his hand into a fist while grabbing air. He asked her not to worry, for he would not let her death be in vain. Xiao Hui asked Hongmen behind his back not to be so sad, and Xiao Jin recognized that being able to fight alongside their master was a great joy for them all. Their strength was almost exhausted. It was time for them to say goodbye as well. Hongmen was scared for the golden and demonic dragon and rushed towards them, but his hand went through them, after which he himself was also behind them. Shedding tears, he said painfully that their souls were being destroyed. Xiao Jin recognized that they would no longer be able to accompany him in the heavenly battle. They were very sorry to part with him like this. Xiao Hui asked him not to blame himself and said that if there was an afterlife, they would still like to be his loyal subordinates. Hongmen shouted that he wouldn't let them die and folded his hands into a seal. Wu Shuang was already dead, and since her soul was burned because of him, she could not be saved. But their spirit still hasn't been destroyed, and there's still a chance to revive them, and so he's going to put all his efforts. But there's no way he's going to let their souls disappear. Therefore, he used the seal of reincarnation on them. Meanwhile, a silhouette appeared near the body of the thousand-eyed demon lord. Wong Fu Tong thanked him for holding back Tang Yun's pressure, which was how he managed to keep a trace of his spirit and survive. Then he chuckled as no one could even think that the thousand-eyed man would die by his hand like this today. At this moment, Tang Yun's strength was almost exhausted. As long as he consumed the flesh and blood of the thousand-eyed man, he could change his demonic body. In this way, he was going to kill Tang Yun and complete his revenge. He said that there was no use in fighting, as he would be the winner in the end. Whereupon Wong Fu Tong started laughing. Heavenly Temple of the Supreme God, Tang Yun said that although his power was exhausted, but he still managed to preserve the traces of Xiao Jin and Xiao Hei's souls. He hopes that in the future, he will be able to revive them, as he suddenly heard something, and a demon ape came out from under the rubble. He fearfully asked if the great battle was already over. Tang Yun praised the monkey's intelligence, since he managed to survive this battle. And since he is the disciple of Xiao Jin and Xiao Hei, he offered the demon monkey to be his disciple. Immediately afterward, the monkey demon fell to his knees and said that since he was the teacher of his masters, he was his master, and added that he was ready to follow him. Tang Yun liked the demon monkey's answer and decided to return the one to its original form. Immediately afterward, he used Dispel to return the monkey to its former appearance, whereupon he started jumping and laughing as he became his old self. Tang Yun told the demon monkey that the corpse of the thousand-eyed demon lord was valuable and asked him to bring his flesh and armor so that he could create a pill of perfection and a battle outfit for the monkey. The demon monkey immediately rushed towards the corpse as he suddenly noticed an object flying towards them. Wong Fu Tong, transfixed, told Tang Yun that his time was up. Seeing him, Tang Yun was surprised that he was able to survive. Wong Fu Tong laughed loudly and said that the magical powers obtained after devouring the flesh of the blood demon were not powerful, but for saving a life, they were at the highest level. And now that Tang Yun's energy was depleted, he devoured the blood and flesh of the thousand-eyed demon lord. Tang Yun lazily praised the one and admitted that he had exceeded his expectations, after which he said that if that one had been lucky enough not to meet him, perhaps in the future, he would be able to rise up and become a giant of this continent. But unfortunately for Wong Fu Tong, they did meet. Wong Fu Tong shouted that he had no regrets at all, and that it would all end if he killed Tang Yun now, after which no one would know what had happened. He said that once he returned with this strength and heritage, he would be able to dominate the Huang Fu sacred sect, and then no one would defeat him. Wong Fu Tong no longer wanted to waste any more time here, and used 10,000 demonic blood arrows. The demon monkey shut his master down and asked him to be more careful, and Tang Yun used the demonic shield, completely blocking all of the enemy's arrows. The demon ape was delighted with the master as he was easily able to block the attack. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun started coughing up blood. The demon monkey asked the master what had happened to him, but the one asked him not to worry as he could still hold out, but in fact his strength was almost depleted. Tang Yun even contemplated the fact that he would die today. Wong Fu Tong laughed loudly and admitted that he was burning with curiosity as to how much longer he could still hold on, using all his strength. Once again, he used 10,000 demonic blood arrows. The demon monkey asked his master not to force himself, and said he would go block the enemy himself. Suddenly, Tang Yun's barrier was broken through, and from beyond it, Wang Fu Tong immediately flew in. Just as suddenly, an angry Liangqing appeared above Wang Fu Tong, preparing to take revenge on Wang Fu Tong. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy was distracted, the demon ape used the Star River City attack. The demon monkey, along with Liang Qing, were able to get their hands on the opponent. But the man chuckled at that and asked why they thought they could damage him with their powers, after which he easily brushed them off like bugs. As they landed, they yelped in pain, and the monkey yelled that it was too much. Wong Fu Tong thought that they were in a convenient position to kill them all at once, and tried to raise his hand as he suddenly felt something. The demon monkey with Liang Qing had upset the balance of qi in his body, causing him to be unable to move, and he needed at least a few minutes to purify the full power of the thousand-eyed demon lord's blood qi, and also needed time to restore the balance of the blood qi. Even though the enemy didn't show any sign, but Tang Yun noticed that Wong Fu Tong's condition was rather unstable. Wong Fu Tong told Liang Qing that he was no longer the same person he used to be, and said that there was no way she could kill him, but as a token of his old love, he was willing to forgive her and let her live. He recognized that although she was useless, her body was fire, and he even missed her scent a little. Liang Qing shook with anger, and she asked what the man was carrying, for from the day she gave it to Liu Rulong, she had vowed to kill him, and she is ready to do it even if she has to sell her soul to the devil and go to hell forever. She is ready to give everything to destroy him. Wong Fu Tong had no choice but to recognize her as a crazy bitch. He realized that no matter what, he wouldn't be able to keep this woman alive. Tang Yun asked if she was really willing to kill him, even at the cost of her life. Liang Qing confirmed this and said that she knew that Tang Yun wasn't exactly an ordinary person, and promised to do whatever he wanted if he helped her kill Wong Fu Tong. Tang Yun said that his strength has run out and he can no longer fight. But right now, Wong Fu Tong is absorbing the flesh and blood power of the thousand-eyed demon lord. He couldn't move, and the energy in his body was unstable. This was the perfect moment to kill him. Wong Fu Tong laughed and admitted that there was no way he expected anyone to notice this. But even though he couldn't move, they were all just losers, unable to harm him. He was terrified that Tang Yun would actually be able to kill him. Liang Qing demanded that Tang Yun tell her how to kill Wong Fu Tong right now. He replied that he had a yin-yang weapon, and if she managed to pierce his body, she would be able to disrupt the balance of power in him, and he would surely die. But using this tool has its price. Liang Qing recalled her recent words and asked how she could kill Wong Fu Tong. Tang Yun revealed that the yin-yang weapon was nothing special, but it had a very powerful power that reversed yin and yang. If her refinement has not yet reached the divine soul realm stage, her body will be destroyed, and the soul will be destroyed, and its remnants will be condemned to adversity forever. That's why she should think hard about it. Just as suddenly, Liang Qing snatched up the yin and yang weapon and shouted that she wouldn't think about it. After all, her only motivation in life right now is to kill him while she can, even if she dies and can't recover. Tang Yun sighed and said that heartache changes people. The demon monkey said that he feels worthless because of this Liang Qing, after all. If she kills Wong Fu Tong, she will become their savior. Therefore, he wondered if they could find a way to keep her alive, at least allow her soul not to die. Tang Yun said that there was one life-threatening way to save her soul, but they have to wait for the right time, because they can't act rashly now. Wong Fu Tong asked this gang of mutts to leave their pretense behind. For today, none of them could escape from him. Liang Qing hesitated slightly, but Tang Yun shouted for her to pierce his body as soon as possible while he was immobilized. After all, there were only a few seconds left before he would completely consume the qi and flesh of the thousand-eyed demon lord, and so agreed with Tang Yun, right after which she jumped to Wong Fu Tong, shouting that he was no longer alive. Wong Fu Tong asked what kind of yin and yang weapon it was, because he couldn't sense a single bit of energy in it, which made it completely useless. And as she pierced him, he noticed something strange. The energy in his body was fading very quickly. He was shocked that this lineup was working and reminded Liang Qing how they used to be together. Liang Qing laughed because of what she heard and asked if he really cared about it, because he didn't even think about it when he gave it to Liu Rulong. After which Wong Fu Tong shouted that he was wrong and reminded him how much they loved each other. With trembling hands, he touched her face and told her that soon he would be the strongest and she should help him with that. He asked if she really wanted to hurt him. Liang Qing exerted even more strength and ordered him to shut up. After all, he had given her to someone else because of his hatred, and she was capable of sacrificing her soul because of her hatred. Wong Fu Tong asked Liang Qing for forgiveness. After all, she would also die. He asked why she was doing this, because once he became the strongest, he would be able to take care of her forever. After saying that, Wong Fu Tong and the Liang Qing were sucked into the vortex. The demon monkey told Tang Yun that if this continued, Liang Qing's soul would be destroyed. and that if he did nothing, it would be too late for salvation. Tang Yun replied that the cathode creates yang, the anode creates yin, and before the vortex dissipates, yin and yang will balance again, and only then will it be possible to save her soul. Tang Yun ordered the monkey to gather, letting him throw his staff into the middle of the vortex as soon as he ordered. Only by breaking the vortex would they be able to save her soul. Tang Yun thought about the fact that he could only give her a chance to save herself, but whether she lived or not depended solely on her will. After a few moments, the vortex began to dissipate. Tang Yun ordered the demon monkey to throw the rod, whereupon Liang Qing's soul fell out of the vortex. Tang Yun shouted to her that Wong Fu Tong was already dead, and she had already taken her revenge, hence ordering her to return. Upon hearing this, she opened her eyes and asked why she was still alive. The demon monkey explained that she was actually dead, but thanks to the master's plan, they were able to save her. And of course, she could thank him for his active role in saving her. But she ignored him and flew to Tang Yun. Liang Qing sat down in front of him on her knees and admitted that she didn't even know how to thank him for saving her. The demon monkey was indignant at not being paid attention to. Tang Yun told her that there was no need since they had helped each other and asked if she knew what to do next since she had lost her physical body. To which she replied that she didn't know, since Wong Fu Tong was dead, and she was able to fulfill her obsession, and now she had no family left. Tang Yun told her that he had two offers, and asked her to listen and choose if anything suited her. One, he'll send her into a cycle of reincarnation. She'll forget everything and be reborn. Two, he'll help her change her physical body so she can... Liang Qing interrupted. Tang Yun shouted that they had nothing to discuss and chose the first option. After all, there is nothing left in this world that can make her stay, and she no longer wants to remember the painful past. Tang Yun sighed as he couldn't change her mind and agreed to send her into the reincarnation cycle, after which he took out Hongman's heart and ordered the reincarnation cycle to open. Immediately afterward, a grim gateway to the underworld emerged from the ground. The demon monkey was shocked to see this gate, and he wondered just how strong his master was. Tang Yun said that he hoped that she would be born into a good family in her next life. Liang Qing thanked Tang Yun for his kindness and said that she would like to thank him in her next life, after which she went to the gate. After all, it is as if in dust and dirt, like a flawless crystal jade drowning in impurities. The demon monkey sighed and admitted that life was pretty hard, to which Tang Yun replied that sadness is the domain of the weak, and if she had enough strength, she could even... Tang Yun stood up and looked up into the sky, thinking that he needed to become much stronger, even stronger than he was before, so that he could protect the people around him. After that, he sat in a meditative pose again and ordered the demon monkey to guard him while he practiced. After 10 days in the space-time Chi Formation Tower, Mu Mengqi was already barely containing her anger. While she was trying to train, Wu Xiao wandered around her and complained that there were only a few days left until the end of the trial, and Tang Yun had not returned yet. She even began to think that he had fallen in love with one of the female disciples at first sight after they left the Huangfu sect together. Unable to bear it, she grabbed Mu Mengqi and sobbingly asked why she was silent and if Tang Yun would abandon them. She couldn't take it anymore and slapped Wu Xiao's head. Wu Xiao hit her on the head and told her to shut up. Wu Xiao touched her cones and asked Mu Mengqi why she was so angry, to which the woman replied that they had nothing to worry about. Because Tang Yun was a responsible person, he would definitely come back. Xiao was asked what would happen if Tang Yun really didn't make it back in time, to which Mu Mengqi replied that she would wait until he returned. Just as suddenly, the sound of the doors opening was heard, and Mu Mengqi and Wu Xiao happily turned around thinking that Tang Yun had returned. But they saw a monkey who said in Tang Yun's voice that here he was back. Xiao and Mu Mengqi were asked what it was and why it was in the form of a macaw, after which Tang Yun kicked the demon monkey and ordered it not to block the road. Upon seeing Tang Yun, the girls immediately rushed to hug him and began to tell him how much they missed him. Tang Yun apologized to them for having to wait for him and awkwardly asked them to let him go already. After which, Wu Xiao said how much they were worried about him, and Mu Mengqi said that she was glad that he was in one piece. Tang Yun understood their feelings, but first of all, he needed to take revenge, and there was no telling what was in store for him. Therefore, he is afraid that he will only cause trouble for them. The demon monkey asked the girls if they were Hongmen's mistresses, and then introduced himself as the master's younger brother. He then asked them to introduce him to a cute, smooth-haired monkey, if they were familiar with such a monkey. Immediately after, Tang Yun ordered him to shut up. He regretted not noticing earlier that this demon ape was black-horned. This meant that he would have to hide him in a bag before returning to the sect. Tang Yun told the girls that time was running out, and so they should gather all their belongings, after which they would head to the meeting place. How suddenly Mu Mingqi asked Tang Yun to wait with this. After all, he had killed Mu Rongkun and Liu Rulong, who had powerful people behind them waiting for their return. To which Tang Yun replied that it's just nothing after all. Anyone who wants to harm him, each of them will pay their own price. After a while, in the Huangfu Saint Sect Square, a teleporter began to open. Everyone was discussing the fact that they couldn't even imagine how many of the 3,000 disciples who had entered the divine Meteor Canyon would be able to enter the soul-ripening realm. Among them, only a few of them had a high chance to improve their qualifications. These were disciples such as Lingu Changkun, Liu Rulong, Mu Rongkun. They didn't know much about the others. One of the elders told Elder Guo that Liu Rulong was his adopted son, meaning that his talent would rise to great heights when he entered the inner sect. From which Elder Guo laughed and said that he was right. He said that the Lord had not given him children, but having such a wonderful son was the best gift for him that only heaven could send. Shen Qingqi asked them not to be so optimistic, because the Meteor Canyon had changed a lot recently, and something extraordinary could happen. After all, these were 3,000 disciples, so they should be prepared for any eventuality. Elder Guo asked the Grand Elder not to worry for nothing after all. They had sent disciples to the periphery of Meteor Canyon many times. Besides, most of the demons here were only at the 3rd rank, so it was unlikely that anything would happen because of them. Shen Qingzi sighed and said that he hoped it would be like this. He was worried about the fact that killing was allowed in the secret realm of Meteor Canyon, and since Tang Yun had made many enemies, surely Mu Mengqi, who was nearby, was in great danger. Moments later, the disciples from the canyon were teleported to the plaza. People could no longer wait to find out how many of the 3,000 disciples had broken through to the soul maturation realm. Once in the square, the students began to discuss what they had barely survived and what had recently happened. Some of them began to talk about the rumors that many people had died in the ruins of the Stone Soldier. One of the students replied that he didn't dare to go there because blood smelled 5 kilometers away. And the other immediately began to talk about how he had heard that Mu Rongkun and Lingu Changkun were dead, but no one knew who was alive. Suddenly, some people noticed that only 800 of the 3,000 had returned, which made some people panic because something might have happened, but they hoped that this was only the first group and more students would follow. Suddenly, the teleporter closed, causing everyone to be even more shocked by what had happened. Shen Qingzi's fists trembled, for Tang Yun, Mu Mengqi, and Wu Xiao did not come out, and Elder Guo demanded to stop the closing of the passageway, because due to the failure of the Great Matrix, his son had not yet come out. He ordered the elders to hurry up and hold the great passage open, as the rest of the disciples were sure to come out. To which those replied that holding the passage required a huge amount of energy, and even if they all used it, it wouldn't be enough. And so they apologized to the 10th elder. Seeing no other way out, he rushed down the aisle and shouted that he would do it himself. Immediately afterward, 4 more students came out of it. Everyone was happy that someone else had come out, and thought that it was Liu Rulong and the others. Elder Guo laughed and told Liu Rulong that he knew that nothing would happen to him. So he asked him to come over to take a closer look. But Tang Yun, who came out of the aisle, apologized to the elder and said that he had to disappoint him. In fact, Liu Rulong did not actually survive the Meteor Canyon. The elder demanded that Tang Yun stop this nonsense and tell him where Liu Rulong was and what he had done to him. He asked him since Liu Rulong had said that he would kill Tang Yun, but he had survived, and that could only mean one thing. Suddenly, Tang Yun personally admitted that Liu Rulong had tried to kill him, because of which he had to kill him. The elder was shocked at what he heard and shouted that it was impossible. After all, his son Zhulong is the 3rd strongest person in the Hidden Dragon ranking. He grew up with great talent and is a phoenix among all his peers. Therefore, there is no way he can be killed by a lowlife like Tang Yun. It just can't be. Tang Yun recognized that nothing was impossible for him. All these so-called young talents are nothing more than a pack of dogs in his eyes. Elder Guo shouted that he didn't believe it and rushed towards Tang Yun, after which he bypassed Tang Yun and said that he had thought of everything. The elder got close to the passage and asked Zhulong to get out, but the passage continued to mercilessly shrink. As soon as the elder reached out his hand, it closed completely. Everyone was shocked that there were really only 800 disciples surviving, and the best of them were dead, which was a huge problem. Shen Qingqi thought about it for a bit and realized that those who threatened Tang Yun had died, while those who were on his side had survived, and therefore he thought that Tang Yun was clearly an unusual kid. Tang Yun asked the trembling elder if he believed him. Then he turned around and asked threateningly if he knew that Zhulong was his only family. He was his hope, the meaning of his life. The elder asked Tang Yun how he dared to do that. Chong Wuxiao told the 10th elder that Liu Rulong was killing innocent people to cultivate his demonic power and said that she had seen it with her own eyes. Mu Mengqi then said that Liu Rulong deserved to die, because if it wasn't for Tang Yun, more disciples would have died. And the fact that Tang Yun's brother had killed him could only be seen as removing a threat to their sacred Huangfu sect. Immediately after, the surviving disciples began to back up Sister Mu's words, saying that they had seen Liu Rulong killing fellow disciples, and that they had only managed to escape because he was far away. He was practicing the demonic arts, killing other disciples, and therefore he deserved to die. The 10th elder ordered them all to shut up and asked who they even were to discuss his son, for to die by his hand would be too great an honor for them all. The disciples realized that their affairs were bad since the elder had gone mad. The supreme elder asked the 10th one if he was in his right mind, because according to the sect rules, Tang Yun had the right to kill Liu Rulong, killing his fellow disciples. Elder Guo sent the sect's rules to hell and shouted that whoever killed his son should pay with his life. Immediately after that, he threw himself at Tang Yun, shouting that he would be held accountable for everything. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun was behind his back, and the elder himself faced Shen Qingzi. Mu Mengqi asked Tang Yun to hide, as although he was unusual, he was still at the soul nascent realm, while Guo Zhengshou and the Supreme Elder are at the 9th level of the soul maturation realm. And if Zhengshou really wants to kill him, there's a chance that the Supreme Elder won't be able to stop him. But Tang Yun asked not to worry about him since the elder wouldn't be able to harm him. The elders collided again and were scattered to different sides of the arena. Shen Qingqi swore in the name of the Supreme Elder that he would not allow Guo Zhengshou to kill disciples unhindered, but the one wasn't going to back down and use the blood-burning technique. The disciples were amazed when they saw this technique, because it was a powerful technique that could kill 1,800 enemies in an instant at the cost of burning their own life force. This only means that Zhengshou is determined to kill Tang Yun. His aura is at the peak of the soul maturation realm, which means the Great Elder won't be able to stop him. The Supreme Elder asked the Second Elder what he was doing and ordered him to help him stop Guo Zhengshou. Guo Zhengshou then shouted that today, he would not only kill Tang Yun, but also those who tried to stop him. The elders were discussing the fact that Guo Zhengshou had truly gone mad, and only a madman would dare to stop him now. The only thing that could help them was that the blood-burning technique didn't last long, and when the technique was over, they would have the opportunity to kill him. Besides, they couldn't understand why a great elder would stick up for an ordinary disciple. The Supreme Elder called them bastards and asked how dare they not fulfill their duties. Zhengshou laughed and told Shen Qingqi that he simply wouldn't be able to stop him, and if he doesn't, he'll be killed first. Shen Qingzi didn't know what to do since there was no way he could handle Guo Zhengshou. As suddenly Tang Yun came out in front of him and said that he had done enough. He was going to fight Zhengshou himself, since he was going to be killed and wanted. The Supreme Elder was shocked by what he heard and wanted to remind Tang Yun that there was no way he could handle the Elder. But Tang Yun asked him not to worry since Guo Zhengshou was not his opponent, and it would be better if he protected Sister Mu and the others before they got hurt from the battle. The Supreme Elder couldn't understand why he was so confident in his victory and even suspected that there was someone behind Tang Yun. The disciples, on the other hand, were amazed that Tang Yun was as crazy as the Elder, since he really wanted to fight him alone. Zhao Jitian from the crowd supported Tang Yun as a man for not wanting to involve others and taking the initiative to choose death. Guo Zhengshou said that no one would help Tang Yun now and asked if he was willing to die, to which Tang Yun replied that he couldn't be killed. But since the elder misses his son, he is willing to help them meet as soon as possible. Guo Zhengshou ordered the man to stop talking nonsense. Immediately afterward, he used blood energy that shook the heavens and cleaved the world with a sword. Tang Yun told the elder that he was overestimating himself and therefore he should die. Therefore, gathering his strength, he used Hongman's tyrannical fist with enough strength to easily repel the enemy's attack. That made the 10th elder start coughing up blood. He wanted to know how such a thing was even possible, to which Tang Yun replied to him that he was a weakling, even looking like Liu Rulong. The elder was amazed by Tang Yun's strength and contemplated a change of plan. First of all, he should escape, and then take revenge on Tang Yun for Liu Rulong if possible. Immediately after that, he ran with all his legs shouting to Tang Yun that he wouldn't let him get away with it like this and would kill all of his family and friends. Hearing this, Tang Yun grew gloomy and admitted that he had even considered letting him go. But now that he started threatening his family, now he just has to kill him. Tang Yun lightningly caught up to the elder and dealt him a single blow that turned him into a bloody mess. He then said that anyone who threatened his family would die without the right to burial. Everyone was shocked from the fact that Tang Yun had actually managed to kill an elder, and this was after the latter had used the blood incineration art with which he had reached the peak of the soul maturation realm, because of which even many elders couldn't handle him. And even so, he died at Tang Yun's hand. Everyone wanted to understand just how strong he was. The Supreme Elder had sensed the depth of Tang Yun's power even before he entered the secret realm, but the combat power he demonstrated was able to completely suppress his perception. Shen Qingqi asked Mu Mengqi and Wu Xiao what level Tang Yun was at, now that he was able to defeat the 10th Elder so easily. To which Wu Xiao replied that Guo Zhengshu was nothing, and Tang Yun had killed even more powerful beings, as Mu Mengqi suddenly covered her mouth and ordered her to be silent, after which he smirked and explained to the Supreme Elder that Wu Xiao was actually joking, but about Tang Yun's level, they themselves did not know. He was probably at the 5th level of the soul maturation realm. Mu Mengqi wasn't going to tell anyone about this. After all, Tang Yun had many secrets, and if others became aware of them, it would cause him a lot of trouble. Shen Qingzi chuckled and heard about Tang Yun's level, and Mu Mengqi began to reprimand Wu Xiao for not being able to keep her mouth shut. But after seeing everything in reality, the Supreme Elder already knew for sure that Tang Yun was clearly not as simple as he seemed. Although he hadn't even become famous yet if he could help him. Then when he became stronger, after finishing his thoughts, Shen Qingqi announced that 10th Elder Guo Zhengshu had acted recklessly and violated the sect's rules. Therefore, it was reasonable that he should have been killed, which meant that it was not Tang Yun's fault. Also, the Supreme Elder forbade the disciples from judging and criticizing behind their backs about this situation. Tang Yun realized that Shen Qingqi really wanted to help him, since he had decided to advocate for him to the end. Because of this, Tang Yun thought that the elder had recognized his potential and wanted to pull him to his side. The Supreme Elder approached Tang Yun and placed his hand on Tang Yun's shoulder, suggesting that Tang Yun go and rest, as they would soon have some of the top elders of the inner sect come to select new disciples. He also recognized that Tang Yun, with his talents, could become the chosen one. Tang Yun admitted that he hoped so himself. He felt sorry for the elder because he would be disappointed, because Tang Yun's divine soul source was special, and it was not capable of being appreciated in this world. As soon as the mess was over, the disciples began to discuss the fact that Lingu Changkun had also died inside the secret realm, and in a moment, his grandfather, who was the chief elder of the Holy Spirit succession line, Lingu Canghe, would arrive. They didn't know how to explain this to him, for he loves his grandson more than anyone else, because of which he raised him as his future heir. The Supreme Elder frowned as Lingu Canghe had a fiery temper and dealing with him clearly wouldn't be so easy. The elder asked Mu Mengqi and Wu Xiao if they had heard anything about Lingu Changkun's death, to which Wu Xiao replied that she doesn't know anything, because the only thing she knows is that Tang Yun killed Mu Rongkun. Mu Mengqi also replied that she didn't know anything about it, but she clearly remembered Lingu Changkun's men fighting with Tang Yun before entering the secret realm. Suddenly, Tang Yun turned to the Supreme Elder and said that they shouldn't be questioned. After all, he was the one who had killed Lingu Changkun and Mu Rongkun. He said this now as he hoped that their relatives would attack him alone. Everyone was shocked with Tang Yun, because besides the fact that he had killed them, he had the courage to admit it. They couldn't understand if Tang Yun had any fear of death, or if Tang Yun realized that he couldn't live. So he decided to split up. Shen Qingzi thought that killing Lingu Changkun and Mu Rongkun was tantamount to insulting two powerful clans, and if he stayed on Tang Yun's side, there was a good chance that he would be unfortunate. Suddenly, a loud laughter was heard from the sky, and raising their heads, they all saw Lingu Canghe. He landed without slowing down and immediately shouted to his grandson to come out so that he could hug him and assess his level. Shen Qingqi realized that their matters were bad, since the elder was able to come earlier than they expected. The disciples began to discuss that if the old man found out about Lingu Changkun's death, then Tang Yun would be left with nothing. But they remembered that the Meteor Canyon was full of dangers, and everyone must realize that they could die if they entered it. But this should not concern the grandson of the elder, because if he knew about it, he would not leave any of them behind. Mu Mengqi explained to Tang Yun that Elder Lingu was in no way inferior to Guo Zhengshu, as he is a great elder of the inner sect and incredibly powerful. Therefore, she suggested that he run away, which she immediately agreed to. Wu Xiao, to which Tang Yun replied that it didn't matter, because he had killed Lingu Changkun inside the Meteorite Canyon, and therefore he hadn't violated the sect's rules, and even an elder wouldn't be able to do anything about it. And if he dares to attack him in front of witnesses, The only person affected will be the elder. Elder Lingu asked what everyone was talking about and asked his grandson to come out soon. Supreme Elder Shen Qingqi reported that everyone who had returned from Meteor Canyon was now in the square, while the rest were dead. Lingu Zhenghe was amazed at what he heard and asked where his grandson was now. Shen Qingqi bowed his head and apologized to Lingu Kanghe, then revealed that his grandson had died inside the meteorite canyon. Hearing this, Lingu Kanghe froze with shock, after which a gloomy aura started to come out of him, and he began to talk about how Lingu Changkun was naturally talented. He was the hope and future of his family. That's why he wanted to know how he could have died. The people around him began to offer their condolences to the elder, since people can't come back from the dead. Besides, it was important for him to save his health now. They asked him not to torture himself, for life and death were predetermined. The elder shouted that he didn't want to hear all this. The only thing he wanted to know was who had killed his grandson. He demanded that the one who had done it confess immediately, after which he would skin him, burn his soul, and disembodied his body. Shen Qingzi tried to calm him down by reminding him that the sect had long ago established that no one was punished for anything that happened in the secret realm. But the man turned to the elder and asked him how he dared to tell him what to do. He asked Shen Qingqi if he was tired of living and attacked him with his aura. Immediately afterward, everyone began to ask Chungu Tsanghe not to be angry, as none of them were responsible for his grandson's death, for Tang Yun had killed him, and they also showed him where he was. Lingu Tsanghe was satisfied that he had found someone he could vent his anger on, while Lingu Changkun mentally supported Tang Yun, saying that there was nothing else he could do to help him. Tang Yun said that everyone was saying the right thing and, pointing to himself, confirmed that he was the one who had killed Lingu Changkun. Lingu Tsanghe told Tang Yun that he had destroyed his family's hope, and that was why he should pay with his life. Immediately after which, he used the blood purification hand, with which he easily grabbed Tang Yun. The girls were scared since their Tang Yun might die now. The surrounding people began to discuss that it was unfair that Lingu Changkun could freely kill disciples while no one dared to touch him. This was the fate of lowlifes like them. Lingu Changhe asked Tang Yun if he could feel his body and bones shrinking, after which he chuckled and said that Tang Yun would soon stop feeling pain, because he'll turn him into a pool of blood in no time. Tang Yun chuckled and asked how sure he was that he had enough strength to crush him, then asked the elder to wake up. The Supreme Elder was shocked and asked how Tang Yun was able to resist his bloody purification hand. Tang Yun asked if the elder was joking. After all, he could not only resist his technique, he can even break free with ease. Immediately afterward, Tang Yun ordered Hongmen's golden body to destroy the enemy's techniques. The elder looked at his bloody hand and asked how this happened. He couldn't believe that this guy was able to destroy his bloody purification hand just by exerting his physical strength. The disciples thought they were delusional, as they clearly saw the Supreme Elder attack Tang Yun, but only he himself was hurt. Even though Tang Yun was able to kill Guo Zhengshu, but Elder Lingu is on a completely different level. After which, everyone started chanting Tang Yun Yu, for they could see the expressions on the elder's face after something like this. Shen Qingzi was surprised, since being at the soul maturation level, Tang Yun was able to fight the inner Supreme Elder without any problems, and already wanted to see what would happen when he passed the soul refining state. But it wasn't that important, because he decided that today he had to help Tang Yun with all his might. It was worth it, even if he had to go up against Elder Lingu himself. Tang Yun pondered that at least the elder had learned the power of his golden body, which meant he should be more careful since the elder was at a higher level. The Supreme Elder praised Tang Yun for managing to free himself from his technique, but after something like this, he was going to use all his strength so that Tang Yun wouldn't have even the slightest chance to fight back. Immediately after that, he used the blood purification technique, blood sword formation. Immediately after which, bloody swords began to fly all over the area. The disciples and elders held back under the pressure from Lingu Kanghe, for this cursed evil power was almost suppressing their true energy, and they could hardly breathe. The Grand Elder ordered Tang Yun to be prepared to die, and Tang Yun realized that it was time to use his soul power. Just as suddenly, Supreme Elder Shen Qingzi appeared in front of him and ordered Elder Lingu to stop. Lingu Changhe asked the one how a petty elder from the outer sect even dared to stand in his way, and asked if he wanted to die together with Tang Yun. After which, Shen Qingzi recalled that he was a great elder of the outer sect. This position had been granted to him personally by the sect master, so he wanted to know if Elder Lingu really dared to threaten him, which could mean that he had decided to betray the sect. Lingu Changhe couldn't object to that, and therefore advised him to get out of his way, as he was only going to kill Tang Yun. Shen Qingzi said that Tang Yun is his disciple, and he is his elder. because of which this directly connects to him as well. He is going to protect him until the sect condemns Tang Yun. Lingu Changhe recalled that Tang Yun had killed his grandson and asked if he really couldn't take revenge. Tang Yun replied that Lingu Changkun wanted to kill him and asked if he had to sit idly by while doing so, or if he wanted to say that only his grandson had the right to live. He wanted to know if the lives of ordinary foreign students meant anything to them. Hearing this, the disciples started shouting. Supporting Tang Yun wanted to know why they were forbidden to self-defense when someone wanted to kill them. Linghu Changkun has abused his authority in the outer sect for too long, and if he is looking for someone to blame, it is his grandson, who clearly knows no boundaries. He is the one responsible for his own death. Linghu Kanghe trembled with anger and asked, "How dare they?" After which he asked if they had forgotten that he was an elder of the inner sect. To which Tang Yun replied that justice attracts a lot of support, while injustice finds little. Tang Yun told the elder that he had already committed a great offense by killing him out of his selfish desire, and therefore he should report it to the patriarch to get justice. Shenshiki told Tang Yun that he would support him in this matter, and added that he would not support being treated like this. Following the outer sect elder, Tang Yun's disciples also began to speak up for Tang Yun, because today, Elder Linghu would want to kill Tang Yun, and tomorrow, they would want to kill them as well. Lingu Qian, he tried to threaten the crowd, but he couldn't since he wouldn't be able to stop the discontent so easily. Besides, if the patriarch finds out about it, he will have to be punished, and therefore, he must stop them. After which he asked them all to calm down and listen to him. Once everyone was silent, he explained that no matter who it was, Changkun or the other, they were all disciples of this sect, and there was no hierarchy among the disciples. Bowing his head, he explained that when the news of his grandson's passing reached him, he lost all composure, and that was why he had been so harsh with them. Lingu Tsanghe took a deep breath and told Tang Yun that he didn't blame him for his grandson's death, and that it was all Changkun's own fault, and therefore he hoped he hadn't scared him. Tang Yun chuckled and said that he wasn't scared, then advised the elder to continue to watch his behavior. Mentally, he chuckled at how good of an actor Tsanghe was. Lingu Changhe asked Tang Yun not to worry, promising that he would take care of it. He was going to wait for the right time to take revenge on Tang Yun for his grandson and the humiliation he had suffered. Shenshiki said that the intersect elder had backed off and suggested to end this matter today. Then he whispered to Tang Yun that if the patriarch found out about it, he would punish Linghu Changhe, and Tang Yun himself would be charged with manipulating public opinion and similar crimes. Tang Yun bowed and thanked the elder. He couldn't leave the sect now as he still had some things to do in the sect, after which Grand Elder Shen Chiki announced that Elder Lingu just couldn't handle his emotions, but this matter has now been resolved. The more important priority for them is the selection of the inner sect, because it directly affects their future. The disciples couldn't help but agree with Elder Lingu's words about the importance of selection. And besides, if something happened to Elder Linghu, they might not be selected. Rubbing his beard, the Grand Elder told Tang Yun that the inner sect consisted of 9 major divisions, and asked if he had decided which one he wanted to join. Shenshiki no longer doubted Tang Yun's talent, and therefore hoped that he would get into her division. Tang Yun replied to the elder that he hadn't decided yet. In fact, he didn't really care where to join as he only needed resources. The Grand Elder asked if Tang Yun was interested in alchemy, from which Tang Yun chuckled and asked him not to beat around the bush with him when talking to him, and just say what he thought. After that, the elder asked if Tang Yun wanted to join the alchemy division of the inner sect. He realized that Tang Yun would definitely be accepted with his strength, and he would be rewarded for it. Tang Yun asked the elder not to worry about it and promised to think about it. He thought that it would be a good option since there was no shortage of alchemy resources. The elder announced that all the disciples could disperse and rest. But those who were cultivating their souls should remember that tomorrow at noon, they would have practice in the inner sect. Jun Wuxiao grabbed Tang Yun's hand and offered to walk back together, and Mu Mengqi offered to eat something she had prepared. Tang Yun agreed with them and added that he had something he wanted to give them. He thought they were quite talented, and there were several techniques suitable for them in his mind. As soon as Tang Yun and the girls started to leave, the disciples started to complain about him taking the 2 most beautiful girls of the outer sect. But they realized that he had the right to do so, since he was strong enough to defeat the top elder of the inner sect. Inside the training room, Tang Yun was studying Mu Mengqi and Wu Xiao's talents, after which they began to ask him what talents they possessed, to which he replied that Mu Mengqi has a death soul and a death soul, and both are excellent. For her, he had a sacred text of nirvana that would be perfect for her, and if she completely mastered it, she would be able to easily destroy immortals in the higher world. Mu Mengqi was surprised because of receiving such a powerful technique and asked if he really wanted to give it to her. To which he replied that the book meant nothing to him, and also asked me not to tell anyone about it. After which he turned around to the waiting Wu Xiao and told me that she not only had a dimensional soul, but also a sacred empty body. The 9 celestial arts of the Dark God Sword is perfect for her. Once she learns it, she will be able to destroy stars and create galaxies. Immediately after which, Wu Xiao threw herself into Tang Yun's arms and thanked Tang Yun for his kindness to her. Tang Yun unhooked himself. Wu Xiao advised them to practice well, and he was about to leave since it was already late. Mu Mengqi asked Tang Yun what kind of soul he had. She hoped that their souls would be similar as she could become his partner. But Tang Yun chuckled and said that she didn't even know this type of star. But, and if discussing his talent, only the word excellent would do. The next day, the area of the outer sect. The disciples were discussing that all the elders of the inner sect would gather here today, and that among them were Mujun and Bingqing, who were the most beautiful girls in their sect. One of the disciples began to dream of being accepted, but he was advised not to hope for it, because their chief elder only accepts the best, and Tang Yun is perfect for this role. Mu Mengqi with Wu Xiao questioned Tang Yun about which division he wanted to join, because there was a chance that they might end up in the same place. To which he replied that in some way, his soul is unique, and therefore he himself does not know, which made the girls sad and asked him to visit them if they got into different divisions. After a while, the 9 elders of the inner sect arrived at the square. Shen Qingqi, the supreme elder of the outer sect, together with the leaders of other sects, and also the students were immediately welcomed by the inner elders. Alchemy division elder Bing King asked them all to be quiet. After that, she said that this time they were representing the inner sect, so she was asking all soul cultivators to come on stage to test their talents. When the exam was over, they would be able to approach the light pole of the division they wanted to join. She said they could go to the stone table. Leaning their hand against it, they would test their abilities. The soul cultivators gathered in a long line, and they began to be evaluated. Among them were average talent, windy soul, weak talent, wooden soul, high talent, beast soul, and others. The Supreme Beast Soul Elder wondered how many highly talented disciples would join their sect this year. He would be happy if at least a few excellent souls joined. Bingqing told him that there were quite a few soul cultivators this year, and if compared to last year, she would say that there should be around 10, from which he laughed and reminded her that not a single student had come into her division that year. Muyun Dao of the weapon division reminded Bingqing that if she didn't get an apprentice this year as well, she would have a hard time with the upper management. Bingqing advised Mujun to focus on her division, as she is in no position to stick her nose into other people's divisions. After which, Bingqing and Mujun began to insult each other, causing the Beast Soul Elder to have to remind them that disciples were looking at them. Tang Yun was being watched from above by Lingu Kenghe, who wanted to know which division Tang Yun would join. But no matter what, he wasn't going to let Tang Yun pass so easily. After a while, it was Xiao's turn. Xiao touched the table and it shone brightly. Bingqing and Mujun were surprised by this light, for it could only mean one thing. After which, the elder shouted that she had a high-talent spatial soul. The intersect elders were surprised to hear this and wanted to see who got this soul. They all wanted it for themselves. Immediately after, the female disciple bowed and introduced herself as Junwu Xiao, then greeted the elders. Immediately afterward, Mujun and 2 other elders went down to Wu Xiao. The 5 Souls Division elders suggested that she join him since she would have many techniques from the hidden Dharma Hall that she could master. To which the Wind and Thunder Division elder replied that he was too greedy and offered to accept. Xiao will be treated as a personal disciple and will be treated as an elder, Mujun asked. Wu Xiao to ignore the old men and offered to join her weapons division, saying that it would suit her best. The disciples were embarrassed by this, but they envied the high talent, for the inner sect elders would discard their statuses to obtain such a disciple. And they also discussed that the spatial soul should belong to the sacred soul division, which means that Elder Lingu Sanghi should also be very interested in her, but he still isn't, and it's all because of the connection between her and Tang Yun, and he just gives up since he doesn't even have a chance. Lingu Changhe was flaming with rage because Tang Yun had prevented him from taking his disciple and promised that he wouldn't get away with it. Wu Xiao thanked the elders and awkwardly asked them to let her think about which division she wanted to join. They immediately agreed and started talking about the importance of thinking about their future, after which she called out to Tang Yun and awkwardly admitted that she didn't know where to go, and then she would like to hear his advice. Tang Yun became bitter since Wu Xiao had thrown him into the thick of it. The elders were shocked that she decided to ask advice from a student who didn't stand out. After all, choosing a division is a collective decision. Bingqing asked Shen Qingqi if he knew who this disciple was, and he immediately revealed that this young man's name was Tang Yun, and that he was on good terms with Wu Xiao, and he was someone she trusted very much. Hearing this, the five spirits elder said that by luring Tang Yun to him, he could also get Wu Xiao, causing the wind and thunder elder to curse and ask if he had any shame. Shen Qingqi got close to Bingqing and reported to her that Tang Yun was incredibly talented, and that they had already discussed this. To which she replied that she would take his words into consideration. She wondered if Tang Yun was really as talented as she had been told. If it turned out to be true, she would definitely reward Shen Qingzi. Wu Xiao asked Tang Yun what she should do, and the latter advised her to choose the weapons division. He chose the weapon division because Jun Wu Xiao has the 9 dark god heavenly swords, which would make her not lacking in technique. The weapon division would allow her to integrate her soul power into her refining device, which would double her strength. Everyone was wondering if she would really do as Tang Yun told her. After all, this choice would determine her future, and the wrong choice would affect her entire life. It would be okay if she was just talented, but she is highly talented, because of which she has the ability to become one of the strongest cultivators in the world. And if it were her, she should have thought things through. As suddenly, Wu Xiao agreed with Tang Yun's choice, and told the Supreme Elders that she had made up her mind. Everyone was shocked at how much she trusted him without showing a shred of doubt. Highly talented, strong, beautiful, and obedient, if not for Tang Yun, she would have a great future. One of the students even decided to eat a lemon to quench his jealousy a little. Wu Xiao inwardly laughed since the people around her don't even suspect Tang Yun's strength. Listening to him was the best thing she could do. Mu Yung laughed and told Wu Xiao that she had made a great choice by joining her division, so she should welcome her master. Immediately afterward, Mu Jun knelt down and greeted the weapon division master, after which, Mu Yun asked her to stand up and said that from now on, Wu Xiao would be her personal disciple. With a sneaky look at Bingqing, she told Wu Xiao that she couldn't even imagine how much everyone envied her. Bingqing was worried about her disciple choosing the weapons division after all. Wu Xiao would definitely change her mind once she took Tang Yun into her division. The elders were discussing that the weapon division would now become even stronger, and that Tang Yun was worth paying attention to, since he had influence over the selection of high-ranked disciples. And they had also heard about how he felt in a large-scale battle and defeated enemies a head stronger than him. Shen Qingqi said that they should continue since Wu Xiao had already made a choice, after which Bingqing called out to the next disciple, Mu Mengqi. Shen Qingqi told Mu Meng that she was not weaker, Wu Xiao, and wished her good luck, after which Mu Mengqi touched the table, although Tang Yun had told her about the strengths of her soul, but she was still worried. Suddenly, the tableau began to shine again, and Shen Qingqi was shocked that this was another highly talented disciple, and she had a soul. She had both the soul of death and the soul of a beast. Hearing this, the elders immediately realized that they were obligated to take her away, since she had 2 souls and was better than Wu Xiao. Immediately after which the elders surrounded Mu Mengqi as well. The Beast Soul Elder offered her to join him on her own terms. The 5 Souls Elder asked why she should join the Beast Soul division, just because she had a beast soul, and promised to give her the winged tiger he had raised for years if she joined them. The Beast Soul Elder ordered the 5 Soul Elders to shut up and asked if he wanted to fight, since he hinted that he didn't have powerful beasts, and the others supported the idea of going out to settle things. The disciples realized that things were bad, because the elders didn't care about their status, and were willing to fight over Mu Mengqi. And some assumed that Mu Mengqi would offer his choice to Tang Yun as well. Shen Qingqi asked the inner elders to calm down as the disciples looked on, and asked them to let Mu Mengqi make up her own mind. Mu Meng told Mu Meng that she had heard that she and Wu Xiao were sisters, so she should join her, and then she will accept Tang Yun too, so they will be together. But Bingqing asked Mu Jun not to even dream about it driving her to a white heat, and the one said that Bingqing was just resentful because she couldn't get any of them, while she had already grabbed a very talented student. Bingqing told Mu Muyun that she was fed up with her and walked over to Mu Mengqi and asked if she had made up her mind. Mu Mengqi was trying to figure out where she should join, and thought about the fact that Wu Xiao had asked Tang Yun for advice, and all the elders had taken note of it. If she did the same, then the elders he ignored might hate him. Tang Yun realized that Mu Mengqi was afraid of incurring the elders' wrath if he asked for help, but the situation wouldn't change much if he said it twice. He was going to tell her where to go himself without her asking. Tong Yun advised Mu Mengqi to join the Beast Soul division. The disciples were amazed that Tang Yun had confused the elders again, and they wondered if he was even a little afraid. They also wondered if Mu Mengqi would listen to him, and if the elders would oppose his decision. The Wind Thunder Division elder asked Tang Yun to tell Mu Mengqi to enter them, for which he would gift her 2 very good magic weapons. One of the elders strongly advised Tang Yun to stay out of it, as Mu Mengqi herself must choose her own path. Otherwise, he would have to face the consequences. After which, the Five Souls Division elder threatened Tang Yun for daring to influence someone else's choices. Lingu Changhe was pleased with Tang Yun's reckless behavior, as he dared to interfere with the sect's internal selection in front of the elder. He wondered how the latter would be able to handle it. Shen Qingqi quietly rubbed his beard, thinking that the elder's behavior would definitely change once they saw Tang Yun's talent, and he even wondered how quickly they would want to be on good terms with him. The Beast Soul elder suggested that Mu Mengqi follow Tang Yun's splendid decision. Mu Mengqi agreed to join the Beast Soul division, and Tang Yun said that she had made the right choice by trusting him. He felt that the Beast Soul division was the best choice for her, since the sacred souls held a grudge against them. Mu Mengqi knelt in front of the elder and greeted him as her master. She wished him to be as durable as the eastern sea and as blessed as the sky, at which he laughed and motioned for her to get up, after which he took out a sword and explained that it was a top-grade spiritual weapon that had a deadly aspect as well as a beast soul. He decided to make it a gift, since this sword was perfect for her. Wu Xiao tugged Mu Muyun's sleeve and asked if she would get a weapon as well, to which the woman replied that she had nothing to worry about, as they specialized in guns, and they would definitely be able to find a good weapon for her. From what? Wu Xiao chuckled and thanked the master. She hoped that being in the weapon division, she would be able to pick up something for Tang Yun as well. One of the disciples even wept at what he saw. After all, the girls had just greeted the masters and had already received strong weapons. He thought that this was not life but a fairy tale. After which, another disciple said that they had good powers, which meant that Tang Yun should also be incredibly strong, and perhaps even had a double soul. Everyone was wondering just how strong he was, after all. Even strong girls like Mu Mengqi and Wu Xiao appreciated his decisions, and even Bingqing and Mujun became interested regardless of his talent. Mujun wished to take him for herself. Shen Qingzi called to the table next who was Tang Yun. He believed that this was Tang Yun's finest hour, since all eyes focused on him. Everyone was in excitement because he was able to kill Guo Zhengshu and conquer Lingu Kanghe, so they expected him to have at least 5 souls and be someone who would go down in history. Wu Xiao had long wanted to know what his talent was, and Mu Mengqi was certain that he was the strongest. Shen Qingqi told Tang Yun that he could start and admitted that he believed that his talent would conquer everyone. Tang Yun touched the table and mentally apologized to the elder, for his talent would disappoint them all. The table still didn't glow, shocking Shen Qingzi. He wanted to know why there was no reaction, and if there was a possibility that the stone was broken. The disciples, on the other hand, wondered if Tang Yun could be strong enough to break the stone. Then they began to reason that if the stone did not shine, it can only mean that the person has a weak soul. Tang Yun thought it was normal that the stone couldn't recognize his soul. After all, it wasn't one of the 13 known types of souls. Shen Qingqi started groping the stone, asking himself what was going on, after all. Not long ago, it was fine, and now it wasn't working. Shen Qingzi reported to the elders that the stone had probably broken and offered to replace it, after which Tang Yun would be able to try again. Immediately after that, Lingu Qian. He came down to them, and with a laugh, he said that this stone had been working for thousands of years and couldn't break so easily. He said that it wasn't the breakage of the stone, it was just Tang Yun having a weak soul. Hearing this, Mu Mengqi and Wu Xiao were shocked. They refused to believe it. Also, the disciples couldn't believe it either, and besides, Lingu Kanghe could only say that because they were on bad terms. Shen Qingzi said that such a thing couldn't happen after all. Tang Yun is one of the most talented disciples. Lingu Tsanghe asked how else to explain the stone not working, and Shen Qingzi started to tell that the stone might be faulty. Or Tang Yun's soul is unique and the table can't recognize it. Either way, Tang Yun doesn't have an empty soul. Lingu Kanghe smirked evilly from how many excuses the latter had found and advised him to face the truth. Bingqing ordered them to stop, and whether Tang Yun's soul was empty or not, they would only be able to know by checking. A Beast Soul elder volunteered to test Tang Yun's soul. He was curious to know the qualifications of such a talented disciple of their sect, after which he told Tang Yun not to think about anything and touched him. Tang Yun hid his soul since it might lead to unnecessary trouble for him. The disciples were curious about what this elder sees. After all, he has always been honest and fair, because of which they can believe his words, and if Tang Yun really has an empty soul, he won't be able to enter the inner sect. After completing the inspection, The elder was slightly surprised. Afterward, he said that Tang Yun had a golden soul, but without hesitation. Everyone was shocked to hear this, because even with an empty soul, Tang Yun was so powerful. It was crazy if Huang Fu's most talented disciple couldn't get into the inner sect. Wu Xiao shouted that such a thing couldn't be, after all. Tang Yun had told them that his soul was better than perfect. Hence, she understood that something was wrong here. Mu Mengqi asked Xiao to calm down and said that she was sure that Tang Yun was hiding his strength, and they only needed to believe. Hearing that Tang Yun had an empty soul, Lingu Chang he started laughing like he had never laughed before. Then he told Tang Yun that his strength meant nothing, and that he would forever remain in the outer sect. And while Tang Yun is not in the inner sect, he has thousands of opportunities to kill him. Mujun thought things were pretty bad, for she could accept him with little talent, but by no means with an empty soul. Bingqing demanded Shen Qingqi to answer if this was the surprise he was talking about. She was angry because she thought Tang Yun had a special soul, which was the reason why she didn't fight for those two. But there's no way she expected him to have an empty soul. That's a failure. Shen Qingqi tried to calm Bingqing down and justify himself, but the latter ordered him to shut up, after which she announced that Tang Yun was not allowed to join the inner sect, as an empty soul could not cultivate in the path of the Tao, and so he is forever forced to stay in the outer sect. The disciples began to discuss the fact that Tang Yun was unable to join the inner sect, which meant that he could not continue cultivating to the soul refinement realm, the divine soul realm, or even the sacred soul realm. But at the same time, Tang Yun would only waste his talent in the outer sect, turning into nothing and leaving behind only the legend of a once invincible outer sect disciple. Some of the disciples were even happy about this, as they would be able to divide Mu Mengqi and Wu Xiao amongst themselves. Wu Xiao refused to accept this, and decided to help him as much as she could. After that, she bowed to the master and began to beg her to accept Tang Yun, and in return she would promise to devote herself to training. Mu Yun admitted that she didn't mind taking it, but ever since the Huang Fu sect was founded, the weapon division has never accepted anyone with an empty soul, and she can't do anything about it. Wu Xiao continued to beg for it. She said that she didn't even need any weapons, but Mu Yun asked her not to make things difficult for her, because by accepting Tang Yun, she would have to explain herself in front of the elders and disciples of their division. Mu Mengqi asked the master to accept Tang Yun, since he was the one who had trained her, and she had personally seen him grow stronger. He replied that it didn't matter whether he accepted Tang Yun or not. After all, with his talent, he would be the most inferior disciple, which would only cause his fellow disciples to mock and humiliate him. He asked if she really wanted to see something like this, since she didn't even know about how the inner sect felt about people like him. Mu Mengqi, biting her lip, said that she might not understand it, but neither did the elder understand who Tang Yun was. And if Tang Yun can't join the inner sect, then she will also refuse to do so. Wu Xiao agreed with her sister, for if it wasn't for Tang Yun, she would have been dead long ago. The disciples wanted to know if the girls had lost their minds. After all, such loyalty to Tang Yun. Those who had hoped to share them realized that their chances of doing so had become slim. And besides, selection into the inner sect is a very important event, and the elders won't be able to turn a blind eye to it. The elders asked the girls if they were in their right mind to say such a thing. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun asked them to stop and retreat. But the girls weren't going to let things go that easily and asked how he was doing. Tang Yun stroked the girls and said that the inner sect was only a trifle to him, and asked them to stop this matter, after which those still agreed to retreat. The masters were shocked that Tang Yun was the one who could change their disciples' minds. Mu Yun even thought of showing Xiao some guys in the division so that she wouldn't depend on Tang Yun anymore. Shen Qingzi asked Tang Yun to come over since he wanted to ask a question. He asked if he really had an empty soul. He knew he was hiding secrets, but his future depended on them. Tang Yun sighed and was about to refuse. But he remembered that the Grand Elder had been looking after him ever since he joined the sect, and he was the only one who behaved like an elder. Although it was clear that he had a reason for it, but he never had bad intentions. But his secret was not something most people could accept, and revealing it could have bad consequences. Hearing no reply, Shen Qingqi accepted it and refused to draw out the information by force, since it was the will of the heavens. He asked Tang Yun not to despair, because even with such a soul, he could learn alchemy, sigil making, and the like. He could even make a living from it when he returned home. Tang Yun told the elder that there were indeed many things he could not tell, but about him being scum, that's just an unfounded assumption by the beast soul Tao. Shen Qingzi was shocked by what he heard and even began to speculate who Tang Yun might be. Tang Yun said that he hoped that the Supreme Elder would keep his secret, and he immediately rushed running, shouting that he would keep it, since he didn't expect his secret to be so deep. So he intends to help him join the inner sect, even if it costs him his life. Shen Qingqi ran up to Bingqing and bowed before her. He then begs her to accept Tang Yun into the alchemy sect with his life on the line. Everyone was shocked at what was happening, for he begs Bingqing to accept a person with a horrible soul, but inner sect leaders are not so stupid to accept such. Bingqing asked the elder what he was doing, for not only was he unable to recruit disciples with high talents, but now he was also asking to accept an empty soul into his division. She asked if he wanted them to become the laughingstock of the Wong Fu sect. Shen Qingzi raised his hand and swore to the heavens that as long as she had Tang Yun, he was stronger than all the disciples combined. And if within 3 years what he said doesn't come true, he will be punished by heaven. Lingu Kanghe admitted that he had no idea why the latter was doing that, but advised him to forget about it. After all, even giving Tang Yun 30 years wouldn't accomplish anything, and 3 years was out of the question. The Beast Soul Elder said that it might be true, but the alchemy division needed new talents. Even being with a weak soul, he might become a gifted alchemist in the future. Moyun agreed with the words of the Beast Spirit Elder and said that he might be better than Wu Xiao. She also promised that she wouldn't laugh if Bingqing accepted it. Bingqing couldn't stand Mujun's taunts and threatened to fight to the death if she continued to test her, to which the one replied that she was not in the mood. And since she had accepted a gifted student, she was not going to bicker with her. Binzen threatened that someday she would be sure to show that damned whore. Shen Qingqi asked Bingqing about Tang Yun. She then sighed and agreed to take Tang Yun since he was so insistent, but that's only on one condition. She would only take Tang Yun on the condition that she would expel the elder from the Shen clan. But if Tang Yun disappoints her, she will erase Qingzi's name from the family records once again. Shen Qingqi had served her clan with utmost loyalty in the outer sect for many years. He has worked hard, with or without recognition. And if he is so desperate, then perhaps Tang Yun really is special. But she needs to test his confidence, for if he is so sure of Tang Yun, there is no changing his mind. Immediately after Shen Qingzi bowed, hitting his forehead on the floor and thanked her, he was convinced that Tang Yun would not let her down. Bingqing was shocked, for Shen Qingji did not show the slightest hesitation. Tang Yun asked the Supreme Elder not to worry, and said that his sacrifice was not in vain. After all, regardless of the reason, the Supreme Elder had definitely sacrificed a lot for him. Therefore, he wished to climb the career ladder as soon as possible, so that Qingqi could return to the Shen clan. Bingqing told Tang Yun that he was now an apprentice of the alchemy department in Linshan Herbal Garden, in charge of various works, and therefore he must report to Linshan Garden in 10 days. She then added that if anyone wanted to join her, they should report to the 9th Elder in 10 days. Immediately afterwards, she left. The disciples mocked Bingqing, for she was dejected, all because she needed a high-class disciple, but she took Tang Yun. Not long ago, everyone wanted to take him away, but now, not everyone even considers him a human being. A satisfied Shen Qingzi ordered everyone to shut up and reminded them that the selection was still ongoing. 2 hours later, the Beast Spirit Elder ordered everyone to go to the units in 10 days and without tardiness. Lingu Shenghe told Tang Yun that he might consider himself lucky, but the competition in the inner sect was much higher than the inner sect, and so he advised to watch himself, immediately after which he left with the other elders. Tang Yun was angry about the old man clearly testing him. If the old man would only stop causing trouble, then he could leave him fine. But if he continued like this, then his days were numbered. Mu Mengqi said that no matter what, he was now in the inner sect. And Wu Xia was angry that Bingqing didn't even realize the fact that she had taken the gold, and not the copper. Tang Yun said that it was fine, as he would soon get rid of this stigma. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder turned to Tang Yun and told him that although he had joined the inner sect, he had some enemies. Tang Yun asked the Elder to tell him about it. The first problem: the inner sect enforcer Guo Zhengming, who is Guo Zhengshou's cousin. Zhengshou's death may have been just, but Zhengming is out for revenge. The second problem: Mu Rongkun's grandfather, the second elder of the Mu Rong Hong Beast Division. He is cunning and vindictive, and thus he should be careful. The third problem: Lingu Tsanghe. He won't let him go, and will probably try to sick the strongest people of the Holy Soul Division on him. These three are Tang Yun's main problems in the inner sect. Mu Mengqi was surprised at the number of Tang Yun's enemies and advised to be more careful. Wu Xiao asked why he didn't join her, after all. She could still try to negotiate with the elder, to which Tang Yun replied that he would be fine, after all. Only someone who dared to threaten him would be worse off. Shen Qingqi asked not to worry about it too much, because the inner sect had strict rules, and therefore they would not openly act. Also, he knows Bingqing well, and if Tang Yun starts to stand out, she will treat him well. Tang Yun thanked the elder and promised that he would not forget his efforts, to which the latter replied that he had faith in his abilities and was therefore confident that he would quickly establish himself. Suddenly, a disciple came running to the elder and whispered some news to him, at which the man was surprised and ordered his apprentice to return. Tang Yun asked if there was something important there, to which the elder replied that it was related to Wu Xiao, and the others could leave. Wu Xiao wanted to know what had happened after all. She hadn't done anything wrong recently. As soon as Tang Yun and Mu Mengqi left, the elder asked if she remembered how one of the elders saved her when she lost her parents to starvation. To which Wu Xiao replied that she remembered her and that she still remembered her beauty. She was wearing a black dress. Shen Qingqi revealed that her surname was Tang. She was currently the head of the Immortal Gate Alchemy Division. 2 months ago, she said that she would have come here to meet Wu Xiao, but she couldn't come because of an accident, and so she asked to tell this. Wu Xiao immediately got excited and asked if she was all right. The elder replied that she was rumored to be badly injured, but he asked her not to worry as she was fine and recovering. Wu Xiao agreed with the elder. If it wasn't for this woman, she would have been in the afterlife long ago. She wondered if Tang Yun could cure her. Outside the temple, Tang Yun asked, Xiao has what happened, as she looks quite worried. To which she replied that she was fine, she was just a little sad because she hadn't seen him for a long time. Although Tang Yun is incredible, but she has never seen him use medical abilities. Besides, he has many enemies in the sect, because of which she decided not to bother him. Tang Yun petted Wu Xiao and promised to visit her when he could carve out time to do so. He guessed she was hiding something, but decided not to ask, since she didn't want to talk about it. 10 days later, Tang Yun and the girls arrived at the gate of the inner sect. Wu Xiao told Tang Yun that there was a teleportation to the inner sect ahead, to which he replied that it was the right time for them to appear there. Taking a closer look at the two people at the archway, Tang Yun realized that they were disciples of the internal law enforcement sect, and they should probably detain him. One of the disciples unfolded the scroll, and compared to Tang Yun, he realized that he was the person who had killed the law enforcement elder in the outer sect. The second disciple replied that it was definitely him. Elder Guo had told them to kill him, they just needed to find a reason to kill him. Tang Yun thought Guo Zhengming was too impatient, since the latter had tried to get rid of him so quickly. But in doing so, he had dispatched the weaklings. As they got closer, a disciple stopped Tang Yun and the girls. Mu Mengqi greeted them and explained that they had been elected a few days ago, and from today onwards, they were subject to the inner sect. The student took out a notebook and asked for a name so he could check the lists, after which Mu Meng introduced Tang Yun, Wu Xiao, and herself. The disciple said that the girls had already become popular in the inner sect, and when they met them in person, they understood why. And since they were the main disciples of the beast and weapon divisions, they dared not cross them. Tang Yun asked if they could enter, to which the second disciple answered in the affirmative, then explained that once they entered the array, they would just have to concentrate their spiritual power, and they would be transported to the inner sect. Mu Mengqi and Wu Xiao walked through the archway, but when it was Tang Yun's turn, he was stopped. The student explained that he only allowed the girls in, after which he pointed his finger at the arch and explained that it was the symbol of the inner sect, and Tang Yun was just a pathetic worm relying on the highest elder of the outer sect, causing him to not deserve the right to pass through the arch. They explained to him that this archway was the only way into the inner sect, and asked him where he would go next, after which the disciple smirked and said that there was a special path for this kind of trash. All he has to do is walk through it to the archway. The fat disciple started laughing at the first one's idea and explained to Tang Yun that he would have to go through both disciples at once. They knew that Tang Yun would definitely not tolerate this kind of humiliation, and if he touched them, they would have the perfect excuse to kill him. Mu Mengqi asked how dare they not let Tang Yun in, since he was an official member of the inner sect. And Wu Xiao threatened to call the master if they didn't let him in. Tang Yun asked the disciples if they really wanted to do this. Immediately afterward, he struck the weak spot of one of the students, from which the man fell to the ground asking how he dared to do such a thing. The fat disciple told Tang Yun that since he dared to hit a law enforcement disciple, the sect's laws required them to kill him, to which Tang Yun replied that he might not die today. Immediately afterward, he killed the law enforcement student with just one punch. The first one woke up from the damage and told Tang Yun that killing a disciple would be punished by death. Tang Yun grinned and opened the scroll and asked if they were the ones who wanted to kill him, for this confirmed his words about self-defense. Realizing that there was nothing he could do, the disciple ran away, but he shouted that Elder Guo would not forgive him for what he had done. Tang Yun asked where he was going to go and remotely killed him with a leg kick. In the last moment of his life, the disciple said that the elder would kill Tang Yun. Mu Mengqi asked what would happen if someone started investigating the murder of the two disciples, to which he replied that they wouldn't dare, because he had proof that they were planning to kill him, and if they did, they would dig their own hole. Wu Xiao advised Tang Yun to be on his guard when he joined the alchemy division, because they knew too little about them. Tang Yun asked them not to worry about it and to be vigilant, after which they entered the circle and were transported to the square on top of the mountain. Just by getting here, Wu Xiao recognized that the inner sect was much better than the outer sect, as even the aura here was more intense, to which Mu Mengqi replied that, other than the aura, it wasn't much different. Tang Yun assumed that it was only the reception, and said that they would realize the difference once they got into their divisions. Just as suddenly, someone turned to Mu Mengqi and she asked what he needed. The stranger introduced himself as Bai Shu is a disciple of the Beast Soul division, as well as her senior disciple. He had come here on the elder's orders to accompany her. He reported that the new disciples of the Beast division were assembled, and that they were only waiting for her. And since this place is far out of their division, they need to leave now. Mu Mengqi warned Tang Yun that she was leaving, and they might not be able to see each other for a long time, to which Tang Yun replied that just because they are in an inner sect doesn't mean they will never meet again. Mu Mengqi hugged Tang Yun and thanked him for everything. She said that no matter what happens, she will always be at his side. Immediately afterward, she ran away covered with a blush of shame for doing it in front of everyone, after which Bai Shu asked if Tang Yun was the trash that everyone was talking about. He advised him to watch himself the way Mu Mengyi did, not the kind of person he can get his dirt on. In response, Tang Yun advised Bai Shu to mind his own business, as Mu Mengqi had the right to decide who she liked, and he wasn't her relative to speak for her. Bai Shu decided to remind Tang Yun that they were in the inner sect, not the outer sect, and he had tens of thousands of ways to kill him. Hearing this, Tang Yun suggested that he try to do it. Even 10,000 lives wouldn't be enough for what Tang Yun had in store for Bai Shu. Bai Shu became angry and a spark of enmity erupted between him and Tang Yun. Xiao was asked what he was doing. He was clearly abusing his status to bully the newcomer. Immediately after, people began to gather around, discussing the fact that Tang Yun had a conflict with a senior disciple of the Beast Soul division. He was lucky to get here with his soul, and he immediately gets into fights. And some people were discussing that Bai Shu looked devious, and that he was threatening Tang Yun because he liked Mu Mengqi. Bai Shu had no choice but to retreat. But lastly, he told Tang Yun that he wouldn't last long here as many people wanted him dead. Wu Xiao advised Tang Yun not to listen to this crazy dog's threats. After all, he was only a disciple, and he had no influence here. To which Tang Yun replied that it was fine after all. It was one of many, and it wasn't even on the list. He then told her it was getting late and she should go to the boat. Tang Yun heard a sound behind him while Wu Xiao agreed, but before she left, she would like him to give her a kiss. Tang Yun turned toward the noise and said that Meng Yi's ship had already left. He found these ships too shabby and decided he would do a similar thing when he had time. Wu Xiao got angry about being ignored and asked if he was listening to her, after which Tang Yun asked what she wanted to say. Jun Wu Xiao became embarrassed and tried to repeat her recent words about kissing again. But instead, she rushed over to Tang Yun and kissed him. Immediately afterwards, she ran away embarrassed, yelling for him to remember to visit her. The disciples were heartbroken because the most beautiful female disciples were always around such a weakling, and on top of that, Wu Xiao kissed him, breaking their hearts. Tang Yun touched his lips and agreed that letting the girl go was the hardest feat. The main point of the alchemical division. The inscription, "Everything is created through alchemy." Looking at the sites here, Tang Yun was impressed by the alchemy division, after which he was approached by a disciple who introduced himself as Tian Danwu, a random disciple in the herbal garden of the alchemy division. He had come to fetch Tang Yun at the elder's request, after which Tang Yun greeted senior apprentice Tian, but the latter asked not to be called so politely and suggested that he just call him Nu. After a while, Tang Yun and Tian Dan reached Lingshan Garden. Tian Dan told Tang Yun that he only had a short distance to go. He needs to go ahead beyond the mountain and report to Deacon Shen at Lingyuan Pavilion. After that, Deacon Shen would assign him a house, a place to refine elixirs, and a quota per month to turn in elixirs. Tang Yun thanked senior apprentice Tian for the information. He realized that he was a decent person, and if there were people like him here, they would probably be able to get along. As Tian Dan suddenly remembered something and advised Tang Yun not to provoke Cheng Yaowen, he can be recognized by his bald head and scar on his lip. He is the strongest disciple here, and he is also the tyrant of their garden. Tang Yun pointed his finger and asked if it was the same Cheng Yaoying. Immediately after which he turned around and saw him. Cheng Yaoying was gathering people to deal with the worthless husk named Tang Yun. Then they all started making fun of how handsome he was, and joking about how he came in the back door. Other than Bingqing Tang Yun, no one here knows him, but this disciple was able to recognize him at a glance, which means that someone portrays him. Cheng Yaoying told Tang Yun that he must obey his rules, and he didn't care that he used to be the strongest in the outer sect. Tang Yun asked and what the man was going to do with him, to which Cheng Yaoying replied that Tang Yun should bow 3 times and then give up all of his spiritual stones and valuables he possessed. From what he had heard, once he found a way to eliminate Tang Yun, he should be rewarded handsomely. Tiandan asked why Tang Yun had to bow 3 times and give the spirit stones, since the rules didn't say so. But he ordered him to shut up and then hit him and shouted that trash should know its place. Yaowen asked Tiandan what he thought of himself, for in this garden, his word is law. Tiandan was forced to agree with Liao Ying and called him boss, after which he apologized to Tang Yu for not being able to help, since he can barely defend himself. The disciples who saw this started to get indignant, because this idiot was starting to bully people again, because he thought that this place belonged to him, and all because the people at the top were not interested in such things. And besides, he was the strongest here, and no one could resist him. They felt sorry for Tang Yun, whose peaceful days were numbered. Cheng Yaoying warned Tang Yun that he had one last chance left to bow. Otherwise, he would be the only one to blame for what happened next. Tiandan advised Tang Yun to be patient for a while, and do as Yao Ying said, after which everything would be fine. After all, they couldn't contradict him. Tang Yun apologized to Senior Tian and said that he wasn't going to tolerate it, for those who crossed his path only had one thing waiting for them, and that was death. Yao Ying's men began to scoff at Tang Yun's threats. After all, their boss here is the only one with medium powers, and besides, he has a golden soul. An empty soul from the outer sect couldn't do anything in the inner sect. The disciples wondered if Tang Yun had gone crazy after all. He was only at the 7th level of cultivation, while the boss was at the 9th level. Yes, and none of them could believe that Tang Yun could win. After all, the boss in the county was the strongest, and no one had ever defeated him. Cheng Yaoying asked Tang Yun not to beg for mercy, since he didn't want to take the easy path and use the myriad golden fist. He was going to take the opportunity to kill Tang Yun since he was so bold as to cross him. A huge golden fist moved at Tang Yun, and Tiandan advised him to dodge. Tang Yun realized that Cheng Yaoying had finally decided to die. He didn't resist the blow, but by touching Tang Yun, Cheng Yaoying broke his arm. Whereupon he began moaning in pain and asking how such a thing was possible. Tang Yun asked if he really thought he would be able to pierce through his body. After all, that blow wasn't even enough to move him. The disciples were surprised at what was happening, and even began to suspect that Tang Yun was cultivating the technique of strengthening his body to be firm. But then, he wouldn't be able to withstand, since the myriad golden fists could turn metal into powder. But Tang Yun didn't get a scratch. The disciples who suffered because of Cheng Yaoying called Tang Yun magnificent, for he didn't even move, and they wondered who was calling him weak. For if Tang Yun was weak, then they all didn't even deserve to be his shadow. Tang Yun approached Cheng Yaoying and demanded that he tell who sent him, to which he replied that he didn't know what Tang Yun was talking about, since no one had sent him. Without receiving a response, Tang Yun stepped on the other arm with enough force to break it. He then asked how he recognized him, since they had never seen each other before. Tang Yun wanted to know if Cheng Yaoying thought he was an idiot, since they thought he hadn't guessed. Cheng Yaoying started begging for help. He asked for someone to stop Tang Yun. The terrified 6 agreed with the boss and demanded that he let Yaoying go, whereupon they gathered courage and began to threaten him that he would not be able to overpower them. Tang Yun asked them if they were doing all this for the sake of getting closer to their own deaths, and ordered them to fall to their knees. Immediately afterward, they fell on their knees and begged Tang Yun not to kill them, for Cheng Yaoying had kept them in fear, and they had long wanted to get rid of him, but Tang Yun did it faster than they did. They promised that they would reform if he let them go. Seeing this, Cheng Yaoying promised that he would avenge them for this when he recovered. Tang Yun said that if he were to kill cowards like them, he would only get his hands dirty. Tang Yun told the disciples that he would give them a chance to get even with Yaowen's 6 and kill them. Immediately after, the disciples rushed towards Yaowen's underlings, thanking Tang Yun for the opportunity. Not long ago, they had suffered because of them, but karma had not spared them. Tang Yun stepped on Cheng Yaoying and warned that he had one last chance to confess, otherwise he will die. Realizing that he had no other choice, Cheng Yaoying admitted that it was his brother named Li Zian. Yesterday, he gave his portrait to him and ordered him to sort it out. Li Zian is a disciple of a 12th elder in the alchemy division. He's at the pinnacle of soul cultivation and has a thunder soul, and for that reason alone, he couldn't refuse him. Tang Yun said that he didn't hold a grudge against Li Zian, which meant that someone else must be behind him. Cheng Yaoying admitted that he had told everything he knew and asked if he could leave now. Tang Yun apologized and pressed his foot on the man's chest. Death is what awaits anyone who dares to go against him. The disciples were scared that Tang Yun had killed Cheng Yaoying, and they even had a suspicion that he was aiming to take his place. If he wanted to become the leader of this place, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him as he was too strong. Tang Yun asked them not to worry as he was not interested in becoming the local tyrant. So he advised them to just do what they needed to do. If they didn't salt him, he wasn't going to hold a grudge against them. Cheng Yaoying wanted to kill him, and that was the only reason why he used his self-defense skills and didn't break the sect's rules. Afterward, he offered the middle-class spirit stones to whoever would help him dispose of the corpse. Immediately afterward, a multitude of gawkers rushed towards him, gathering to please him. They were amazed at his generosity, after all. These stones were worth a month of their cultivation resources. Thanks to Tang Yun, their hard days were finally over. Tiandan led Tang Yun to the Lingyuan pavilion and told him that he had to inform the elder of his arrival. Tang Yun asked the one to not be so polite to him and call him the same as when they first met, after which he headed towards the pavilion. But before doing so, he warned Tiandan that he could call out to him whenever he needed to. Tiandan sighed and said that he thought as if Tang Yun was just an ordinary disciple. But now he felt like he was facing the likeness of a god. Hence he doubted that their days would be peaceful. Tang Yun bowed and was about to report his arrival when suddenly the elder ordered him to enter. Opening the door, he was shocked to see the great elder. But the latter immediately explained that Tang Yun was mistaken, for he was Shen Qingfeng's elder brother twin Shen Qingzu. He said he had heard about Tang Yun from his brother and asked him not to worry and to do whatever he wanted in their garden. As long as it was within reason, he was willing to support him. Tang Yun bowed and thanked Mr. Deacon. He realized that he had been careless since he couldn't notice the difference between their auras. Besides, he hadn't expected that the great elder had a twin brother, which made things much easier. The elder gave Tang Yun an indication token along with instructions on how to create elixirs, and from now on, Tang Yun is in charge of the 69th unit of Lingshan Garden. Aside from providing elixirs every month, he also has to help the alchemy disciples every day, and if all of this didn't interfere with his cultivation, then he could ask for help from others. Tang Yun thanked the elder, and the elder told him that he was only helping because of his brother. But if Tang Yun didn't show results, his brother would be in trouble, so he wanted Tang Yun to give his best. Tang Yun said that he knew what he was doing and promised that he wouldn't let them down. The elder was satisfied with Tang Yun's answer and gave him permission to leave. But lastly, he reminded Tang Yun that he needed to get rid of his status as soon as possible, or else all hope would be lost. Walking outside, Tang Yun began to ponder on how he could get rid of his status, as there were too many restrictions placed on him as a disciple. Suddenly, he heard a noise like someone being beaten. At that place, a disciple was whipping Tiandan with his whip. The disciple ordered the man to prepare elixirs for him, but Tiandan failed. The elixirs were still not ready, so he thought as if Tiandan was asking to beat him up. Tiandan reminded Mr. Li that he had ordered 10 pounds of firefly grass 3 days ago, but he still had to wait a month for it to grow, making it physically impossible for him to harvest it. Li demanded that the man stop making excuses, for he was sure the alchemist was trying to piss him off. The other disciples realized that Li Ziquan was just looking for an excuse to beat up Tiandan. He is an older disciple, and his brother Li Zian is an alchemy genius, even though he is only 29 years old. But he is already a high-level alchemist. Li Ziquan said that they were all just hopeless creatures of the Lingshan Garden, and anyone who failed to fulfill their task would end up like Tiandan. Tang Yun asked what kind of pit he had climbed out of, and how dare he humiliate his disciples. Li Ziquan was astonished that someone dared to reprimand him, and suggested that he try it again if he dared, of course. Tang Yun ordered his disciples to stop groveling and get up from their knees, and Li Ziquan said that he would like to see Tang Yun do it. Tang Yun said that even ordinary disciples have dignity, and if you are a man, you will stand proudly until the end. When he's around, no one dares lay a finger on them. One of the disciples listened to Tang Yun's words and rose from his knees. He said that he had a sense of dignity. Following him, the other disciples began to rise, after which they asked who he was to bend them to their knees. Li Zixuan called them all freaks and asked if they were trying to start a riot here. Tang Yun explained to him that this was the Lingshan Garden, and if he didn't like something, he could report it to Deacon Shen. But his disciples were not punching bags. So Tang Yun demanded that he start apologizing. Li Ziquan wasn't going to put up with this and decided to help Tang Yun die. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun grabbed the whip and pulled the surprised Ziqiang towards him. Immediately afterwards, he struck the man with his fist and ordered him to sit on his knees. From the blow he received, Li Ziquan started coughing up blood and fell to his knees. The disciples chanted to Tang Yun as they couldn't dream that such a thing would happen to Ziqiang. Li Ziquan asked Tang Yun how he even dared to do this, after which he raised his hands and a huge rock appeared from the ground. The disciples remembered that Li Ziqiang has an earth soul, and this is his signature technique, one strike of which contains over 1,000,000 strength. Tang Yun asked if he really thought he could kill him just by using the shadow of the mountain peak formed by the clay soul, then jumped towards the peak and shattered it with just one punch. The disciples were shocked by what they saw and began to doubt Tang Yun's 7th level cultivation. Tang Yun asked Li Ziqiang what else he could show him. Li Ziquan was shocked as he could defeat even a 10th level cultivator with this technique, while Tang Yun didn't even get a scratch. Tang Yun said that it was because Li Ziquan was weak and rushed towards that one. But Li Ziquan used the earth landing of 1,000 miles and plunged underground. Tang Yun was not going to let his enemy go and shattered the ground with a punch. Immediately after, Li Ziqiang himself flew out from under her as well. He wanted to know how Tang Yun had found it. After all, it was one of the 5 great arts of escape. But Tang Yun kicked that one with his foot and said that any skills were useless in front of Hongmen's eyes. Li Ziquan asked Tang Yun what he was doing. After all, he is an inner disciple, while Tang Yun is a mere disciple. And if he decides to do something to him, he will regret it later. Tang Yun asked if he liked beating people with a whip, as he was curious to see what it was like. Li Ziquan was about to threaten Tang Yun, but he struck him with the whip, damaging his face and causing him to scream. The students were clearly happy about what was happening and were waiting for it to continue, because the bastard was picking on them every chance he got. Suddenly, he suggested that they try to whip the man themselves. But the students started to refuse, as they are not that strong, and if they hit him, he will surely take revenge later. Tang Yun asked the men if they were men, because this man was bullying them, and they were going to continue to tolerate it. Whereupon he threw the whip to the ground. Tang Yun told them that as a man, they can lower their dignity in times of despair, but they must remember to raise it again. But if they continue to lower their dignity, is there any difference between life and death? Tian Dan reached for the whip first, and Tang Yun asked him about his wounds, to which he replied that it was nothing. He was in complete agreement with Tang Yun's words, and therefore he wants to regain his dignity. He wants to be courageous, but if he doesn't have the courage to do so, he will deservedly be a mere disciple for the rest of his days. Li Ziquan shouted that Tian Dan wouldn't dare to hit him, otherwise he was dead. But Tian Dan wasn't scared, and still punched Li Ziqiang in the face, after which he began to faint from his wounds and thanked Tang Yun for returning the honor. Tang Yun picked up the falling companion and praised him for the job he had done. As soon as Tian Dan hit Li Ziqiang, all the other disciples gathered their fighting spirit and began to step towards Li Ziqiang to regain their dignity. Tang Yun explained that he had sealed Li Ziqiang, which made him immobilized, and they could take revenge on him. Li Ziquan asked them to take their time and began to apologize, and even swore that he would never hit them again. But the disciples were not going to give up. After all, Li Ziquan had been bullying them for years, so there was no way he could pay them off with just words. After that, the disciples began to beat Li Ziqiang so that he would know pain. The beaten Li Ziqiang asked how dare they do this. After all, his brother would not forgive them for this. Tang Yun asked the one if Li Zian was his brother, which the latter immediately confirmed and revealed that his brother is a disciple of the 12th Elder. He is at the peak of the soul cultivation realm and a thunder soul. Li Ziquan wished to know the name of the person who was responsible for beating him. If not, he was afraid that his brother would avenge him. After which, Tang Yun introduced himself and said that he had also killed Cheng Yaoying, who had been sent by his brother. And now he wanted to know why Li Zian wanted to kill him. Li Ziquan was shocked to see Tang Yun in front of him and admitted that he had no idea what he was talking about, and his brother never wanted to kill Tang Yun. Tang Yun asked if the man really didn't know and stepped on Li Ziqiang's hand to refresh his memory. As soon as Tang Yun broke his arm, he immediately told everything. Liang Chengtian, an inner disciple of the law enforcement organs, asked his brother for help, and that's why he sent Cheng Yaoying. He thinks it's because Tang Yun killed a law enforcement elder in the outer sect. Once again, law enforcers intervened in Tang Yun's affairs. Guo Zhengming kept sending people after him, which meant that he would need to deal with him soon. Li Ziquan asked if he could leave since he had told everything, and Tang Yun ordered the man to scram. The students began to ask Tang Yun why he let him go, because this way he only creates more problems for himself Li Ziquan will definitely tell everything to his brother, and the latter in turn will come to take revenge. Tang Yun replied that he was just throwing a line. Li Zian had sent Cheng Yaoyin to kill him, so now they were enemies, and if he came in person, he wouldn't get away with it. Li Ziquan reached the top of the mountain and called his brother. He asked him to avenge him. Immediately afterward, Li Zian came out and asked his brother who had done this to him. He replied that it was Tang Yun, and he already knew that he had sent Cheng Yaoyin to kill him. Li Zian vowed that he would take revenge on Tang Yun for what had happened to his brother. Then he lifted his brother to go with him to the master to heal him. Night, Lingshan Garden. The disciples reasoned that they did not know when Li Zian would come here to quench his bloodlust. But he wouldn't come soon, as he would first take care of Li Ziqiwang's treatment. Everyone wondered if Tang Yun would be able to handle the 12th elder's genius disciple. Tang Yun said that they shouldn't worry about it, because he wouldn't have let Li Ziqiwang escape if he didn't have a way to win. Tang Yun told Tian Dan that he was unfamiliar with the alchemy division and asked him to tell him about it. Tang Yun noticed that the disciples were starting to get worried, and if this continued, they might die of fright because of their own fantasies before Li Zian even arrived at their place. Tian Dan began the story by saying that there are 12 elders in the alchemy division, but they are all subject to the Supreme Elder. One word from her decides their fates. Aside from them, the ordinary disciples, there were about 50,000 other disciples in their division, and they were all divided between the Supreme Elder and the 11 others. Of course, every elder has geniuses, and it is these disciples that the division focuses most of its attention on. All because every 5 years, the inner sect holds a tournament where all divisions compete for the right to enter the land of eternity. And Li Zian is the best candidate amongst all of them. Tang Yun asked Tian Dan to stop and asked how they could enter the land of eternity if it was occupied by the immortal sect. The land of eternity was the second place where the second battle of the gods took place. According to Xiao Jin and Xiao He, some of his men had fought against chaos and inception there. Tian Dan explained that it was because their patriarch had made a deal with the immortal sect, and that was why they were allowed to enter. After digesting the information, Tang Yun realized that he was obligated to go to the eternity land, as his people might still be there. Tian Dan explained that according to the calculations, it would be another 3 years before the trial selections for the land of eternity. And he asked if Tang Yun was thinking of going there, and the latter confirmed it, after which Tang Yun asked why he couldn't, to which Tian Dan replied that they were only ordinary disciples and had no right to do so. Tang Yun said that it didn't matter because all he needed to do was to raise his status in 3 years. Tian Dan then told another disciple about Tang Yun wanting to raise his status, to which the other disciple replied that it sounded optimistic. He said that in the past 5,000 years, no disciple had ever risen from the status of a mere disciple. But Brother Tang Yun was still powerful, even though even he had an empty soul. It was like soaring through the sky without wings. Tang Yun asked Tian Dan if he knew where the intersect store was, and if they sold high-quality spiritual weapons with flames. If he managed to find the right flame, he could build up his power much faster. Tian Dan said that the store was located in Lin Quan Tian Mountain, and as long as he had soul stones, he could buy almost anything. Tang Yun was satisfied with what he heard. After killing Mu Rongkun and Lingu Changkun, he had obtained a spatial ring, and now he had plenty of money. Suddenly, Li Zian appeared high above Tang Yun, challenging Tang Yun to a fight. Upon hearing Li Zian, the disciples immediately began to scatter around. Shen Qingfeng reprimanded Tang Yun for what he had done. Tang Yun fits the description of his brother perfectly. Trouble always follows him. Li Zian asked Tang Yun from where he got the courage to beat up his brother. After something like this, he just had to make sure that Tang Yun would suffer a fate worse than death. Tang Yun admitted that he hates looking at people from above, and so he ordered Li Zian to go down now. Sensing Tang Yun's pressure, the latter could only agree. The disciples were trying to figure out why Li Zian was obeying Tang Yun, and whether there was a chance that he hadn't come for a fight, or if he was frightened by Tang Yun's aura. Tang Yun said that going down wasn't that hard. Immediately after, Li Zian came to his senses and asked how such a bastard had even managed to hypnotize him, after which he swallowed a yellow pill and told me that it was a pill of tranquility, thanks to which he would not fall under such hypnotic arts again. Tang Yun said that he had not hypnotized him, and that if he wanted to kill him, he could easily do so. Hearing this, Li Zian boiled with rage and lunged at Tang Yun. Just as suddenly, Elder Shen Qingfeng appeared between them and ordered them to stop. The disciples were relieved because of Deacon Shen's arrival, and since he is here, there is nothing Li Zian can do to them. Li Zian is at the pinnacle of soul cultivation, and they didn't even notice him using abilities. And if he were to hit Brother Tang, he would be seriously injured. Li Zian asked the elder if he had come to stop his revenge. He replied that he knew what had happened to Li Ziquan because he had come here recently to bully his students. Tang Yun stood up for them and didn't do anything wrong, so the elder suggested that they just forget about it and leave. But if Li Zian wanted to make a fuss in his garden, he only had himself to blame for what happened. Li Zian complained to Tang Yun for only being able to hide behind other people's backs and suggested that he fight in person if he was a man. After all, no one would break the rules if someone got hurt or died. Tang Yun smirked and asked if he really thought he would chicken out. But the elder ordered him to stop and reminded him of Tang Yun's promise to his brother that he would take care of himself. If anything happened to Tang Yun, his brother would suffer a terrible fate. The disciples began to urge Tang Yun not to be so reckless, after all. Li Zian was one of the strongest disciples, and he couldn't handle him. Li Zian dared to remind the deacon that no one had the right to interfere in a duel between intersect disciples. The deacon asked Li Zian who he was to lecture him, and if he wasn't going to leave, let him stay and help cut grass for 3 months. When Li Zian heard about the scythe of grass, he asked the elder not to be angry with him and apologized. In his mind, he cursed him because he couldn't do anything to Tang Yun, which meant that he would have to wait for the right moment. No sooner had Li Zian stopped than Tang Yun asked that person to stop, after which he waved Li Zian's finger and said that he accepted his challenge. The deacon tried to comprehend what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Li Zian was mentally laughing from the fact that Tang Yun had just signed his own death warrant. Shen Qingfeng asked Tang Yun how the latter could be so reckless. After all, he was trying to protect him while he accepts the challenge to duel. Tang Yun asked the deacon not to worry so much about it, as he had already decided everything. And even if Li Zian left now, he would not give up. Therefore, it was better to deal with him now than waiting for the moment when it would be more convenient for him to attack. The deacon had warned Tang Yun that Li Zian was a strong opponent who was at the peak of soul cultivation. While Tang Yun himself was only at the 7th level, he wanted to know if the latter really thought he could win. To which Tang Yun replied that the deacon shouldn't be so worried, because if he was in another soul improvement realm, it would be difficult. As it was, no one would be able to overpower him. The deacon took a deep breath and agreed to let Tang Yun fight since he was so insistent on it, but he asked him to be careful. Tang Yun reminded Li Zian that he wanted to fight to the death, and added that next year they would have to memorialize him on this day. Li Zian used his strength and shouted to Tang Yun that today he would show the difference between an intersect disciple and an ordinary disciple. Immediately afterward, he used the blood-eating cauldron. The disciples were shocked at what they had taken away. After all, this was a high-grade spiritual weapon, and Tang Yun would be in a lot of trouble if he couldn't dodge it. But Tang Yun wasn't going to dodge such a small thing, and destroyed the cauldron with a single blow. The disciples were delighted that Tang Yun was able to break the cauldron with just one strike. Besides, this was very unpleasant news for Li Zian, because a high-grade spiritual weapon was not easy to obtain. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun noticed that there was something wrong with the fog from the cauldron. Li Zian laughed loudly and said that it was too late to run away immediately, after which he used the soul-devouring spell formation. After which, a bloody seal appeared under Tang Yun, and bloody tentacles reached out towards him, which began to coil around him and devour his spiritual energy. Li Zian said that he learned from his brother that Tang Yun is very strong, and so his plan is as follows. Tang Yun is a piece of worthless trash, who only relies on physical strength. He is trapped and immobilized, and his soul energy is fading. It can be considered that he has already become a living corpse. The disciples of the garden were frightened for Tang Yun, for the enemy was too cunning. The intersect disciple was able to use a high-grade weapon as a decoy, which clearly proved that they would never be able to match his level of strategizing. The deacon offered to do Li Zian a favor if he would spare Tang Yun. He was willing to agree to anything, but Li Zian was unwilling to let go of his enemy, which meant that today would be his day of death. Tang Yun recognized that Li Zian was a good strategist, but the latter had clearly underestimated him, for the power of his soul is immeasurably stronger than his physical might. Immediately after that, Tang Yun used the rift, destroying the enemy's technique with it, and after damaging him, Li Zian couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. The disciples of the garden also wanted to know what had happened, because the formation prepared for Tang Yun was completely useless, meaning that Li Zian had overestimated himself but underestimated Tang Yun. Tang Yun told the one he lost and asked if he had anything to say, to which the latter replied that Tang Yun would not dare to kill him, for his master would avenge him for it. Tang Yun asked if Li Zian would have let him go if he had lost. The elder rushed towards Tang Yun to stop him. But Tang Yun was much faster and instantly sent Li Ziyan into the bowels of hell. The disciples were shocked by what they saw, because killing Li Ziyan only meant that the 12th elder would not leave Tang Yun alone. But Tang Yun had killed him during the duel, and had not broken the sect's rules, making him unable to just kill him. The deacon took a deep breath and told Tang Yun that it was too reckless. If Li Ziyan was alive, he could have made sure to get away from him, but he had killed him. Tang Yun admitted that he didn't want to kill him, but Li Ziyan was incorrigible. From the moment he entered the garden, Li Ziyan ordered Cheng Yaoyin to kill him, after which his brother also tried to get rid of him. But Tang Yun didn't kill him, only seriously wounded him. If he didn't send Li Ziyan to the next world, he would continue to try to kill him stealthily, causing it to be better to eliminate him beforehand. The deacon was forced to retreat as Tang Yun had his own principles, after which the deacon suggested that he take Tang Yun to the 6th elder to get him patched up, and Tang Yun agreed to the proposal. After all, he had used up some of his soul power. He would need a few days to recover on his own. Immediately after, the deacon placed his hand on Tang Yun's shoulder and flew with him towards the 6th elder at full speed. The disciples were discussing whether or not anyone would still call Tang Yun a mere disciple after he had defeated Li Ziyan at the 7th soul level, and they themselves were starting to stand out a bit from him. After a while, Dandexian Mountain. 6th elder Shen Wenda greeted Qingfeng, who had decided to pay him a visit. Shen Qingfei said to the one who came to him today with a request, after which he revealed that the disciple beside him was named Tang Yun, and his brother had helped him get into the alchemy division. But he had recently been injured in a duel with Li Ziyan, so he wanted to ask for his help. Shen Wenda immediately realized that this was the Tang Yun that everyone was talking about, and Tang Yun greeted the elder. After which, Shen Wenda revealed that Li Ziyan was among the top 50 in terms of strength in the alchemy division, and therefore he was surprised that Tang Yun had come to him like this. This meant that Qingzi was right about him. Shen Wenda started drinking the drink and at the same time advised him not to be arrogant in victory and not to despair in defeat. For after all, he shouldn't be discouraged, as Li Ziyan has been cultivating in the inner sect for much longer than him, and is at the peak of the soul cultivation realm. And losing to him doesn't mean the end of the world. Shen Qingfeng said that he had misunderstood everything, because Tang Yun had won and Li Ziyan had died in the blink of an eye. From the sudden shock, Shen Wenda spat out his entire drink. Shen Wenda asked Tang Yun if it was true that he had killed Li Ziyan, to which Tang Yun replied that he had no choice but to accept the challenge to a duel to the death, where Li Ziyan died. After hearing this, Shen Wenda understood why Shen Qingzi was so insistent on Tang Yun being accepted into the inner sect. Shen Qingfeng explained to the 6th elder that although Tang Yun had killed Li Ziyan, he was still seriously injured, and he also knew that he had high-grade medical elixirs. Shen Wenda laughed and said that it wasn't a problem for him, and that he had many high-grade elixirs. He just needed to find out what kind of injuries Tang Yun had. Tang Yun said that his soul was wounded and asked if the one had any suitable potions. The 6th elder reached his hand under his robes and said that such elixirs were rare, after which he took out a bottle and said that Tang Yun was lucky, because a few days ago he had found some soul-restorative herbs and made the right pills. Throwing the pills, he explained to Tang Yun that they were very strong, and that with Tang Yun's level, just one should be enough. Tang Yun thanked the 6th elder and ate the pill immediately after. Shen Qingfeng asked how he was feeling after all. Soul recovery was not a simple matter, and he would not be able to heal quickly. Shen Wenda agreed with Shen Qingfeng and advised Tang Yun to chew the pill slowly. Otherwise, if you rush people, you will make people laugh. Tang Yun hummed and told the deacon and the 6th elder that he was already done, but he has not yet fully recovered as he has a very strong soul, and one pill will not be enough for him. The elder and deacon were shocked at what they heard and asked how the man could not have enough. Tang Yun bowed and asked them to personally check his soul. He wasn't worried about disclosure, since they could only detect his injuries and nothing more. Shen Wenda asked Tang Yun for permission and touched his palm. Then he realized that he was telling the truth, but he couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. Tang Yun explained that his soul power might be stronger than others, and before joining the sect, he had taken some soul-strengthening elixir. It might be the reason behind it. Shen Qingfeng asked why not give Tang Yun more pills, and asked what Shen Wand thought about it, to which the latter replied that Tang Yun could take as many pills as he wanted. Tang Yun agreed with the elder and immediately swallowed all the pills. The elder and deacon asked if the man had gone mad and if he wanted to die from so many pills. Immediately after which, a tremendous amount of soul power began to emanate from Tang Yun. Shen Qingfeng was amazed by this kind of soul power and asked if Tang Yun was really a soul cultivator. and Shenwan shouted that it was inconceivable that someone could eat so many pills at once. After finishing his treatment, Tang Yun examined his body, then thanked the elder for his generosity as he had been quite generous. He replied that Tang Yun's treatment was the most important thing, and the pills could be stamped out. But inwardly, he was crying because he had spent a lot of time on them, and they had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shen Qingfeng said that these pills were not easy to make and advised Tang Yun to remember to thank the sixth elder properly in the future. Tang Yun said that he would never forget the grace of the sixth. After that, he took out a folded sheet of paper and said that he had found this formula when he was in the God Canyon, but there was no way he could read it, so he hoped that the sixth elder could find a use for it. He felt he should thank him for taking so much, and so he picked a formula for the elder that suited him perfectly. Shen Wand brushed off the formula and said that they had long since taken everything of value from the fallen God Canyon, and if there was anything left there, he doubted that it was anything worthwhile. Tang Yun asked if it was true, because it seems to him that this is the formula of the metamorphosis pill, and it is able to enhance his divine consciousness by 10%, which seems quite impressive. But since this formula isn't worthy of the elder's gaze, he'll just throw it away. Immediately after which, the sixth elder snatched the formula from Tang Yun's hands and said that he had picked up a very valuable item. Tang Yun asked if it was really something so valuable. The elder explained that the best pill in his arsenal was one that increased divine consciousness by 30%. But the ingredients for it were incredibly rare and expensive. Whereas these pills, although weaker, the ingredients required are more readily available, meaning they can make them in packs. Shen Qingfeng was surprised to hear this, and asked if this meant that Tang Yun had made a great contribution, to which the sixth elder replied that everything was correct, and asked Tang Yun if he really wanted to give such a valuable formula to him. Tang Yun said that he could take the formula if he really needed it. Besides, he had eaten all of his pills, so he could consider it a thank you. He didn't think that he had parted with something important, since he knew the formula that increased divine consciousness by 100%, compared to which the formula was just a trifle. Shen Wand agreed to accept this formula, then added that Tang Yun would not be left out either. He said that since Tang Yun was just a simple student, he could accept him as a trainee, which would get rid of his status. Tang Yun was surprised when he heard about getting rid of the status. Immediately afterward, he asked the deacon if he would allow him to join the sixth elder. Shen Qingfeng said that he didn't mind, after all. He too wanted Tang Yun to get rid of his status as soon as possible to help his brother. But the problem is that 30 years ago, when Madame ascended to the top of the alchemical division, she made a rule. No disciple is allowed to get rid of his status as an apprentice, and it doesn't matter even if he agreed. Shen Wand embraced the deacon and said that rules are dead, but people are alive. Tang Yun gave them a valuable thing, and the deacon could try to talk to the top people, and maybe they would change their minds. Shen Qingfeng agreed to give it a try, plus she had called him to meet her tomorrow at the Great Hall. Tang Yun once again thanked the deacon and the sixth elder, and said that he was confident that he could get rid of his status. But in order not to waste time for nothing, a certain cave, 12th Elder Lu told Li Ziqiang that he had taken his pills, so he had better rest. And he also wants him to tell Li Zian to come back, because he has a task for him. Li Zixuan thanked the elder and said that his brother was busy with something right now. The elder said that he was sure that Li Zian was just cleaning up after his worthless brother. Li Zian is a talented and reliable person, but he was unlucky with his brother. Li Ziquan agreed that he was weak, but he thought about how it didn't matter. After all, he could be in the division as long as his brother was here. Suddenly, one of the students ran into the cave and shouted that he had bad news. He received the news of what had happened in the past hour. Brother Li Zian's life candle had gone out. Li Zixuan asked how such a thing could even happen, and Elder Lu demanded that Li Ziquan tell what he knew about it, as he was sure that the latter was involved. Li Zian replied that he had recently given a discipline lesson to some ordinary students, and had been beaten up by a kid named Tang Yun. When Li Zian heard about it, he immediately went to the garden to avenge him. If Li Zian is really dead, it was Tang Yun who killed him most likely. Li Ziqiang then began to beg Elder Lu to kill Tang Yun so that Li Ziqiang's sacrifice would not be in vain. The 12th elder slapped Li Ziqiang and said that there was no use for him. He had spent a lot of effort to make his brother a strong cultivator and a high-level alchemist. He had hoped that he would be the one to enter the Endless Lands and compete with the two ancient sects in alchemy. But now the elder wants to kill Li Ziqiang. Li Ziquan started begging for mercy and telling him that Tang Yun was only at the 7th level of soul cultivation, and he had no way thought of his brother being able to lose to such a thing. The elder turned his back on the worthless student and said he would handle it himself. But if Li Zian died due to the fault of a worthless brother, then the other one will also go to the other world to join him. Great Hall of the Sacred Soul. Lingu Tsanghe was telling his disciples that Lingu Changkun was his only grandson, but Tang Yun still managed to ruthlessly take that one's life. Shedding tears, he shouted that Tang Yun should get what he deserved. Revenge could not be avoided. After which, he ordered them to do their best to kill Tang Yun as soon as he dared to leave his division's territory. One of his subordinates said that he would send his disciples to watch the alchemy division boundary right away, and if Tang Yun even sticks his head out for a moment, he would face imminent death. Lingu Tsanghe ordered Tang Yun's corpse to be brought to him, and he would make sure that he would never be reborn again. Beast Soul Sanctuary. The disciples guarding the gate were discussing the fact that Elder Mujin should return soon, and if he finds out that his grandson has died, he will fly into a rage. After that, the second disciple suggested not to talk about it unless the elder asked about it himself, as he didn't want to get involved. Just as suddenly an elder landed near them. Second elder. Mu Ronghong laughed and said that the elders of the inner sect selection had already passed, which meant that his grandson should already be here. He wanted the disciples to call him right away so that he could look at him. The disciple said with hesitation that Mu Rongkun was not here, whereupon the elder asked if that person had chosen another division and where he was now. The disciples were thinking of ways to tell the elder what had happened, but the man demanded that they explain now what was going on here and what had happened to his grandson. From the second elder's pressure, the disciples fell to their knees and told him that his grandson had died in the Divine Canyon, and that he was rumored to have been killed by a man named Tang Yun. All they knew about him was that Tang Yun was a mere disciple in the alchemy division. Muronghong shook and asked how his grandson could be killed. After all, he was the hope of his clan. After which, the disciples began to offer condolences to the elder in fear, and said that taking revenge on Tang Yun was not a problem now, since he was just an ordinary disciple. Elder Mu Hong shouted that he already had Tang Yun in his sights. He swore that he would tear Tang Yun to pieces and then leave no stone unturned to avenge his grandson. 12th Elder Lu flew to the Lingshan vegetation garden and demanded that Tang Yun come out now. The disciples were frightened by the arrival of the elder, for they realized that he had come for revenge and immediately ran to inform the deacon. Tang Yun said that defeating a junior definitely summons a senior, and the deacon said that Li Jian is definitely a master and a disciple. Shen Qingfeng advised Tang Yun not to go out since Lu is the 12th elder, and said that he would settle everything personally. Immediately afterwards, Tang Yun apologized for the trouble he had caused. Tang Yun felt that he wasn't strong enough yet, and that he needed to find a way to help him become as strong as possible. The 12th elder demanded that Shen Qingfeng should come out right now and drag this bastard after him, or else there would be no mercy. Immediately afterward, the deacon came to the elder and noticed that he was furious, and explained that this garden was not the place for his anger. The 12th elder demanded that Shen Qingfeng stop talking nonsense, and asked if it was true that his disciple had killed Li Qian. He replied that it was true, and added that Li Jian was the one who had initiated the fight, so he had to be ready to die. He wanted to know why the elder wanted Tang Yun. The elder shouted that these were only the deacon's claims, but they all knew the truth, and so he demanded that he bring Tang Yun to him, after which he could review his memories. Once Tang Yun was within his range, destroying him wouldn't be a problem. The deacon apologized and said that he couldn't do it because Tang Yun was injured and that he was being treated right now. Therefore, he thinks that the elder's plan won't work now. The 12th elder became even more enraged and said that he was getting bolder and bolder, and yet he was only a simple deacon. But he dared to disobey the order of the elder, and besides, he thought that he could not raise a hand against him. The deacon agreed to the fight and said he would not be intimidated. This garden was not under the jurisdiction of any elder, and if he dared to hit him, he would be in court tomorrow. And he also asked not to forget that the supreme elder was the leader of his clan. The 12th elder clenched his teeth and called the deacon a bastard, from which Shen Qingfeng got angry and asked if the elder even realized who he was once, and ordered him to stop pretending to be stronger than him. The deacon asked the elder to say anything else, after which he could activate the garden's defense and get rid of him. After all, he still seems to be wasting his life thinking he is the best. The 12th elder agreed to step aside, but he promised to remember today. Immediately afterward, he retreated, but told the deacon to wait for the consequences. The disciples were elated that their deacon had managed to drive the 12th elder away. Oh, and on top of that, they could literally see the smoke coming from his anger. because he just had to stand there not knowing what to do. Normally, their deacon is usually quite mild-mannered, but no one would have thought that he would stand up for Tang Yun like this. Tang Yun admitted that he thought he was as soft as his brother, but apparently the deacon was pretending. The deacon has a fiery temper. Two brothers, but so different. The next moment, Shen Jingfeng appeared behind Tang Yun's back and asked if he was being discussed behind his back, to which Tang Yun replied that he hadn't even thought about it, as he was admiring the way he had dealt with the 12th elder. The deacon sat down and asked Tang Yun to save the pretty words. After that, he said that he would go to the main hall tomorrow to discuss some matters. Therefore, he advised Tang Yun to wait here for his return and not to go anywhere. Even though Lu didn't find him today, he wouldn't give up so easily. Tang Yun agreed with the elder, but he wasn't going to just sit here. He was going to find a way to become stronger since he couldn't be under someone else's protection forever. The next day in the main hall of the alchemy division, Shen Qingfeng pondered on why he had been summoned. After all, such meetings were usually reserved for elders. Bingqing announced that the reason why she had summoned them was because a few months ago, Grand Elder Tang, the head of the immortal clan in their division, had suffered serious soul injuries. Her injuries were getting worse and worse. The elders were shocked by what they heard, because Supreme Elder Tang's strength was like that of a god. But someone had managed to bring her to such a state. They wanted to know if they could save her, because if they lost her, their division would suffer a great loss. Bingqing asked not to worry as the elders of the immortal sect are doing their best to save her, which brings her to the next aspect. She ordered Qingfeng to step forward, after which she explained that the 5 spits of revitalizing jade grass in this storage ring were meant for Grand Elder Tang. The deacon's task would take care of them. If anything were to happen to them, he should immediately inform her. The deacon promised that he wouldn't let her down and that he would give the students constant duty. Hearing this, Bingqing replied that he was someone she could always rely on. At this moment, 12th Elder Lu spotted an opportunity for himself. Supreme Elder Bingqing explained that, besides this, they also needed a 7th grade ice orchid, a 9th grade stone lotus, and 1 cloth of 3,000-year-old flame spirit grass. The elders were astonished at what they heard. After all, these ingredients were all too rare, and the age and skill requirements were high, and judging from the rumors, they were in the Lingshan Garden. Bingqing agreed that Lingshan Garden had it all, but the age and level of those plants were not suitable for them. Therefore, she ordered them to figure out how they could obtain those 3 ingredients within a year. She asked them to remember that they couldn't lose a great elder, and ordered them to spare no effort in their quest. Immediately afterward, all the elders swore that they would do whatever they could. When she heard of their zeal, she said that they might be free, and ordered that they should remember that no one else should learn of the condition of the great elder. Shen Jingfeng turned to Bingqing and said that Tang Yun had joined them as a mere disciple, and that he would like to. Bingqing interrupted him by saying that it was not worth talking about, for the mere thought of this waste reminded her of the derisive looks she had received from the other chiefs. She wasn't going to hear anything about these students and told the deacon he could leave. He took a deep breath and thought that Tang Yun didn't look at her at all, and that she was too stubborn. He was also afraid that he wouldn't be able to help Tang Yun in any way. After a while in the cave, the 12th elder reeled around in circles, thinking that the deacon would be in trouble if he destroyed the jade grass. But if anyone found out about it, he was no good. Still, he wasn't going to leave it like that, and even if he wasn't going to be directly involved, he had to come up with a plan. He ordered to bring him Li Ziquan, and only after coming to the elder fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy, as he did not wish his brother to die. The elder said that he knew about it, and that was why he was giving him a chance. He told him that Lingshan Grass Garden cultivates 5 kinds of jade revival grass, and ordered Li Ziqiwang to think of a way to destroy them, but he must make it look like an accident. Li Zixuan hummed and said that destroying them was a great offense. Immediately afterward, the 12th elder put his finger to his forehead and said that he had transferred some spiritual power into his brain, and now Li Ziqiwang's life was in his hands. And if he refused, Li Zixuan sobbed and immediately started bowing to the elder on the floor, promising to do whatever he ordered. Elder Lu was pleased with his disciple's zeal and ordered him to act in 5 days. Shen Qingfeng is already 1 foot in the grave, just like Tang Yun, because once Qingfeng dies, the other one will follow. Tang Yun pondered on what the deacon could be, after all. He had been gone for 3 days, after which he realized that this was the perfect moment to enter the inner sect store and find the flame. Tiandan asked Tang Yun where he was going, to which Tang Yun replied that he had nothing to do here, so he decided to take a walk. Suddenly he noticed the 5 stalks of revitalizing jade grass, and surprisingly said that it was a very valuable grass. Tiandan chuckled and said that the immortal sect had ordered them to take care of this herb, and that the deacon had personally asked him to take care of it because he was assiduous and attentive to details. After realizing what was wrong, Tang Yun asked Tiandan to take care of this herb and was about to leave. Tiandan reminded Tang Yun that he had too many enemies and asked him to be more careful. Immediately after which, Tang Yun took off and asked the one not to worry, since he had long since been ready to meet them. Seeing Tang Yun in the sky, the disciples who were waiting for him rejoiced that this jerk had come out of his hiding place after all. Li Ziquan ordered one of them to report this to the elder right away. Tiandan felt that a talent like Tang Yun was only rotting in their garden. He felt that if he went elsewhere, his talent would be more in demand. He was sure of it. Besides, Tang Yun had never once had to think about his safety before. Just as suddenly, he heard a squeak and immediately ran after the insolent mouse that dares to spoil their crops. Li Ziquan praised the invisibility spell as he was able to enter the garden with ease using it. After that, he took out and opened the bottle of herbicide he received from the elder. The herbicide was colorless and did not emit any smell, because of which it would be quite difficult to detect, and only a single drop would be enough to kill this herb. After dropping the herbicide, Li Ziquan hid the bottle and immediately went to report it to the 12th elder. After a while, Li Ziquan moved away from the garden and stopped at a certain mountain peak. He thought he was quite lucky since the deacon was not in the garden and no one had managed to notice him. After which, the ghostly image of 12th elder Lu appeared beside him, and the latter praised Li Ziquan for doing such a risky job. Li Ziquan was overjoyed at the praise and promised that he wouldn't tell anyone about it. The elder said that it was excellent, immediately after which he attacked Li Ziquan. At the last gasp, Li Ziquan asked how the man could, to which the elder replied that only the dead keep their mouths shut, after which he decided to carve out the message that Li Ziquan had killed Tang Yun. From now on, everything was settled, because even if someone discovered that the jade grass was contaminated, they would only be able to trace it back to Tang Yun. After some distance, Tang Yun stopped and asked his pursuer to get out, since he had been following him for quite some time. Immediately afterward, a crowd of masked students came out to him. Then one of them shouted that Tang Yun had harmed too many people, and yet he still had the courage to go out alone after such a thing. He asked Tang Yun whether he should be called brave or foolish after such a thing, after which the others started laughing and threatening that Tang Yun was already in the grave. Tang Yun asked who sent them, and besides, there aren't many of them here, which means they are underestimating him. To which one of the disciples replied that there was no need for him to know who had given them the order to kill him, for all that should matter to him was that today would be the day of his death. Oh, and to top it off, over 100 cultivators had been sent to kill him. They were few only because the others hadn't arrived yet. Their mission is to kill Tang Yun, and whoever kills him gets the pride rights. Tang Yun released his energy and said that he could guess who was the initiator, even if they refused to talk. Besides, the fight with the Lizir was quite boring, and that they were lucky since he would be able to practice on them. The disciple was angered by his words, and explained that they were not the scum he was used to keeping subordinate in the outer sect, and that in the inner sect, all the disciples were a head taller than him. Immediately after, he and another disciple used the ice blade and flame blade and pounced on Tang Yun along with the rest of the disciples. Tang Yun chuckled and said that there was no difference between them and the outer sect disciples, as none of them were capable of opposing him. And by creating a huge golden fist, he sent most of his disciples into the air. They couldn't understand how such a thing was possible and why Tang Yun was so powerful. Tang Yun complained that it was very boring and that he wasn't interested in them anymore. Besides, he had better things to do. Leaving, Tang Yun told the remaining disciple that he would let him go, then ordered him to tell the master that he would come after him. To which the latter replied that if he came back and Tang Yun was alive, he was dead, and therefore he was going to fight to the end. Immediately after which, he threw his death spear at Tang Yun, and in the next instant, the spear was dangerously close to Tang Yun. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun turned around and caught the enemy's death spear. The disciple was shocked and asked how he had managed to catch the spear with his bare hands and how such a thing was even possible. Tang Yun praised his disciple for being able to cultivate the death spear to such a level, and added that, unfortunately, it was useless against him. He then returned the spear to the sender, wishing him good luck in his next life. Dying, the disciple said that he wouldn't accept his defeat so easily, and asked Tang Yun who he even was. To which Tang Yun replied that he was someone who was better off not crossing the road even in the next life. A short time later, reinforcements arrived at the massacre field. The disciples wondered who could have killed the second squad, and whether they should pursue Tang Yun, who could be the killer. To which one of the disciples explained that they couldn't continue to pursue. After all, if it was Tang Yun, they wouldn't be able to become a hindrance to him, and that they had better go back and report it to the top, immediately after which they all headed back, and from behind the cliff a silhouette appeared. Fang Jiang asked Xin Yilin to take a look at those sacred soul division jerks. Not only did they fail the task of killing Tang Yun, they also lost a lot of people. Xin Yilin asked that Tang Yun was so powerful, and how could he compare to someone like Fang Jiang, a powerful person who was on the inner sect's Wolong list? He replied that it was obvious that Tang Yun was literally nothing compared to him, but he wasn't a fool and didn't want to get involved with such a person. After all you have to do to deal with such a bastard is to play with him until he dies. Xin Yilin lovingly ran her hand over her face and said how cool Fang Jiang was. Immediately afterward, the one plopped her down on the ground and told her he still had something cool to give her right now. And the one asked to be gentle with him. After a while, Tang Yun reached the mountain city and immediately went to the intersect store, where there was a huge line. Lan Erguo lazily sprawled out in his chair, ordered everyone to keep a close eye out, and that if anything happened, it would be on their conscience. Standing in line, Tang Yun wondered if he needed an identification token to enter, and if his status would bring him trouble. Once it was Tang Yun's turn, the disciple shouted to the one to give his token. Tang Yun didn't resist and handed over his token, where it was engraved that he was a mere disciple. The apprentice guarding the store realized that this was just another errand boy, and explained that he had to pay 10 low-level stones as payment. Tang Yun asked why that, since the disciple in front hadn't paid anything. To which Lang Erguo replied that his word is law here, and Tang Yun is only a mere disciple. And since he was annoyed, Tang Yun should pay 50 stones instead of 10. Tang Yun boiled with rage and asked if he was sure it was 50 that he wanted, after which the latter began to get angry and asked if Tang Yun wanted to attack him. After all, his father is Guo Zhengming himself, a law enforcement elder, and that he will get nothing for killing a mere student. Tang Yun laughed, after which he called Master Guo funny and asked what was the purpose of attacking him. After all, what he really wanted to say was that 50 low-level spirit stones were too few for a person of this status. He then pulled out a medium-grade stone and explained that the man could exchange it for 100 low, and could keep the rest as a token of respect. It was more important for Tang Yun to get into the store, and this bastard would get what he deserved later. Erguo was pleased that Tang Yun understood his place, and offered to let him pass, but still reminded him that Tang Yun would get what he deserved if there was trouble from him. Moving away from Erguo, Tang Yun thought of that elder of these organs, the elder brother of Gu Zhengshu, the law enforcement elder of the outer sect whom he had killed. That one had kept up with him even after he joined the inner sect, and now he had met his son as well, after which he promised that he would kill his son first. Walking out of the store, Tang Yun headed towards the market where soul people, relics, and unique cultivation techniques. Tang Yun has come to the market to exchange flames to strengthen himself, and he also wants to look around and learn about flying swords with different attributes to form a sword array that will open up a new way of fighting. He was lucky enough to collect a few souls in the canyon when he killed Mu Rongkun, and since he had something to trade now, he placed the assortment sheet on the ground and sat down. Immediately after which the green-haired disciple sitting next to him was interested in the fact that a mere disciple dared to trade here. He asked if he was selling souls and what quality they were, because a mere disciple was not worthy of selling even one. To which Tang Yun replied that the one had better shut up if he wasn't going to buy anything from him. Immediately afterward, he began to loudly advertise the souls he was selling: wind souls, ancient souls, time souls, and light souls. He had all of these souls in 4 categories: low, medium, high, and high class. After which he added that the exchange was acceptable. The green-haired disciple smirked and told Tang Yun to stop it. After all, an ordinary disciple can't sell souls in any way. After all, he would obviously feel bad if someone approached him and he had nothing. The market visitors heard that someone was selling soul sources and decided to take a look at them. Soul sources were very useful for cultivation, and usually no one sold them, so they had little faith that their luck had turned around today. But as they approached the vendor, they realized that the soul sources were being sold by an ordinary apprentice, which made them question whether he really had something so useful. If this apprentice had lied to them, they were going to teach him a lesson. Tang Yun asked if they thought he was lying, then took out a high-grade wind soul source, since it would clearly be enough to prove his honesty. Immediately after, most of the market went to Tang Yun to buy or trade his souls, since even the Wanbao Spiritual Pavilion doesn't trade them. The green-haired disciple was angered by the mere disciple's wealth, and angrily asked how such a thing was possible, and where he had gotten these sources. Tang Yun responded by punching him in the face and told him to stay out of his business and get lost if he wasn't going to buy anything. Immediately afterward, the other students started kicking him, ordering him to get lost and not to disturb them anymore. After something like this, he wasn't going to leave Tang Yun alone and plotted to deal with him once and for all. Tang Yun told the disciples that he had 1,489 sources of wind, ancient, light, and temporal souls in stock, and explained that he was willing to exchange them for flame souls. Everyone was shocked by what they heard and wondered how he could get so many sources, because even the favorite disciples of the elders didn't have that many. And since it is a mere student then, some have begun to come to the inference that he is selling them for someone. Tang Yun replied that they really didn't belong to him, and that someone with incredible talent had commissioned him to sell them. He would only be paid a small reward for this commission, and he would have to report on sales soon enough, so if the students wanted sources, they should hurry up. He was grateful that they had made up their own excuses for him, since now he didn't have to do it himself. Hearing this, one of the disciples immediately offered him a low-grade ice frost flame, worth about 5 million low-grade soul stones, which he was going to exchange for 4 high-grade wind soul sources. The second apprentice was going to trade a high-grade ice flame soul for 8 sources of top-grade light souls and 50 sources of top-grade light souls. There were so many students that it was hard to get them all in one line. A few hours later, the last student completed his exchange. Tang Yun was satisfied with the pastime, as he had accumulated about 50 top-grade spiritual stones and a million others, which was enough to buy the best flying swords. So he immediately went to the Wanbao Spiritual Pavilion to see what was being sold there. At the same moment, the green-haired disciple brought his acquaintance Duan over, and pointing his finger at Tang Yun, explained that this ordinary disciple was trading soul sources, and that he had recently sold most of them. This meant that he now had a lot of spirit stones in the spatial ring. Min Duan praised his disciple and promised him a share for this tip. Tang Yun noticed that behind him, someone was radiating an intense bloodlust towards him, which meant that they wished to kill him. He realized that they wouldn't dare do anything to him in this place. But once he got out of here, Tang Yun chuckled, for he obviously wouldn't be the one to be robbed. After a while, one of the disciples reported that Tang Yun had entered the pavilion, then asked what they should do about it. Min Duan explained that there was nothing they could do to him in the pavilion, and so they would have to wait outside, as a mere disciple would obviously not stay there for long. Meanwhile, Tang Yun walked around the pavilion and looked at their huge assortment. But unfortunately, it wasn't what he needed. Just as suddenly, someone started yelling at Tang Yun for walking here, as this was clearly not a place for ordinary disciples. Tang Yun asked him why he was saying this, and if this was how the pavilion should behave with its customers. The caretaker asked how Tang Yun could call himself a customer, being a pathetic ordinary disciple. This was clearly not a place for such. Besides, other people would start thinking that the pavilion was for such disciples. So he ordered Tang Yun to get out of here before he had to use his force. After hearing this, the buyers were interested in the fact that a mere disciple was wandering around. And besides, the caretaker was clearly overstepping his bounds, as he couldn't humiliate a mere disciple by ruining the reputation of the Wanbao Spiritual Pavilion. Tang Yun explained that he didn't want to cause a scandal, and so he ordered the caretaker to apologize, after which he would agree to forget about this mishap. Hearing this, the overseer shouted that he was in no position to speak in such a manner. So he attacked Tang Yun to teach him a lesson. Tang Yun easily grabbed his opponent's fist and demanded an apology again, and he wasn't going to say it a third time. The caretaker shouted that he would not wait for such a thing, and then wrenched out his fist and brought his foot in for a blow. Tang Yun called that jerk and immediately punched the caretaker in the stomach, which sent him flying a good 10 meters away. Everyone was shocked by this madman's actions, for he had struck a member of the Wanbao Spiritual Pavilion, which is held by the highest elder of the weapon division. It would all be fine if he had support, but he's just a simple disciple. Immediately after which the question, "Who's making trouble here?" was heard. Josie Gongsun, who was descending the stairs with Hantong Zhong walking beside her, asked this question. Upon seeing them, all the buyers immediately started drooling over Josie Gongsun. After all, she was the 13th most beautiful girl in the inner sect, and no one even thought that she could come here. "No one from the weapon division can compare to her in beauty," shouted one of the buyers. The other replied that according to rumors, a new disciple much more beautiful than Josie Gongsun had recently joined them. Josie Gongsun warned the customers that the Wanbao Spiritual Pavilion had important business to attend to, and therefore asked them to leave the premises. Immediately afterward, the satisfied shoppers started to leave, saying that they should consider her feelings. and giggled at the fact that that mere student was not going to be well. Upon approaching Tang Yun, Zhou Xigongsun and Han Tongzhong immediately charged at him for hitting one of their men, to which Tang Yun replied that he had indeed done so. Zhou Xigongsun asked if he knew what happens to those who get in their way. Immediately afterward, Hong Tongjun asked why she was being nice to him, when she could just break his legs and throw him out the door. After all, he was just a simple student, and that they could just kill him since there was no one from the law sect here. Upon hearing about the murder, the caretaker immediately supported Hong Tongjun's idea and said that they couldn't let him get away with it, as other customers would also start acting like this. Josie Gongsun agreed with their opinion and ordered Han Tongzhong to deal with this disciple. Tang Yun said that he had come to them because of their good reputation, but as it turned out, it was just a den of bandits. Hearing this, Han Tongzhong called Tang Yun a freak and shouted that he would pay for saying such words to their pavilion. Just as suddenly, Josie Gongsun stopped him and explained that Tang Yun didn't just say it so loudly, he did it so that people outside could hear it. And if he had hit him, he would have fallen into his trap of showing that they were bullying their customers. Han Tongjun asked what they should do, to which Josie Gongsun replied that she would handle it herself and walked over to Tang Yun. Then she shouted that their pavilion had existed for centuries, and the fact that they were the biggest store in the inner sect only meant that they were honest and decent. And also, none of the customers were dissatisfied with the goods they bought from them. Even so, he's trying his best to diminish their reputation, so she demanded that he dare not even think about leaving here until he had a clear answer for his actions. The shoppers who were watching from the threshold of the store shouted that she was right, because there really is a wide range of goods, and everything here is really of high quality. And even if the employees do not behave in the best way, calling them bandits is clearly too much. Tang Yun asked if they were really also honest and decent. He then said that as soon as he entered their establishment, an employee immediately started insulting him and even tried to kick him out, indicating that such behavior was the norm here. Josie Gongsun didn't know what to say to something like that and explained that it wasn't the norm for them. Right after that, Tang Yun revealed that their staff member had attacked him, calling out for their presence. Right after that, the other wanted to break his legs and throw him out of here for no reason. Tang Yun asked if this was really the sincerity and honesty they were so proud of. Josie Gongsun could only say through clenched teeth that it wasn't that. Tang Yun shouted that the staff insulted the visitors, and the owners wanted to attack them. And considering all of the above, why can't they be called a den of bandits? After listening to Tang Yun, Josie Gongsun didn't know what to say to that. Immediately after that, the overseer started shouting that Tang Yun was just an ordinary disciple, and that he doubted that he could have the money to buy anything here, which made it impossible for him to be worthy of being called their buyer. Tang Yun asked if it was true. He said that he had clearly gone to the wrong place, if this was how people with lesser status were treated here. The customers on the doorstep shouted that, judging by the words of the simple student, they were clearly acting inappropriately. And since their status was too low and they didn't have much money, they'd better buy something from another store. As soon as this store got better, the employees started behaving much worse. Hearing this, the caretaker became even more enraged and began to insult Tang Yun. Immediately afterward, Josie Gongsun slapped the one, ordering him to shut up. A coworker asked what she hit him for. Josie replied that he had insulted the customer, and then tried to beat him up. And according to their rules, he should receive 100 strokes of the cane, immediately after which he can leave, as he is now fired. Losi ordered the former employee to be taken to the punishment area, and he began begging for mercy. Josie Gongsun ordered her not to waste her time, after which she ordered this person out of her sight right now. As he was being led away, the ex-employee screamed that he was wrong and begged for mercy. She then explained that anyone who dared to treat customers badly would be punished in the same way. Immediately afterward, the rest of the staff bowed their heads in awe and agreed with her words. The customers at the entrance were discussing the fact that Joxi Gongsun was truly worthy of being Daos Mujin's disciple, for she was resolute, and her rewards and punishments were fair. Without her, the reputation of the Wanbao Pavilion would be destroyed. Josie Gongsun told Tang Yun that he was disadvantaged because of their poor discipline, and so she bowed and apologized on behalf of the Wanbao Spiritual Pavilion. Tang Yun was offended that he was only given a simple apology. The veins on Han Tongjun's face popped out from anger, and he asked what else the man wanted. He ordered Tang Yun not to get ahead of himself, after all. He was just a worthless disciple who could be squashed like a worm. And Tang Yun suggested that he try to do it to see how it would turn out. Han Tong was about to continue the altercation, but Josie Gongsun asked them to stop, as it was their employees who were to blame. She then explained that they were willing to do everything possible to compensate for the incident, but ordered them not to even think about the extra. To which Tang Yun replied that he didn't need compensation as he only came here to buy flying swords. He then said that she seemed quite reasonable and offered to take him to the swords since he didn't want to waste any more time. Hearing all this, the buyers were furious at Tang Yun's actions because he dared to ask for more, and he could also use this to get close to her. Josie Gongsun agreed to show Tang Yun the swords. After all, it was her job as the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion. Han Tong Jun was about to object to her, but she said it was decided, after which she told him that someone had informed her that his master was looking for him, and if he decided to linger here, he would delay the matter as well. Han Tong-jun whispered to Tang Yun that his time would still come. Immediately afterwards, he headed towards the exit. Tang Yun was amazed that even when he was shopping, he was becoming someone's enemy. He was sickened by the world they were living in. Josie Gongsun apologized since her senior has a bit of a temper, and asked her to tell her if he tries anything, to which Tang Yun replied that she didn't need to worry about it as he was able to deal with it himself, then asked him to take him to the swords on the second level. Josie Gongsun wondered why he was so cocky. After all, he was just a simple disciple. Josie led Tang Yun to the flying swords on the second floor of the pavilion, after which she began to tell me that these were all the swords they had, among which there were about a few thousand of each class and attribute. All of these swords were handmade by the apprentices of the weapons division, which meant that there was no need to worry about the quality. Tang Yun agreed that they did indeed have a very wide selection, then asked if there was a top-grade sword with the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, time, space, light, and death. Josie Gongsun was shocked to hear about the sword with 11 attributes and asked if he was sure that such a sword would be useful to him, to which Tang Yun replied that he was sure. He would need such a sword to perform a divine assassination of vital principles. This made Josie angry, and she wondered if he was joking, for in her entire life she had never heard of anyone who could use a sword with 11 attributes. From which Tang Yun chuckled and explained that their world was full of unknowns and that there were still many things she didn't know about. But that didn't mean it didn't happen and that it was impossible. Josie Gongsun agreed that there was still a lot she didn't know, but it was inappropriate for a mere student to lecture her. No matter how ignorant she was, she had in any case seen more than he was capable of imagining. Tang Yun asked her not to worry about it, as he didn't ask her to believe it either, after which he left to consider the swords. Josie Gongsun was angry, as arguing with an inferior soul cultivator was clearly beneath her dignity. Only she was about to say something to him as she managed to hold herself back, thinking about the fact that he had a knack for pushing weaknesses. Seeing the condition of the manager, one of the female employees offered to replace her and show all the swords instead of her, because she has a high status, and there is no need to do such a job. Josie Gongsun refused and explained that this buyer chooses his own sword, and she doesn't have to help with that. The employee was amazed that Josie allows the customer to choose the sword himself, as there are thousands of swords made of different materials, all with different textures and components. This means that it will not be easy for the buyer to decide on the right. Josie Gongsun interrupted the employee, saying that he deserved it by making her angry, and she wasn't going to help him unless he asked for it. The employee was shocked as the lady was always calm and had never been seen in such a state. As suddenly, Tang Yun summoned the 11 swords that interested him and said that he was taking them all. With his divine perception, all of these 11 first-rate spiritual swords are quite feasible. The employee reported to Josie Gongsun that the buyer had already been decided. She was surprised at his speed, wondering what he would show her. And looking at Tang Yun, she was shocked, for he had chosen all 11, which clearly couldn't have been a mere coincidence. A coworker asked what the deal was and if there was anything special about this sword. Joxie replied that they were very special because they had been hand-forged by her master, Taoist Mujun, 30 years ago when she was only a saint-ranked armorer. They had been stored on the second floor of the Wanbao Pavilion all this time, and there was no way an ordinary person would be able to see them. The fact that he was able to pick out every single one of the thousands meant that he had discernment skills no lower than a holy armorer. Hearing this, the female employee shrieked, for in front of her was a weapons master, who even in the weapons pavilion, you don't meet often, and almost all of them are elders. Tang Yun said he was taking all these swords at once and asked where he could pay for them. Josie Gongsun agreed to sell the swords, but before doing so, she offered to answer a question, and if Tang Yun could answer it clearly, she would get the swords for free. She wanted to see if Tang Yun was a weapons master or if it was just a fluke. Tang Yun agreed to listen to the question. saying that he would answer as soon as he could, since he would get a free sword. After which, Josie Gongsun picked up one of the swords on display and asked Tang Yun why he didn't take this powerful sword with thunder attribute, which is a first-class spiritual weapon. Taking a closer look at the sword, Tang Yun immediately knew what to answer her. He said that the thunder was not infused into the sword en masse, but instead, when the armorer was creating the sword, he stopped just before the process was complete and set it aside so that the heavenly lightning could strike the sword and infuse it with the attribute of thunder. Unfortunately, the blacksmith was only wrong about the time required for the celestial thunder to rumble. Hearing this, Josie Gongsun was dumbfounded that a mere disciple could determine the entire process of creating a sword just by looking at it. Immediately after, she demanded that Tang Yun reveal his identity, as there was no way he could be a mere disciple. She wanted to know this since she was the one who created this sword, and moreover, no one else was aware of it. But Tang Yun was able to tell the full story of the creation without making a single mistake, suggesting that he was a weapon maker. Tang Yun replied that she shouldn't be concerned with his identity, then said that one flying sword was worth 10,000 spirit stones. Considering the free sword, he only needs to pay 100,000. He then threw her a ring and told her that there was 101,000 on the ring, and she could keep the change. After paying, Tang Yun said that he didn't need to be escorted to the exit, and said goodbye to Lady Gongsun. A co-worker suggested to the mistress to send a surveillance on the stranger if she was so curious about who he was, to which she replied that they shouldn't do it as he was only pretending to be a mere student, as he didn't want anyone to know his identity. Surveillance could leave a bad impression on them. Josie Gongsun said that the stranger had an eye and knowledge in weapon making, which could only mean that he was one of their disciples. Therefore, she would be able to find him on her own. Tang Yunyu was disappointed that even the biggest store in the inner sect didn't have the sword he wanted, which meant that he would have to gather materials and create the sword himself. As soon as Tang Yun walked out of the pavilion, Min Duan immediately ordered his underlings to grab Tang Yun as soon as they had the chance. Tang Yun had been there for too long, which could only mean that he had something valuable, and by robbing him, they could get rich. Tang Yun felt a threatening aura coming from behind him, and was surprised that those guys hadn't left yet, which meant that he would still have to deal with them. Guo looked at the pouch in his hands and dreamed of vacationing with some girl after work. Seeing his satisfied face, Tang Yun realized that this was a great chance to take revenge on that bastard for stealing his spirit stones. Immediately afterward, he began to demand that the bastard return his spiritual stones, earned with sweat and blood. Guo asked what the man was carrying and if he was tired of living. Immediately after, Tang Yun started shouting that after stealing the spiritual stones, he dared to threaten him. He began to ask where the guardians of order were, and if anyone would help a miserable disciple like him. Tang Yun couldn't break the law and order sect's laws, so he needs to get Guo to strike first. The passers-by began to discuss how scatty Guo Lun was acting by taking away the spiritual stones with his status. Duan's ward asked what they should do since that guy had run into Guo Lun. Min Duan offered to watch the situation, as Guo Lun wasn't the type of person they should start trouble with. Tang Yun once again demanded that Guo return his spirit stones. Immediately after which, the latter couldn't bear to send Tang Yun away and pushed him away. He ordered Tang Yun to get out of here while he was able to stand on his feet. Tang Yun smirked as Guo acted hence his plan, after which he yelped in pain and shouted that he realized that he was just bullying ordinary disciples by taking away spirit stones. He shouted that he would report the extortion of spirit stones to the Supreme Court and immediately rushed towards it. A smart hunter always pretends to be prey. Tang Yun had played his part well, and now all he had to do was wait for Guo. Guo was furious that a mere disciple dared to bully him, and if the top brass got wind of what had happened, he would be punished, and even his father wouldn't be able to help with that. Immediately after, he ran after Tang Yun, shouting that someone had broken in through the inner gate, and they were obligated to stop him. Min Duan couldn't leave such a good chance to strike gold, and together with his underlings, followed Tang Yun with Guo Lun. The others were surprised that Ming Duan had also gathered his men to rob a mere disciple, since he specialized in robbing people in the market. After a while, Tang Yun stopped in the canyon to wait for the pursuers. Right after that, Guo and his disciples also came over to him, shouting to Tang Yun that he had nowhere to run to which Tang Yun replied that they misunderstood something as he wasn't going to run away. He was waiting for them. From what Lun heard, Guo began to laugh at the fact that a mere disciple thought he was the strongest. And behind him, his men started laughing as well, since the 7th level is trash in their eyes. Besides, even the weakest of them is at the 8th level, Ergo told Tang Yun that he was kind today and offered to bow 10 times if he wanted to live. To which Tang Yun replied that he too was in a good mood while pulling out his sword. And since he's in a good mood, he'll let them meet the Lord of the Underworld today. Loon! Ergo was angry that a mere disciple had disregarded his kindness and ordered him to attack him. Immediately after which, Tang Yun was attacked by all the people who followed Ergo. At this moment, Tang Yun's eyes glittered red, and he subdued all of Ergo's men. Immediately afterward, he cut them all apart in the blink of an eye. In the last moments of his life, the disciples only wanted to know how such a thing happened. Ergo was shocked that a mere disciple was able to defeat all these people with a single blow, and asked what realm he was in. To which Tang Yun replied that it didn't matter, because killing worthless lowlifes like them who did nothing and swallowed pills to become stronger was easy. Hearing this, Ergo started shouting that he couldn't kill him, after all. His father, Zhengming, an elder law enforcer in the inner sect, wet himself while doing so. Hearing this, Tang Yun said that it was not a bad coincidence, since he and Tang Yun were in a blood feud, and this was the perfect reason to kill Ergo. When Tang Yun first entered the inner sect, Ergo's father was the first one who ordered to kill him. As soon as Tang Yun had drawn his sword, a noise was heard nearby. Ergo was happy that someone had come to rescue him, and Min Duan was happy to have caught up with his money bag. Tang Yun immediately realized that these were the same rats that were chasing him in the market, and asked them not to worry as the turn would come to them as well. Immediately after, Ergo rushed towards Duan, begging for Duan's salvation, and shouting that he was the son of a law enforcer elder, and that he was willing to give them spirit stones for protection. Min Duan agreed to protect the one and licked his lips, immediately after which he stabbed Ergo with his sword. Lastly, Ergo asked for what and why. Duan replied that there was no point in waiting for the spirit stones to be given to him, since he could take them himself. Guolun had a lot of spirit stones, and his murder of Min Duan was going to be pinned on the guy he was chasing, by which he would be able to get on Guo Zhengming's good lists, becoming the person who brought retribution for his son killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tang Yun asked Duan if he knew who Guolun's father was, to which the latter replied that he was not the murderer, but a simple student standing in front of him. He caught him in the act of killing him while he was trying to escape and killed him, after which Duan's underlings started laughing, saying that Tang Yun was the one who killed him, and even thanked him for such a pleasant surprise. Tang Yun praised Min Duan for such a well-thought-out plan, but he had to ask them one question. He asked why they were sure that they could kill him, since he was able to kill Guolun's men without any problems. Min Duan demanded that Tang Yun should not compare them to these mediocrities, as they had no milk on their lips when he had already started hanging around the market at the inner gate. Immediately afterward, he ordered his underlings to kill Tang Yun without giving him even a chance to escape. The minions surrounded Tang Yun and used the Great Sun Retention Net. Tang Yun asked if they were trying to sharpen him with this technique, from which Min Duan chuckled and asked the arrogant disciple if he really wasn't frightened by his death. Immediately after which, he attacked Tang Yun with the fire dragon, unleashing the full power of the technique. As soon as the dragon got close, it exploded, incinerating Tang Yun in the surrounding area. After dealing with the enemy, Min Duan started laughing, after which he explained to the defeated enemy that the beam of this technique was taken directly from the sun itself. Not only that, it is also imbued with a poisonous flame that devours hearing. This means that no one from the soul cultivation realm is able to resist it. One of the accomplices reminded Min Duan that the simple disciple had already been burned, and that if they didn't hurry up, his ring of valuables would also be burned. Min Duan entered the flames and started looking for the ring. He didn't want to lose it, as it surely contained many spirit stones. Suddenly, Tang Yun's hand appeared out of the flames and immediately grabbed his neck, after which he applied a seal. After attempting to confront the enemy, Min Duan was shocked that a mere disciple had managed to seal his powers, after which he asked Tang Yun why he was still alive, since he himself was only unharmed because of the fire talisman. To which Tang Yun replied that Min Duan had overestimated his flame and underestimated him. Immediately afterward, he used absorptions, gathering some flames in his hand. Tang Yun explained that, with the divine flame of vital beginnings protecting him, Min Duan's flames were incapable of harming him, while Tang Yun himself could use his flames to enhance his own strength. Min Duan's henchmen were shocked at what they saw. They couldn't figure out if they were really just a simple disciple standing in front of them, after which Min Duan dared to ask Tang Yun who he was, to which Tang Yun responded to the man by punching him in the stomach and telling him that he was a man who would make him die. After landing, Min Duan ordered his underlings to stop the beam as quickly as possible and get him out of here. The green-haired henchman asked Min Duan to hold on for a little longer, after which they would cancel the technique. After all, they can't do that after seeing that guy defeat Min Duan with a single strike while under the beam. And if they stopped the technique, they would immediately die. The second ward agreed with the first. They couldn't stop the technique as they would be killed immediately. And besides, Min Duan was seriously injured and would hardly be able to survive if they canceled the technique. The green-haired man began to bury Min Duan alive, promising that they would avenge his sacrifice. Min Duan asked the underlings how dare they turn their backs on him while he was alive. Clenching his fists, he promised them that he would blow their heads off as soon as he could get out of the net. The henchmen demanded that Min Duan not pretend to be a saint, for they know that he takes a portion of their earnings every time they commit a successful robbery. They risk their lives for the money, but almost everything goes to him. The green-haired man shouted that he wanted to take them with him. Since they had already separated from him, they should end it, and so they should turn the solar net into a great solar net of destruction to burn them both. Immediately after, they strengthened their techniques, and clots of flames began to appear around Tang Yun and Min Duan. Tang Yun immediately realized that the energy contained in these fireballs was very unstable, and even a single touch would be enough to cause them to explode. In addition, they would continue to grow, and once they reached the peak, they would explode many times more violently, which would cause him problems. Min Duan began to beg his former underlings not to kill him, promising to give them all the spirit stones in return. Immediately afterward, there was an explosion that took his life. Tang Yun believed that Min Duan got what he deserved. Besides, death by betrayal is the cruelest. Everyone around them started laughing at the fact that Min Duan had finally died, which meant that when the other one died too, they would be able to make some money. They wanted to deal with the ordinary disciple as quickly as possible, as he was probably up to something. As suddenly, Tang Yun revealed that if they had scattered in different directions, some would have had a chance to escape. But instead, they thought as if this idiotic technique could hurt him. From all of this, he realized that they all wished for their deaths. Hearing this, one of the bandits called Tang Yun sick and laughed, because the simple disciple must be on the verge of death. But he continues to pretend to be invulnerable. The second added that this technique required the energy of all of them, because of which even a soul purifier would be unable to get out of it. The green-haired man asked Tang Yun's gratitude that a pathetic disciple like him would be able to die from such a powerful technique. Tang Yun asked if they really thought this technique would kill him, immediately after which he used the spirited array plate manifestation. The disciples were surprised that a mere disciple was trying to destroy their technique, and so they began to strengthen it. But it was already too late. Using a technique, Tang Yun destroyed the sun retention net, releasing all the flames outside, which immediately threw all the disciples away. Lastly, Tang Yun used the divine flame of life principles, burning the students begging for mercy to the ground with it. Tang Yun wasn't going to spare them and said that by targeting someone's life, they were putting their own on the line. Finished with all the students at once, Tang Yun headed towards the garden. Meanwhile, in the hall of leadership of the inner sect, the law enforcement elder of the inner sect, Guo Zhengming, was drinking tea, pondering the problems. As a disciple suddenly ran into him with tears in his eyes, he reported that Guo Lun had gone out. The elder dropped his cup in surprise and asked his disciple to repeat what he had said. The disciple fell to his knees and offered the elder sincere regrets. Then he shouted that Brother Golun was no longer with them. When he heard this again, the elder lost his temper and started to deny it. He shouted that the apprentice had obviously mixed up something because his son had always been in the inner gate city and couldn't die so easily, so he ordered him to go back and double-check everything. The disciple said that he had double-checked this a dozen times. And not only did Big Brother Guo, but the lights of the disciples he was guiding today were also extinguished. After listening to his disciple, the elder couldn't contain his emotions and roared with all his might. He then ordered that everyone be sent to investigate and find out who killed his son. As soon as the disciple ran away, Elder Guo Zhengming wept and vowed to avenge Lunar's death, and his revenge would be terrible. Meanwhile, in the weapons division in the Immortal Hall, Mu Yun was praising the sharpness of her Xiao's sword, recognizing that she really deserved to be her student, for she was not only beautiful, but also intelligent. Her swordsmanship was on par with Sister Gongsun's, to which Xiao replied that the master was too kind to her. After all, she was just an ignorant layman, and Mu Jun's training helped her the most. Mu Yung agreed with the apprentice, but asked her not to be so modest with her from now on. She then suggested that she find her sister Gongsun at the inner gate store if she had a moment. Gongsun was the caretaker of the Wanbao Spiritual Pavilion, and they would need to find common ground, since they were fellow disciples. Suddenly, Josie Gongsun arrived and told the master that she would not believe what she had to say. Muyan wondered what was so earth-shattering. Gongsun wanted to tell her, since she had immediately arrived here. After which she revealed that the 11 swords created by Mujun 30 years ago had been sold. The person who bought them took only a moment to identify them from the thousands of flying swords they had in their store. She had checked him out and was fully confident that he was a low-level weaponsmith. When Mujun heard about it, she got excited and asked her student not to be languid and tell her who it was, which of the elders he was subordinate to, and how old he was. Mujun wished to get this disciple to join her since the inner sect hadn't produced a weapon master level disciple in 10,000 years. And if what she heard was true, the immortal sect would reward her, perhaps the holy sect as well. Also, this disciple could represent the weapon division in the Heaven Punishment Valley for the trial between the three ancient sects. But to her misfortune, Josie Gongsun apologized, after which she admitted that she knew nothing about him, and he himself introduced himself as a mere disciple and quickly left right after buying the swords. She only had enough time to save his back, after which Josie raised her finger and a projection of the young weapons master's back appeared in the hall. Seeing only his back, Junwoo Xiao immediately realized that it was Tang Yun. Noticing the changed expression on Xiao's face, Gongsun asked if she had met him before, whereupon Mujun too, having received hope, inquired about it. But Xiao started to wave him away, saying that she didn't know him, but she had seen someone with a similar build in the weapons department a few days ago. But upon closer inspection, it turned out to not be the person she thought it was. She wasn't going to give away Tang Yun's identity, since he clearly had a reason for hiding his identity. Hearing this, Mujun had to agree, since many people had similar physiques, and based on that, it was understandable that this master could be mistaken for someone else. To cheer up the master, Josie Gongsun asked her not to worry, as she was determined to personally check everyone in the weapons division and find him. Mujun said that the young master was also skilled in weapon making, which meant that she was the only one in the weapon division who could unleash his full potential. And if someone else had a similar talent, he would have grown to be arrogant long ago. But he wants to be as inconspicuous as possible. This is the first time she's seen such a way of thinking. By unleashing his power, her weapons division can regain its former glory. The way Mujun and Gongsun were laughing made Xiao feel embarrassed, as if they only found out that the person she was so desperately searching for was the one she had dismissed with disdain. Her eyes would surely pop out of her orbits. After a while, Fan Jian and Lin Xinyi reported that Tang Yun was returning to the alchemy division. Fan Hian was pleased, since they had been waiting for his return for quite some time now. He ordered the disciple to return since they were able to deal with Tang Yun on their own. Lin Xinyi reminded Fan Jian that Master Mu Yunhong had given them the order to kill Tang Yun, and that if they failed, they would be sentenced to punishment. Tang Yun had single-handedly wiped out all the attackers from the Saint Division, and so she wanted to know if Fan Jian was sure they could handle it. Fan Jian slapped Lin Xinyi and ordered him to calm down. Immediately afterward, he tore her stockings, saying that when he kills a bet goes not on the number but on his mind. Lin Xinyi hugged Fan Jian and asked why he was doing this at a time like this. After all, they were going to kill Tang Yun. Fan Yin chuckled and said that this is a preparation for one task. When Tang Yun appears, she will, an hour later. Tang Yun was approaching the alchemy division. He reflected on the fact that he had done quite a lot today. Not only had he bought 11 top-grade soaring swords capable of performing sword formation, but he had also managed to obtain a lot of flames. In addition, he had killed Guo Zhengming's son, so he could be sure that the old bastard was in a very bad way right now. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw a girl begging for help. There was no one in the area and no one lives nearby, yet here was a half-naked girl asking for help. Tang Yun thought that only a complete idiot would think of such a trap, and so he decided not to interfere and to return to the garden as quickly as possible. The girl asked him to stop saying that, although it looked like a trap, because of which he didn't want to save her. But she asked him to go back to the alchemy division and tell Tang Yun that Mu Mengqi was in danger. Hearing this, Tang Yun was curious since the trap was prepared just for him, so he decided to play with them. He went down to the girl and said that he was Tang Yun, then asked what was wrong with Sister Mu now. The girl was glad that Tang Yun had taken the bait and asked again if he was really Tang Yun. Tang Yun slapped his chest, saying that he was indeed Tang Yun, and then demanded that she tell him what had happened. But that wasn't enough for the girl, and she demanded proof since she hadn't seen him before. Tang Yun got angry and went into the back of his throat. He then pulled out an identification tag proving his identity. Tang Yun asked if she believed him. This student's acting was top-notch, and if he was as naive as a new student with no worldly experience, he would easily believe her. Upon seeing the token, the girl got excited and revealed that she was Mu Mengqi's friend, Lin Xinyi. She told her sister that a few days ago, Mu Mengqi wanted to go with her to meet Tang Yun. But an hour ago, a few beast soul disciples led by second elder Mu Yunhong had captured them, and she herself had miraculously escaped. When Tang Yun heard this, he became furious, shouting that after killing his son, he should have come after him, not Mu Mengqi. He was afraid of what might happen to her. Thanks to Lin Xinya's words, Tang Yun was able to realize that she was Mu Menghong's disciple. Lin Xinyi pointed to the side and explained to Tang Yun that when she checked, Mu Yunhong's disciples were still chasing her, and she didn't know if they would catch up with her. Tang Yun asked Lin Xinyi not to worry, and promised that he would save Sister Mu, then explained that they needed to look for secluded places, and once the enemies finished searching, they could make a further plan. Suddenly, he noticed someone hiding in the grass. He wondered if he should pretend to stumble upon it or finish it off when it attacked. Lin Xinyi agreed with Tang Yun. She smiled as everything was going according to their plan. Immediately after, Fan Jian jumped out of the bushes, shouting that Mu Mengqi had been captured. After getting close, he immediately attacked Tang Yun and shouted that he would kill them soon. Lin Xinyi blocked Tang Yun, asking him to leave the enemy on her. But Fan Jian mercilessly strikes her. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Tang Yun couldn't leave her, and therefore had to catch her, after which she would kill him. Fan Jian mentally cheered as they would not be able to defeat Tang Yun in a fight. But thanks to the plan, they could easily deal with him. Tang Yun reached out to Lin Xinyi, shouting that he wouldn't abandon her and would save her. But Lin Xinyi prayed for Tang Yun to flee since he wouldn't be able to cope here. Afterward, Tang Yun agreed with her and said that he would accept her kindness. And because Tang Yun didn't catch her, she hit her face on the ground. From the unexpected turn of events, Fan Yan couldn't utter a word, and drops of sweat ran down his face. Lin Xinyi, with a swollen face, asked how could he do such a thing, to which Tang Yun replied that she herself had said not to save her, and therefore she shouldn't blame him. Lin Xinyi was indignant and asked why he listened to her, and would he have jumped off the roof if she had asked, which Tang Yun immediately refuted, and said that they didn't even know each other. But even if she died, then eternal memory to her. But he can't die, because he still has to save Mu Mengqi. Lin Xinyi tried to say something else, but Fan Jian ordered her to stop it since Tang Yun was only bullying her. Lin Xinyi was shocked by what she heard, and asked Tang Yun if he realized it was a trap as soon as he saw them. Tang Yun asked if they really thought they could fool him so easily after all. He just wanted to kill time. Fan Yin praised Tang Yun for being cocky, but now the latter would have to pay for it. Immediately afterward, he created a Heavenly Force Spirits martial formation. Tang Yun was bored as the cage was used against him again, and so he admitted that he wasn't going to run away as he had come to see something interesting. And a moment later, a huge tiger, dragon, turtle, and phoenix appeared in the formation. Lin Xinyi explained that this was the highest formation in the beast division, and the beasts summoned by her are at the pinnacle of soul cultivation. Working together, they can harness a power comparable to the realm of soul refinement. Tang Yun praised them since it was really interesting. Plus, it was a great opportunity to test his swords of divine retribution. Summoning his swords, Tang Yun asked for them to endure it and not die from just one attack. Fan Jin called Tang Yun an arrogant pig and ordered the beasts to shoot their energy at him, provoking the release of a violent explosion of soul refinement level. Seeing this, Lin Xinyi was shocked by this kind of power, which meant that Tang Yun should definitely turn into ashes. Fan Jian admitted that he thought as if Tang Yun was tougher, but in reality he turned out to be a fool who had deliberately fallen into a trap. But unfortunately, a familiar silhouette appeared inside the flames. Tang Yun said that they were rejoicing too soon. Fan Jian and Lin Xinyi were shocked as they had never imagined that he would be so strong. Immediately after which, Tang Yun attacked them with his swords of divine retribution, painting the battlefield with flames of different colors. Tang Yun asked if they hadn't thought all this time that he could be killed by such a weak attack. It could only mean that they didn't want to live. Lin Xinyi asked the elder what they should do since they were about to be killed, to which he replied that they had no choice but to run away. After which, he ordered to detain Tang Yun while he would activate the life-saving spatial movement talisman, after which they could escape. Lin Xinyi immediately rushed towards Tang Yun, creating a water dragon. Tang Yun responded with swords of divine retribution with ease, breaking through the enemy's attack. And at the same moment, Fan Jian started activating spatial movement. Lin Xinyi reached out to him and begged for him to take her away. Disappearing in a flash, Fan Yan apologized to her and told her that there was only room for one, and instead of saving her, he promised that he would avenge her. From what happened, Lin Xinyi was stunned to the core. Tang Yun attacked Fan Yan to prevent him from leaving, but it was too late. He swore that he would kill Tang Yun. Tang Yun thought this talisman was quite an interesting thing since the enemy had managed to get away. But even so, he wouldn't be able to hide. While Tang Yun was thinking about killing the elder, Lin Xinyi was trying to crawl away, hoping that Tang Yun wouldn't notice her. Just as suddenly, a flash flashed in front of her, causing her to veer backwards. Tang Yun, with a golden light in his eyes, asked where she was going. Immediately after that, Lin Xinyi kneeled before him and began to beg for mercy, making Fan Jian look guilty. She then threw herself at Tang Yun's feet and promised that she would obey if he spared her, after which they would find Fan Jian together. She wasn't going to die until she saw him dead with her own eyes. Tang Yun grinned and said that he could kill Fan Jian without her help as well. Realizing that it was useless to ask for mercy, Lin Xinyi began to remove her clothes. She promised that she would do anything he wanted for him, and said she could do anything. After touching her face, Tang Yun asked if she was really good at just about everything, to which she immediately agreed and said that Fan Jian was extremely pleased with her, so she had full confidence that she could serve him well. Immediately after which, Tang Yun slit her throat and ordered her to simply die. Lin Xinyi asked why he was doing all this, to which Tang Yun replied that it was because she was nasty. Lin Shan Herbal Garden. The disciples were discussing how Deacon Shen had been captured, and Tian Dian had been sentenced to execution. They wanted to know how this happened. It was because the spirit jade grass had somehow wilted. At the same moment, Tang Yun returned to the garden and asked for an explanation of what had happened here, and what would happen to the deacon and Tian Dan. The disciples then explained that as soon as he left, the jade grass that Tian Dan was watching wilted. When the head was very angry and sentenced Tian Dan to be executed, Deacon Shen was captured. Now Tian Dan is in the garden square and most likely he will be executed in an hour. Tang Yun couldn't believe that the revitalizing jade grass had died. After all, when he left it was in perfect condition. And since he knows that Tian Dan didn't make any mistakes, it was all a setup. Realizing what the matter was, Tang Yun asked to guide him to the place where the grass had died, an hour later in the garden square. Tian Dan sat on the scaffold, while the disciples discussed that there was no way he could have been involved in the death of the grass. After all, he was the most diligent and attentive to detail, making him one of the best gardeners. They all knew that there was no point in executing him for nothing. But since the immortal sect had given him this task, it was a task of the utmost importance, and someone would have to be the scapegoat. Besides, rumors had already spread that all the elders were putting the blame on Deacon Sheng, so they might execute him as well. Just as suddenly, the executioner shouted that it was already noon, and charged Tian Dan that for the mishandling and death of the reviving grass, the chapter had sentenced him to public execution. Tian Dan confessed that he had given his all to the care of the grass, and that he didn't know what caused it to die. The executioner raised his blade and brought the blade down on Tian Dan's neck with a shout. But in the last instant, the blade was broken. The executioner asked who dared to interrupt the execution and who was also seeking his death. Afterward, Tang Yun came out to him and confessed that he was the one who had interrupted the execution, after which he explained that he had checked and found out the cause of the herb's death. It was poisoned, which meant that Tian Dan had no involvement in its death. Hearing this, the disciples were outraged because someone dared to do something so terrible to frame Deacon Shen. But if Tang Yun's words were true, then the deacon and Tian Dan would survive. The executioner shouted at Tang Yun that this was all nonsense, because the head and the supreme elder knew how the herb died, and some simple disciple obviously couldn't know more than them. Tang Yun had committed a serious offense by interrupting the execution, and there was no way he could deal with the consequences if he didn't leave right away. He wasn't going to retreat so easily as he was obliged to fulfill the execution order from Elder Lu Wu. Tang Yun asked why he thought he couldn't handle it. After all, he could report it to the chapter, and they would find out the truth and investigate. Gaining hope, Tian Dan asked if the herb was really poisoned. After all, it meant that he and the elder would be able to survive. Tang Yun asked to trust him with the help of which they could stay alive. Immediately after which the executioner ordered Tang Yun to stop. He said that they had recently found Li Ziqiang's corpse in the mountains, and next to it was written, "I was killed by Tang Yun." Tang Yun asked how the piece of shit died, and why they blamed it on him specifically. When he took out a new blade, the executioner replied that he was only pretending to be innocent. He said that Elder Lu Wu wanted him captured, so he could not believe that Tang Yun had the courage to return. And if he does, he can catch him himself and get a reward. Immediately after, he used the 30 executioners technique, intending to behead Tang Yun. Seeing this, the disciples shouted for Tang Yun to dodge and cursed the executioner for the sneak attack. Suddenly, Tang Yun managed to block the blade with only 2 fingers, and said that he was overestimating himself. The executioner was shocked and asked how the man was able to catch his sword with his bare hands, to which Tang Yun replied that it was all because he was weak, and threw the executioner off with his hand. After dealing with the executioner, Tang Yun asked Dan Yu where the deacon had been taken to, whereupon he pointed to the side and said that he was probably taken to the main hall of the alchemy division. Just as Tang Yun was about to leave, one of the disciples called out to him and asked Tang Yun to take them all with him as they were also worried about Deacon. The students explained their desire by saying that the Deacon had always helped them, and even if they couldn't do anything, at least there would be plenty of them. Tang Yun accepted the ordinary disciples' offer and went to the main hall with them, the main hall of the alchemy division. Bingqing explained that she had only given such an important task because she trusted Deacon Shen Qingfeng, but all the jade herbs had died, and that was the price for her trust in him. Deacon Shen bowed, hitting his forehead on the floor and admitting that he was ashamed that he had failed her. If only his death could undo it. Elder Luwu told the chapter that he may have had disagreements with Deacon Shen, but even he can't deny his contribution. Therefore, he hopes that she will spare him this time, considering that he has worked tirelessly and thanklessly in the Lishan grass garden for so many years. Plus, he is a member of her family. Everyone knows how much Bingqing is focused on justice. She hates favoritism, so reminding her of this can make her even angrier, which will bring an imminent end to Deacon Shen Qingfeng. Bingqing ordered him to shut up. She explained that if she spared him for personal reasons, they would no longer have justice for future crimes. She asked him if he thought the sect's rules were only for show. Elder Mu Wu apologized to Bingqing. In his heart, he was laughing since Shen Qingfeng would finally die, whereupon Bingqing went up to Deacon Sheng and charged that for the death of the jade grass, he will be sentenced to death. Hearing this, the others were shocked. Shen Qingfeng actually raised her, and she can even reprimand someone so close to her like this. But there was nothing they could do about it. This is a matter of the immortal sect, and if they accuse him, even the head can't do anything about it. As Shen Wan suddenly fell on his knees and asked my lady not to do this, because Shen Qingfeng is part of the Shen clan and has been loyal to her all his life, he asked her to spare the deacon for once. Immediately afterward, a familiar voice was heard from far away. After a few seconds, Shen Qingzi bowed before her, begging her to spare his brother, for he was the only one left in his family, and if Qingfeng died, his life would no longer make sense. Bingqing trembled and could no longer hold back her tears. The deacon turned to his brother and Gangwanda. He asked them not to make life difficult for Bingqing as it was all his fault. He admitted that he was happy to see the two of them before he died and thanked them for that last, which only made those two start sobbing harder. Deacon Shen Qingfeng bowed to the head once again and repeated that all the blame lay on him. He had caused her a lot of trouble, and death was the punishment for his crime. Shen Qingfeng asked her not to blame her for this after all. He had said all this voluntarily. Elder Lu Wu approached the sword deacon and said that the time was up, whereupon the deacon snatched the sword from the man and bade my lady farewell. Shen Qingqi and Shen Wan could not stop the deacon, and therefore wished that he could leave in peace. Just as suddenly, Bingqing turned to Deacon, calling him uncle. Falling to her knees, she could no longer hold back her tears. Bingqing promised that she would never forget what he had done for her, and that she couldn't put into words how sad she felt. Shen Qingfeng said that he was the only one who should apologize here, and that he would gladly be her servant in the next life as well. Putting the blade of his sword to his neck, he said he would be on his way and asked Bingqing to take care of himself. Shen Qingqi, Shen Wanda, and Bingqing were flooding with tears, while Elder Lu Wu smiled as he pondered that death awaited anyone who crossed his path. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun burst into the main hall and shouted at Deacon Sheng not to do that. After that, the rest of the ordinary disciples showed up asking him to stop. Everyone was surprised that ordinary disciples from the garden had arrived, but they had probably come to rescue Shen Qingfeng. After landing, Tang Yun ran towards Deacon apologizing for being late. The deacon was honored that Tang Yun had come all this way to bid him farewell. But Tang Yun explained that he was actually here to save him, causing Shen Qingfeng to be surprised. Immediately afterward, Tang Yun bowed to the head and reported that he had conducted a personal investigation, during which he found out that the herb was poisoned. Out of surprise, the head interrogated what the man wanted to say, and Elder Lu Wu panicked because he might be exposed. Tang Yun explained that the culprit was a mere disciple, and that the crime was probably committed to get rid of Deacon Shen. The poisoner may have had other moments, but at the moment he is among them. Shen Qingqi asked what he was talking about and asked him to shut up before things got worse. Elder Lu Wu asked Tang Yun how dare he say such nonsense and imply that there was a traitor among them. Or is he trying to tell everyone that they are not united? Lu Wu mentally laughed as at this moment, Tang Yun did not know who poisoned the herb. Shen Wan admitted that he understood the way Tang Yun wanted to save the deacon, but it was too much. Suddenly, Bing Qing interrupted him, saying that she would listen to Tang Yun. She said that she wanted to hear about how the plants were poisoned. But if he was just throwing words around now, he shouldn't blame her for being cruel. There was hope in Bing Qing's heart that Shen Qingfeng could still be saved, only if Tang Yun produced concrete evidence. The elders started discussing the fact that the chapter had tested the herbs several times but never found any proof. But now Tang Yun was saying that the revitalizing jade herbs were poisoned, while making the chapter look bad. One of them asked to be quiet since Tang Yun was still alive, which meant Bing Qing still hoped to save the deacon. Elder Lu Wu was confident of his victory, because the liquid they used had no color or smell, making it almost impossible to detect. So he was willing to bet his life that Tang Yun was bluffing. Shen Qingfeng began to beg Bing Qing not to be angry with Tang Yun after all. He only wanted to keep him alive, because of which he had to say such things. Shen Wanda told her that Tang Yun was new to the alchemy division and didn't know much about elixirs. He begged her to show him mercy. Bing Qing then asked them all to calm down. Bing Qing told Tang Yun that if he couldn't bring up the fact that the herb was poisoned, he would be executed. She decided to trust him because, although she had rejected him because of her soul problems, he had always been reliable, and perhaps that was why he had caught the clue that they had missed. Tang Yun took out the resurrecting jade herb and told him that each flower bud of this herb represented a soul. Since there are 3 of them, they signify 3 of the 7 souls of mankind: the soul of heaven, earth, and life. That is why this flower was called the heavenly flower of the 3 souls in ancient times. Hearing this, Bing Qing was shocked, because there was no way Tang Yun could know the ancient name of this herb. She herself only recognized it when she read the scriptures of her ancestors' medicines. Tang Yun explained that soul energy obeys the natural order. When a heavenly soul flower dies a natural death, the soul energy within it does not dissipate immediately, but retains its vitality for 49 days. However, if it is well cared for, it can even be revitalized with the right approach. After dying a natural death, the core of the stem of the reviving jade grass stalk retains its bright green color for 49 days. But now they're completely black, which means they've been poisoned. Tang Yun asked if he had made a mistake somewhere. Bing Qing stumbled since such information is not even in those scriptures. But what Tang Yun said made sense from a pharmacological point of view, and this could only mean that she was wrong. The ordinary disciples began to examine the stem. One of them said that he had seen senior disciples from the immortal sect making medicines from the reviving jade grass, and the stalks were indeed green when they were plucked. Besides, Tang Yun wouldn't lie about something like this, which meant that Shen Qingfeng wasn't involved in the death of the herb. Bing Qing asked Tang Yun to talk about how exactly the herbs died, after which Tang Yun said that the culprit used something that had no color or smell, and to get to the place he probably used an invisibility potion or a talisman. That was how he was able to poison the herb, by placing all the blame on Deacon Shen. When the deacon heard about it, he became furious and demanded that the culprit confess to it, as he was going to annoy his lady. Immediately after that, and the ordinary disciples began to demand the culprit to stick his neck out, as this was an incredibly important task of the immortal sect and the culprits must be punished. They were going to beat the culprit to death, no matter who he was. Elder Lu Wu was startled that Tang Yun could understand everything just by looking at the grass. Even so, they shouldn't have realized that it was his handiwork. Frowning, Bing Qing said that if it was just like Tang Yun said, the perpetrator will meet an imminent doom. Tang Yun said that he had proved everything and asked if that meant that Deacon Shen Qingfeng was free. Bing Qing accepted Tang Yun's argument and said that the deacon was free to go, after which she bowed and apologized deeply to her uncle. But the latter asked not to blame herself, because she had nothing to do with it, and all the blame lies with the perpetrator. The surrounding people were happy that Tang Yun was able to save the deacon and gave praise to the gods for it. Shen Wanda recognized that Shen Qingzhe had a good feeling because Tang Yun was a true nugget, and besides, he was sure that this was just the beginning, and Tang Yun would still be able to prove himself. Bing Qing handed over the authority to investigate to Shen Wand. Immediately after, he said that he would gather 3,000 sentient beasts and investigate the Lingshan garden. They had very strong instincts, and if the culprit was near the jade grass that was coming to life, he would definitely find him. Bing Qing was satisfied with what she heard and said not to put it off for later. She then summoned Tang Yun and Shen Qingfeng and ordered the rest to wait for the results of the investigation. If anyone dared to run away, they would be executed on the spot. Elder Lu Wu was worried because he might be found out if the investigation was successful, so he decided to make preparations. Once everyone had dispersed, Bingqing told Tang Yun that it was only because of him that the execution didn't happen today, but she wonders how he knows so much about this herb. Tang Yun bowed and said that his family owned an ancient scroll that had information on several kinds of elixirs, including the revitalizing jade herb. Although the reviving jade grass was actually a low-grade grass, his courtyard was full of them in the upper world, because they were ornamental plants. Realizing what the matter was, Bingqing said that once they clarified who the culprit was, she would make sure he was rewarded, but for now, he could go. After which, Bingqing went up to her uncle and said that Tang Yun was a good person, since he didn't hesitate to tell her all this for the sake of saving him. Shen Qingfeng told me that Tang Yun was not only good, but also strong. A few days ago, a disciple of the 12th elder, Li Zian, came to their garden and started making a commotion, but Tang Yun killed him in a fair fight. In terms of strength, he is definitely capable of being among the top 300 among the 60,000 disciples. So leaving him as a mere disciple is somehow not fair. He once again suggested removing the stigma of being a mere disciple from Tang Yun, since Milady had already changed her opinion of him. And this might be the perfect chance. But Bingqing asked him to forget about it, because even being strong, there was no way he would be able to enter the soul perfection realm, causing everything to be in vain. Shen Qingfeng wanted to challenge her words, but he couldn't from what he could only sigh. Bingqing revealed that all she was hoping for right now was for Head Tang's health to improve. After all, if the situation worsened and they tried to obtain the revitalizing jade grass, they would find out that it was lost, and there would be a disaster. Shen Qingfeng said that Head Tang will definitely recover since she has always been lucky. The next day, the disciples and the elders were discussing whether the 6th elder would find out who had poisoned the herb. After all, they were already eager to beat the crap out of him. Among them, Elder Lu Wu looked at the pill in his hand and pondered that he would have to eat the memory cleansing pill if Shen Wand really found out who poisoned the herb, and then the head wouldn't know anything, even if he conducted a soul scan. Just as suddenly, Shen Wander ran into the hall shouting that he had found out who the culprit was. Bingqing immediately hurriedly walked over to the 6th elder and asked who the poisoner was. Shen Wander reported that a few days ago, a disciple of 12th elder Li Jiquan was suddenly found dead 200 miles away from the garden. After investigating, all 3,000 soul-smelling beasts determined that the one who had poisoned the refining jade grass was Jiquan. Bingqing was angry and asked the 12th elder how he was going to explain himself after all. Li Jiquan was exactly his disciple. Elder Lu Wu fell to his knees and begged the lady not to be angry, as he was to blame for not being able to spot the trickery in his disciple in time. And the thought pissed him off. He felt he had failed her. Just as he was about to talk about how much of a haul he was, a copious amount of blood spurted from his mouth. The people around him were surprised at how angry the elder was that he was spitting blood, and they couldn't believe that someone like that could come out from under his wing. Tang Yun found it strange that there was a medicinal smell coming from the blood. This smell reminded him of a memory erasing pill. This indicates that it was on the order of the 12th. Li Jiquan poisoned the herb. After all, he and the deacon have a bad relationship with Lu Wu. And to avoid soul scanning, he ate the pill. Bingqing ordered him to stop this circus, because there was no way she would believe that he didn't know about his disciple's act. If he didn't give a clear explanation right now, then there was no point in even thinking about him living longer than he did now. Elder Lu Wu explained that Tang Yun had recently killed Li Zian, and Deacon Shen had protected him. Probably Li Ziquan had done it for revenge. Whereupon he started banging his head on the floor and screaming that he had nothing to do with the case. And if she refused to believe him, he could just do a soul scan, since he was telling the truth and only that. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people began to support Elder Lu Wu as they believed that he was innocent and asked for mercy for his contributions over the years. Tang Yun thought it was amazing that Lu Wu even dared to injure himself. But even so, he wouldn't be fooled. The only problem was that because of the pill he had taken, they wouldn't be able to prove his guilt, and even he might be suspected of personal revenge, causing Tang Yun to have to wait before teaching the elder a lesson. Bingqing told Lu Wu that he could escape execution, but not from his crime. From now on, he will sit on his knees in the Lingshan garden and will only get up when Lady Tang is well. 12th tried to protest, since if Head Thane didn't get better, he would have to stand there forever. To which Bingqing replied that if that was the case, he would wait for the judgment with her and Deacon Shen Qingfeng. Bingqing then ordered Shen Qingfeng and Qingqi to stay here, while the rest of them went to the secret realms to find the 8th level jade revitalization herbs. Elder Lu Wu became angry since this devilish girl had ordered him to do such a thing. Hence he swore to himself that one day he would conquer her and make her his personal toy. And only Tang Yun was smiling as Lu Wu had not long left to live, and these were the last days he could enjoy. Shen Qingqi told Madame that although 12th Elder's arguments sounded logical, but they were too perfect. He probably foresaw everything that would happen today. Shen Qingfeng agreed with his brother's words and asked if she believed him, to which she immediately answered no. Moreover, she suspects that it was he who gave the order to poison the herb. Deacon and her brother were shocked at what they heard and wondered why she was so sure of it, to which she replied that it was all because she had become a low-level alchemy master, thanks to which she was able to smell the smell of the memory-erasing pill the moment Lu Wu spat out blood. At this moment, Shen Qingfeng couldn't help himself and started yelling at the bastard, for this explained why he was trying so hard to help him, since he was actually behind everything. Shen Qingzi asked Madame why she wouldn't arrest him if she knew the truth. Bingqing replied that it wasn't that simple, because Lu Wu had swallowed a memory-erasing pill, and his father was the 4th elder of the immortal sect, so they couldn't touch him. So all they can do is wait for an opportunity to deal with him. Shen Qingqi agreed with her words, and Shen Qingfeng said that no matter what, her breakthrough to a low-level alchemy master was already great news. She could now officially become an elder of the immortal sect. But Bingqing told him that it wasn't the most important thing right now, because if the immortal sect found out about Weed's death, she would be held accountable, which meant that not only could she lose her status, but also her life. Shen Qingzi tried to reassure Madame, but she said that everything was fine and that they could leave, after which she added that she wanted to be alone and they parted ways. Left alone, Bingqing began to cry. Trembling, she begged her mother from heaven to help her through all this. After all, she could only avenge her if she joined the immortal sect. As suddenly from behind her, she heard a nasty laugh. Turning around, she saw the 3rd Alchemy Division elder from the immortal sect, Zhou Wuyun. Bingqing apologized for not greeting him properly as she didn't know he was here. Zhou Wuyun grabbed her hand and asked her not to be so polite to him, after all. He had never seen her as a junior. Hearing this, Bingqing pulled out her hand and asked the elder to keep her cool, or else she would report this to head Tang. The old man got angry because of her refusal and told her that thousands of girls get into bed with him, but he wants to be only with her. So he wants her to know her place and not to regret it afterwards. Bingqing said that she only saw him as an elder and turned away about to leave. Immediately after, the elder pulled out a token and ordered her to stop since he hadn't let her go yet. Seeing this token, Bingqing was surprised and at the same time angry, since she couldn't contradict this order. She had no choice but to bow to the elder and wait for his words. Zhou Wuyun reported to her that Elder Tang's condition had worsened, and they, the immortal sect's alchemy elders, had decided to develop a soul recovery pill in a month, and by then, they must gather a 7th level ice orchid, a 9th level soul yin ice lotus, and one 3,000-year-old flame spirit herb. Bingqing couldn't resist and was forced to accept the order to gather herbs. After which, the elder added that after a month, he wished to see the revitalizing jade grass he had instructed her to grow. If the elixir is not ready, delaying the processing of the cure, even hundreds of deaths will not be enough to atone for her crime. As soon as Elder Zhou Wuyun left, Bingqing fell to his knees and started sobbing again, asking her mom what she should do. Meanwhile, in the grass garden of Lingshan, Tang Yun watched Lu Wu and pondered over the fact that the latter was not the weakest among the elders. Yet he was sitting on his knees like this, in the middle of an open field. If he tried to kill him, no one would even notice it. But unfortunately, there's nothing he can do about it now. Tang Yun asked Danu if there was something similar to the space-time tower in the alchemy division that disciples could enter to cultivate. Tang Yun had a lot of flame and wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, to which Tiandan replied that the spatial towers were 1,000 miles away in the giant martial arts arena in the east, except that none of the ordinary disciples had ever gotten there. Tang Yun wondered why this was so. Were they not allowed to do so? But Tiandan immediately rejected it and said that the price of entry was worth 50,000 low-level spirit stones. Other alchemy disciples can earn money by refining the elixir, so it's nothing to them. But ordinary students like them don't have the money. Tang Yun assumed that Tiandan had already been at his cultivation level for quite some time, and offered him a ring of spiritual stones so that he could go to the tower. To Tang Yun, this sum was nothing, but it would change Tiandan's life for the better. But the latter immediately began to refuse the ring. After all, Tang Yun had already helped them too much already. Tang Yun ignored Tiandan's refusal and put the ring into his hand. Immediately afterward, he took off and warned that he was going to the martial arts arena. Tiandan squeezed the ring with a trembling hand, and tears showed from his eyes. He couldn't put into words how grateful he was to Tang Yun. Flying towards the arena, Tang Yun pondered over the fact that he couldn't help everyone. But if he could help the people around him, he would give them a helping hand so that they could live a better life. An alchemical martial arts arena. The disciples gathered at the arena were furious that there were always seats for the 12th elder's disciples in the towers, but never any seats for the other disciples, and there was nothing they could do about it. After all, the 12th elder has been in control of this place for quite some time, which is the reason why his disciples have such perks. One of the disciples told the others that it was rumored that the 12th elder had been punished and was kneeling in the Lingshan garden, and that Tang Yun had contributed to all of this. Immediately after which another disciple remembered that it was Tang Yun who had killed Li Zian. Because of what happened, the disciples of the 12th are already looking for Tang Yun. Meanwhile, Tang Yun arrived at the arena with the hope that he wouldn't have to face any trouble today. Just as suddenly, one of the disciples noticed Tang Yun. Pang He started to scoff, as no one expected to see a mere disciple in a place like this. Hearing this made Tang Yun frown, as people like this kept pestering him. Pang He called the mere disciple a weakling and said that he had heard about how Tang Yun had killed Li Zian. So he wanted to know how Tang Yun had done it. If he liked the answer, he was even willing to thank him. Otherwise, he would break his legs. Hearing this, the disciples became angry, as Pang He was once again pestering the disciple. He was flaunting his status as the third elder's nephew, and almost everyone here had encountered this kind of thing. In their opinion, this ordinary disciple had been collecting spiritual stones for years, and he had the misfortune of bumping into Pang He right away. So he had better forget about entering the tower, otherwise he would be killed and robbed. Tang Yun asked Pang He if he was addressed as weakling. He replied that it was so, for he was a miserable, simple disciple, and they were all weaklings. He said that such people were not even worthy to be called simple disciples, and it would be more correct to call them obedient dogs. So if he could amuse him, he might give him a bone. Tang Yun walked closer to the one and said that he wasn't here for that. Immediately afterward, he punched Pang He in the face, shouting that he might kill him instead. The disciples were shocked as a mere student dared to hit Pang He. They thought that he was sick, as something terrible would be waiting for him now. Pang He's underlings immediately ran over to the one and tried to lift him up. Pang He asked how the little asshole dared to raise his hand on him. Immediately afterward, he ordered his subordinates to take him and break all his limbs, as he wanted to hear a mere disciple beg for mercy. Immediately after, the minions attacked Tang Yun, wanting to show this worm where he belonged. But Tang Yun unleashed his golden aura and shouted that it was better for them not to pounce, pushing back all the enemies. Pang He wanted to understand how such a thing was possible. After all, these were the elite troops his uncle had hired to protect him. They were all soul cultivators of at least the 8th level, but a mere disciple could take them all out with just one move. Tang Yun approached Pang He again and reminded him that he wanted to break his limbs, causing sweat to pour down Pang He's bald head. Pang He fell to the ground and began to beg for mercy, whereupon he warned that his uncle was the third elder, and if he dared to harm him, Tang Yun was not going to listen to the threats any further and punched Pang He in the face while calling him trash. Rising up, Pang He asked the mere disciple who he was, to which the latter replied that his name was Tang Yun, and that he was waiting if the latter decided to take revenge. He felt that these children of Cesspit were not even worthy of his time. The disciples couldn't understand why this ordinary disciple was acting so confidently, but now everything was falling into place. In addition, Tang Yun was indeed incredible, as he had dealt with Pang He and his guards. But his arrogance might play a bad joke on him, as he wouldn't be able to break through to the soul refinement realm. The Hall of Fees for the use of the space-time tower. Duanjin pondered on the fact that Elder Lu Wu now had to bear his burden in Lingshan Garden, and therefore he should inform his father about it, because the latter is the third elder of the immortal sect, and he should help his son. For Tang Yun killing Li Zian, Duan wasn't going to let the latter live his life in peace. Walking into the assembly hall, Tang Yun discussed with himself that cultivating for 3 days in ordinary space-time towers was equivalent to 1 day outside. But that was too little for him. Ideally, he would like to enter an advanced tower, except he didn't know how he could get there. Hearing the disciple, Duanzhen introduced himself to that disciple as the deacon of the assembly hall, and since he was seeing him here for the first time, he could ask him any questions he wanted. Tang Yun introduced himself to the deacon and asked how he could get into the improved tower. Upon hearing the disciple's name, the deacon was shocked that he had come to him so quickly. Seeing the deacon's reaction, Tang Yun asked if he knew his name. He hoped that this person was not the kind of person who would cause him trouble. The deacon coughed and rubbed his head, saying that he had heard of his power, but now he had managed to meet him in person, and as he could see, the rumors did not do him credit. Tang Yun acknowledged that he was pleased to hear such a thing from the deacon, and asked again how he could get into the improved tower. Tang Yun replied that it was unfortunate that Tang Yun had come at a bad time, as such towers were opened every 3 months, and the next one was still 45 days away. If Tang Yun only wanted to go there, he would have to leave. Tang Yun said that in that case, he would go to an ordinary tower and asked what he needed to do so, to which the latter replied that luck had not overtaken him this time. For in an hour's time, the disciple called Yeling would finish his session in Tower 666, and if Tang Yun paid now, he could go there. Tang Yun thanked the deacon and holding out the rings said that he wanted to practice for 18 days, after which the latter said that was enough and let Tang Yun go. As soon as he stepped back, Duanzhen contacted Yeling and ordered him to stop training since he had a chance to stand out, after which he said that Tang Yun was coming to him and that the third elder wanted to get rid of him. The deacon said that he had sent Tang Yun specifically to his tower and ordered him to come out in an hour, after which he would find a reason to kill Tang Yun. Yeling accepted the order and said that Tang Yun wouldn't stand a minute against him. Duanzhen was satisfied after all. Yeling is the third elder's personal disciple, and he is even stronger than Li Zian. An hour later, the tower door opened and Yeling stepped out. Immediately after that, the disciples began to congratulate him for completing the session, because now he was strengthened and could probably enter the top 150 strongest in the alchemy division. In addition, he had the soul of lightning and wind, and a very high talent, so he was considered a genius. Yeling thanked the disciples for their kindness, right after which he noticed the person who was probably Tang Yun, which means he needs to find a reason to fight right now. Only when he saw Yeling did Tang Yun realize that this was another troublesome disciple that he didn't even want to see anymore. But that wasn't important now. Now he needed to enter the tower and ignore this disciple. Yeling walked up to Tang Yun and called him a bastard, and asked him what he called him behind everyone's back. Tang Yun asked what the man meant, for he remained silent. To which Yeling replied that he heard what Tang Yun was muttering to himself when everyone was congratulating him. He called him trash. The disciples immediately began to chatter, as no one had heard such a thing. But they all agreed that it was because Yeling was in a higher realm, and besides, an ordinary disciple would never be able to do anything to their brother. Tang Yun asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He thought that he was another Lu Wu disciple, and it seemed like he knew who he was and wanted to get himself in trouble. Yeling ordered Tang Yun to stop pretending and rushed to attack while questioning how he even dared to insult him. To which Tang Yun replied, giving a dog a bad name to string it up, and asked if that was the case. After which, Tang Yun collided with Yeling with his fist. The shockwave from the collision knocked down the surrounding students. They were shocked because Yeling's blows were crushing and a mere student should have been reduced to ashes. But if he survived, he would have to spend the rest of his life in the hospital. After the punch, Yeling realized that things were not good as Tang Yun turned out to be not so weak. Tang Yun asked why the latter resented if someone called him trash. After all, he had indeed turned out to be weak. The disciples were shocked that only Brother Ye had taken damage. While the ordinary disciple hadn't received a scratch, this disciple was only at the 7th level of cultivation, but could fight with realms above him. From this, they guessed that it was Tang Yun, for only he could be the strongest of the ordinary disciples. Yeling pointed at Tang Yun and admitted that he hadn't used his full power just because he thought he was weaker. Therefore, he suggested that Tang Yun accept the challenge to duel, if he had the balls. Tang Yun accepted the challenge, saying that he agrees since he wants to die so badly. After a few minutes, all the disciples from the surrounding area began to rush over, as they wanted to see the duel to the death between Tang Yun and Yeling. The deacon felt that since Tang Yun had killed Li Zian, Yeling should be proactive, somewhere in the sky. Shen Wan had been following Tang Yun at Shen Qingfeng's request, but as soon as he turned his back, the latter had already engaged in a duel. This time, it was clearly not that simple, as Yeling was much stronger than Li Zian. The disciples chanted for Yeling. They wished for him to teach this arrogant, mere disciple a lesson. Yeling asked them not to worry about this matter since Tang Yun would meet his death in person today. Immediately afterward, he used the formation preparing for battle. The disciples immediately recognized Brother Yi's Wind Thunder Infinity formation, for this was the technique that had raised him to the combat rank of the Alchemy Division, which only meant that Tang Yun's life had come to an imminent end. Tang Yun chuckled at his opponent dabbling with the formation and decided to join him. Immediately afterward, he ordered the swords of divine retribution to rise. Ling called Tang Yun a pathetic dreamer, since he dared to think that pathetic swords could stop him, and attacked Tang Yun with lightning and wind with his formation. In response to that, Tang Yun used the sword array as the power of gold, creating a huge golden tornado. The disciples couldn't understand how Tang Yun could have such a strong technique. After all, he was just an ordinary disciple. But none of them could see who came out victorious because of the golden flash. Shen Wanda was fascinated by such a strong gold power, and since Ling's soul possessed wind and lightning, it definitely couldn't be his technique. Which means it's Tang Yun's technique? After a few moments, the tornado dissipated and Tang Yun could now be seen with Ling. A startled Ling asked Tang Yun where he had gotten this sword technique, to which he replied that he had invented it himself. Immediately after that, Ling fell down and many wounds opened up all over his body. Because he had underestimated Tang Yun, he had lost and now looked like a clown. The audience thought that it was all a dream because they saw Ling lying at Tang Yun's feet, which was simply impossible. Tang Yun was simply too strong and killed Ling without even getting a scratch. He is the strongest ordinary disciple in history. The deacon was shocked by the duel, for even Ling wasn't enough to kill Tang Yun. He turned around and left the arena to report the matter to Elder Lu Wu. Tang Yun thought about the fact that Ling knew about his arrival, which meant that the deacon was involved in all of this. Finished with his thoughts, Tang Yun headed to the tower, and he would deal with the deacon once he got out. Shen Wanda was glad that his thought was true. Tang Yun really does use golden power, which means he doesn't have an empty soul. Immediately after, he rushed to Qingfeng and the head of the dais to promote Tang Yun. Meanwhile, in the grass garden, Lingshan Elder Lu Wu continued to kneel down. He was angry since he had to stand here all day long. He waited for the useless Duanzhen to tell his father everything. Immediately afterward, the latter appeared to him and greeted him. Twelfth was angry because of Duanzhen's slowness, but still asked if it had informed his father about everything. But the man kneeled down and said that Ling had fallen at the hands of Tang Yun. Lu Wu was shocked by what he heard. He wanted to know how such a thing could happen and ordered him to tell him everything. Duanzhen tearfully told about how Tang Yun and Ling had met near the Tower of Space and Time. Everything happened at Ling's initiative. In fact, he had challenged Tang Yun. But Tang Yun turned out to be much stronger. The deacon wasn't going to tell the whole truth, as Ling is the elder's favorite disciple, and he doesn't want him to know that Ling's death lies on him. Lu Wu flamed with rage, for Ling was his best disciple. He was proud of him with all his heart and had personally trained him. His future would have been bright if only he hadn't died, and he would have been promoted as well. But damn, Tang Yun had ruined everything again. Duanzhen asked what he should do, since Lizian and Ling had fallen at the hands of Tang Yun, causing them to become very weak. Elder Lu Wu shouted that Tang Yun should no longer live. He ordered Duanzheng to find and kill Tang Yun, since he himself was at the soul improvement realm, and it shouldn't be a problem for him. Hearing about it, Duanzhen was about to refuse because if the head found out about it, but the elder told him not to worry because now she would have to save herself, so she would not worry about the death of a mere disciple. In addition, Lu Wu promised to take the deacon into the immortal sect if he could handle it. Duanzhen agreed and said that he would kill Tang Yun as soon as he came out of the tower. The main alchemy hall. Bingqing asked Shen Wanda and Shen Qingfeng what they had come for. Immediately afterward, Shen Wanda reported that he saw a deadly duel between Tang Yun and Ling, where Tang Yun defeated his opponent. In addition, he had sensed the power of gold during the battle. Hearing this, Bingqing was surprised that Tang Yun had managed to kill Ling, and besides, his soul was not empty. She couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Shen Wanda said that he had personally seen it, so there could be no mistake. Tang Yun might be at the 7th level of soul cultivation, but he was already able to defeat Ling, who was at the peak of cultivation. They wouldn't be able to find such a strong disciple in the sect, even after tens of thousands of years. Shen Qingfeng revealed that, if they cultivated it, it was likely that Tang Yun would enter the inner sect's Volan list. After which, he recalled that when they accepted Tang Yun, all the elders laughed at her. But now that he could be promoted, they would realize that they had been fools all along. But Bingqing refused. She was going to keep Tang Yun as a mere apprentice since he would be able to be in the garden. The deacon and Shenwan were horrified by her decision and asked why she had decided that, to which Bingqing replied that first Tang Yun killed Li Zian, then Ye Ling. He also did well in investigating the death of Jade Grass, causing many people to grind their teeth against him. Giving him official disciple status now would only add fuel to the fire, and the result of all this would not be so good. Shen Qingfeng realized that all this time, he hadn't thought about what would happen after the promotion, and Shenwan said that leaving Tang Yun in the garden to practice is a good decision. Bingqing said that if Tang Yun could reach the 9th level of soul cultivation in 2 years, he would be able to participate in the 9-division tournament as an ordinary disciple. Even if she wasn't here by then, they would show everyone that their so-called geniuses wouldn't even compare to one of their mere disciples. Shen Qingfeng asked what "if she's not here" meant, and Shenwan asked if the Immortal sect had found out about the Jade Grass incident. She replied that it didn't matter now as the sect didn't know about it yet, and asked them to leave as she was tired. Once they left, Bingqing sighed, after which she said that the deadline will come soon, but they still don't have the elixir that the Immortal sect requires. The herb is dead, which means the Immortal sect. Just as suddenly, an old man came up to her and apologized for stopping by unannounced. Bingqing asked Elder Guo what brought him here, to which the latter replied that he had come to her with a demand. His son Guolong was killed by someone a few days ago, and they finally found the assailant's scent leading to her mountain. And so, he would like to ask her to assist his disciples and soul-sniffing beasts, as long as they search for the killer in her territory. Bingqing was surprised at what she heard, but she still agreed to cooperate according to the laws of the sect, and so she asked him to feel free to search at will. Elder Guo thanked Bingqing and said that his disciples would start investigating right away. Pan Mountain. Pang, he asked his uncle to kill Tang Yun to quench his thirst for revenge. The third elder, Pang Shiyuan, ordered him to stop it. For Pang, he was only causing him trouble. After that, he said that the head recognized Tang Yun, and moreover, put the Shen twins to protect him. If he kills Tang Yun, there's no way he can get out of trouble. Hearing this, Pang he could hardly believe that they were talking about Tang Yun. But if it was all true, he would never be able to take revenge on him. Pang Shiyuan replied that it's not like that, because Tang Yun killed Lu Wu's disciple Ye Ling. Lu Wu is a very vindictive person, and he also has his father's help, which means he definitely won't just leave things alone. All they have to do is lie back and watch others do their dirty work for them. 10 days later inside the Tower of Time, devouring flames all these days, Tang Yun's flames of divine principles had finally reached second-order mastery, and it could now turn even top-grade spiritual weapons into ashes. But the deacon waiting it out is probably at the soul purification level, which means that this flame will not be enough to deal with him. He would have to create a treasure-level talisman to win. Picking up the paper, Tang Yun summoned the diffusing water of life principles, after which he began to weave ice into the talisman, purifying the Nanshan to pacify all things. And lastly, he collected the destroyed Nanshan, creating an ice talisman with this, which was enough to get out. Outside the space and time tower, the deacon was waiting for Tang Yun, who should be coming out soon. All he has to do is kill in a quiet place to fulfill Lu Wu's assignment and win his assignment. Soon Tang Yun appeared from the tower, pondering that he needed to find the deacon. Just as suddenly, he noticed surveillance from a nearby bush, from which Tang Yun grimly smirked, for by waiting out Tang Yun, the deacon had done half the work for him. Tang Yun flew up and headed towards the garden to give the deacon a chance to show himself. Immediately after that, he began to chase after Tang Yun. This was a great chance for him, since Tang Yun would soon find himself in no man's land, which would be just the perfect place to kill him. After flying away from the space and time towers, Tang Yun stopped, right after which the deacon also caught up with him. The deacon said that he had heard that Tang Yun had left the tower earlier, so he wanted to catch up with him. He knew that Tang Yun had many trump cards up his sleeve, so he wanted to let his guard down and strike at the right moment. Tang Yun made a surprised look and asked what the one wanted to tell him. He decided to get hooked, since the one decided to have a mind war. The deacon told Tang Yun that while he was in the tower, Deacon Qingfeng asked him to convey one very important thing. Getting a little closer to Tang Yun, Duanzhen took out his blade and attacked Tang Yun, shouting that Tang Yun would meet his death today. But suddenly, Tang Yun grabbed the knife and asked if the man was trying to kill him. Duanzhen cried out in surprise, as he had not expected the fact that Tang Yun had been on alert all this time. Tang Yun admitted that he knew the reason why Ye Ling had attacked him, and if he wasn't mistaken, the deacon was one of Lu Wu's subordinates. Duanzhen asked what Tang Yun would do with this information. After all, He was in the soul refinement realm, while Tang Yun was just a pathetic soul cultivator. Even if Tang Yun is capable of doing something, all of his techniques are useless. Tang Yun took out the talisman and told the deacon that he didn't fully understand who he was attacking. After all, it was the deacon who was going to meet his death today. The deacon rushed over to Tang Yun, shouting that he was talking too much and that he was curious to know where he got his confidence from. As soon as the deacon came within range, Tang Yun used the Nanshan Ice Talisman, which made the deacon turn to ice in the blink of an eye. Finding himself trapped in the ice, the deacon quickly realized that he was frozen. Except he couldn't figure out how that happened. Tang Yun said that he wasn't done yet and attached another talisman to the deacon, causing the deacon to start asking Tang Yun to stop, after which Tang Yun used an explosion, inflicting Duanzheng with a huge amount of damage. The deacon asked what the talisman was and how it had so much power, to which Tang Yun replied that it was a Nanshan ice talisman that he had created in the tower. The deacon refused to believe it. After all, items capable of injuring him should not be below treasure level, and they could only be refined by talisman masters in the soul refinement realm. But that didn't make sense since Tang Yun was only in the soul cultivation realm. Tang Yun said that his existence served to destroy common sense. Duanzhen began to beg for mercy and said that it was all Lu Wu's fault, saying that he couldn't die because he had a family. But if Tang Yun spared him, he would become his servant and help him deal with Lu Wu. And then he admitted that he had always hated 12th, and that with his help, Tang Yun would be able to deal with him. Swinging, Tang Yun shouted that he didn't need help to destroy trash like Lu Wu, immediately after which he flattened Duanzhen's head. At the last gasp, Duanzhen wondered why he had attacked Tang Yun. After dealing with the next assassin, Tang Yun said that he was first attacked by Li Ziquan, followed by Li Zian, Yeling, and Duanzhen. Lu Wu had acted too brazenly to kill Tang Yun, so Tang Yun would never spare him. After a while, Tang Yun arrived at the interior work market. He pondered on the fact that to kill Lu Wu, he needed to become stronger if he wanted no one to know about it. He then turned his attention to the Huanfu Chamber of Commerce he was passing by. There's supposed to be a public auction at the Huanfu Chamber today, and rumor has it there will be many treasures, including top-quality flames. Even though he needs them, he needs to get the spirit stones before he does. The people in the chamber were arguing as the bulletin board was covered with strange advertisements. The reward for the jade herb was 100 times its market value. In addition, the rewards for the turtle's breath ice orchid, stone lotus soul yin herb, and flame spirit herb were also overpriced. With such rewards, obtaining even one of these herbs could provide them with the rest of their lives. Seeing the resurrecting jade grass, Tang Yun immediately realized that these advertisements were put up by Shen Subing, which meant that he could take all these rewards for himself. Tang Yun greeted the seller and asked about a magic item capable of hiding aura. The higher the grade, the better. The salesperson pointed to another room and explained that all merchandise of a similar level was in the VIP room. After a few moments, Tang Yun walked out wearing a new outfit. He thought that this gauzy, ghostly breath gauze hat was pretty good, and that even Shen Subing wouldn't be able to see Tang Yun's identity through it. Tang Yun tore off one of the flyers and asked to tell the buyer that he was ready to make a deal before the auction opened. A few minutes later, in the Great Hall, Bingqing was in high spirits as she was informed that she had found the seller of the herbs she was looking for, and so she ordered that someone collect her as many spirit stones as possible. After a while, Tang Yun could no longer wait for Bingqing as the auction would already start soon. Just as suddenly, Bingqing entered the room and immediately asked if he was the seller and where the goods were now. Tang Yun asked her to take her time and waved his fingers, causing the door behind Shen Subing to close, after which Tang Yun asked her to sit down, since they needed to discuss everything. Bingqing asked if he was a member of the Immortal Sect, since he could provide such a valuable item. She asked this question since these rewards had been hanging around for a long time, and no one could provide her with the goods she needed. Someone with such capabilities must definitely be from an Immortal Sect. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun angrily slammed the cup against the table. Afterward, he released some spiritual energy and asked if she really wanted to know about it. Shen Subin bowed and said that she didn't want to, she was just curious. Feeling his spiritual power, Subin realized that the person in front of her was much stronger than the elders of the Immortal Sect, which meant that he could only be. Just thinking about it, she immediately rejected this option since he might not even be from the Immortal Sect. Tang Yun advised her not to poke her nose into other people's business as curiosity could kill, then asked if she had brought the spirit stones. Immediately afterward, she handed him a spatial ring and said that her ring contained 7 million high-grade spirit stones. This should be enough for several goods. After hearing about the stones, Tang Yun said that there were things they needed to talk about, namely that he didn't have the resurrecting jade grass, and the rest too. Hearing this, Subin lost her composure and demanded an answer if he was joking. He took the poster, but he's got nothing. She is the head of the inner sect, and she doesn't care how strong he is. She said that if she doesn't get a clear explanation now, Tang Yun asked her to watch her tone, and releasing his spiritual powers, warned that she was in no position to threaten him. Only after feeling the aura did Subin realize how weak she was compared to the stranger. She didn't stand a chance. As suddenly, Tang Yun began to tell him that her glabella was purple. The beginning of her eyebrows and the area directly under her eyes were colored black, and the pulse at the corners of her mouth was faint, causing him to conclude that she had overworked herself a lot recently and her heart was anxious. That's why he advises her to sit down and discuss it calmly, because if she continues to be angry, her weakened body won't last 7 days. Shen Subin was shocked by what she heard and asked how he was able to see all of this. Just by looking at her face, he was immediately able to tell everything about her condition. His ability in medicine was far beyond what she could imagine. Tang Yun said it wasn't that hard and asked her to sit down to discuss the reward. He was going to break down her defenses with the carrot and stick method. He thought she saw him as an unearthly cult master at the moment. Now that he'd taken the initiative, it would be easier to talk. Shen Subin sat down and asked, why did he take the poster if he didn't have herbs? And why did he ask her to come? Tang Yin asked if she needed these herbs for the soul restoration pill, and Subin immediately confirmed it and said that it was quite impressive since he understood what she wanted just from a few ingredients. Tang Yun chuckled and said that he wouldn't beat around the bush and reiterated that he didn't have anything she needed. But there are at least 3 ways to make soul restoration pills. She can use 6 other ingredients to replace the 4. Moreover, the required 6 ingredients are not as valuable as the ones she requires, and all of these ingredients can be found in the Lishan garden. When Subin heard about the substitution, she thought about it and said that according to the elder, the 4 ingredients were the ones needed, and the revitalizing jade herb should be used to improve the pill. She was sure that the elders would never make such a mistake. Tang Yin hummed and said that alchemy masters from the immortal sect were not even worthy of standing next to him, and asked him to look carefully. He concentrated the energy in his hand and ordered it to solidify, creating a pill with it. Subin was shocked when she saw the condensation of voids, for she had read about this technique in ancient texts and never thought that such a thing existed for real. This meant that the alchemical cultivation of the person in front of her was simply terrifying. Tang Yun asked if she believed him now. Immediately afterwards, she bowed and said that she believed that his abilities were on a different level, and the fact that she didn't trust him proved her arrogance. Tang Yun said that it was just nothing, and it wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and handed her notes on the ingredients she needed and what to do with them. He thought about the fact that if she only knew that the man she calls master and the mere apprentice she treats with contempt are the same person, she would go into a stupor. Shen Subin thanked him and said that she had one more question for him. The alchemical ability and cultivation of the person beside her was simply astounding, and so she thought of being by his side. Without thinking long, Tang Yun agreed to listen to her question. Immediately afterwards, Shen Subin knelt down and bowed her head and asked him to take her as his disciple, as she strongly wanted to become a strong alchemy master like him. From such a desire, Tang Yun's eyes almost flew out of his orbits. Shen Subin revealed that she is only 20 years old, but not too long ago, she was promoted to a lower-grade alchemy master, and although she knows that her talent is in no way comparable to his, but she is still considered one of the strongest in the Wong Fu sect. In addition, she has superior talent in both time and space. She promised that she would never dare betray him if he took her as his disciple. Tang Yun said that there must be many people willing to take her as a disciple, since she was the head of the alchemy division's inner sect, and so he wanted to know why him. Shen Subin said that she wasn't going to lie to him, and trembling she began to tell him that she has an enemy in the alchemy division who is in a very high position. She wishes to take revenge on him, but she can only rely on herself for that, and that's why she wants to become his disciple. After realizing what the matter is, Tang Yun agreed to take her as his disciple. But he has 3 conditions. He decided to accept her since he is only a disciple of the alchemy division, and if she is his disciple, he will be able to advance much faster. Shen Subin agreed to fulfill any 3 conditions just so they could help her get revenge. Hearing of her determination, Tang Yun said about the conditions. Firstly, when they are alone, she must call him master, but when someone else is around, she must not do anything without his permission. Secondly, she must not try to find out who he is or what he looks like until he decides to say so himself. Third, she recognizes him as a mentor, which means he must give her a gift. However, she can't be his disciple for nothing. From now on, she must pay 1 million first-grade spirit stones every month for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Shen Subing could not immediately believe this condition. Tang Yun stroked Subin and called her silly, and began to explain that he didn't really need the stones, but that this was just her way of paying homage to him. Inwardly, Tang Yun laughed as he was having fun joking around with her. Afterwards, he admitted that he had only recently come down from the mountain, which made his wallet a little tight, so he asked her to give him all the spirit stones, as he needed quite a few. Shen Subin said that the few rings in her purse contained 23 million spirit stones, in addition to the 7 million first-grade stones she had taken for merchandise. The total comes to 30 million. Tang Yun said that he was very grateful to her, and quickly snatching all her savings, added that this would be her payment for 3 years. Shen Subin asked to keep some since it was all she had. Tang Yun asked her to ignore all these materialistic things, as she would have no problem with the stones, as long as she was his disciple. After which, he took out a ring as a gift for his apprenticeship. After receiving the ring in return for all her money, Subin began to cry. Tang Yun smirked and asked her to look at this ring with divine sight since it wasn't an ordinary ring. Shen Subin used divine sight and asked how different spatial rings could be. But looking at him, she couldn't believe her eyes. After all, the space within this spatial ring is at least 10,000 square miles, while the space of her rings is only a few hundred square miles. She admitted she had never seen anything like it in her life and asked if he had created the ring. Tang Yun said that he created the ring when he was bored, which made Shen Subing start to adore him even more. Finished with his business, Tang Yun told Subin that she could leave as he had some things to do. Shen Subin said that she would be on the main mountain of the alchemy division and asked him to come see her more often. Tang Yun wondered what Shen Subing would do if he found out who he was. Wong Fu Trading Company. Auction floor. The disciples were discussing the rumor that a lot of wonderful items were to be auctioned today, and that it had even attracted some of the sect elders. According to the rumors, the main auction item is a piece of celestial meteorite iron. But assuming the price of this item, they realized that they would only be able to look at it from afar. On the second floor, Mujun Daoist was sitting in the VIP room. She was interested in the piece of meteorite because it was very rare, and with it she would be able to make an incredibly powerful weapon. She was definitely going to buy it. After looking around, Tang Yun realized that there were too many people on the first floor, because of which the chance of him being declassified increased. So he decided to go to the second floor. But a big guy stood in his way and asked what Tang Yun was doing here, to which Tang Yun replied that he decided to come here since there were too many people on the first floor. The big man asked Tang Yun to look at himself, after which he explained that the second floor was only for the elders of the inner sect, and the person in front of him was not one. Tang Yun asked what the man would do if he was going to go up anyway. Letting the steam out of his nose, the big guy ordered Tang Yun to get out while he was in one piece. But in the very next moment, Tang Yun forced him to face the wall. The big man asked Tang Yun how he dared to hit him, to which the latter replied that he had encountered a man capable of looking at others only with insight. Because of the noise, the visitors started to get angry because of the buffoonery. After all, the Huangfu Chamber of Commerce has a reputation, but even so, not too long ago, a cultivator in the soul refinement realm got drunk and made a commotion here, after which he was kicked out of the venue. He didn't have the guts to say a word, and he even came back with compensation. Hearing the commotion, Tantai Junde arrived at the scene of the battle. The big guy reported to him that the guy in black clothes was trying to go up to the second floor. He tried to stop him, but he hit him, so he would like Zhengde to bring him to justice. Tantai Junde demanded an explanation from Tang Yun for daring to attack someone in the trading hall. Immediately after which, Tang Yun was surrounded by 4 bouncers. Tang Yun explained that he wanted to get to the second floor, but the big guy started insulting him, which was pretty bad publicity for a Huanfu trading company. The big man snapped back saying that the second floor was for elders only and that he was just doing his job. After which, Tantai Junde also confirmed that they have a similar rule. Moreover, he knows every elder of the inner sect. And judging from the fact that the intruder is hiding his identity, he is not an elder. Tang Yun confirmed that he was not an elder, after which he added that he was Shen Subing's teacher, and therefore he had thrown her identification token. Her token was in one of the spatial rings she had given to him. Taking a look at the token, Tantai Junde was convinced that it was indeed a Subin token, which meant that the stranger was not lying to him since an ordinary person would not have such a token. The big man called Tang Yun a fool and said that the head of the alchemy division had no teacher. He asked my lord to just give an order and then he would throw the intruder out. Just as suddenly, Tantai Junde punched the big man and ordered him to shut up. The big man asked why the man was doing this to him, to which Junde replied that the man had no respect for their honored guests, and that he should be thankful that he had only been hit. He then ordered the man to be thrown out of the Huanfu Trading Company, as he no longer worked here. As he was being carried away, the big guy tried to figure out if the stranger could really be Bing King's mentor. Holding out the token, Tantai Junde apologized to Tang Yun for what had happened, and promised that something like this wouldn't happen again. Tang Yun snatched the token and said that it was fine, after which he asked if he could now go up to the second floor. Tantai Junde said that he could go up and offered to personally escort him out. But Tang Yun refused the old man, saying that he could go up himself. After examining the token, Junde was convinced that it was real, but he wondered if the head of the alchemy division really had a mentor, so he decided to send someone to the alchemy division to make sure. The visitors who watched the altercation were shocked that the stranger was able to walk to the second floor after hitting the Wong Fu Chamber of Commerce member, and even their deacon behaved very respectfully with him, which only means that this person is very powerful. Looking at Tang Yun, Muyun Daoist thought that he seemed familiar to her. Walking to his room, Tang Yun tossed a spiritual stone to the chamber member and asked the member to tell him what the auction would be today. The chamber member said that the items this time are better than usual, namely the 1,200-year-old heart flower blood spirits and the top-grade treasure, the purple sea ghost flame. The last treasure, on the other hand, is a heavenly meteoric iron, but he doesn't know what grade it is. Tang Yun agreed that the goods were indeed very interesting. The violet sea ghost flame could help him improve the ice flame of life principles, and if the meteoric iron was of the right quality, he could use it to create a divine sword for his divine slaughter of life principles. Tang Yun asked if he could name which of the elders was currently in the hall. The chamber staffer said no, as he would be screwed if the elders found out about it. Tang Yun took out a pouch and explained that it contained 10 supreme spiritual stones, and that he would give them to him or whoever else would tell him everything. Immediately afterward, the employee snatched the pouch with the words that this was what he was here for, and therefore there was no need to even ask. After which he whispered that everyone except the head of the alchemy division, Bing King, was here. Tang Yun asked the employee if he knew where the sacred soul Taoist was. Not long ago, Lingu Kanghe had sent men to kill Tang Yun when he was on his way to the inner gate market, and he was going to take revenge on him if given the chance today. The staff member said that the sacred soul Tao was in the third room to the right of this one, whereupon Tang Yun said that one could go. With his hat down, Tang Yun told Sang He that he was going to have fun today. Taking the stage, Tantai Junde thanked everyone for attending and announced the start of the auction. The first item is a set, a top-grade flying sword with light attribute. The strength of the three of them combined would be comparable to someone at the peak of the soul refinement realm. The starting price is equal to 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Seeing such a dainty lot, the disciples immediately began to raise to 120, 150, and one of them wanted the sword so much that he bet 200,000 at once. Lingu Changhe was interested in these swords as they were really good. Even though he wouldn't need them, they would be a great gift for a disciple, and so he upped the ante to 250,000. Realizing that the elder also needed these swords, the other disciples decided to abandon their hopes of buying them since it was clearly not worth it. Lingu Kanghe knew that only other elders would be competing with him now, hence he was curious about which one. Since no one else was betting, Tantai Junde started counting down to 3. But when he counted to 2, the guests from the VIP room raised the bet to 300,000. The disciples were surprised that someone else decided to buy these swords, as they were clearly not worth the current price. Lingu Kanghe was curious as to why the head was fighting over these swords. Either she was doing it on purpose, or she really needed them. But since he wasn't going to just hand them over, he put up 350,000. Tang Yun immediately parried, betting 400,000. He was going to soak this bag of bones to the ground. Since no one would raise Tang Yun's bid, Tantai Junde started counting down to 3. Lingu Qian he wasn't going to continue, as 400,000 was already quite a large sum for such swords. Suddenly, from one of the VIP rooms, someone asked Lingu if he had run out of money, or if he should gift these swords to him. Lastly, he asked Lingu to call him his grandfather. The onlookers immediately realized that this was a blatant provocation, but they were curious as to why someone would do this. It wouldn't have been so bad if the sacred soul Taoist hadn't been called by name. But now that someone had done this, Lingu Kanghe would be humiliated if he backed off, Mujin smirked at the fact that someone had challenged Lingu. The Soul Beast head said that since someone dared to publicly poke Linga Kanghe, the interesting things were just ahead. And the head of Wind and Thunder realized it was someone unfamiliar, for he had memorized the voices of each elder. Lingu Tsanghe demanded to be told who was in that room, but the staff member explained that they didn't know who it was because of the veil. Upon hearing this, Lunhu Tsanghe realized that that person was doing this intentionally, and so he decided to play with him, after which he bid 450,000, to which Tang Yun replied that bidding in increments of 50,000 was too pitiful, and bid 800,000. Immediately after which Linghu Kanghe bid 1,000,000 spirit stones. Tang Yun told the old dog that he would never outbid him and bid 1,000,000, saying that he would lose if he refused to bid more, and Lingu Shanhe bid 1,700,000. The spectators were shocked by this price because the maximum price for these swords is 350,000. Lingu Kanghe was being robbed, but if he refused, it would mean losing. The head of Sacred Souls can afford to lose some money, but he cannot lose his pride. Tang Yun was surprised that Lingu Changyi had bet so much on these swords. And since he liked them so much, Tang Yun wasn't going to raise the bet any further. Tang Yun then advised the elder to take good care of these swords, since he had spent so many spirit stones on them. Tang Yun could continue to raise the bet, but in an instant, Lingu Kanghe could give up. Stopping here was already a good result. Since no one raised the rate, Tantai Junde counted to 3 and congratulated Elder Linghu on his acquisition. Then the audience began to congratulate him through laughter. They wondered who the saint on the second floor was. Who could put on such a show in front of everyone? An employee of the auction room brought the swords to the elder, but the man snatched them up and immediately destroyed them. He was angry at being made to look like a complete idiot, and he wasn't going to give that man a chance at a quiet life. After finishing with the first lot, the second lot, an iridescent coral crystal that was an excellent item for improving magical items, was brought on stage. The starting price was 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Just now, Tang Yun had fooled Linghu Changhe, and right now, the latter was not himself. Hence, he decided to give him a chance. Immediately after, Tang Yun shouted out that he was taking the rainbow coral for 1,000,000. After hearing the familiar voice again, Linghu Changhe suspected that that person might want those corals. So he decided to take revenge and take them for himself. After which, he shouted out a price of 2,000,000 spirit stones. The spectators were in anticipation since this time, the attack was made by Linghu Tsanghe. Some had the confidence that this time, that guy would lose, while others thought the opposite in Tang Yun's favor. Mujun Daoist called Linghu Qianhe an idiot, as it was obvious that that person had purposely made such a bet on purpose to get him caught. Since no one raised the bet, Tandai Junde started counting down. Linghu Changhe asked Tang Yun why he was quiet, since he was the one who shouted the loudest. If Tang Yun simply didn't have enough money, he could give these corals in return for bowing. But to his surprise, Tang Yun shouted that Linghu Kang, he was a jerk worth looking for, and his intelligence was less than that of a dog. After all, he didn't need these corals at all, and he had just put a price on them to get caught. It was crazy, but Linghu Kanghe really bought it. So Tang Yun decided to ask him how he became so stupid. Hearing all of this, Linghu Kanghe was shocked that he had fallen for all of these tricks. And in the next instant, Tandai Junde completed the countdown and congratulated Linghu Kanghe for acquiring the rainbow crystal coral. Loud laughter once again rose up in the hall. The disciples scoffed as even they were able to realize that this was a trap, but Linghu Kanghe had literally screwed up. Even though he had obtained these items, he had spent 3,000,000 on them, which was clearly not worth it. Unable to bear the taunting Linghu Qian, he released his aura, shattering the glass of his room in the process, and shouted at the stranger that he would pay for it. Tandai Junde asked the deacon to keep his cool and go outside if he wanted to fight. Linghu Kanghe was about to reply to the deacon, but held back since the Huanfu Trading Company had a strong past, and it would be bad if he ended up on their blacklist, which meant he would have to deal with that scum on the street. Deacon Jundi informed the audience that this was only a small retreat, immediately after which he introduced the next item, the purple sea ghost flame. The spectators were shocked to see the treasure-level flame for the first time. It was rumored that the purple sea ghost flame originated at the bottom of the sea and grew from the purple ice stone. It is extremely rare and versatile. It can be used in alchemy, weaponry, or simply to attack enemies, and it is incredibly powerful. The deacon decided not to waste the visitors' time, and announced a starting price of 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Immediately after which, the elders, one after another, began to raise the stakes to 5 million and 100,000, 5 million and 500,000. Immediately after which, someone bet 6 million. Suddenly, today's guest decided to bet 10 million at once. One of the bidders admitted he didn't have that amount and gave up, while the other said he could stretch but would then remain bankrupt. Suddenly, Elder Mujun gave out and said that she needed this very item, and she would be eternally grateful to them if they all let her acquire it. On hearing this, one of the elders said that since Mujun had entered the fray, he would pass. The second agreed that the lot was good and valuable, but he refused because it was useless to him. The third one gave up because 10 million was the maximum price for the lot. Mujun thanked the elders for not fighting for the lot. With this flame, her blacksmithing skills should surely rise to a new level. Suddenly, today's anonymous guest decided to bet 20 million. The audience began to discuss this, as he had just finished fighting Lingu Tsanghe, as he immediately clashed with Mujun, causing the auction to start turning into a balaganza. The deacon repeated the guest's bid from the second floor and asked who was willing to outbid her. Muyun explained to Tang Yun that this item was very important to her, and asked him to give in to her, and in return, she promised to thank him in the future. But Tang Yun refused to give in to her and said that he needed this item as well, and that he was also willing to thank her in the future if she backed down. Because of the rejection, Mujun felt an anger coming up and said their money would decide everything. Lingu Chenghe regarded Tang Yun as nothing but an arrogant chump, and he wondered how far he was willing to go after what he had said. The Soul Beast head felt that Tang Yun's tone was as powerful as the powerful cultivators from the Immortal sect, and if his guess was correct, he could now understand why the latter dared to behave like this with Lingu Chenghe and Muyun. Meanwhile, the head of the Five Souls couldn't even guess who would receive the celestial meteoric iron, because of an unknown person. Tang Yun believed that the violet sea flame would go to him, since by combining Bingqing's spirit stones with his savings, he had about 60 million. Not intending to give the stranger the flame, Mujun upped the ante to 22 million. Immediately after which, Tang Yun raised the bet to 30 million. Mujun raised the bet again by 2 million. She was angry at the thought that she had about 40 million left. Tang Yun raised the bet to 40 million and asked her not to test her fate, as this figure was just a trifle to him. He felt that Mujun should give up, since even the head of the alchemy division had 40 million. The guests suspected that Mujun's situation was dire, as the unknown person had raised the bet by 10 million, while Mujun had only raised it by a few million. So they could already figure out who would receive the purple sea flame. Mujun raised her trembling hand and tried to raise the bet again. But the head of the beast soul advised her to end it, as it clearly wasn't worth it. Realizing the situation she was in, Mujun agreed with him and admitted defeat, after which Tandai Junde congratulated Tang Yun for acquiring the purple sea ghost flame. He was pleased that he had decided to let it go to auction after all, as they would be able to get a great deal of money. The guests realized that even such a rich man was unlikely to be able to escape the sect heads after the auction, unless he had a trump card for this occasion. Tandai Junde clapped his hands to attract attention and announced the next lot of top-quality soul pills, suitable for soul cultivation. The value of one pill was 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing about the pills, the guests went off the chain, as most of them had come to the auction just for the pills that could help them break through to the next stage. One of the bottles Fang Jian was able to get his hands on. He was pleased with the purchase, as he would surely be able to defeat Tang Yun with the pills. Tang Yun noticed the old acquaintance and recognized that there was no way he expected to see him here. But since that one is here, he can finally get it over with right after the end of the auction. A member of the auction staff reported to the deacon that the lady was requesting his presence. Thoth was surprised to hear this, but still went to her, leaving the next lot to the female employee. Watching the auction from the backstage, Madame wondered if the guy on the second floor was really from the Immortal sect, for she had never seen him before. Immediately after which, Tandai Junde interrupted her thoughts. He asked how she had returned so quickly. After all, she was about to head to the secret realm. To which she replied that it was rumored that there was supposed to be a sacred elixir of life in a secret realm. But when she arrived, she found that it had turned to ashes. The deacon explained to her that the sacred elixir of life was clearly not something that could be found so easily, and so he advised her not to dwell on it. Madame suggested not to dwell on it, and asked Uncle what kind of guest was on the second floor of the auction house, since he dared to argue with the two elders so easily. The deacon replied that their guest had introduced himself as the mentor of the head of the Bingqing alchemy division. He allowed the guest to pass, since he had shown her badge, But just in case, he still sent people to the alchemy division to find out more about it and see if it was true or false. The head of the auction house admitted that she had never heard of the alchemy chapter mentor and decided to leave him alone for now. Right after that, she shouted that she had figured out a great way for them to make money. She was going to raise prices so they could make a fortune. But the deacon immediately objected to this because if anyone found out about it, their reputation would be ruined. Mistress asked how anyone would be able to figure out that she was the one doing it. Tandai Junde tried to reason with her, but she turned around and said to stop it since she was just kidding. Tandai Junde hoped that she wouldn't do anything weird since the patriarch had spoiled her, causing her to become too playful. 2 hours later, Tandai Junde announced the last item in today's auction, after which he pulled down the cloth and shouted out, "Comprehensive celestial purple meteoric iron." The guests were shocked, as this kind of iron could be used to create a saint-level weapon, and it couldn't be found so easily. To say it was priceless would be an understatement. Even Tang Yun didn't expect it to be the celestial violet meteoric iron, after all. It was the most ideal material for his flying sword, which meant he had to get it. Upon seeing the iron, Mujin immediately ordered her subordinates to submit all of her spirit stones. The beast soul head ordered his subordinates to submit everything they had, as he wanted to take the iron regardless of the price. The head of the five souls, on the other hand, had even ordered to rob people if he didn't have enough stones, after which he would personally take full responsibility. Tandai Junde laughed and shouted that everyone should understand how much such an item should cost. So he decided not to pull the cat by the tail and let them determine the starting price themselves. Immediately afterward, arguments and bets of 30, 40, 45, and even 50 million were heard from the second floor. Even the students were shocked that the price went up so high before they could even blink. They then noticed that the mystery man was holding his tongue and assumed that he had run out of money. Tang Yun didn't have enough spirit stones, which meant that he could only exhibit that formula. Hence, he decided to break his silence and raise the price to 100 million spirit stones. The heads could not believe what they heard and even thought that he was joking. The head of the five souls shouted that he wouldn't have that much money even if they sold him. Mu Jun said that 100 million is not the smallest amount and asked if he really had that amount. Rubbing his beard, Lingu Chenghe asked Tang Yun if he knew that he wouldn't be able to get out of the auction alive if he didn't pay the lot. Tang Yun grinned and asked him to take care of himself first before calling the heads as peasants. The insult caused a flame to light up in Mo Yun's eyes, and she called Tang Yun a creature and warned that she would have already killed him if they weren't at the auction. Lingu Tsenghe threatened Tang Yun that he would be 1 foot in the grave if he left the auction. Tang Yun asked the deacon if he would get an iron if his bid could not be outbid by anyone. Tandai Junde asked Tang Yun not to worry and asked who was willing to bet more. The guests were shocked by the stranger's price, because even if they sold everything they had, they wouldn't be able to get so many stones, and the elder would only be able to compete with him if they united. The deacon began counting down to the sale of the lot when suddenly one of the guests asked him to stop, after which the head of the Huanfu auction house bid 110 million spiritual stones. Seeing her, sweat poured from the deacon's forehead as the head got into trouble. Tang Yun, on the other hand, only hummed. He was slightly surprised that there was someone here who could compete with him. The disciples were shocked that someone else had raised the bid. After all, there were too many even too rich people gathered here, and if the bid continued to increase, the cost of meteoric iron would skyrocket. Tandai Junde tried to mentally ask Madame what she was doing here. After all, she had promised that she would not get into trouble, but she replied that she had decided to have fun. Besides, she had made a promise earlier. But they needed to live in the present, and she wondered how far the person on the second floor could go. The head asked Tang Yun what happened since he stopped raising the bet. After all, with such an outcome, the meteoric iron would belong to her, to which Tang Yun replied that he would bet again, and this would be his last bet. Then he shouted that no matter how much the others bet, his bet would always be 10 million higher. Looking at the girl, Tang Yun assumed that she was from a sacred or immortal sect since she was too young, yet had a similar amount of money. He realized that she had deliberately provoked him to see his limit, and if that was the case, he didn't mind teasing her. The students started shouting that he was crazy, and that you can't throw that kind of money around like that. They wondered if he was joking, because if someone bets $1 billion, they are bound to go bankrupt. The head asked if he was trying to mess with her, as there was no way she was willing to believe he would have that kind of money. Tang Yun admitted that she was right, and he didn't have that many spirit stones. And after buying the Ghost Violet Sea Flame, he had about 20 million left. Immediately afterward, the head asked how he dared to bet such sums if he didn't have any besides. She thought he was an elder from the immortal sect, but as it turned out, he was some kind of freak. Then she ordered her uncle to call the guards, and he listened to her. As soon as the deacon called out to the guards, Those guards entered Tang Yun's room in the next instant. Lingu Chang he scoffed at Tang Yun because now he wouldn't have to dirty his hands, since this guy was already dead. Mujun noticed that the stranger remained calm after the guards entered, which made her suspect that he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Tang Yun asked why the head of the Huanfu Trading Company was raising the rates, because she must be raising the price for personal gain. The head tried to reply to Tang Yun, but she stammered for a moment, right after which she shouted that she was only trying to expose him. Tang Yun said that although he didn't have the right amount of stones, he had something he could replace them with. The head snickered and said that she doubted the one would have anything equivalent to a sky-purple meteorite iron. The students began to discuss loudly the fact that this item was really priceless, and that the stranger only said this because he was nervous and bluffing his way out. Tandai Junde asked to be allowed to look at what would allow him to replace the spirit stones to determine the value, and swore by reputation that it would be a fair judgment. Tang Yun agreed with the deacon and threw the sheet to him from the window. Looking at the contents, Deacon Tandai Junde was shocked by what he saw. Seeing the uncle trembling, the head asked what it said, to which the latter replied that she should see for herself, whereupon he handed her the sheet. In turn, the head said she didn't mind taking a look at what this suspicious type was offering. But, looking at the sheet, she couldn't contain her surprise as it was the formula for the sacred elixir of life and shouted it out. Tandai Junde immediately reacted and covered her mouth, asking her to be quieter. The students were shocked as they could not believe what they heard, because the elixir of life is a legendary elixir, the formula of which disappeared many years ago, and its traces were found only in some ancient, secret kingdoms. The last elixir appeared 200 years ago, when the Wong Fu Trading Company auctioned it off. Back then, even people from the immortal and saint sects came to bid. The final price was unprecedented. But that was just a pill. Whereas now, they had seen the formula. If it turns out to be real, then its price must be priceless. Upon hearing about the elixir, the division heads immediately rushed to Tandai Junde to have a glimpse of the formula and wanted to see if it was true. Tandai Junde urgently announced the end of the auction and said that they could all go home, before pushing my lady towards the exit of the stage. Immediately after that, the heads swooped down on him. They were going to see this formula even on the condition of becoming enemies of the trading company. The disciples were shocked, as this was the first time they had seen elders move to such a fight without caring about their image. They even wondered if these were really the same powerful leaders they knew. And besides, the person on the second floor was really incredible, since he was able to make the elders fight each other over the formula. Tang Yun asked what was wrong with them, after all. It was just a formula for the sacred elixir of life, whereupon an employee of the trading company approached him and reported that their mistress wished to speak to him about the sacred elixir of life. Tang Yun pointed at the elders and asked what would happen to them, to which the latter replied that he had nothing to worry about and that the deacon would surely deal with them. After which, she led Tang Yun to the inner Huangfu trading hall. Tang Yun asked the head of the auction house why she didn't show up herself to discuss everything. After all, he doesn't want to waste his time here. She replied that she had lost track of time, as she was mesmerized by the formula and apologized for the oversight. Tang Yun chuckled and asked if he could exchange the formula for the lot. The head explained that it wouldn't be a problem if the formula was real, but no one had seen the formula of the sacred elixir of life yet, so they needed time to check the truthfulness of the formula. Tang Yun asked how they were going to test with the formula, and the head explained that they had all the materials they needed, and all they had left was alchemical skills, because of which she's afraid that he'll have to wait a little longer. They will give him the meteoric iron once they are sure the formula is authentic. And while the guest waits, she'll have a chance to find out who he really is, because the way he's given them this formula, she's really intrigued in the man in front of her. Tang Yun asked why they were going to all this trouble, and asked her to just give him everything he needed. He had already guessed her plan. Handing over the ring, the lady asked if he had any doubts about the quality of their materials, because if so, it's not worth it, as she is personally ready to guarantee that all materials are of the highest grade. Taking the ring, Tang Yun took out all the materials and began to condense them with his flame. The head demanded that he stop destroying items, but Tang Yun asked her to step back and not interfere with him, while repelling her with flames. The head felt that the stranger was taunting her with such alchemy, and besides destroying her materials, he also dared to turn his flames against her, which he wouldn't get away with. Immediately after which, Tang Yun finished creating the pill and offered her a glance. The head was shocked that a stranger had created a pill in such a way. In addition, according to ancient records, the success rate of refining the sacred elixir of life was less than 1%. Tang Yun asked if she wanted to test the pill and threw it. Mistress immediately caught the pill and asked him to be careful, as you can't just throw such things around. After which, she started to look at what the pill looked like. Tang Yun said that he didn't have time, and since she checked the pill, let her give him the meteoric iron. The lady agreed, but asked him to wait for a while, after which she called Uncle D over. A few seconds later, a battle-stricken Tandai Junde entered the room. He said he felt like the elders had gone crazy. They almost ripped out his mustache, but he was lucky he could run fast. The head asked her uncle to test the elixir, since he had encountered something like this before. She then explained to Tang Yun that her uncle was using a cognitive framework that could determine the composition of an item, its quality, and anything else he wished, so he could easily check if it was real. After staring at the pill for a few seconds, Tandai Junde shouted that it was simply impossible. The head asked what had happened. She suspected something was wrong with the pill. Tandai Junde continued to examine the pill and tried to understand how it was possible. The head knew that the pill could not be made something so simple, which meant it was flawed. She asked Tang Yun how he dared to give them a fake formula, and regardless of who he was, he would pay them for this prank. To which Tang Yun replied that it was only a formula, and that he wasn't so bored as to tamper with it. Tang Yun didn't consider the sacred elixir of life as something special, as his past life was the source of the 9 lives and its constant flow. Just one sip from it could extend life for a whole 1,000 years, while the best pill could only extend life for 100 years. The head got angry at the insolent reply and shouted that he would learn the power of her wind and thunder talisman. Immediately afterward, Tandai Jundi asked in a panic what she was going to do, to which she replied that she was going to teach the stranger a lesson that he would not forget for the rest of his life. For if she hadn't heard, there was obviously something wrong with the pill. Tandai Junde was surprised by her words, and rubbing his head said that he had never even thought of such a thing while embarrassing her. He then whispered to her that the pill was real, and that he was actually shocked by its superior quality, and as she should know, such pills would extend life by 100 years. For the strongest cultivators at the end of their lifespan, this was the most necessary thing, and if used properly, their profits would be incalculable. When she heard this, she got angry at her uncle, and asked if he could have told her this earlier, because she had already gotten the wind and thunder talisman and almost messed up. The deacon asked her to stop it, as there was a guest looking at them, after which he deeply apologized to Tang Yun as his reaction was ambiguous, due to which he was misunderstood. Tang Yun told them to stop talking and asked when they would give him the celestial purple meteorite iron. Tandai Junde asked the guest not to worry about it and pulled the meteoric iron ring to him. After receiving the ring, Tang Yun said that although the celestial violet iron was a valuable item, but it wouldn't be enough for the formula of the elixir of life. Moreover, he had already made a pill of the best quality, and as he realized, they were a reputable auction house. Slightly dejected, the deacon agreed with Tang Yun and asked how much more they needed to add. Tang Yun held out the sheet and explained that it had everything written on it. He wrote down the items he needed to make his own flying sword. Since it would be quite a hassle to collect them, he decided to just leave it to others. Taking the sheet, Tandai Junde named the contents from the list: Supreme Dark Golden Iron, Supreme Thunder Bamboo Tree, Supreme Water Bamboo, Supreme Water Frost Sand, Supreme Earth Spirit Roots, Ancient Dust, and 1,000-Year Light Crystal. The head said that these items were not as valuable as meteoric iron, but they were too rare, causing the total price of the ingredients to be too high. The head said that he was just trying to capitalize on them, and that the sacred elixir of life, though a valuable thing, was only effective once, and to exchange it all for one pill would be too greedy. Tang Yun chuckled and told him that there were many mortal cultivators in the sect, and that if he brought them this elixir, those would pay him much more, and it would only be for one pill. After hearing this, the head got angry and said that they were just old monsters, and the likes of them would do anything to get that pill. To which Tang Yun replied to her that if they were all monsters, then he must be the very devil in her eyes. The head ordered her to stop saying such a thing, for even her father would not dare say such a thing. The deacon asked them to stop squabbling and told the guest that they could only give him 5 items from the list, or they would suffer a loss. Tang Yun offered to give them all these items within a year, and in return, he was willing to give them the formula of the life element pill. The deacon and the head were shocked at what they heard, for it was even better than the elixir of life. Tang Yun warned them that he didn't have much time, and that he would wait for these items for a year, after which he would give the formula, and if they couldn't get it to him, he would look for another person. Tang Yun wasn't going to linger here any longer since, judging by the time the auction was already over, and if they continued to delay him, Fang Jiang would once again manage to leave, and there was no telling when Tang Yun would meet him again. Not wanting to lose the formula, Tandai Junde said that they would be able to get these items even if they had to travel around the world. He promised this since life element pills can greatly increase a person's vitality. Even though they were weaker than the sacred elixir of life, their uses were much more varied, making this deal very favorable. After agreeing, Tang Yun said he had some business to attend to and said goodbye, as suddenly the deacon asked Tang Yun to stop since they... Immediately afterward, the head fenced the deacon and said that all was well, and that henceforth their auction would be his faithful partner, and that he could at any time let them know if he needed anything. Tang Yun said that he would take it into consideration, but in reality, he realized that the head was plotting to play mind games with him. Tandai Junde asked why she didn't let her tell her guest about the secret exit. After all, the elders of the inner sect were waiting for him outside, and if he went out, a clash could not be avoided. To which the lady replied that it was no big deal and they could handle it. Tandai Junde began to guess what my lady wanted. The head explained that this man was a real treasure, because he could make the elixir of life pill and the sacred elixir of life. So it was beneficial to them if they fought, because if he was really as strong as he seemed, they would become reliable partners. But if he can't do anything to them, Tandai Junde praised Madam's plan and said that they needed to be prepared for both outcomes. If the stranger wins, they will strengthen their relationship for the sake of gain, and if he loses, they can take everything he has. Mistress recognized that always, knew that uncle could be relied upon, and she needed to find a good place to watch, outside the Huanfu Trading Company. The disciples were trying to figure out what had happened, because there were elders standing at the entrance of the company, and from the looks of it, those elders were not in the mood and want to put up a fight. One of the students asked his friend to be a little quieter, as he doesn't want to get involved in something like this. Lingu Tsanghe told them that he was waiting since that rude man on the second floor had insulted him, and asked the elders why they were waiting for him. Muyan asked him to stop talking like that because they all know why he's standing here. Tandai Junde is gone, and none of them want to cross Huangfu Trading Company. And if they want to get the elixir, they need to deal with the mysterious man, after which they will discuss their share. The other chapters immediately agreed to the robbery, since there was a chance that the mysterious man had more than just the formula for the sacred elixir of life with him. Lingu Tsanghe has agreed to participate in their case, except he wants to personally deal with that person. Mujun was fine with that, but asked that he not kill him too quickly. Looking at the elders, the head of the trading company realized that everything was ready. All that was left was to wait for the last actor. After a moment, laughter could be heard behind the backs of the elders. Tang Yun said that he was very pleased when he met such important people. As soon as Lingu Kang he saw that person, he immediately jabbed his finger in his direction and called him a bastard. Tang Yun's eye glittered red. He ordered Lingu Kang he to shut up and asked who he thought he was. Immediately afterward, he showed his spiritual power to him, shocking him. Lingu Qian he couldn't believe that such a power existed. For just one look was enough to leave him dumbfounded. The people watching the show were surprised that this stranger actually dared to rebuke a Saint Soul Division elder. They were trying to figure out who that person was, as Lingu Kanghe didn't dare to utter a word in response. Fang Jian was also among the crowd. He had lost the trust of the second elder since he had failed his plan and his junior had been killed by Tang Yun. Therefore, he was thinking of finding a new person capable of supporting him, and the person who rebuked the elder might be his best choice. Experiencing shock at what he saw, Elder Lingu Qian, he stumbled back a step. Mujun asked the one what was wrong with the stranger, to which Lingu Tsanghe replied that he suddenly felt uneasy. He turned around and said that he would guard the perimeter so that they would not miss the stranger. Lingu Kanghe decided to stay away from the stranger, as he was obviously very strong, and if things didn't go according to plan, he would have a better chance of escaping. Seeing Lingu Qianhe's reaction, Mujun suspected that he simply didn't want to mess with their victim. Tang Yun rebuked the elder for choosing to leave so quickly, and after all, he wanted to see his true strength. Mujun ordered him to stop talking such nonsense. She didn't care who he was, but she promised that he wouldn't get away alive today. Following her, the elders began to demand the formula from him, threatening that they would not spare him if he decided to resist. Tang Yun said that it was ridiculous, because they must realize that they couldn't stop him if he wanted to leave. After that, He looked at the head of the trading company and thought that it would be foolish to show his strength against the heads of the inner sect, because if he did so, he would do as the brat from above intended. Mujin asked if he thought they had become elders of the inner sect for nothing. At the same moment, Tang Yun used the divine inner principles move instantly, finding himself behind the backs of the heads. Mujin's face turned blue with fear, and she asked what had happened. Tang Yun asked her to repeat what she had just said. Mujin tried to figure out as quickly as possible what had just happened, and how the stranger could so quickly walk past them in such a way that they didn't see a single movement. Immediately after which, the Five Souls Elder and the Wind Elder both cried out loudly from that person's speed, for if he attacked them, they would definitely be defeated. Lingu Tsanghe was convinced that he had done the right thing by getting out of the stranger's way, and so he decided to make his feet from here. Tang Yun asked if they really wanted to stop him. The Beast Soul Elder and the Five Soul Elder immediately apologized for his arrogance and ignorance, and said that he could safely leave. The head of the trading company, who was secretly observing everything, was shocked at how strong that person was. She was only happy that she had prepared 2 plans. Tang Yun looked at her and said, "There are some people in this world who should not be crossed in any way." Immediately afterward, he threw a rock at her, tearing off her mask. From the shock, the head fell over and tried to figure out how that man could have known about her plan. Leaving, Tang Yun said that it was only a warning, and that she would not escape punishment if such a thing happened again. Tandai Junde ran up to Madame and asked if she was injured, to which the latter replied that she was perfectly fine, and admitted that she had miscalculated. Tandai Junde asked what their next actions would be, because from the looks of it, they might have offended such a powerful personage. The head ordered the deacon to gather all the things on the list, and the sooner the better. They should gather them in a year, or even 6 months if possible. The students who were watching were discussing the identity of the guest, for he was probably from an immortal or a sacred sect. Suddenly, Fan Yin came out of the crowd. He wanted to get close to such a powerful man to become his servant. Seeing him, Tang Yun was surprised that Fan Jian was still here, but was still grateful for saving his time. Fan Jian ran up and immediately introduced himself to my lord, whereupon he explained to him that the roads of the inner gate market were quite confusing, and since the master here was probably the first time, he offered to show him the way. Tang Yun was interested in Fang Jian's words, after all. The latter is trying to gain his trust, thinking that he is a master from the immortal sect. Fan Yan explained that he knew the area well and could get anything if my lord ordered it. Tang Yun accepted Fang Jian's offer and ordered him to gather as many flames as he could, and he would wait for him on the nearest mountain outside the marketplace. Tang Yun was not going to miss his chance, since the target himself had fallen into the trap. Fan Jian promised that he would carry out my lord's order to his complete satisfaction and immediately ran. As he ran away, he couldn't hold back a smile, as he had never thought that he would be able to become a servant, so he had no intention of passing up such an opportunity. The rest of the students were shocked, as they hadn't thought to run up and make themselves comfortable. They thought it would be much harder to get along with such a person. For his courage, that guy could definitely get a generous reward, and just a few trinkets from that person would help him climb up the career ladder. After a while, Fan Jian procured a flame and rushed to a certain mountain. He ran up excitedly and shouted out what, bringing the flame. Tang Yun asked how many flames he had brought, to which Fan Jian, holding out a ring, replied that he had bought 89 low-grade, 36 medium-grade, and 12 first-grade flames. Tang Yun was a little surprised at this amount of flames and assumed that it was quite costly for Fang Jian. Fan Yin clapped himself on his chest and said that it was all nothing and that he was honored to serve him. He promised that he would serve him for the rest of his life if only my lord ordered him to. But inwardly, he could barely contain his anger since he had spent all his money to buy this flame. When Tang Yun heard that Fan Jian wanted to serve him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Through his laughter, he faintly said, "He is so clever that he has learned to be stupid." Fan Jian asked why my lord suddenly started laughing and whether he had done something wrong. Immediately after which, Tang Yun grew serious, and taking off his veiled hat, he asked if he would recognize him. After which, he appeared in front of Fan Jian without disguise. Fan Yan was shocked since my lord turned out to be Tang Yun. He wanted to know how this was even possible. Tang Yun said that nothing was impossible in this world, and explained that he originally just wanted to buy something at the auction. But then he saw him in the crowd and realized that it was time to take revenge on Fan Jian for the attempted murder. Fan Yan shouted in horror that he didn't need to be killed. Immediately after which, he began to run away from Tang Yun. He wanted to report everything to the elders of the inner and immortal sects, after all. This was the only way he would have a chance of survival. Tang Yun created a golden spear and said that back then he had managed to get away, but this time he used the divine killing life principles to pierce through Fan Jin, after which he thanked the one for buying the lights. and advised him to remember to use his eyes and not be so stupid in his next life. The entrance to the Lingshan garden, Dan Yu circled around the gate worried about Tang Yun, wondering how he had gotten himself into such trouble. Tang Yun suddenly appeared beside him, right after which he asked Danu why he was standing at the gate if he was supposed to watch over the plants. Dan Yu said he was waiting for him, immediately after which he asked if he had killed Guo Lun, the only son of law enforcement elder Guo Zhengming. Tang Yun asked why the man asked him this question so abruptly. Then Dan Yu explained that during Tang Yun's absence, Guo Zhengming had led his subordinates and several thousand searchers to the alchemy division to find him and then kill him. Raising his hand, he whispered that the elder was now in his room. Tang Yun asked if the elder had only come for the sake of a seat, and Dan Yu explained that he was currently negotiating with their division head to kick Tang Yun out. And Deacon Shen told him to wait for him and tell him about it so that Tang Yun would have a chance to hide. Tang Yun asked why he needed to hide, and that he needed to meet him in person since he was trying to kick him out, right after which he rushed into the garden. Tang Yun had long expected such an outcome, and today would be the end of this expedition. Tian Dan shouted for Tang Yun to stop and ran to the deacon to report what had happened. The main square of the alchemy division. The law enforcement disciples were discussing the fact that they couldn't believe that Guo Lun could die so easily at the hands of a mere disciple. One of the disciples said that Tang Yun was lucky he wasn't here, because they would have all swatted him right away. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun arrived at the main square. Immediately afterward, he introduced himself and said that he would like to see their head. Only when the disciples saw him did they decide to grab him and take him to the elder. But Tang Yun ordered them out of his way and scattered them, using a bit of his strength. The disciples were angry because of the repulse. Hence, they weren't going to lose their fighting spirit and once again went on the attack, shouting that they were obligated to deal with him. Tang Yun asked how they were going to do it, and his eyes glowed gold. And in the next instant, he scattered all the disciples. Finished with the beating, he grabbed the last student and explained that they were in the alchemy division, not their own territory, and they were clearly in the wrong place to judge him. Elder Guo Zhengming came to the sounds of the fight. When he saw what was happening, he called out Tang Yun in a rage, calling him a creature. The apprentice begged for the elder to save him and reached out to him. Guo Zhengming shouted and ordered Tang Yun to let the disciple go, after which he began to release his aura, shouting that Tang Yun had killed his son and now had the courage to pick a fight with his disciples, and according to the law, he was a criminal from now on. And so he rushed to Tang Yun, sentencing him to death. Just as suddenly, Deacon Shin appeared in front of Tang Yun and ordered the elder to stop, after which he blocked Guo Zhengming's attack to save Tang Yun. After exchanging attacks with the deacon, Guo Zhengming immediately broke the distance and shouted that Tang Yun was going to die for killing his son. And since Shen Qingfeng had stopped the law, he probably decided to try the fist of justice on himself. Shen Qingfeng asked if he thought he could scare him so easily. After all, this was his division, and until Tang Yun was sentenced to execution, Guo Zhengming shouldn't even touch him with a finger. Guo Zhengming jabbed his finger towards Tang Yun and said that even if Tang Yun's crime of killing Guo Lun was not proven, he saw that Tang Yun had beaten up his disciples. Tang Yun explained to the elder that as soon as he appeared, the elder's disciples immediately surrounded him and attacked him. If the elder was really serious about justice, then he was acting in self-defense. On the other hand, the elder's disciples came to the alchemy division and made a mess of the place without any reason, so they should be held responsible for everything. Shen Qingfeng confirmed Tang Yun's words since self-defense does indeed fit under the sect's laws. Hearing this, Guo Zhengming swore at the two men and was about to threaten them. Just as suddenly, Bingqing appeared behind his back and immediately ordered him to stop squabbling, after which Tang Yun and Shen Qingfeng greeted the head. Seeing Tang Yun, Shen Subin got angry, since Tang Yun gave her one headache, and Tang Yun mentally praised her for what a good actress she was, and that no one would believe him if he talked about how she was recently. Guo Zhengming told the head that it was just in time, as they found out from the investigation. Tang Yun killed his son, so he must take him back to his territory to be executed. Shen Subin ordered Guo Zhengming not to jump to conclusions as she still had questions for Tang Yun. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun agreed to tell everything he knows. Shen Subin asked how Guo Zhengming's son died and if he was involved, to which Tang Yun replied that he and Guo Lun had a conflict. When he tried to enter the inner gate market, Guo Zhengming stopped him and demanded spiritual stones, causing him to get angry. When Guo Zhengming heard about this, he ordered Tang Yun to stop talking such nonsense, because it was no use for his son to stop him and demand spiritual stones. He shut Tang Yun up, because even though it is an unspoken rule, this kind of thing is still a violation of the sect's laws, and it will end badly for him if Shen Qingfeng and Shen Subin are involved in all this. Tang Yun chuckled and admitted that he was telling the plain truth, then suggested asking the witnesses who were there. Guo Zhengming ordered him to stop, as they would deal with all of this later, and asked how Tang Yun killed his son. Shen Subin ordered him to tell what happened next. She wanted to hear more because if what he said was true, then Tang Yun wouldn't face the death penalty and it would save them a lot of trouble. Tang Yun said that after Guolin started extorting stones from him, he got angry and tried to report it. However, Guolin started chasing him with his men to kill him, and all he could do was react in self-defense. Guo Zhengming assumed that it was after that Tang Yun killed his son, to which Tang Yun replied that it wasn't like that, because Guolin had killed Duan Min. Upon hearing this, Guo Zhengming demanded that Tang Yun tell him who he was and how such a thing happened. Tang Yun continued, he revealed that Duan Min was part of a group of criminals in the inner gate market. He had followed him to rob the market and ran into Guo Lun there, after which Duan Min killed Guo Lun, who was standing in his way. Shen Subin asked whether what was said was true, after which Tang Yun pointed a finger at his head and offered to scan his soul if she didn't believe him. Shen Qingfeng assumed that Tang Yun was telling the truth since he was agreeing to go for such a thing, and asked Guo Zhengming what he thought about it. Guo Zhengming asked with his last strength of restrained anger where Duan Min was now, to which Tang Yun replied that he had already killed him, after which he asked not to thank him for it, because if it wasn't for Duan Min, he would have personally killed Guo Lun. Hearing this, Guo Zhengming was unable to contain his anger, causing the veins on his face to swell. How suddenly unable to bear so much anger, he started vomiting blood. Tang Yun asked the elder why he suddenly started vomiting blood. After all, if anyone found out about it, rumors would spread that the alchemy division was bullying him. After which, Tang Yun took out a pill and said that Elder was lucky as they had a pill full of medicinal pills. Guo Zhengming thanked Tang Yun for the pill, but still refused, after which he said that he should leave since Tang Yun is not his son's killer. Tang Yun smirked and asked the elder to stay here for a while. He explained that their division was at least part of the 9 great divisions, and so he was forced to ask if the elder didn't think he could just come and go at will. Guo Zhengming asked what he meant by that, to which Tang Yun replied that their slabs were made of high-quality frost iron, and a lot of effort and money had been spent on each piece. He then asked the elder to look at how he had mutilated them, for which he should compensate by paying several thousand spirit stones. Guo Zhengming once again lit up due to anger and asked Tang Yun how dare he speak of such a thing. But Shen Qingfeng said that Tang Yun was right, and Shen Subing said that he had been here for several days looking for the killer, and he had taken many disciples with him. Since they found out that Tang Yun was innocent, Guo Zhengming should pay compensation. At this moment, Guo Zhengming realized that he couldn't just leave this place without paying anything, and so with a longing in his heart, he took out the ring and explained that inside were 5,000 spirit stones. Taking the ring, Tang Yun thanked the elder and said that they would be happy to see him again. And he also offered to prepare more expensive materials for him to break it. Unable to contain his anger at his disciples' insolence, Guo Zhengming once again began to vomit blood. After which he hit his trembling hand and threatened that Tang Yun would pay for everything soon. Immediately after that, he hurriedly left so as not to tolerate Tang Yun's antics. Shen Qingfeng laughed and admitted that it was nice to see Guo Zhengming vomiting blood twice because of Tang Yun's words. After which, Shen Subin recognized that they had all underestimated him very much. And after all, he was just a simple disciple. Tang Yun said that she flattered him and handed her the ring they had been given as compensation. Shen Subin refused the ring and asked Tang Yun to keep it, as they only got it because of his efforts. She asked him to consider it as a reward for his efforts. Just as suddenly, Shen Subin was startled by a ghastly voice that asked if she had prepared everything. Immediately afterwards, she turned around and saw the third elder. Shen Subin told Tang Yun that he could be free, and asked Shen Qingfeng to wait outside the main hall. Tang Yun easily guessed that this person had come for the soul restoration pill, and thought that everything should be fine since he had given an alternative formula. Now, he was going to go to the space-time tower to strengthen his flame of divine principles with the ghostly flame of the Violet Sea. Shen Subin and the elder walked into the main hall of the alchemy division, immediately after which she greeted him. But the elder grinned lustfully and reminded her that she might not be so polite to him. Reaching out his hand to Shen Subin's chest, he said that they hadn't seen each other for a month, and that's why he wanted to see her. But Shen Subin slapped his arm and asked him to keep his temper. Whereupon the third elder sullenly said that she was ungrateful, and asked if she had prepared what he had asked for. Shen Subin bowed and said that she was unable to find the materials she needed, but she had some materials to replace them with. Hearing this, the elder's eyes turned bloodshot, and he pointed his finger at Bingqing. shouting that the formula for the soul restoration pill had been passed down from generation to generation, and that there were no alternatives to the necessary materials. He said that it would be bad if she didn't prepare, but now she was brazenly spreading lies, which made him think that she was tired of being the head of the intersect, and he suggested that she be removed from that position. He believed that in order to get a man, he must first be intimidated. Shen Subing angrily replied that the third elder had no right to throw her off her post, since she was personally appointed by the head of the Tang Immortal sect. She wasn't going to tremble in fear, since her mentor had given her the formula. The elder asked if she understood who she was dialoguing with, and if she knew what would happen if the pill wasn't ready. Shen Subin made a promise that everything would be at its best, and that she would create the best pill. Seeing how confident Bingqing was, the third elder realized that he couldn't break her, and so he reminded her that they were waiting for the pill in 5 months. Either they get the pill, or their heads will be cut off. Hearing about 5 months, Shen Subing thought that this time was quite enough. As soon as the third elder left, a deacon came up to Bingqing and asked if the third elder had learned about the resurrecting jade grass. Shen Subin recognized that he found out about everything, but she has a plan. She told Qingqiu that she needs him to do 2 things. She then handed him the list and ordered him to gather 10 servings each of the herbs listed in the formula, after which she would personally prepare the pill. Shen Qingfeng asked how she was going to do it, since they didn't have the right elements. Bingqing told her to just do as she asked, and also asked her to tell Lu Wu that she would personally take the demise of the jade grass, and henceforth he was free to go. Shen Qingfeng bowed to Bingqing and left to carry out her instructions. Shen Subing thought about the fact that even with the mentor formula, the level needed for the soul recovery pill was a bit higher than what she could confidently create, and so she hoped that she would succeed. She hoped that the teacher would be by her side. After a while, Lu Wu returned to his cave dwelling, after which Jiangxia rushed over to greet the returning head. Suddenly, Lu Wu started yelling about what a bitch Bingqing was, and that she should definitely pay for what she did to him. Jiangxia realized that the elder was not in the mood, but he just had to tell the one about what happened to Duan Zheng. Lu Wu asked Jiangxia if he had heard anything about Tang Yun's death, to which the latter replied that Tang Yun was not dead, and that he had been seen in the martial arts arena today, where he had entered the space-time tower. Lu Wu asked what Duan Zheng was doing, since it had been so long, but he hadn't killed Tang Yun yet, whereupon Lu Wu ordered him to bring him to him. Jiangxia tried to think of a way to explain everything. Lu Wu realized that something was wrong and asked what happened to Duan Zheng. Immediately afterward, Jiangxia fell to his knees and said that not long ago, Duan Zheng's soul had been extinguished. Lu Wu was shocked by what he heard. He said that Duan Zheng was at the first level of the soul refinement realm, and that he had sent him to kill Tang Yun, being at the 7th level of the soul cultivation realm. He wanted to understand how the latter had lost. Jiangxia explained that Tang Yun had probably never been Duan Zheng's equal. The problem was that he was secretly being helped by the Shen twins. After pondering for a bit, Lu Wu recognized that they wouldn't be able to get rid of him secretly. After which, Jiangxia reported that senior apprentice Ouyang Qian and second apprentice Gaoyang Wushuang were about to come out of the space-time tower. He explained that the 2 of them wouldn't even notice Tang Yun, and all they had to do was 10 days later. Outside the space-time tower 520, Tang Yun reflected on the fact that he had finally absorbed the ghostly flame of the Purple Sea after so long. His divine flame of sacred principles could now destroy even the best spiritual weapons. The only bad thing was that his time was up, and he would have to wait for some more time before absorbing the flame that Fan Jian had given him. After which he looked at the advanced tower and thought that time passed much slower in it than in an ordinary tower, and therefore it should be a great place for his cultivation, and from the looks of it, it should open soon. The students gathered en masse around the advanced space-time tower, discussing the fact that it has 10 floors, and on the topmost floor, the day goes on like 18, but it wasn't as easy as it might seem, because in order to reach the 9th level, they would have to endure unimaginable gravity, something no one had been able to do in the past 30,000 years. Once the tower opened, a multitude of powerful cultivators would try to reach the top. After hearing the gossip, Tang Yun thought it was an unusual method for getting into the tower. Suddenly, the door of the tower opened, and Gaoyang Wushuang and Ouyang Qian came out. They are Elder Lu Wu's disciples, and they were the ones who had risen the highest the previous time. The disciples began to discuss the rumors that Tang Yun's ordinary disciple had killed Lu Wu's junior disciple, leaving the 2 of them as the elder's only support. And then they began to bet on whether or not Tang Yun would fight them. Elder Lu Wu contacted Ouyang Qian and told her that not too long ago, a mere Tang Yun disciple had killed their junior Yeling. Hence, he asked them to take revenge. Gaoyang Wushuang advised Tang Yun to stay out of his sight, as he would be the last person Tang Yun would see. Ouyang Qian told her fellow student that, according to Master Tang Yun, should be somewhere nearby. Upon hearing this, Gaoyang Wushuang ordered Tang Yun to come out to him right away. Tang Yun stepped out of the crowd unhindered and asked what he wanted. Gaoyang Wushuang asked if the one was really Tang Yun. Tang Yun confirmed it, after which he asked the one to say what he wanted and not to detain him. Immediately after, he rushed over to Tang Yun and asked him to memorize the name Gaoyang Wushuang, for it was he, Elder Lu Wu's second disciple, who would be the messenger of his death. Tang Yun concentrated the power of gold in his hand and said that everyone was telling him that they would kill him. Immediately afterward, he tried to repel Gaoyang Wushuang's attack, which caused a massive burst of flame. Ouyang Qian ran up to her fellow student and asked if he was all right, to which the latter replied that he was unharmed, but he had clearly underestimated his opponent. Tang Yun said that Lu Wu's disciples were trying to kill him again, and asked if they were following him because wherever he went, they always followed his footsteps. Gaoyang Wushuang advised Tang Yun to hold his tongue behind his zu. Just as suddenly, Elder Shenwande landed between them and ordered them to stop fighting, for the advanced space-time tower would soon open. Ouyang Qian ran up to the elder and told him that Tang Yun had killed their junior fellow student, Ye Ling, because of which they wanted to take revenge by challenging them to a deadly duel, which was well within the law. At such words, the surrounding disciples dropped their jaws, because Lu Wu's disciples are once again trying to kill Tang Yun, and they probably won't rest until they kill him. Lu Wu's two senior disciples are among the 30 strongest in the alchemy division, so Tang Yun should refuse to duel if he has a shred of common sense. Shenwanda pondered on how he could stop the fight. After all, Lu Wu's disciples are at the peak of soul cultivation, while Tang Yun is only at the 7th level, making the difference between them simply enormous. After which, he turned to Gaoyang Wushuang and said that it was all nonsense, because the opening of the advanced tower would be any minute now, and so he advised them to leave in peace. Gaoyang Wushuang tried to object, but Ouyang Qian advised him to stop. After all, Tang Yun is a friend of Shen Qingfeng and Shen Wanda, and Tang Yun better not touch when either of them are around. Gaoyang Wushuang had to retreat, but he advised Tang Yun to pray that there would be no next time, as luck would definitely turn away from him later. Suddenly to everyone, Tang Yun asked them where they were going. Afterward, he said he would deal with them. He thought it would be better if he got rid of them before they gave him any more trouble. Shen Wanda was shocked that Tang Yun dared to fight them after he saved him, and Gaoyang Wushuang started laughing madly since the latter had asked for his own death. After assuming combat readiness, he beckoned Tang Yun with a hand motion and ordered him to attack. But Tang Yun asked if he was deaf by any chance. He said he'd deal with both of them at once. The surrounding disciples were shocked, as Tang Yun didn't seem to realize what he was saying, because by fighting together, Lu Wu's senior disciples were able to enter the top 20 strongest in the division. Ouyang Qian said that he clearly underestimated them, since he decided to fight the two at the same time. Gaoyang Wushuang told Tang Yun that he was dust to him even in a one-on-one battle, but Tang Yun refuted it and said that in his eyes, the two of them are weaklings. After which, he let his finger down and said that all of Lu Wu's disciples were disgusting to him. Seeing how insolent Tang Yun was, the other disciples began to speak up in support of Gaoyang Wushuang and Ouyang Qian. Since they clearly shouldn't have called them that, they wished for the senior disciples to crush Tang Yun. Gaoyang Wushuang with Ouyang Qian started laughing loudly, since no one had ever underestimated them so much before. Hence they wished to help Tang Yun die, and so they agreed to fight him 2-on-1. Suddenly, Shenwanda blocked their path again and told them to take their time, because 2-on-1 death duels hadn't been held yet, and they needed to discuss everything. He felt that this was the only way he could help Tang Yun survive. Tang Yun thanked the 6th elder for his kindness and concern, but asked him to let him deal with it now, as Lu Wu's disciples would continue to pursue him. Besides, he had full confidence that he would be able to win this battle. Ouyang Qian reminded the elder that the sect's laws did not say how many people should fight in a death match, and the only requirement was that both parties agreed, indicating that they were acting within the law. Shenwan tried to think of a way to dissuade them from fighting, as those two are too strong, but in the end, he had to agree to their duel. However, this is a serious situation, and if not handled properly, disputes may arise between Elder Lu Wu and Lingshan Grass Garden. Therefore, he has to inform the sect head and the two parties before they start fighting. Tang Yun and Lu Wu's disciples agreed to wait for a while. An hour later, Bingqing arrived at the arena with Elder Lu Wu and Shen Qingfeng. Bingqing was angry that she hadn't seen him a few days ago, but he was making trouble for her again. She asked him to think about what would happen to Shen Qingfeng if he died. At the moment, she wished to be busy refining the soul restoration pill, but she has to deal with her disciples. Shen Qingfeng asked Tang Yun if he understood what he was agreeing to. After all, those two were much stronger than Ye Lin. Tang Yun said he thought it over a few times before agreeing and asked him to just believe in him. Bingqing recognized that there was no way he could interfere with a fully negotiated and agreed-upon mortal combat, and therefore asked him to do as he saw fit, since he was so sure of it. Shen Qingfeng asked Tang Yun to be as careful as possible in battle. Lu Wu talked over the situation with his students and wished them good luck. The senior disciples asked him not to worry him about it. After all, Tang Yun would definitely die today. As both sides were ready, Shen Wand announced the start of a battle not for life, but to the death. Gaoyang Wushuang shouted out that he was careless last time, but now he would finish off Tang Yun with a single blow. Tang Yun said that he could talk as long as he could, but now they would be able to find out everything in real life. Gaoyang Wushuang ordered Tang Yun to shut up and rush towards that one, creating a multitude of fire fists. The spectators immediately began to discuss this technique. Gaoyang Wushuang had once killed a rank 9 soul cultivator with it, so they were curious if Tang Yun could withstand it. Tang Yun did not dodge and took all the blows on himself. The spectators thought that he was dazed with fear, and they did not think that he was so weak that he could die so easily. Shen Wand and Shen Qingfeng were trying to figure out what had happened and why Tang Yun didn't try to dodge. Bingqing thought about the fact that Tang Yun was as calm as a snake before receiving the blow, causing her to assume that he was not afraid of such attacks. After undermining Tang Yun, Gaoyang Wushuang began laughing loudly and mocking what trash Tang Yun turned out to be. After which, he turned to Elder Lu Wu and reported that he was done with their problem and that he would no longer have to. Suddenly, Tang Yun jumped out of the smokescreen and rushed towards Wushuang, while asking who he was burying. Managing to react, Ouyang Qian shouted at Wushuan Udaba as he dodged. But it was already too late and Tang Yun had achieved his goal. Everyone was shocked as there wasn't even a scratch visible on Tang Yun. And on top of that, he had managed to damage Gaoyang Wushuang while coming out unharmed, causing his physical strength to stagger the imagination of those around him. The elders were trying to understand why Tang Yun was so strong. They even thought that he had learned a strengthening technique unknown to them. Seeing what was happening, those around him could only be sure that Tang Yun was not as simple as he seemed. Ouyang Qian ran up to Gaoyang Wushuang and asked if he was all right, to which he replied that he was fine, except that he hadn't followed Tang Yun. The wound he had inflicted was so serious that Gaoyang would only be able to use one attack. Ouyang Qian realized that they had no choice, and she proposed to use that very technique to stomp Tang Yun. Suddenly, Elder Lu Wu, standing behind them, asked them to be as careful as possible. He ordered them to attack at the same time and destroy Tang Yun. Gaoyang Wushuang said that they had everything under control, and that Tang Yun would not survive the next attack. Seeing Ouyang Qian and Gaoyang Wushuang discussing something, Tang Yun realized that they had finally decided to launch their strongest attack. Hence, he decided to get a little more serious. Gaoyang Wushuang and Ouyang Qian admitted that they greatly underestimated Tang Yun, and he managed to force them to attack at the same time. But this is surely the end of his capabilities. Immediately afterward, Ouyang Qian used the Burning Heaven, and Gaoyang Wushuang used the Extermination Torture at the same time as her, after which they made contact with their hands and created a huge tornado of wind and fire. The disciples were shocked that these two had combined wind and fire, and since they were hiding such a strong trump card, Tang Yun was surely a corpse. Shen Qingfeng panicked and shouted for Tang Yun to run away, while Shen Wanda told him that even people from the soul perfection realm would think twice before taking on such an attack. The moment everyone panicked, Lu Wu smirked as his revenge finally caught up with Tang Yun, and only Shen Subing was curious if Tang Yun would be able to survive this blow, being at the 7th level of soul cultivation. Lu Wu's senior disciples shouted that they had created this technique specifically for the 9-division tournament, and therefore ordered Tang Yun to be proud of what he would die from, as he was extremely lucky. Immediately after which, they directed the Burning Sky Ferocious Tornado technique at Tang Yun. Tang Yun recognized that their technique was so flawed that he refused to even acknowledge it, and summoned the swords of divine retribution. After that, he used the dragon-like blades Earth Shaker technique. From the collision of such strong techniques, a violent explosion occurred, shocking all the spectators. Shen Qingfeng said that he hoped that Tang Yun was still alive, and Shen Wan said that with his physical strength, Tang Yun was still able to stand on his feet. Shen Subin wondered if the 7th level could really defeat 2 people at the peak of soul cultivation. Elder Lu Wu, on the other hand, thought that his disciple's technique was too strong and that there was no way Tang Yun would be able to survive it. Once the explosion dissipated, one could see Gaoyang Wushang, Ouyang Qian, and Tang Yun remaining in their seats. The spectators were surprised that everything remained as if nothing had happened, as if none of the fighters had moved. Some even speculated that the forces were so equal that the battle might be a stalemate. Elder Lu Wu refused to believe what he had seen, as there was no way a mere disciple could be equal to his strongest disciples. And Shen Wand and Shen Qingfeng were cheering for Tang Yun. And even Shen Subing smiled at the fact that the Tang Yun she had bet on was able to stay intact. Gaoyang Wushuang asked Tang Yun where he was able to learn such a sword technique, to which Tang Yun replied that he was its creator. Ouyang Qian admitted that she hadn't even considered that he was so talented, and so if he lost, she wouldn't be too upset. Immediately after which, Ouyang Qian and Gaoyang Wushuang's legs went under, and they collapsed onto the ground. The disciples were frightened by the outcome of the fight. Since the older disciples had lost to Tang Yun, they thought that they would fight at most on par. Besides, some disciples had the same level as Tang Yun, but Tang Yun wouldn't even feel anything if they tried to attack him. Shen Wand asked the deacon if he had noticed that Tang Yun had killed the opponents, to which Shen Qingfeng replied that he had long suspected that Tang Yun had been hiding his true strength, but he hadn't even thought that he would be so powerful. Shen Subin admitted that she had greatly underestimated Tang Yun, and she was already anticipating the shock on the faces of the elders when Tang Yun would go to the 9-division tournament. Elder Lu Wu released his aura and threatened Tang Yun for killing his strongest disciples, to which Tang Yun replied that they had started it all by themselves. Shen Qingfeng explained to Elder Lu Wu that this was a battle to the death, and in such fights, death is the usual result. Lu Wu wasn't going to leave it like that and began to form a technique to kill Tang Yun. Suddenly, Shen Subing appeared in front of him with clearly not good intentions and asked if he dared to break the sect's laws. Realizing the situation he was in, Elder Lu Wu swallowed his tongue. Then he bowed to the elder and swore that he would never violate them himself. As he left, the elder took his disciples with him and promised Tang Yun that death would soon befall him. Watching Elder Lu fly away, the disciples began to discuss how deep Lu Wu's resentment was. After all, Tang Yun had killed every single one of his personal disciples, and no one had even thought of such a thing. Elder Lu's disciples are arrogant and irritable. They always bullied other disciples, causing many of them to be happy about the outcome. Shen Subin said that it was time for her to leave since the battle was over, and she left the rest to Shen Wan and Shen Qingfeng. Immediately afterward, Elder Shen Wanda asked for attention and announced that the tower climb would soon begin, and ordered everyone who planned to climb up to prepare. The students were excited and started arguing about who would reach which floor. Right now, there weren't 2 strong students among them, and so they hoped that they could take the very first place. Just as suddenly, Pang He, Pang An, and Pang Shiyuan arrived at the arena, whereupon the latter asked if they were late. Seeing Pang An, the disciples were annoyed as he was the 3rd strongest in the division, and since he was here, he would go first. Some even discussed whether Tang Yun would be able to compete with him. Upon hearing about Tang Yun, Pang He immediately pointed at Tang Yun and asked Pang An to take revenge on him. But Pang An refused, as climbing the tower today was his first priority, and he would deal with a mere disciple when he came out of the tower. Noticing Pang He, Tang Yun realized that he had not calmed down after their previous meeting, which meant that nothing would go quietly for him as always. Shen Wan began to talk about the rules of climbing. The advanced space-time tower has 9 floors, and with each floor, the gravity increases by 50%. The first one to climb to the 9th floor would be rewarded with the true purple phoenix flame left behind by an ancestor of the sect. Furthermore, fighting is forbidden during the ascent. Tang Yun was slightly surprised when he heard about the flames. After all, he didn't expect to get something so worthwhile here. With the power of the flames, his personal strength would increase by several times. Shen Qingfeng approached Tang Yun and asked which floor he thought he could get to which Tang Yun replied with a smile that he would get to the 9th floor. Hearing this, Pang An realized how naive Tang Yun was, daring to say such a thing as a mere disciple, indicating that Tang Yun was unable to assess his own strength. Pang He wondered why Tang Yun was so confident, after all. No one had yet been able to reach the 9th floor during their division's existence. Realizing that a fight was coming, Shen Qingfeng ordered Pang Shiyuan to rein in his men. Pang Shiyuan said that he agreed with his disciple's opinion. After all, Being a mere disciple, one dares to brag about climbing to the ninth floor and mock them all. Shen Qingfeng advised Pang Xiuan not to be too confident, as he might get into an embarrassing situation, from which Pang Xiuan laughed and offered to place bets, since he was so confident. If Pang An won, Shen Qingfeng would give up the personal medical field. Tang Yun interrupted Xiu Yuan, asking what he himself would bet. The latter laughed again and replied that they could take anything they wanted. He thought that his bet didn't matter since Pang An would win anyway. Tang Yun agreed with his bet and advised Deacon Sheng to accept the bet if he believed in it. Shen Qingfeng clenched his fist and shouted that he agreed. Tang Yun had never let him down before, and so he was confident in the urge to trust him once again. Hearing about the bet, the disciples were shocked as the deacon trusted Tang Yun too much. In addition, the previous time Pang An was able to climb the 7th floor, and this time he is going to climb the 8th floor, while Tang Yun is several times weaker than him. Almost all the students agreed that Deacon Shen would lose the bet, and even Pang Xiuan thanked the deacon in advance for such a valuable gift. But Tang Yun advised him not to rejoice prematurely, and said that he hoped to see Pang Xiuan's trembling smile when he saw that he had climbed to the 9th floor. Seeing that Tang Yun's confidence was not lacking, Pang He assumed that he had prepared some kind of trick, which was immediately refuted by Pang An, as most likely Tang Yun was just too arrogant, and that he would be able to win without even thinking about it. Pang Xiuan advised him to reinsure himself, even if he couldn't do anything. He ordered Pang He to find a way to somehow confuse Tang Yun when they were in the tower. Once the time came, Shen Wan lifted the token up and opened the door to the tower, at the same time triggering the gravity grid that interferes with the students' climb. Not a moment later, a multitude of students rushed up the stairs to climb as high as they could. Only Tang Yun walked leisurely, as he had expended too much energy in the recent battle and was going to gradually recover it. The disciples wondered why Tang Yun was going up so slowly after all. Not long ago, he had said that he would go up to the 9th floor, and since even they could go up faster, the deacon had lost. Pang Xiuan thought that victory was already in his pocket since Pang An was already on the 6th floor, while Tang Yun still hadn't ascended to the 2nd floor. Shen Qingfeng wondered what was going on with Tang Yun, as he was behaving unusually. After accumulating enough energy, Tang Yun decided to speed up the climb. Suddenly, Pang He and the other disciples got in his way. Pang He mocked Tang Yun, who had only just reached the 3rd floor, but he had tried to mock them not long ago. The disciples said that Brother An didn't even consider Tang Yun as his rival, and that his journey would end here. Tang Yun grinned and said that now he understood everything. They were trying to put sticks in his wheels. Everyone smirked evilly, and Pang He said that they were just tired, since they had climbed so high, and Tang Yun would have to wait for them to rest since fighting was forbidden in the tower. The disciples from below began to get angry at Pang He because he used 2 sneaky techniques, causing Tang Yun to be unable to pass on. Shen Qingfeng demanded an answer from Pang Xiuan whether he was involved in what was happening on the tower, and Shen Wan asked Elder Xiuan if it was too inappropriate for his status, to which the latter replied that no rules had been broken. Shen Qingfeng said that Pang Xiuan's acts are ridiculous if he thinks that such antics can stop Tang Yun. Tang Yun advised Pang He and his disciples to get out of his way. Pang He asked what the latter would do, after all. It was forbidden to fight here, and they wouldn't budge no matter what the situation was, because of which Tang Yun would just have to wait. Tang Yun ordered those vile worms out of his way and unleashed his aura, throwing them off the tower. Falling from the tower, Pang He and his disciples began to panic as their affairs were not good. Immediately afterward, they all met the ground. After surviving the fall, Pang He asked his uncle to help him since he could no longer feel his legs. Pang Xiuan reprimanded Tang Yun and shouted that the latter attacked the disciples and broke the rules. Shen Qingfeng stroked his beard and said that he had not seen Tang Yun touch them with even a finger, from which it followed that he had broken the rules, and the disciples had fallen from the tower by themselves. Shen Wanda agreed with Shen Qingfeng, as even he saw that Tang Yun did not raise his hand at the disciples, but merely took a step. Pang Xiuan was forced to accept the elder's point of view and called for someone to rescue Pang He. The disciples started laughing at how stupid Pang He and his men were. And besides, the elder got what he deserved since he had decided to play unfairly. Pang Xiuan said that he who laughs last laughs well, then told Shen Qingfeng that Pang An had already reached the 7th floor, while Tang Yun was only on the 3rd floor. Shen Qingfeng replied that it was too early to talk about the winner and suggested waiting until the end. Inwardly, he prayed that Tang Yun would win. Meanwhile, on the approach to the 5th floor, the disciples lost all their strength as they could not bear the heavy gravity and stopped to meditate on their progress. 7th floor. Pang An pondered that although Tang Yun is too weak for him, but he still shouldn't stop there and must reach the 8th floor. Tang Yun wasn't going to linger on the third floor any longer and used the divine body of life principles, immediately after which he began to swiftly climb up the tower. He walked past the students with such speed that they couldn't even realize what had just happened. But some disciples still realized that it was Tang Yun. They were surprised as they themselves were expending all their energy to take a single step while Tang Yun just flew past. Meanwhile, Peng An was gaining strength to take the last step and finally reach the 8th floor. Suddenly, he heard something strange, and turning around, he saw Tang Yun running towards him. Not wanting to lose the lead, Peng An used the charge and flew down the last few steps to the 8th floor. The spectators began to discuss what had happened. After all, for thousands of years, no one had been able to climb there. Hence, Peng An would leave his name in history as a genius of the alchemy division. Peng An asked Shen Qingfeng, "Why doesn't the latter just give up the medical field, as there is no point for them to continue arguing?" After all, even if Tang Yun could reach the 8th floor, it would still be Peng An's victory to go up first. Shen Qingfeng was not going to give up so easily, and reiterated that it was too early to draw conclusions. Pang Shiyuan agreed that Shen Qingfeng still had a chance, but that was only if Tang Yun could reach the 9th floor. But no one during the existence of their division had ever been able to climb to the top, and Tang Yun was among them. Shen Wanda admitted that he had nothing against Tang Yun, but the latter really had a paltry chance. Shen Qingfeng did not comment on this in any way, and wondered if Tang Yun would be able to create a miracle. Meanwhile, in the tower, Tang Yun stopped in front of the panting Peng An. Peng An admitted that he had underestimated Tang Yun since he had managed to get here, but unfortunately, he would still lose. Tang Yun asked why he would be the one to lose, to which Peng An replied that it should be obvious after all. He came here early and the victory is his, which means Shen Qingfeng can say goodbye to his medical field. Tang Yun waved his finger and said that he was rejoicing early. After all, they were betting on who would get higher, and if he climbed to the 9th floor, he would win. Hearing this, Peng An laughed, after which he asked Tang Yun what he was talking about. Because in the history of the alchemy division, there was still no person who had conquered the 9th floor. Peng An said that he thinks it's as if the ancestors only wanted to make the 9th floor as an incentive for disciples, and the 8th floor is the true limit. No one is capable of getting to the 9th floor. But to his surprise, Tang Yun walked past him and asked him not to justify his weakness to others. After all, Pan An's limit, it was hard for Tang Yun to even call it a warm-up. Peng An was surprised that Tang Yun still dared to go higher, even knowing that no one had gotten to the 9th floor. Since Tang Yun is just a simple disciple, there's no way he could believe that such a person could do this. The only conclusion is that Tang Yun is not who he says he is. The disciples watching the climbing were shocked to see Tang Yun climb to the 8th floor. But even so, he came in late from Peng An due to starting too slowly. Shen Wanda tried to comfort Shen Qingfeng by saying that, although he had lost the medical field, he was able to learn about Tang Yun's potential, which was more important. To which Shen Qingfeng replied that it was too early to draw conclusions, and that he truly believed that Tang Yun would be able to climb to the top of the tower. Pang Xiuan said that the fact that a mere disciple climbed to the 8th floor is already a miracle. But even so, Shen Qingfeng dares to believe that Tang Yun will climb to the 9th floor. As the onlookers suddenly shrieked in shock, Tang Yun began to rise higher, because of which the elders who were amazed by this stopped talking and tried to understand how this was possible. The disciples wanted to see if Tang Yun was in his right mind since he really wanted to rise to the top. But if he really didn't want to lose, then he would have to do it. They still had a student in their minds who had once tried to climb higher than his limit allowed, from which he was only crippled. Pang Xiuan said that Tang Yun didn't know his limit as a mere disciple, but still recognized that he could be called a genius. Tang Yun pondered on Shen Wanda's words. He said that gravity would increase by 50%, but on the top floor? It feels like the gap here is much bigger. But this was even good, because this way Tang Yun would be able to improve the golden body of life principles. At this moment, some of the students began to cheer for Tang Yun, because even though it was slow, Tang Yun was still managing to rise up. Shen Qingfeng continued to watch Tang Yun with awe in his eyes, believing that he would be able to climb. Peng An flared up with rage. He wasn't going to lose to a mere disciple so easily. Pang Xiuan asked Peng An why he was standing still and ordered him to go higher. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng was surprised and asked if he really wanted to do that. And Shen Wanda tried to advise him to stop his disciple, as climbing up could only hurt Peng An. But Pang Xiuan ordered them to shut up. After all, if Tang Yun could do it, then Peng An would not give in to him. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to change his mind, Shen Wan could only sigh. Peng An heard his uncle's words and asked himself how he was worse than, After which he decided to go higher. After all, he can't lose to someone like Tang Yun. As the gravity suddenly failed, Peng An was flattened to the floor. He couldn't understand how Tang Yun could stand on a step with such strong gravity. Tang Yun turned around to Peng An and said that they were different. Peng An only reached the 8th floor, because that was his limit, while he himself would only climb to the 9th floor, because that was the maximum. Hearing this, Peng An cried out that there was no way he could be worse off from Tang Yun and tried to get up, but in the next instant, he was flattened to the ground again, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Tang Yun said that the worst thing a person can do is to not know his limit. Seeing this, the disciples were shocked that Peng An was unable to resist gravity. Moreover, he was unable to even take a step back, while Tang Yun had already passed halfway, continuing to increase the difference between them. Shen Wanda recognized that the last step didn't just increase gravity 450 times, gravity increases by 1,000 times. And that was the reason why no one had ever managed to climb to the top, which was common knowledge. The students were shocked at what they heard and asked if it was even possible, and if the ancestors wanted anyone to go up. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingfeng cried out in shock, for no one in the soul cultivation realm could withstand such gravity. He asked how Tang Yun could even climb up there. Hearing this, Pang Xiuan ordered Pang An to go down, as there was no way Tang Yun would be able to climb to the 9th floor, which meant that victory was theirs. Pang An gathered his strength and pushed off, rolling backwards a step. Then he asked Tang Yun what good would it do for him to climb higher, because there was no way Tang Yun could climb to the 9th floor. Meanwhile, Tang Yun leisurely walked up the stairs, pondering that a little more exposure to the strong gravity, and he would be able to refine the golden body of life principles. The disciples were still in shock that Tang Yun was only a step away from the 9th floor. They understood that his strength was beyond comprehension. But still, the last step was the most difficult, and there was no way Tang Yun would be able to make it. Pang Xiuan shouted to Tang Yun to just admit defeat, after all. The 9th floor is an unfathomable target. Tang Yun looked at the elder who had already bored him and decided to teach him a lesson. For the sake of it, he took one step back. Pang Xiuan started to mock Tang Yun and said that he was just lucky, and the fact that he was talking about the 9th floor shows how smug Tang Yun is. The disciples believed that Tang Yun had lost only because of his mistake, but even so, they would continue to admire him, since he had managed to get this far. Shen Qingfeng had lost all hope. After all, Tang Yun was so close to victory, and Shen Wanda tried to comfort him by saying that Tang Yun had done his best. But even so, the 9th floor remained out of reach. Pang Xiuan advised Shen Qingfeng to face the truth, as there was no way Tang Yun would ever be able to do that in his life. Tang Yun smirked and asked why he thought as if he was incapable of reaching the 9th floor, after which he used the golden body of life principles. The shocked disciples tried to understand where this golden light came from, after which they realized that it was being emitted by the enhanced Tang Yun. Immediately after which, Tang Yun stepped onto the impossible 9th floor. The disciples were shocked as Tang Yun managed to break the record. They even thought that they had just imagined it. And even Pang Xiuan refused to believe his eyes. A second ago, Tang Yun took a step back since he didn't have enough strength, but afterward, he managed to get up. He was sure that Tang Yun was cheating and announced that he would check it out. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng laughed and said that someone couldn't accept defeat and asked who it was, hinting at the elder standing next to him with this. Pang Xiuan jabbed his finger toward Shen Qingfeng and was about to say it all. Suddenly, he was summoned by Tang Yun at the top of the tower. Tang Yun said that he only took a step back because his leg was stiff, and asked if he had caused any misunderstanding by doing so. Hearing this, Pang Xiuan got angry and asked Tang Yun if he was trying to bully the elder. Tang Yun said that the elder couldn't say that now, since he was the one who had assumed that Tang Yun could no longer continue climbing, even though Tang Yun hadn't even said such a thing. Therefore, he was very sorry since the elder was wrong in his assumptions. Pang Xiuan tried to object to Tang Yun as he suddenly trembled, and in a second, he started vomiting blood. The disciples started laughing at the elder, as because of Tang Yun's awesomeness, Pang Xiuan started vomiting blood, and this was despite the fact that no one had any idea that climbing up to the 9th floor was a possibility. Everyone thought that today was the most frustrating day for Elder Pan, and that he would definitely hold a grudge against Tang Yun. Shen Qingfeng asked Pang Xiuan if he was sick once he started vomiting blood. Shen Wanda advised Pang Xiuan not to get too angry, otherwise they would have to look for a replacement for his position. Pang Xiuan wiped away the blood and said that it was all nothing and that they shouldn't worry about him. Hearing that the one was fine, Shen Qingfeng started rubbing his beard and asked if the one had forgotten about the argument. After all, Tang Yun was already on the 9th floor, and that it would be shameful to take back his words in front of so many people. To which Pang Shiyuan replied that he was an elder of the inner sect, and that he always kept his word. He tried to think of something since he might go bankrupt because of Shen Qingfeng's desire. Shen Qingfeng gathered his thoughts and asked Pang Shiyuan. Just as suddenly, Pang Shiyuan interrupted him and offered to conclude another argument. Shen Qingfeng asked what else the man wanted to lose. Pang Shiyuan suggested to see who was stronger than Tang Yun or Pang An. When the disciples heard this, they were surprised to hear such an argument since Pang An is the third strongest in their division. They thought that although Tang Yun had won the competition, there was no way he could defeat Pang An in a one-on-one fight. So they were disappointed in Elder Peng, as he had decided to go for the mean. Shen Qingfeng asked Pang Shiyuan if he thought he was stupid, because there was no way he would agree to a losing fight. Pang Shiyuan asked the one to take his time in refusing, and added the golden dragon's sacred flame to the dispute if Tang Yun won. Pang An thought that since Shen Qingfeng had won, he would definitely demand something for Tang Yun, and using this flame, the latter would just have to bite. Seeing such a precious flame, Shen Qingfeng was speechless. Tang Yun had already obtained the purple phoenix flame, and if he fused the two flames into the dragon phoenix flame, absorbing them would greatly increase his strength. After waiting a little while for Shen Qingfeng to think things over, Pang Shiyuan asked what the latter thought of the dispute, to which Shen Qingfeng replied that it would be up to Tang Yun to decide, as he couldn't decide for others. He thought that Tang Yun had incredible physical strength to climb so high, but in a battle, things might go differently. If this flame could help Tang Yun, it was up to him. Realizing that Shen Qingfeng couldn't be persuaded, Pang Shiyuan agreed to wait for Tang Yun to come out and make a decision himself. 3 months later, inside the space-time tower, Tang Yun chanted, "From the four corners of the universe, passing the barriers of time," after which he shouted out, "Time-condensing power," and created a talisman. But looking at it, he was disappointed that he didn't have enough leftovers to create a full-fledged time-stopping talisman. Because of the materials, the talisman was only half complete, and its use simply slowed down time, making it of no real use. Only, Tang Yun was unwilling to just throw away the talisman he had spent resources on. Hence, he decided to keep it until better times. At the very least, he could sell it for a decent amount of money, after which he pulled out the talismans and tossed them into the air. Not only does he need to cultivate, but he also needs to create 9 middle-class mascots. Gao Shengming and Lu Wu have tried to kill Tang Yun more than once during his time in the inner sect, and so they don't have long to go. 3 months had passed outside, and 4.5 years inside the tower. Tang Yun's soul cultivation was now at the 8th level. As soon as Tang Yun stepped out of the tower, there were already many disciples and elders waiting for him. The elders began to ask Tang Yun if he had had a good time and if he had become stronger. Tang Yun replied that he had become many times stronger, and that he felt as if he could take down Ouyang Qian with just one punch. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng decided to tell Tang Yun a piece of news. Elder Pan is unwilling to accept his defeat and offered the sacred flame of the golden dragon if he defeats Pan An. Tang Yun was slightly surprised and acknowledged that this was the best news he could hear about. And since they were willing to give him such a valuable item so easily, he agreed. He hadn't absorbed the true flame of the violet phoenix, and so he would be able to combine it with the golden dragon flame and absorb them, making his flame of life principles much stronger. Pang Shiyuan told Pang An that he had arranged for a duel between him and Tang Yun, and then asked if he could handle it. Pang An asked his uncle not to worry about it, as Tang Yun doesn't even have a chance of winning. Pan Shiyuan praised his nephew and ordered him to go and teach Tang Yun a lesson now. Pang An then approached Tang Yun and ordered him to duck if he wasn't ready for their battle. But Tang Yun refused to bow down since Pang An was going to die anyway. The disciples thought that Tang Yun had lost his mind because Pang An was much stronger than Gaoyang Wushuang and Ouyang Qian. The fact that Tang Yun had climbed higher only showed that his talent was higher, but not his fighting power. Pang Shiyuan started to taunt Shen Qingfeng beforehand, but the latter warned that anyone who doubted Tang Yun would end up in the grave. Pang An said that although Tang Yun had reached the 9th floor, he had been doing his own daily training and was now just a step away from the soul refinement realm. To which Tang Yun replied that in that case, Pang An was only a fly for him to arrive. Pang An laughed and unleashed his aura to silence the arrogant Tang Yun. Immediately afterward, he used the technique of floating shadows, creating 4 mirror images. The disciples were shocked to see such a powerful technique, because using this technique, Pang An would become so fast that he could not be seen. Only his images could be seen. Pang Shiyuan said that Pang An's strength level while using the soaring shadows could match any person from the soul refinement realm, which implied that Tang Yun was no opponent to him. Shenwanda began to ponder the fact that Tang Yun would not be able to react to such a fast opponent, due to which he would lose, and only Shen Qingfeng continued to believe that Tang Yun would win this fight. Circling around Tang Yun, Pang An advised him to surrender, as there was no way Tang Yun could defeat him. Tang Yun grinned since the opponent was too boastful and said that one moved like a snail. Immediately after, Pang An picked up the moment and attacked Tang Yun from the back. The elders were scared that Tang Yun might die and tried to warn him of the attack. And Peng Xion, on the other hand, scoffed as it was already too late, and victory would be his. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun used the time-slowing talisman, because of which all of Pan An's speed images were dispelled. Pang An himself couldn't understand why he had slowed down so much, but Tang Yun explained that it was all because of him, as he had slowed down the time around him. And now the speed that Pang An was so proud of had become nothing. Pang An simply couldn't understand it, and wanted to know how such a thing was even possible. But Tang Yun explained to Pang An that he had lost immediately after striking him. Flopping down on the ground, Pang An struggled to say that he couldn't lose. Tang Yun apologized and said that he had won. As soon as the fight was over, Pang Xiuan immediately rushed to his dying nephew, and Shen Wand and Shen Qingfeng started praising Tang Yun for doing the impossible for his level. The disciples were dumbfounded that Tang Yun had won, for this meant that he was now the third strongest in their division, and this was despite being only at the 8th level of soul cultivation. Tang Yun approached Shen Qingfeng and thanked him for never ceasing to believe in him, after which Shen Qingfeng praised him for the work he had done. Shen Qingfeng asked Pang Xiuan where his reward was, and the latter was forced to accept his defeat immediately, after which Pang Xiuan extended a flame to Shen Qingfeng. Shen Qingfeng threw the flame to Tang Yun and said that the latter had done more to receive it. Pang Xiuan said that he was a man of his word and asked Tang Yun to tell him what he needed and that he would give it to him if he had it. He thought that he had everything under control since Tang Yun was just a simple disciple and had no way of knowing about anything worthwhile. Since the elder suggested it, Tang Yun called the bodhicitta hearts and dragon blood leaves. Hearing about these items, Pang Xiuan's eyes popped out of his orbits, and he was forced to admit that he didn't have this. Then Tang Yun asked if the elder had snow jade bone, ginseng, and jade dragon saliva, but the elder didn't have either. Tang Yun continued asking, naming 9 colored lotuses and iridescent moon orchid cores, and then the elder bowed his head and said that this too was passing by. Tang Yun asked the elder why he says to ask what he wants if Pang Xiuan doesn't have it. Some disciples were shocked that the elder was so poor that he didn't even have what an ordinary disciple asked for, while most of the disciples hadn't even heard of such ingredients and thought that they were too valuable and that the elder just didn't want to give them away, which made it clear to everyone that this was the reason why the elder offered to personally choose the reward. Because of all this gossip, the elder became angry and told Tang Yun that all these items were too expensive and that even the elders of the immortal sect didn't have anything like this. He couldn't understand how an ordinary disciple could know about such things and suspected that Shen Qingfeng was behind it. Since the elder was so poor, Tang Yun suggested that he compromise and apologize to Shen Qingfeng in front of everyone. The elder was stunned by such a thing and tried to object, but Tang Yun asked why the man kept resisting, after all. It was the easiest thing to do, and since it had gotten this far then. Suddenly, the elder shouted that he was willing to do it, and bowing before Shen Qingfeng, he asked for forgiveness, since the blame for what had happened lay entirely on him, and that he hoped to earn forgiveness. Rubbing his beard, Shen Qingfeng said that since the latter had apologized, he would not be so petty. Immediately afterward, he turned around and shouted out to Tang Yun that he remembered everything and that he didn't have long left. The disciples were slightly stunned by what they saw, but they were still discussing how Tang Yun had made the elder apologize by showing a good side of himself. But because of this, Tang Yun is in the crosshairs of many people, and his future would not be easy. Shen Qingfeng told Tang Yun that they had to go and that he would take him to the head since Tang Yun had reached the 9th floor and would definitely be rewarded for it. As they approached the Great Hall of the Alchemy Division, Shen Qingfeng and Tang Yun heard the angry head shout. Shen Qingfeng asked what was going on, to which the disciple replied that the head was trying to create a recovery pill. But all her attempts were even. Shen Qingfeng realized that since Shen Subin wasn't in the mood, this wasn't the best time to meet, and so he told Tang Yun that it was better for him to leave, and he would definitely bring Tang Yun to her afterwards. Tang Yun agreed with the deacon, while thinking that without his help, the disciple wouldn't be able to handle the pill. Shen Subing tried to prepare the pill, but black smoke was coming out of the cauldron. As soon as Shen Qingfeng walked in, she admitted that she had messed up, and that it was hard to count how many times something like this had happened. She does everything exactly according to the formula, and yet nothing works. Shen Qingfeng tried to reassure my lady by asking her not to be disappointed in herself, as he was sure that she would succeed. Shen Subin said that she hoped so too. She thought about having the master by her side, for he would definitely help her with this. As suddenly a familiar voice could be heard behind her, he said that in alchemy, you can't follow exactly as written, and that if she kept doing that, she wouldn't succeed. Seeing the stranger, Shen Qingfeng immediately covered his head and asked the stranger who he was and what he was doing here. And Shen Subing was happy to see the master. Hearing her, Shen Qingfeng was shocked that it was the master of her chapter. Tang Yun asked Subin if she had forgotten the conditions under which he would be her teacher. Immediately after, she covered her mouth fearfully as she had forgotten that the master had asked her not to call him that in front of strangers. Afterwards, she admitted that she was very sorry about what had happened, because she had gotten too excited about his appearance and forgot about it. Tang Yun stroked Subin and said that it was fine, since Qingfeng was not among the outsiders. Seeing someone stroking his milady, Shen Qingfeng's eyes almost flew out of his orbits, while Subin admired the master. After which Shen Qingfeng asked her who this person was. So Subin smilingly introduced him to this man who was her master. She told him that the master's alchemy skills knew no bounds, and that he was the one who had given her the formula she used to create the soul restoration pill. After listening to Subin, Shen Qingfeng apologized to the master for being so rude and asked what sect he was from, what mountain he was located on, and who his teacher was. Shen Qingfeng suspected that the master might be a potential threat since he was hiding and therefore wanted to make sure of everything. Tang Yun said that Shen Qingfeng only needed to know one thing, and that was that his path was the path of life principles. Shen Subin asked Shen Qingfeng not to worry about the master since she trusted him, and the latter was forced to agree. He knows that Shen Subing has been practicing alchemy all her life, and that she has no worldly experience yet, so he should keep an eye on her master. Shen Subin asked the master how he realized she needed help, to which the master replied that it was just a coincidence. Tang Yun said she was embarrassing her because he had given her the formula and she hadn't made a single pill yet, to which Subin replied that she does exactly what the formula says. Tang Yun explained that the formula was only for understanding, it was a plan of action, and the details had to be finalized by himself. After that, he ordered her to watch him prepare a pill without taking her eyes off. Shen Subin was happy that she was about to be taught a lesson, and Shen Qingfeng asked why the master didn't wait for the boiler to be cleaned, because there was still sludge in the boiler. Tang Yun said that even the medicinal residue contained healing properties, and that he was using it to process it into a pill. Immediately after which, Tang Yun used the fire on the cauldron. Shen Qingfeng asked how it was even possible to create a pill from leftovers, since he had never heard of such a thing, to which Subin replied that it was but a trifle, for her master had once created a pill out of thin air. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun began to condense a pill from the leftovers, from which Shen Qingfeng was shocked by his speed while Subin admired his skill, after which Tang Yun opened the lid of the cauldron, but there was no pill inside. Seeing the empty cauldron, Shen Qingfeng realized that he was right, that there was no way to create a pill from the leftovers, and asked if the cauldron was damaged. Shen Subin couldn't believe that her master could screw up like this, and probably Shen Qingfeng already thought that he was a fraud, and if so, Tang Yun said that there was no word for fail in his vocabulary, and called out the soul restoration pill. Immediately afterward, a pill was formed from the flames. Seeing this, Subin shrieked that she had never once doubted him, and Shen Qingfeng couldn't accept the fact that it was possible. He tried, but there was no way he could realize that it was even possible to prepare the soul recovery pill from leftovers. After inspecting the pill, Shen Subing praised the master as he had prepared a top-class pill. As soon as Shen Qingfeng heard this, his eyes popped out of his orbits. For this person's skill is truly boundless, and he must be a head from a sacred sect. Tang Yun said that there was nothing special about making this pill, and ordered Subin to make sure she mastered the technique, since he wouldn't help her next time. Suddenly, Shen Qingfeng fell to his knees and asked the master to help him avenge his lady's father. Shen Subing tried to ask what he was doing, but the man blurted out that if the signor could help them, they would be able to avenge the incident that happened many years ago. Tang Yun asked what was the nature of the matter so troubling them, and Shen Subin revealed that her father used to be the head of the sacred sect. But the second elder, Gongsun Yangchun, wanted to take his place. It ended with her father being abolished by the patriarch and expelled from the sect. He died in despair, After telling her, Tang Yun realized why she was so desperate to ask to be his disciple. She wants revenge. Shen Subin clenched her trembling fist and shouted that after all this, Gong Sun Yanchun became the head of the alchemy division, and she joined the Wong Fu sect to one day quench her thirst for revenge. Shen Qingfeng bowed to the master and pleaded for him to help my lady, as he must be from a sacred sect. Tang Yun asked Subin if she wanted him to take revenge on her, but Subin shouted out no, for she personally wants to exterminate that bastard. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng tried to contradict her, but Tang Yun praised her as she herself must take revenge. Otherwise, she would never be able to become strong. Shen Qingfeng explained that taking revenge on Gongsun Yangchun would obviously be difficult, since he had power and great influence concentrated in his hands. Tang Yun decided to make this task easier for Subin, and ordered her to get ready, since he was going to teach her one ability. After which he touched her forehead, and they were surrounded by symbols that surprised Shen Subing. Tang Yun explained that he had prepared one ability especially for her, and its name was ice writing. If she could master this technique, she would become many times stronger and be able to quench her thirst for revenge. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng was shocked. He agreed that the seigneur was a master of his craft, but still asked if it would help much. After all, Milady had spent years internalizing the best abilities that she had inherited from her father. Shen Subin said that it was an incredibly powerful ability, and that it was much better than what she had gotten from her father, because it was only by understanding the ability that she was able to go to the next level. Shen Qingfeng was stunned by what he heard, for the seigneur had managed to recreate a top-level skill of the heavenly punishment continent, which was literally impossible. Tang Yun, on the other hand, was pondering that since he was a great emperor of the upper world, the technique he had created could make it to the top of the celestial punishment continent without much trouble. Tang Yun said that he had done what he wanted to do and said goodbye. He was going to absorb the artifacts he had obtained, and so he wanted to return to the Tower of Space and Time. And Shen Subing and Shen Qingfeng bowed to the departing master. Shen Subin advised Shen Qingfeng to leave to go about her business, while she tried to create a soul recovery pill. Meanwhile, in Lu Wu's cave, Elder Lu Wu was just furious since Tang Yun had killed all of his personal disciples, and he was shouting about killing him. Just as suddenly, Pan Xiuan entered his cave and said that he understood him. Lu Wu was surprised to see Elder Pan and asked if Tang Yun had killed any of his disciples. Pang Xiuan said that it almost happened. In fact, Tang Yun had maimed his two nephews very badly. And on top of that, Tang Yun had insulted him very badly in public, because of which he wanted revenge. Lu Wu explained that killing Tang Yun was not as easy as Shen Qingfeng, and apparently the division head was protecting him. Pang Xiuan replied that it was unnecessary to worry since Kong had already thought of everything. He had given Tang Yun the golden dragon flame, which meant that Tang Yun would surely go to the Tower of Space and Time to absorb the flame, which was a great opportunity for them. He explained that he would take care of Tang Yun's murder himself, and that he hoped that in turn, Lu Wu would put in a good word to his father for his son. Elder Lu Wu's father is an elder of one of the divisions of the immortal sect, and if they managed to get in touch, then everything was not in vain. Lu Wu immediately agreed to talk to his father if Pang Xiuan killed Tang Yun. On the night of the same day, Pang Xiuan asked his disciple if he was sure that Tang Yun had seen Tang Yun enter that tower, and the latter told him that he had no doubts since he had personally seen it, after which he handed the elder a token to enter the tower. Pan Xiuan thanked the disciple and asked what he could do for him in return, but the latter refused the reward since he had done what he had to do. Pang Xiuan said that he had thought of a way to thank his disciple and poked his finger into his forehead. At the last gasp, the student asked why he was killed, but Pang Xiuan said that one was a fool, for he couldn't be sure that the disciple wouldn't tell anyone about it. Meanwhile, Tang Yun meditated in the tower and reflected on the fact that after absorbing all the artifacts, his strength had increased significantly, pushing him closer to killing Lu Wu and the others. The only problem is that his victims are the elders of the inner sect, and if he kills them not covertly, he will be thrown out of here. So he pondered on how to kill the elders covertly. Just as suddenly, an assassin appeared over Tang Yun and attacked, shouting that Tang Yun had lived enough. Tang Yun managed to react to the sudden attack at the last moment, after which he abruptly turned around and repelled the enemy's attack, from which an explosion occurred and Tang Yun and the assassin ended up on opposite sides of the arena. Pang Xiuan was shocked by this and tried to understand how a mere disciple was able to repel his attack. Suddenly, Tang Yun said that he realized the identity of the attacker because he was at the 6th level of soul refinement, which meant that he was an elder of the inner sect. He also found out which tower Tang Yun was in, which meant that he was from the pill refining division. Pang Xiuan asked what he was going to do with this information. because by going to the other world, Tang Yun wouldn't be able to do anything. Hearing this, Tang Yun said that the assassin did not fit Lu Wu's character, which meant that Pang Shiyuan was in front of him. Pang Shiyuan tore off his mask and praised Tang Yun, then asked what he would do with this information. After all, he would die within the confines of this tower, so no one would know who the killer was. The tower is sealed, and there is no way to escape. Tang Yun smirked as, just a moment ago, he was contemplating on how to do it secretly, and fate itself had given him this chance. If he took the opportunity to initiate his death, he would be able to secretly get rid of Lu Wu and the others. Tang Yun took out some talismans and shouted that even dying would not let the elder live a peaceful life. Immediately after which, the elder attacked Tang Yun, shouting that he was too cocky. But Tang Yun shouted that he would only die if he took Pang Shiyuan with him, after which he cast the talismans of Heavenly Hurricane, Spatial Destruction, and Silent Death, which projected a massive explosion that wiped out the Tower of Space and Time. Trying to protect himself from the explosion, Pang Shiyuan tried to understand how a mere disciple could have such strong talismans, as he had to use all of his spiritual power to protect himself. The disciples panicked as there was a sudden explosion, and most importantly, it happened in the 678 tower where Tang Yun was training, which meant that he was dead. Standing on the ruins of the tower, Pang Shiyuan was shocked that he was one step away from losing. But the main thing was that Tang Yun was probably dead, which meant he had accomplished his mission. Looking at the flying elder's back, Tang Yun smirked as he believed in his death, which meant his plan had worked. A few moments later, a panicked Shen Wand and Shen Qingfeng rushed into the arena. Immediately after, a disciple reported that the tower where Tang Yun was training exploded for unknown reasons, and due to the force of the explosion, Tang Yun probably died. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingfeng was stunned. Shen Wand shouted out that the towers didn't explode by themselves, and that there was obviously something wrong here. This indicates that there was an assassin here, and he was probably from the Pill Creation Division. Tears sprang from Shen Qingfeng's eyes, and with a clenched fist, he shouted that he would ask the head to personally look into the matter, and no matter who killed Tang Yun, the murderer would not be able to escape punishment. The next day, all the elders gathered in the main hall of the Pill Creation Division. Only Pang Shoyan was absent. Bingqing asked where he was. Lu Wu replied that Elder Pan had gone to the Immortal sect to see his son, and had not yet returned. He was disappointed in Elder Pan's mediocrity, as he had made too much noise, trying to kill Tang Yun, causing Elder Pan to go into hiding for a while, as Lu Wu himself could be suspected. Bingqing said that in that case they wouldn't wait for him, and said that last night the tower where Tang Yun was practicing exploded abruptly, and his corpse was never found. After personally investigating, she was able to find traces of the battle, and apparently, the killer knew which tower Tang Yun was training in, and since he was able to blow up the tower, the killer was at the soul refinement level. The elders were stunned that a mere disciple who had conquered the 9th floor had been killed, as it was a pity to lose such a talent. And besides, no one would have thought that they could have such evil people. Binking shouted that the murderer had committed the unpardonable sin, so she ordered all the elders to unite and investigate together. Those who refuse will be treated as accomplices to the crime. Tang Yun's tombstone was placed in the backyard of Lingshan Garden, and the common disciples wept over his death. Dan Yu wanted to know why Tang Yun had to die. He cried out about how unfair the world was for taking away such a good man. A person appeared behind the disciples and said that he was sorry since Tang Yun died too easily. Pang He said that he had yet to settle scores with Tang Yun. The simple disciples asked Pang He how he dared to say such a thing and ordered Pang He and his men to leave the place, as they were not welcome here. But Dan Yu asked his fellow students to calm down and asked Pang He what he was forgetting here. Pang He said that he had heard that Tang Yun had died, so he had come to pay his respects. Immediately afterward, he ordered his boys to act, and they rushed to desecrate the grave of a pathetic mere student. After that, one of Pang He's men destroyed Tang Yun's tombstone. Seeing this, Dan Yu swore that he would fight them until he was unconscious, and the ordinary disciples attacked Pang He and his men. Pang He chuckled at the fact that a bunch of pathetic ordinary disciples dared to go against his will and order them to be dealt with, after which his underlings started beating up ordinary disciples, mocking how pathetic they were without Tang Yun. Pang He set fire to the remains of Tang Yun's tombstone and said that no matter how strong Tang Yun was, he was still just trash, and if the others decided to become strong, they would face an equally insignificant death. Seeing what Pang He was doing, Dan Yu promised out of his last strength that he wouldn't just get away with it. Pang He's underlings laughed at the words of the lowlifes, and Pang He ordered them not to erect Tang Yun's tombstone again. Or else next time, it wouldn't just be him who would be broken. All this time, Tang Yun had been watching the fight from behind a tree. He decided that he had to deal with Pang He first. Late at night on Mount Pan, Pang He laughed at the fact that Tang Yun had finally died and revealed that he and his subordinates had destroyed his grave today. Pang An praised his brother for what he had done, but added that if he were him, he would also piss on the grave. Just as suddenly, a stranger appeared behind Pang He's back, who praised Pang An's idea and said that he would use it on them. Pang An and Pang He were shocked that someone had managed to sneak up on them and ordered him to identify himself, to which Tang Yun replied that he was their death and swung his fist. Pang An was angered by the stranger's insolence and decided to test what the stranger could do, but Tang Yun repelled the enemy's attack, sending him into the opposite wall of the cave. With a shake of his hand, Tang Yun said that one was weaker than he thought, and Pang He was shocked that his brother had been put down in one blow and asked how it was even possible. Pang An asked the stranger what the stranger had against him and his brother. Tang Yun then decided to reveal himself and took off his mask to let the brothers know who would be responsible for their deaths. Seeing his face, the brothers cried out as they all thought that Tang Yun was dead. Tang Yun revealed that Elder Pan had tried to kill him, but the latter couldn't even think of Tang Yun faking his death, with the help of which Tang Yun can kill the brothers being out of suspicion. Hearing about it, the brothers agreed that it was indeed tricky. Shivering in fear, Pang An said that their situation could not be envied. Suddenly, Pang He fell to his knees and started begging for mercy, shouting that it was all his uncle's fault, while he himself had nothing to do with the assassination attempt. But Tang Yun refused to spare him as he had seen everything, and Pang He was responsible for his own demise. Therefore, he released some soul energy to destroy the Pan brothers, leaving them wondering why they had crossed the path of this monster in the first place. After a moment, the flames dissipated, and not even ashes remained of the Pan brothers. The next in line would be Pan Shiyuan and Lu Wu, but the problem was that they were at the soul purification level, so killing them stealthily would be a difficult task. Just as suddenly, light began to emanate from Tang Yun, and Tang Yun realized that the little monkey was about to wake up. After he came out of the canyon, the monkey had fallen into a deep sleep, and he would never have thought that it would wake up at such a good time. After the monkey woke up, Tang Yun would greatly strengthen, and then he would easily be able to deal with those two. Tang Yun was about to leave, but before he did, he wanted to leave Pang Shiyuan a gift. The next morning, Pang Shiyuan had finished recovering, which meant he could no longer worry about the chapter cracking him up. Suddenly, a disciple ran into him, shouting that he had bad news. The disciple said that Pang An and Pang He's soul lanterns went out, causing the elder to be stunned. He couldn't believe that such a thing had happened. The student said he personally went to check and found not a speck of dust. Plus, the killer had left a message on the wall. Upon hearing this, Pan Shiyuan asked in anger what the message was, and the disciple told him that on the wall it said, "Pan Shiyuan, you are next." Upon hearing this, Pang Shiyuan threw away his disciple and started screaming as his nephews were killed. He swore he would personally kill their killer. Suddenly, Lu Wu walked into his cave and said that he had great news. He said that the immortal sect had taken Shen Subing's bitch, and he could now avoid hiding. But in the next instant, he saw how angry Elder Pan was. Lu Wu felt uneasy as he came with good news, and the elder looks very fierce. Meanwhile, in the garden of Lingshan, Dan Yu asked if anyone had heard the news that the head of their division had been captured by the immortal sect and sentenced to execution for a serious crime, to which one of the disciples replied that they had heard that, and that Deacon Shen was currently thinking about how to save her. Tang Yun happened to overhear their conversation, and he wondered what Subin could have been captured for. Therefore, he immediately rushed to Shen Qingfeng to find out what had happened. Shen Qingfeng was in the main hall of the division at this moment. He knew that only a master could save my lady, but he didn't know where to find him. He tried to think of a way out of this situation as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the master entered the main hall and immediately asked what his disciple had been grabbed for. Seeing him, Shen Qingfeng felt a little calmer, and he began to plead with the master to let him help Subin, as the third elder of the alchemy division from the immortal sect had taken her away. Tang Yun ordered Shen Qingfeng to tell the full story of what had happened. Shen Qingfeng revealed that Head Tang had taken the soul restoration pill, but soon after waking up, she fell back into a coma. After investigating the elders from the holy sect, they learned that the original diagnosis of the disease was wrong, causing them to exacerbate an already dire situation. Tang Yun asked what was his disciple's fault. After all, she was only following their orders. To which Shen Jingfeng replied that according to the elders, it was because of the pill that the sect head's condition worsened. Tang Yun immediately said that this was nonsense, and that the elders were wrong, whereupon he ordered Shen Qingfeng to wait for him here while he personally took care of it. Shen Qingfeng bowed to the master and expressed his great gratitude for his help. After a while, Tang Yun reached the entrance of the immortal sect. All the immortal elders had reached the divine soul realm, although they didn't pose a threat to Tang Yun, but he wasn't going to fight them since they might reveal his identity. Moreover, he doesn't even know where Subin is now. As suddenly his musings were interrupted when he saw a familiar figure below, in whom he recognized Tantai Junde of the Huanfu trading house. As soon as Tantai Junde approached the entrance, he was immediately greeted by the elders. Seeing this, Tang Yun decided that he shouldn't miss this opportunity, and so he immediately descended to the ground in front of the guards. The guards reacted instantly and demanded that the stranger stop and identify himself. But Tang Yun ignored their requests and ordered them to show him the man in charge. Upon hearing this, the guards ordered him to leave if life was precious. In response, Tang Yun released some aura and asked who they were to threaten him. Fifth Elder of the Alchemy Division, Chen Shuyue, thanked Tantai Junde for the pill he brought, but the latter asked not to thank him as he was only following the orders of the head, and the fourth Elder, Lu Yi, said that the only problem is that this pill can only contain the disease temporarily, and if nothing changes, he is afraid that the worst will happen. But he was glad for it, as he would be able to take her place after Head Tan died. Tantai Junde said he believes the head will get better. Suddenly, one of the guards ran in and shouted that someone had broken into the sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi became furious and shouted that he would personally kill this person for doing such a thing when their head was dying. Lu Yi walked to the threshold of the main hall and asked the stranger if he was tired of living, to which Tang Yun replied that they were all sick of living, since they dared to take his student. Hearing how brazen that one was, Lu Yi shouted that he would teach a lesson on behalf of the immortal sect, and began to gather energy. Suddenly, Tantai Junde walked up to them and shrieked that he didn't expect to see him here. Elder Lu Yi was surprised that Deacon Tantai knew this person. Seeing that Tantai Junde was treating this man with respect, the fifth and fourth elder realized that they should do the same. Tantai Junde went up to the master and told the elders that it was this senior who had given him the life-extending pill. Hearing this, Lu Yi panicked as the man in front of him was probably too strong and decided to stay as far away from him as possible. Tang Yun asked if their conflict was now resolved, and Lu Yi apologized that he had overreacted as he thought a criminal had wandered in. Tantai Junde asked the senior what had checked him out, to which Tang Yun replied that the immortal sect had taken his female disciple. Hence, he had come to retrieve her. Tantai Junde asked Lu Yi if they could be alone together with the seniors, and the latter immediately allowed, mentioning that he had some unfulfilled business to attend to. Lu Yi wasn't worried about what might happen. He revealed that since Subin's crime had been officially proven by the second elder, only the immortal sect head could release Subin from her shackles, except now she was in a coma. Tang Yun said that there was nothing wrong and that he would have no problem curing her, after which the head would personally release his disciple. Hearing this, Chen Shuyo was shocked, as even a second elder couldn't heal Head Tang. Tang Yun assured them that he would handle the treatment and ordered them to take him to the head while she was still breathing. Watching the others leave, Lu Wu scolded to himself, since if the stranger really could cure the head, he would have prevented him beforehand. Chen Shuyue guided Senior to Tang Xinyin, who was in a coma, and allowed him to begin treatment. Tang Yun gathered the energy on his fingertips and touched the forehead of the chapter, scanning its state. Lu Yi was curious as to what the stranger was going to do, since even the elders of the sacred sect couldn't do this. After finishing his inspection, Tang Yun said that he understood the problem and said that the second elder of the alchemy department was incredibly stupid. After all, the 3 souls and 7 spirits of their head were seriously injured, but the elder said that only her celestial and central souls were injured. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuyo was stunned at how serious their head's injuries were and asked if he could help her. And Lu Yi mentally laughed, since with such injuries, only the Almighty would be able to heal the head. Looking at Head Tang, Tang Yun said that he could cure this disease. He didn't doubt it for a moment, since, in his previous life, one of his disciples had been more seriously injured, compared to which the Tang head's illness was a mere trifle. Lu Yi asked the Signori to be careful with the head, so the second elder said that it was almost impossible to cure the head's illness. One wrong move, and she would die. To which Tang Yun replied that the second elder only said so because of his mediocrity, after which he created a flame on his finger and ordered him to watch carefully, after which he touched the forehead of the head of Thane, beginning to heal her. Immediately afterward, Tang Xinyin came out of her coma and asked where she was and what had happened to her. Chen Shuyue with Tantai Junde rejoiced at the recovery of the head. Afterward, Tang Yun told her to help Subin, and the head asked what it all meant. Chen Shuyue leaned into the head's ear and recounted everything that had happened while she was in a coma. After hearing everything, Tang Xinyin stood up and declared that Shen Subin was not involved in any crime and ordered her to be released from her shackles. Lu Yi was furious because the seigneur had managed to cure the head, who was in a hopeless situation, thus ruining his plans. Tantai Junde favored Shinner since his power knew no bounds. The elders of the immortal sect were powerless, but he managed to help the head. Tang Xinyin examined herself and asked why she felt so healthy, to which Tantai Junde replied that the signore beside them had healed her. Immediately after, Tang Xinyin bowed to him and acknowledged that she could not put into words how grateful she was to him. Tang Yun said that he was happy to help her, but he was only doing all of this because of Shen Subin. Meanwhile, in the immortal sect's prison, the echoes of Subin's beating could be heard. The elder grabbed Subin by the face and lifted her up, asking why she was so principled. After all, if she simply agreed to become his, he would spare her this torment. Shen Subin jerked her head away from his hand and said that only when she died would she possibly become his. The elder said that now that the second head had been executed and the head was at death's door, he had a good chance of taking the division head's place, and so he gave her one last chance to change her mind. Shen Subin tearfully shouted that she would not change her mind and that she would rather die. The elder stared at Shen Subin and called her a creature. Immediately afterward, he tore her clothes, and Subin, panicking, asked what he wanted to do, to which he replied that since she had one foot in the grave, he could have some fun before that. Hearing this, Shen Subin started to call for help, but there was no one in the prison. Laughing, the elder told her that no one would come to her aid and reached for her breast. Suddenly, Tang Yun appeared behind him and shouted for Subin to move. Immediately afterward, he punched the elder. Upon seeing the master, Shen Subin started sobbing again, and the elder sprang to his feet and demanded an explanation since a stranger dared to strike him. Suddenly, he heard footsteps at the sight of someone approaching him who he clearly wasn't expecting to be here. Tang Xinyin explained to the elder that it was actually him who was bored of living. The elder was surprised to see the head and asked if she was better, to which Chapter Tan replied that as he could see she had recovered, whereupon she apologized for ruining his dreams of becoming the next chapter. The elder began to bang his head on the floor, explaining that he had said it without thinking, and apologized for such a disrespectful act. After that, he turned to Elder Lu Yi and began to ask him to help him. Lu Yi wasn't going to lose this idiot, as he could still help him. Hence, he asked Subin to spare the elder, as he was following orders. Trying to get a chance at salvation, the elder agreed with Lu Yi's words, but Tang Yun said that there would be no mercy. After all, the elder had treated his female disciple inappropriately, for which he should be punished. Tang Xinyin ordered Chen Shuyue to destroy the elder's cultivation. She wasn't going to let someone who was going to take her place go unpunished. And besides, there was no way she could refuse her savior. Approaching the elder, Chen Shuyue said that from now on he was finished. But the elder refused to put up with it and attacked the culprit Tang Yun. Lifting his veil, Tang Yun said that one was not even worthy of his attention, after which his eyes turned red as he applied primordial divine eyes, which caused the elder to lose the ability to move. And Chen Shuyu took advantage of the moment to strike the elder. Immediately after which, Tang Yun created a golden sword and slit the elder's throat. In his last moments of life, the elder said he just wanted to live. Tang Xinyin was about to count out Tang Yun for killing the elder, but Tang Yun interrupted her, asking if there would be any problems because of this. After all, he had let the elder die quickly. Under so much pressure, Tang Xinyin was unable to cross Tang Yun. After all, Zhou Wuyun was not much weaker than her, but the person in front of her was only able to kill him with a single blow, causing her to choose to be on guard with him. Tang Yun released Shen Subing from the chains and carried her towards the exit. Subin touched the master and for the first time felt how warm he really was, after a while. Tang Yun brought Subin back to the division and explained to Shen Qingfeng that he had already given her pills with which she would recover in a few days. Hence, he asked Shen Qingfeng to follow her in the meantime, as he had unfinished business. Shen Qingfeng was surprised that the master was able to cure head Tang, kill Zhou Wuyun, and save Madame in such a short period of time, because of which he could not help but recognize that the master was even too capable. Walking out of the building, Tang Yun asked Tandai Junde why he was following him. In response, the deacon handed Tang Yun a ring and explained that these were the resources he was talking about. Tang Yun was surprised that the deacon had managed to get all of this in just half a year, but still praised him for his efforts. He was pleased with the deacon's speed, as with these materials, he would be able to greatly improve his weapons and become even stronger. Tang Yun then hid the ring and took out the recipe for the life extension pill. While handing over the recipe, Tang Yun asked the deacon to get him the highest quality firestones if they were available on the market. The deacon thanked Tang Yun and promised to consider the stone proposal. As soon as Tandai Junde left, Tang Yun took out the bag and felt that the monkey was about to wake up. Stepping away from the division, Tang Yun once again took out the bag and ordered the monkey to come out. Suddenly, the monkey started laughing and stood up in a weird pose and shouted that he was living again. Immediately after, Tang Yun slapped the monkey on the head and ordered it to behave normally. Monkey agreed and, rubbing his head in pain, told him that he had been promoted to the 4th stage of reincarnation, equivalent to the spirit soul realm of human cultivators, after which he asked what he could do for his master. Tang Yun explained that he wanted to kill someone and ordered the monkey to follow his instructions. After a while, Pang Xuan was cursing in his cave since so many days had passed since the murder of Pang An and Pang He, and the bunch of idiots investigating it still hadn't found the killers. Suddenly, 2 people showed up in the elder's cave, asking why he was so angry. Pang Xuan was surprised since there was something wrong with the person in front of him, and he couldn't identify him. Hence, he asked who they were. Tang Yun asked the elder not to worry and explained that he just wanted to ask one question. He asked if Pang Xuan had acted alone when he killed Tang Yun a few days ago. Pan Xuan drew his sword and asked the stranger what he was carrying, and demanded that he stop desecrating his name. Tang Yun said it was ridiculous, and took off the veil of his mask, ordering the man to stop pretending and look him in the eyes. Pang Xuan was shocked that Tang Yun had survived and said that it couldn't be true, to which Tang Yun replied that such a lowlife couldn't kill him, after which he confessed that he was the one who had killed the elder's nephews. Hearing this, Pang Xuan lost control with rage and lunged at Tang Yun. Tang Yun, on the other hand, told the already waiting monkey that he could act. Immediately after, the monkey repelled Elder Pan Xuan's attack. But because the elder was too weak, his weapon broke, and the monkey's attack damaged him. The monkey asked the elder not to make him laugh, as he couldn't even take one hit, even though he was going to fight the master. Pang Xuan asked Tang Yun where he got such a strong spirit animal, after all. Tang Yun is only at the 8th level of soul cultivation, to which Tang Yun replied that he was much stronger than what the elder thought. He then demanded that the elder answer his questions. Pang Xuan shouted that he wouldn't say anything. He was afraid to tell the truth because his son was under Lu Yi's care, and if he betrayed Lu Wu now, his son would be in trouble. Tang Yun told the elder that whether the elder wanted to speak or not, it was clearly not up to him, immediately after which his eyes flashed red. Tang Yun once again asked the elder who was helping him. Unable to hold back, Pang Xuan revealed that Lu Wu was helping him. He offered to kill Tang Yun, for which Lu Wu would cover for him and prove his innocence. Tang Yun found this quite interesting and asked where Lu Wu was now, to which the elder replied that Lu Wu had gone to the immortal sect to check on his father, and he would not return for the time being. Tang Yun said that Lu Wu was lucky to survive and dispelled the spell. Immediately afterward, Pang Xuan asked Tang Yun what he had done to him. But Tang Yun wasn't going to talk to him, so he killed the elder, saying that he would only get an answer in hell. In his last breath, Pang Xuan said that he shouldn't have messed with Tang Yun. After finishing killing one of the enemies, Tang Yun began to ponder over what he should do next. Lu Wu clearly had no plans to return anytime soon, so he would have to return to the life of a mere disciple. 3 days later, Tang Yun arrived at the alchemy division and shouted that he was here to meet with the head. The elders inside the hall were surprised to hear this voice, and Shen Wanda asked if he had just heard it. Shen Wanda replied that it sounded like Tang Yun's voice, and apparently they had just imagined it, and Shen Subin said that it was unlikely, as it couldn't be heard by 3 people at once. Suddenly, Tang Yun once again shouted that he had arrived to meet with the head. Immediately afterward, the elders rushed to the voice to see for themselves. Running up to Tang Yun, Shen Qingfeng grabbed his shoulders and tears flowed from his eyes. He asked if this was really Tang Yun or just a dream, to which Tang Yun replied that it was indeed him, and pulling Tang Yun close to him, Shen Qingfeng shouted about how happy he was that Tang Yun had returned. Then Shen Wanda cried out that it was really Tang Yun and started laughing, and Shen Subing replied that she could see it, and asked Tang Yun what happened to him. Tang Yun reported that someone had attacked him that day, causing him to be seriously injured and having to use the talismans he had bought at a high price. He ended up taking refuge in the ruins of the tower. Shen Subin asked why didn't he show up until today. He replied that his wounds were too serious, and that he thought someone might take advantage of that to attack him again, so he had to go into hiding to mend his wounds. It was only today that he was able to make a full recovery, after which he returned to the sect. Shen Subin asked if he saw who attacked him. Tang Yun replied that he had seen it. It was the 3rd elder, Pan Xuan. Tang Yun said that he had climbed to the top of the tower, and that he and Deacon Shen had won all the bets that day. But no one would have thought that the third elder would be so vindictive. When Tang Yun told him about this, he asked the head to bring justice to the elder. Shen Qingfeng clenched his fist and shouted that he was right in thinking that Pang Xiuan was behind this. And now they knew exactly where he had disappeared to when the head started investigating Tang Yun's murder. The third was afraid that the head might realize everything at once. Shen Wan gloomily said that if Pang Xiuan was alive right now, he would clearly be in trouble. Tang Yun was surprised that the elder had died and asked how it happened, to which Bingqing replied that a few days ago, the third elder's body was found in his cave, which was the reason why he couldn't be punished. Looking closer, Bingqing noticed that Tang Yun didn't even have a scratch on him. Hence, she wondered if he could be related to the third elder's death. Tang Yun said he was sorry because he personally wanted to hear the excuses. Tang Yun didn't want to reveal that he was involved in the death of the third person, so he pretended to be. Bingqing then changed the subject, reminding Tang Yun that she had not yet rewarded him for climbing to the 9th floor of the Tower of Space and Time, and therefore she was curious as to what he would like to receive for it. Tang Yun asked the head to reward Deacon Shen instead of him, as without the deacon's support, he wouldn't have been able to become what he was now. Tang Yun was going to thank the deacon since he cared for him the most in this sect. Shen Qingfeng asked Tang Yun not to miss this chance since the chapter doesn't often reward someone. But Tang Yun was persistent in his request and asked again to reward the deacon. Since Tang Yun was so insistent on it, Bingqing couldn't refuse his request. And so, she proposed Shen Qingfeng to take the place of a full elder, since Pang Xiuan's place had been vacated. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng tried to object, as he felt that he was still not ready for this. Shen Wanda laughed and patted Shen Qingfeng's shoulder and asked him not to give up, as he would let Tang Yun down. In the end, Shen Qingfeng decided to agree to become an elder, and thanked my lady. Finished with the reward, Bingqing told Tang Yun that he could leave, and ordered him to train as hard as before, so as not to let them down in the future. As soon as Tang Yun left, Bingqing told the elders that she almost forgot that she had a task for them. Bingqing told them that the competition between the 3 clans would soon begin. So she ordered Wanda to inform the other elders, and ordered Qingfeng to go back to the Lingshan grass garden and choose factotum disciples to serve the disciples participating in the competition. Shen Wand asked if these competitions were not supposed to start only after 2 years, to which Subin replied that there was a strange change in the land of infinity that would cause the secret realm to be revealed sooner. Shen Qingfeng asked if Tang Yun could participate in this competition, which Subin immediately agreed with, as Tang Yun would be able to see other geniuses, and maybe even he would stop being so smug. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingfeng thanked my lady loudly. After a while in Lingshan's herb garden, Caobin asked Zhongwu Xiao if she really had a meeting here. He wanted to find out since it was rumored that there was some ordinary disciple quite close to Junwu in this garden, to which Junwu replied that it was none of his business, and ordered him to get the hell away from her. Caobin had started annoying her while she was still in the weapon division, and he had followed her all the way to the alchemy division. Just as suddenly, Danyu noticed that there were guests in their garden, and immediately ran up to them, asking if there was anything he could do to help them. Junwu Xiao explained that she was a close friend of Tang Yun, and asked if she could meet him. Upon hearing this, Danyu bowed his head and said that she had unfortunately come too late. After all, Tang Yun had died. Junwu Xiao was shocked by what she heard. She wanted to understand how such a thing could even happen, whereupon she stopped feeling her legs and sputtered and began to sob. Chao Bin was grateful to the Almighty for the help, and took advantage of the situation by trying to comfort Junwu. Suddenly, Tang Yun appeared in front of them and immediately greeted Junwu Xiao. Seeing Tang Yun, Danyu was frightened and asked if he was a human or a ghost. Junwu Xiao looked Tang Yun in the eyes and asked if she was dreaming or if it was really him. Tang Yun stroked her and said that it was true him, alive and unharmed. Immediately afterward, Junwu threw herself into his arms and sobbed again. She admitted that she was incredibly scared. Tang Yun stroked Junwu once more and asked her not to worry since he had no plan to die anytime soon. Not intending to endure these courtesies any longer, Cao Bin stomped on the ground and ordered Tang Yun to get his filthy paws off of Junwu. It was only at this moment that Tang Yun noticed the stranger and asked Junwu who it was, to which she replied that it was Cao Bin, a disciple of the 5th elder of the weapon division, and he was also picking on her and pissing her off all the time. Hearing this, Tang Yun became gloomy, whereupon he asked Cao Bin if he was the most enviable groom. Cao Bin called Tang Yun a bastard and asked how dare a mere disciple speak in his presence. He then ordered Tang Yun to bow down and beg for mercy until he decided to finish him off. Tang Yun refused to bow down and said that Cao Bin was clearly not worthy of it. Unwilling to tolerate the pathetic mere disciple any longer, Cao Bin shouted that he would break his arms and legs, right after which he used an endless array of blades. Cheng Wu Xiao asked Tang Yun to be careful as Cao Bin is in the top 100 on the list of, but Tang Yun didn't let her finish saying that he had everything under control, immediately after which his eyes turned red from using primordial divine eyes. Cao Bin's swords fell to the ground, and Cao Bin himself couldn't understand what was happening to him. And in the next instant, Tang Yun punched the one and ordered him to get the hell out of here. Walking over to the lying Cao Bin, Tang Yun reminded him that not long ago, he wanted to break all of his limbs. Hence, he decided to let Cao Bin feel it personally. Tang Yun alternately stepped on Cao Bin's hands and feet, making his bones loudly heard breaking. After becoming a cripple, Cao Bin began to shout incessantly about how much pain he was in. Watching this, Jun Wuxiao blushed at the thought that in such a long time, Tang Yun had managed to become so strong. After finishing with Cao Bin, Tang Yun asked Danya to throw away the trash from here, and he immediately agreed. As soon as Dan Yu distanced himself, Junwu asked Tang Yun if he was afraid of repercussions, since he was still a mere disciple. To which Tang Yun replied that he didn't care, since someone in their division could help him with it. Then he asked why she had come. Junwu Xiao explained that once she was in the inner sect, all she did was cultivate, causing her to not be able to find time to check on him. But since she would be going to the Eternal Immortal sect in 2 days, she had come to see him. Tang Yun asked Junwu what she was going to do there. From what he knew, the Eternal Immortal sect was a sect that had taken over the land of eternity by force. Junwu explained that the Wong Fu clan and the Eternal Immortal sect had made an agreement that a competition between the 3 clans would determine the number of disciples that would enter the Endless Lands. Tang Yun recalled what Xiao He had said. The place where their clansmen would fall should be deep in Tianfa Mountain, which people called the battlefield of the gods and the land of infinity. The land of infinity had once been a battleground between his subordinates and the upper world army, so he should check this place since the souls of his subordinates might be left there. Finished with his musings, Tang Yun suggested that Junwu take a walk, during which he would show her what was here. Half a day later, Tang Yun saw off Junwu, then craned his neck while complaining that shopping with a girl was much harder than fighting. Just as suddenly, Shen Qingfeng rushed over to him and immediately asked Tang Yun where he was. Tang Yun explained that a friend had come to visit him and he familiarized her with the area, after which he asked the elder what he wanted. Rubbing his beard, Shen Qingfeng revealed that they would be traveling to the Eternal Immortal sect in 2 days, and therefore he wanted Tang Yun to make preparations and meet them at the Bingqing Immortal Mountain. Tang Yun smirked, agreeing with the elder. After all, this opportunity could save him a lot of trouble. The elder ordered Tang Yun not to waste any time and said that he would go to notify the others. As soon as he left, Tang Yun smirked as it was unknown when he would be able to return, which was the perfect opportunity to kill Lu Wu. Lu Wu's cave. Lu Wu sat tiredly on his throne, questioning his disciple about what had happened during his absence. The apprentice said he had news. First news, the 3rd elder died in his own cave. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu angrily asked how the man died and who was behind it. Barely suppressing a shiver, the disciple said that the killer had not been found yet. And the second news, Tang Yun, who was thought to be dead, suddenly came back to life. Lu Wu was shocked at what he heard. He wanted to know how such a thing was possible. Right after that, he ran away. It was the worst, because there was a possibility that the 3rd elder had died at the hands of the head, which meant that she was able to find out about their alliance. It was a possibility that the head had killed the elder secretly, so he should rush to his father as soon as possible. Lu Wu shouted to the disciple that he had a very important matter and asked him to tell him that he did not know where Lu Wu was, immediately after which he flew out of the cave. At this moment, Tang Yun was making his way to Lu Wu's cave, when suddenly the latter started running away. Tang Yun assumed that Lu Wu had managed to find out something about the 3rd person's death, so he must send Lu Wu to the 3rd person, after a while. Lu Wu continued to run away, thinking that the head might come to him at any moment, after which he would give chase. Suddenly someone's silhouette got in his way. Lu Wu was angered by this and demanded that he identify himself. In response, however, Tang Yun greeted the elder by calling him a bastard. Lu Wu asked Tang Yun what he was doing here, to which Tang Yun replied that he was going to kill Lu Wu and unleashed his aura. Lu Wu immediately said that Tang Yun would not overpower him, and looking around, he ordered the 2nd person to come out, suspecting that it was Shen Subing or Shen Qingfeng. He was certain that Tang Yun must have someone to help him. Tang Yun called the elder an idiot and explained that it was just the 2 of them here. as he didn't need help to kill someone like him. Lu Wu asked if he was really stupid enough to believe it and scanned the surroundings. But in the end, he was surprised to find that there wasn't a soul within a 100-mile radius. Tang Yun asked the elder if he had found something, because he immediately admitted that he had come here by himself, but the elder still couldn't understand it. After which, Tang Yun suggested that the elder change his name to Devil Lu. After seeing everything in person, Lu Wu began to laugh at Tang Yun's foolishness, as he was overjoyed at so easily killing someone he hated so much. Tang Yun asked the elder if he could kill him. After all, only one of them would die today, and it was clearly not an ordinary disciple. Lu Wu released his aura and explained that, as a sixth elder, he was easily unable to lose to a mere disciple of the 8th level of soul cultivation, and killing such a person was not a big deal. Tang Yun chuckled and suggested that he attack first. Lu Wu was angry at Tang Yun's arrogance and shouted that the road to hell had already been paved for him, after which he attacked Tang Yun, creating the image of a huge dragon, striking Tang Yun, who was unwilling to dodge the attack. Immediately after which, Lu Wu started laughing. He shouted out that he would never believe in his life that Tang Yun was able to dodge at the last moment, and therefore he was certain of his death. As suddenly, Tang Yun asked Lu Wu not to even hope for it. Once the smoke screen cleared, Tang Yun appeared in front of Lu Wu, surrounded by golden light. After the cultivation upgrade, Tang Yun's defense became a little stronger, making Lu Wu unable to scratch him with a finger. Lu Wu shouted that this was simply impossible after all. Higher-level cultivators were barely able to survive this attack. He wanted to understand how Tang Yun came out unharmed. Tang Yun crossed his arms and replied that it was all because Lu Wu was too weak. Immediately after that, he attacked Lu Wu by summoning fire that took the form of a phoenix and a dragon, which immediately struck Elder Lu Wu, who didn't even have a chance to dodge. And Tang Yun said that Lu Wu would now be able to feel the difference between their flames. After surviving the attack, Lu Wu admitted that he had clearly underestimated Tang Yun, but none of that mattered, as he should be the winner. Immediately after that, Lu Wu created a huge array to strengthen himself and started laughing, shouting that he was now at his best, and that Tang Yun should prepare for his doom. Tang Yun was disappointed in the elder, as he had expected to see something interesting from him. But in the end, Lu Wu decided to just strengthen himself at the expense of blood. But, in the next instant, Lu Wu was in front of Tang Yun and shouted that this was all he needed to kill Tang Yun, then use the Blood Divine Fist. As soon as Lu Wu approached a sufficient distance, Tang Yun ordered the monkey to come out, and jumping out of the bag, the monkey asked Lu Wu how he dared to attack the master. Immediately after, the monkey repelled Lu Wu's attack by punching him on the stomach. Lu Wu was shocked by what had happened. He asked Tang Yun where he had gotten a spirit animal of such a high level. Tang Yun asked, what does anyone care about this? And the monkey said that with his status as a master, he couldn't even be a servant to him. Coughing up blood, Lu Wu shouted that he wouldn't mess with Tang Yun if he only knew that he wasn't what he seemed to be. To which Tang Yun replied that it was too late to talk about such a thing, as death was coming at Lu Wu's heels. Suddenly, Lu Wu started begging Tang Yun for mercy. He swore that he would do anything. Besides, his father is the elder of the alchemy division in the immortal sect, and his master is the head of the alchemy division of the sacred sect. If Tang Yun spares him, he will be able to get anything he wants. Tang Yun began to gather energy in his fist, while explaining that anyone who went against him would definitely die. He also asked Lu Wu not to think that he could die so easily, after which Tang Yun slammed the collected energy into the mountain. Seeing this, Lu Wu turned blue and asked what Tang Yun wanted to do. But Tang Yun ignored the elder's question and threw him into the cave. Tang Yun explained that he had placed a barrier in the cave so that no one could find Lu Wu. No one would be able to see or hear him through the barrier, and he wouldn't be able to contact anyone. In the end, he will die all alone. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu shrieked and rushed towards the exit, demanding that Tang Yun let him out. But a moment later, he crashed into the last barrier closing the cave. Lu Wu started pounding furiously on the barrier and demanded for Tang Yun to just kill him if he was a man. But Tang Yun once again ignored the elder and closed the barrier. Immediately after, there was a rumbling sound, and finally, the barrier merged with the rock, masking the cave from the outside world. Now Tang Yun had sorted out all his problems for the moment, and no one would guess that he had killed Lu Wu, since Tang Yun would be at the tournament when anyone noticed the missing elder. 2 days later, Mount Bingqing. The contestants could no longer wait for the competition to begin, and speculated about who would win. At the very least, they thought that there was a chance of winning since Luo Fan and Song Hong had gone along with them. Luo Fan greeted Song Hoon and said that he had become noticeably stronger since the previous meeting. Sung Hoon laughed and said that he had been in secluded cultivation for a while, and had finally managed to reach true comprehension. Hearing this, Luo Fan assumed that Song Hong had not heard the news, that a disciple from their division had managed to conquer the ninth floor of the Advanced Space and Time Tower. Moreover, that disciple had managed to defeat Pang An. Sung Hoon was surprised to hear this and asked who did it, after which Luo Fan pointed at the nearby Tang Yun and spoke about him. Sung Hoon couldn't believe that this disciple had actually accomplished all of this. After all, he was only at the 8th level of soul cultivation. Luo Fan warned Sung Hoon that he shouldn't judge Tang Yun because of cultivation after all. He had done very well. Being only at the 7th level of soul cultivation, he was able to defeat Ouyang Qiang and Gaoyang Wushuang, and at the 8th level, he had already defeated Pang An. Sung Hoon slammed his fist against his fist and said that he would fight this Tang Yun. Luo Fan realized that Sung Hoon had decided to act as he always did, so he decided to keep an eye on the situation so that a fight wouldn't break out. Danu told Tang Yun that he could fight at the disciple level, but unfortunately, Tang Yun interrupted Danu, telling the one that gold would shine forever, as suddenly Tang Yun was asked from the back if he was really the same Tang Yun, to which Tang Yun replied that it was really him and asked who they were, after which the former introduced himself as Luo Fan, the disciple of the second elder, and the latter as Sun Hong, the disciple of the sixth elder. Danyu whispered to Tang Yun that these two were among the top 2 in the alchemy division. Greeting those two, Tang Yun said that it was a pleasure to meet them and asked what they wanted from him. Sen Hong grinned and bluntly said that he wants to fight Tang Yun, and Luo Fan asked Tang Yun not to consider it as something hostile, since Sen Hong is the most unstable in their division, and Sen Hong wants to fight since he has heard about his achievements. Since Sen Hong wanted to do battle so badly, Tang Yun decided not to refuse the man. The surrounding disciples were excited about what was about to happen. Even though Tang Yun had defeated Pang An, even he was much weaker than Sung Hoon. So everyone was curious if Tang Yun would be able to surpass all expectations again. Luo Fan was thinking about how much stronger Sung Hong had become after training. Tang Yun wasn't bad either, but there was no telling how long he would be able to stand. Releasing his aura, Sen Hong shouted that he would start the fight, and that he hoped that Tang Yun would not disappoint him. Tang Yun warned Sung Hoon not to hesitate, for he would do his best not to hurt him too much. Sen Hong laughed, after which he said that he liked such words, and immediately attacked Tang Yun. Tang Yun said that he attacked in time and confronted Sung Hoon with his fists. The energy released created an explosion that surprised all the spectators, as no one expected that Tang Yun would be able to fight with Sung Hoon almost as good as him. Once the fog cleared, everyone saw that Tang Yun was standing still while Sung Hoon was barely standing. The spectators were dumbfounded by what they saw, because Tang Yun and Sung Hoon didn't even put their best foot forward. But even so, Sung Hoon couldn't break through Tang Yun's defense. Seeing this, even Luo Fang felt uneasy, as Tang Yun had managed to block this strike, while he needed to exert quite a bit of strength for something like this. Sung Hoon laughed loudly, after which he admitted that he liked it and suggested that Tang Yun continue the fight, as he was going to get much more serious from now on. Tang Yun decided not to refuse Sung Hoon, after all. There was no anger in his eyes, and he was just obsessed with martial arts, because of which he wouldn't mind befriending Sung Hoon. Just as suddenly, Bingqing arrived at the meeting place and angrily asked the students what they were doing, because the time for the entertainment was up, and they should already be in formation. Hearing her, the students began to scatter in fear. Bingqing told Tang Yun and Sen Hong that they wanted to fight whenever they wanted, but not now, and ordered them to go to the rest of the team now, although Shen Subing did not give it away. But she was happy to see that Tang Yun was clearly stronger than Sung Hoon, which meant that he would be able to show himself in all his glory at the competition. After a while, some of the divisions of the Huangfu sect gathered at the top of the mountain. Among them were Lady Mujin, Master Fufa, and Master Qiankong. After arriving at the place, Tang Yun looked around, then assumed that the remaining disciples were probably from the caster division and weapon division. Just as suddenly, Jun Wuxiao noticed Tang Yun and said hello to him, and Tang Yun also greeted her. Noticing this, Josie Gongsun remembered that Jun Wu was in love with Tang Yun, but unfortunately, the latter had an empty soul, after which she looked at him and was shocked that Tang Yun was the genius who had bought the 11 soaring swords forged by her master. Josie Gongsun told Wu Xiao that this was the person they were looking for from the image of the back. Blushing slightly, Wu Xiao apologized for hiding the fact that that person was Tang Yun, since he chose not to give away his identity, causing her to think that Tang Yun had his own reasons for doing so. After which, she asked Josie to keep the secret. Suddenly, Mu Yun walked behind Xiao's back and advised her not to mess with Tang Yun, as they were too different and wouldn't be able to be together. Jun Wuxiao asked the master not to say such a thing. After all, Tang Yun is very strong. To which Mu Yun replied that Tang Yun had an empty soul, and it was only by a miracle that he managed to become a mere disciple. She said that during her time in the weapon division, Wu Xiao must have seen quite a few people like that, and the only thing they could be good at was being attractive. Hearing this, Josie Gongsun realized that their master didn't like Tang Yun, and if she told about Tang Yun's personality, things could only get worse, so she decided to keep silent. Suddenly, one of the elders shouted for everyone to be ready, as the heads of the immortal sect were coming to them. And a few moments later, the elders led by Tantai Xuanzhong, the master of the Huangfu clan, arrived at the mountain, immediately after which all the disciples and elders greeted the immortal sect elders. Tantai Xuanzhong told the disciples that they should make every effort to win honor for the sect in the competition, for which he would definitely reward them. He told them that they would provide the sect with Huangfu in the competition and asked them not to cause trouble, but also not to let others interfere with them. If they were threatened, they should fight the attacker instead of tolerating it. Hearing the disciples' fighting spirit rise, the sect master shouted that it was time for them to move forward. 1 month later, entering the sect of the Eternal Immortals, the disciples were overjoyed that they had finally arrived at the sect. And upon seeing the huge sword, they were encouraged by such a majestic sight. After arriving at the place, the elder greeted Tantai Xuanzhong and explained that their head was currently meeting Mr. Zhuge from the Spiritual Soul Palace, so he couldn't meet him in person. But the master had not forgotten to prepare lodgings for the heads, so the elder asked Xuanzhong to follow him. Tantai Xuanzhong thanked the elder for the welcome and asked where their disciples could stay. To which the elder replied that they would be served soon and asked the gentleman to follow him. As he approached the huge sword, Sung Hoon was dumbfounded that such a thing existed. He wanted to know where it could have come from. After which, Luo Fan came over to him and explained that tens of thousands of years ago, the founder of the Eternal Immortal Sect had found this sword in the land of eternity, but in the end, he had never managed to use it. The only thing the founder could do was to leave the sword here, and since the sword was found in the land of eternity, it was called the Sword of Eternity. Tang Yun thought he had heard such a name before, whereupon he touched his sword. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun found himself in the fiery dimension, where he was greeted as a master by a red-haired girl. She asked Tang Yun if he had come here to finally see her. Upon seeing her, Tang Yun smiled and said how excited he was to see the fire dance. In the distant times, Tang Yun explored 3,000 kingdoms looking for precious materials, and then refined 11 different Hongmen swords using his blood. The fire dance is one of those swords. Fire dance hugged Tang Yun and started sobbing, and told him how much she missed him, and even admitted that she thought they would never meet again. Tang Yun tried to calm her down, after which he asked her what she was doing here and where the other swords were now. To which Fire Dance replied that after Master fell into the cycle of rebirths, his disciples had moved her and Qing, Ying, from the upper world to this mountain. And she also mentioned that probably his disciples were now on the battlefield of the gods. Hearing this, Tang Yun said that he would probably need to go to the battlefield of the gods, after which he asked Fire Dance not to go anywhere, and said that he would pick her up after he returned from the Eternal Immortal Sect, after which he would search for the rest of the swords. Fire Dance promised that she would wait for her master and bid him farewell. After a while, a few disciples ran out of the Eternal Immortal Sect and immediately began to mock the newly arrived losers. Toba Jantian demanded that the Huangfu sect members get away from their sect's treasure now. Hearing him being called a loser, a vein on Sung Hoon's forehead nearly burst, after which he asked Jantian if he had been beaten for a long time. And Luo Fan asked if it was too inappropriate to call them names, when they were just a little interested in the Sword of Eternity. Tang Yun said that since this sword was here, they were quite entitled to admire it, and there was no reason for anyone to prevent them from doing so. Toba Jantian agreed that the sword could be looked at every time it was on display, but it all depended on who was looking at it. And since it's the losers from the Huangfu sect, they have no right to do it. Hearing this, the Huangfu sect disciples' blood boiled, and they began to demand that they apologize if they didn't want a problem. But Toba Jantian refused to apologize, explaining that among Huangfu's disciples, there were no people capable of defeating the weakest of the ordinary disciples of the Eternal Immortal Sect. Toba Jantian was going to piss off the disciples of the Huangfu sect because the tournament was just around the corner. And since they were his opponents, he had a great chance to test what they were capable of and what they were. The other disciples also began to mock Huangfu's disciples, saying that Even one person was enough to beat up a dozen Huang Fu members. Sung Hoon reached a boiling point and ordered the disciples of the Eternal Immortals to attack him unless they pissed their pants in fear. Toba Jantian accepted Sung Hoon's challenge, after which he added that he would only be able to put him down with one hand. Huang Fu's disciples began to support Song Hong, shouting for him to teach a life lesson to the impudent man, and showed how strong Huang Fu's disciples were. They wanted the disciples of the Eternal Immortals to apologize to them on their knees. Luo Fan felt slightly uncomfortable with the fact that Sung Hoon hadn't changed a bit in character and he was still so easy to provoke. Qin Yu explained that if they remained silent, they would be considered weaklings here. And since Toba Jantian allowed himself to behave like this, he was probably not lacking in strength, making the outcome of the battle not easy to predict. Releasing his aura, Sung Hoon shouted that Toba Jantian would now pay for his arrogance, after which he attacked the one materializing a huge fist, from which Toba Jantian smirked and shouted to the one not to jump above his head. After that, he was able to repel Sung Hoon's attack with ease. Huang Fu's disciples were shocked that Sung Hoon had lost in a matter of moments. They were shocked by Toba Jantian's strength and the fact that the words about the superiority of the Eternal Immortal sect could be true. The disciples of the Eternal Immortal sect scoffed at how quickly Sung Hong had lost. They advised the Huang Fu sect to go home now if they didn't want to be embarrassed by their helplessness. Toba Jantian shouted that it was his turn to attack and rushed towards Sung Hoon. He figured since they were rivals now, he'd get away with murder. Luofan shouted at Sung Hoon to run away and closed his eyes, unable to look at what was happening. But Toba Jantian replied that it was too late for that, and attacked Sung Hoon with the dragon formed from energy. Sung Hoon closed his eyes, and for the last few moments of his life, he regretted because of how irascible he was. Suddenly, Tang Yun appeared in front of Sung Hoon and repelled Toba Jantian's dragon. The disciples were dumbfounded by such tremendous energy from the blows, and the fact that Tang Yun could resist such a powerful enemy. Once the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Tang Yun didn't have a single scratch on him. Barely restraining his trembling from shock, Toba Jantian tried to understand where he had just come from and where he had obtained such strength. Tang Yun said that the disciples of the Eternal Immortal sect are astonishing. After all, they are not even stronger than a mere disciple of the Huang Fu clan. The Immortal sect disciples were stunned that Toba Jantian had suddenly lost, and also at the hands of a mere disciple. Meanwhile, Huang Fu's disciples laughed joyfully because of the victory and chanted that Tang Yun, who defended Huang Fu's honor, was the pride of their sect. Toba Jantian wiped off the blood and shouted to Tang Yun not to be arrogant, because it was probably just a fluke, and then said that he would fight seriously next time. To which Tang Yun replied that whether he was serious about fighting or not made no difference to him, because either way, the winner had already been decided. Huang Fu's disciples supported Tang Yun's words, as they were now confident that Tang Yun could easily handle the Eternal Immortals. Unable to bear the insults, Toba Jantian attacked Tang Yun, shouting that he had brought it on himself. Suddenly, one of the elders appeared in front of him and ordered Jantian to stop. It was the guests of their sect, and since Toba Jantian was so impertinent with them, he had better get out of here. Hearing this, Toba Jantian immediately stopped his attack and bowed to the elder. As he left, he turned around and said that Tang Yun was lucky once. He was stopped. The elder asked Huang Fu's disciples to follow him, as he must guide them to the rooms. Luofan stopped Sung Hoon and asked him to be more careful from now on, because if it wasn't for Tang Yun, he would already be dead. Immediately afterward, Sung Hoon thanked Tang Yun for his help, to which Tang Yun replied that it was fine, since they were all from the same clan, and he had done what he had to do. Then gestured that it was time for them to go. Turning around, Tang Yun frowned at the thought that they had been provoked the moment they arrived. Late at night in the hall of the Eternal Immortal sect, the head of the Soul Castle, Zhuge Yu, asked Master Ruyan what he wanted from her at such a late night. The head of the Eternal Immortal sect, Ruyan Wuji, smirked and replied that he had an important conversation for her. Right after that, he got serious and said that he wanted to get rid of the Huang Fu clan in the competition, and he needed her help to do so. Zhuge Yu was surprised to hear this and asked what his motives were for doing such a thing. Ruyan Wuji said that in those distant times, the founder of the Huang Fu clan had forced the ancestors of their sects to leave the land of infinity and the battlefield of the gods with them. In all this time, the Huang Fu clan had never shared the great canyon of God fall with them. Right now, however, the Huang Fu clan was far from being in the best condition, and thus, they could no longer allow the Huang Fu clan to continue interfering in the affairs of the land of infinity and the gods' battlefield. Zhuge Yu agreed with Ruyan Wuji, but reminded him that even if the Huang Fu clan was in decline, it didn't mean that they wouldn't experience any difficulties when fighting them. Ruyan Wuji said that all of this was desired by an important person from the eternal immortal sect. Hearing this, Jugeyu tried to think about it, but Ruyan Wuji approached and said that he was glad, since she understood him, and asked about her final decision. Zhugeyu agreed to depose the Huangfu clan, and asked how they could do it. After which, Ruyan Wuji moved closer to her ear and said that he had some ideas. In the arena, they should... The next day, the martial arts arena of the eternal immortal sect. Tantai Xuanzhong asked Mr. Ruyan and Lady Juge if it was time for them to start since everyone was here. Ruyan Wuji said that it was already time, after which he smirked and said that they had something to discuss beforehand. And Tantai Xuanzhong asked what he wanted to discuss, after which Ruyan Wuji suggested that Tantai Xuanzhong, along with the Wong Fu clan, leave the competition. Tantai Xuanzhong inquired what he wanted to say with that, to which Ruyan Wuji replied that the Wong Fu clan was not allowed to participate in this competition. The most sensible thing they could do was to leave. Hearing this, Tantai Xuanzhong shouted that the eternal immortal clan was breaking the rules, and asked if they wanted a war between their clans. Zhuge Yu asked Tantai Xuanzhong not to shout so much, and explained that from the words of Ruyan Wuji, it could be understood that he thought that the Huangfu clan was too weak, and therefore advised them to leave the land of eternal immortals. Therefore, she suggested that they all organize a competition amongst their disciples. If the Huangfu clan could win, they would prove that their clan was not in a predicament right now. Ruyan Wuji said that he was willing to do so since Lady Zhuge had given them a chance. He said that 3 disciples would be chosen from the Huangfu clan and 1 from the eternal immortals, and if the Huangfu disciples were stronger, the Huangfu clan would take part in the competition. Tantai Xuanzhong immediately realized that those 2 had conspired beforehand, but he was obliged to agree since the Land of Infinity was very important to their clan. Eventually, he sat down in his throne and, unable to refuse, said he would do as they suggested. Zhugeyu smiled and suggested that Tantai Xuanzhong choose 3 disciples. 15 minutes later, 3 disciples led by Huangfu Tingfeng were chosen from the Huangfu clan. And on the side of the Eternal Immortals, Toba Jantian was chosen. As soon as Toba Jantian entered the arena, there were cheers in support of him, because he was in the top 50 in terms of strength in their sect, which meant the Huangfu guys didn't stand a chance. Huangfu's disciples were angry when they saw that the guy who had mocked them yesterday had been put up against their 3 disciples. So they wanted their brothers to crush Tobu, and Huangfu Tingfeng was one of the top 30, which greatly increased their chances. Thinking back to yesterday's fight, Tang Yun assumed that Huangfu's disciples wouldn't be able to defeat Tobu Jantian. Hence, he was contemplating intervening as a last resort. Toba Jantian suggested that Huangfu's disciples all attack together so that everything would end quickly. Under the provocation, 2 Huangfu disciples attacked Tobu Jantian, shouting that he had 1 foot in the grave, immediately after which Toba Jantian easily defeated the attackers. Huangfu's disciples who were watching were shocked by such a strong attack that killed 2 fellow disciples, and the disciples of the Eternal Immortals mocked the insignificance of Huangfu's geniuses, and the fact that it was because of their weakness that they wanted to be excluded from the tournament. While enjoying the fight, Ruyan Wuji asked Tobu not to beat up Huangfu's disciples too much. Toba Jantian agreed with the head and explained that these 2 were too weak. Then Ruyan Wuji told Tantai Xuanzhong that the result of the fight was already obvious. Huangfu's disciples were not worthy to participate, and therefore he advised them to just surrender. Tantai Xuanzhong asked Tingfeng if he was confident in his chances of winning, to which he replied that he only had a 30% chance of winning. But even so, he was willing to fight to his last breath for the sake of their clan. Thinking of such a small chance of winning, Tantai Xuanzhong decided not to participate. After all, Huangfu Tingfeng is too important to their clan, and he can't let him get crippled. Ruyan Wuji smirked and said that since the Huangfu clan had surrendered, as suddenly, Tang Yun jumped into the arena and shouted out that he, Tang Yun from Lingshan Grass Garden, would fight for their clan's honor. Tantai Xuanzhong was surprised by what had happened. After all, this ordinary disciple had agreed to voluntarily come out to fight, and Ruyan Wuji frowned as there was still an idiot willing to senselessly oppose Toba Jantian. Bingqing shouted to Tang Yun to back off now, as it was none of his business. She was angry that he was always making trouble for himself. Tang Yun explained to the head that he was confident in his actions. He wanted to participate since he would otherwise have no way to enter the Infinity Lands. Tantai Xuanzhong said that everyone from Lingshan Grass Garden was only a mere disciple. He admitted that he understood Tang Yun's zeal to help the clan, but advised him to refuse to fight, as there was no need for him to risk his life. Tang Yun explained that he was confident of his victory, as he had already managed to defeat Tobu Jantian yesterday. Tantai Xuanzhong couldn't believe what he heard, so he asked if it was like this. To which Song Hong replied that he personally saw it yesterday, and Luo Fan said that it was like that. And besides them, all the disciples of the Wong Fu clan saw Tang Yun win. Hearing this, Tantai Xuanzhong shouted that since Tang Yun had indeed defeated Tobu Gentian, the fate of their clan was in his hands from now on. Tang Yun was the last hope not only for the clan, but also for the head himself. Tang Yun promised the chapter that he would not let their clan down. Ruyan Wuji chuckled and said about how the Huangfu clan was desperate enough to send a mere disciple here. To Tantai Xuanzhong replied that everything would be clear to them now. As he passed by Tang Yun, Huangfu Tingfeng patted his shoulder and said that he believed he would win, to which Tang Yun replied that Toba Jantian didn't stand a chance. The disciples of the Eternal Immortal clan had already begun to scoff at the fact that a mere disciple with an 8th level soul cultivation dared to go up against Toba, and began to bet that the arrogant Huangfu disciple would fly off with a single blow. And Huangfu's disciples hoped that Tang Yun would win, since he had already done so yesterday. But even so, they didn't think that it would be so easy, since Tang Yun had only won yesterday by launching a surprise attack. And even so, Toba Jantian wasn't serious. Toba Jantian was angry at the exclamations from Huangfu's disciples, and so he repeated that Tang Yun was only lucky yesterday, and said that Tang Yun would die today, to which Tang Yun replied that they should still see who would emerge victorious, and that it didn't make any difference to him whether Toba Jantian was serious or not. Toba Jantian shouted that today. Tang Yun cognized despair and used his technique, releasing a huge amount of energy. Huangfu's disciples were shocked by this, as Toba's strength had clearly reached the soul enhancement level, meaning Tang Yun had almost no chance of repelling his attack. While the disciples of the Eternal Immortals were discussing the fact that Toba Jantian had used his best ability, 5-element sword technique, causing no one to doubt that the Huangfu clan would be eliminated from the competition. Ruyan Wuji explained to Tantai that everything was leading to this disciple dying in the blink of an eye. But Tantai Xuanzhong asked him not to jump to conclusions as the battle was not over yet. Watching the battle, he only thought of one thing. Would Tang Yun be able to save their clan? Toba Jantian shouted that this is what happens to those who dare to provoke him, and attacked Tang Yun with the 5-element sword technique. Tang Yun asked if Toba Jantian really thought that he would be able to defeat him with such a pathetic technique. Immediately after, he formed a huge golden fist and repelled the enemy's technique. Huangfu's disciples were shocked by such a strong energy, as none of them had even dared to think that Tang Yun was capable of opposing Toba Jantian. Everyone wanted to know who would emerge victorious in this battle. Once the fog cleared, everyone saw the injured Toba Jantian, who said that he had once again lost to Tang Yun, after which he said he hated him and spat on the ground. Huangfu's disciples started chanting for Tang Yun, and even if it was only a dream, Tang Yun still managed to defend their clan's honor. Meanwhile, as the disciples of the Eternal Immortals were stunned since a lousy guy, who was a mere disciple at the 8th level of soul cultivation, had managed to defeat Tobu Jantian, they were terrified of what would happen if he ascended a level higher. Ruyan Wuji was shocked that his plan had failed because of a mere disciple, and Zhuge Yu could hardly believe that the Huangfu clan had such a strong disciple, as the Huangfu clan was clearly experiencing difficulties. Tantai Xuanzhong laughed and said that Tang Yun was good. Then he told Ruyan Wuji that they could stay in the competition since they had won, causing the latter's veins to pop out of his face. Ruyan Wuji stood up and shouted that the Huangfu clan had lost, because they had not chosen Tang Yun originally, thus breaking the rules. No matter what, he simply had to kick the Huangfu clan out of the competition. Zhu Jiyu agreed with Mr. Rian and said that the Huangfu clan had indeed lost. Hearing this, Huangfu's disciples immediately began to protest, as the heads dared to say such a thing, even though no one had said that it was forbidden to change the lineup and that they were just looking for an excuse to remove the Huangfu clan from the competition. Tantai Xuanzhong could only sigh and admit that they had lost, since it was indeed forbidden, after which he added that in such a case, they couldn't avoid the 3 clans war. Hearing this, Ruyan Wuji and Zhuge Yu were shocked and asked if Tantai was in his right mind. Tang Yun realized that things were bad, because if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to enter the lands of infinity, which he couldn't allow. And so Tang Yun turned to the leader and asked if he could try to solve this problem. Tantai Xuanzhong asked Tang Yun how the latter was going to figure this out. The latter replied that it was very simple, because if Mr. Ruyan claimed that this fight was not according to the rules, then he could fight any disciple of the immortal sect. And if he manages to win, then they can participate in the competition. The disciples were shocked to hear this, as Tang Yun had agreed to fight any disciple of the eternal immortal sect. Toba Jantian was far from being the strongest in the sect, which meant that Tang Yun could face superior people. Ruyan Wuji laughed at Tang Yun's words and asked him to look at himself and wonder if he was sure of his words. And Tang Yun wondered if he was afraid of it, since he thought that the disciples of the eternal immortals were not his equal. Ruyan Wuji shouted that Tang Yun was too arrogant and that he dared to insult their sect. For such an insult, he was willing to help Tang Yun die. Zhu Geyu said that they agreed to one more fight, and if Tang Yun really managed to win, then the Huangfu clan would be able to participate in the competition between the three clans. Zhu Geyu decided to accept the fight, because the chances of Tang Yun winning were slim to none, and this way they would be able to temper Tantai's fervor. Following Zhu Geyu and Ruyan Wuji also decided to agree, and challenged Cheng to a fight. The disciples of the eternal immortals were shocked at what they heard, for they had been summoned by their own son, which could indicate that he was furious. The faces of the disciples turned blue at such news, for the young master was much stronger than Toba Jantian, which meant that Tang Yun was doomed to die. Meanwhile, in the forest of peach blossoms, her fairy skirt fluttered in the wind. It was like she was dancing in a garment of feathers the whole time. "She is beautiful," thought the person standing behind him. In front of him was not only the goddess of the spiritual soul palace, but also a princess of the Nangong dynasty. Zhu Yancheng wished to marry her, because that way his power would increase many times over. Walking closer to Yukin, Yancheng asked his sister if she was tired, then offered her the refreshing liquid and lotions with Soshurea extract that he had found especially for her. Nangong Yukin turned around and replied that she didn't need them, and besides, they were from different clans, and so she asked not to call him sister. Swallowing, Yanchen agreed not to call her sister. But inwardly, he was furious that she dared to blow him off like that, and vowed that he would punish her as soon as she became his woman. Suddenly, one of the apprentices ran up to them shouting that he had urgent business with the young master. Zhu Yancheng asked what could have happened that some disciple dared to interfere with his time with goddess Nangong. A disciple reported that a mere disciple named Tang Yun had killed Tobu Jantian and challenged any disciple from their sect to fight, whereupon the leader chose a young master to fight. For a moment, Zhu Yancheng was surprised, but afterward he recognized that Toba Jantian was indeed a useless weakling, and Nangong Yuqian thought she had heard the name Tang Yun somewhere before. Zhu Yancheng apologized to the goddess for having to leave her, but she waved her hand asking him to wait. Then she asked, how could an ordinary student be so powerful? She decided to go with them because she was curious. Since Yukin wanted to go with him, Zhu Yancheng decided not to refuse her, but he was furious that she was interested in some mere student and suspected they might be an acquaintance. After a while, the martial arts arena of the Eternal Immortal Sect. Tantai Xuanzhong asked Ruyan Wuji if his son was scared. After all, they had been waiting for him for half an hour, to which Ruyan Wuji replied that his son had an emperor-level gift, and that there was no way he could be afraid of some mere disciple. And at about the same moment, two guests appeared in the sky. Nangong Yukin smoothly descended down, and Zhu Yancheng, on the other hand, came down, crushing the tiles beneath him, after which he said to his father that he had arrived. Seeing the young master, the disciples of the Eternal Immortals immediately started chanting in his honor. For Tang Yun already had 1 foot in the grave, as the young master was among the 10 strongest in their sect, and the girl disciples were dreaming of marrying him. Ruyan Wuji said that it was very good since Zhu Yancheng was so eager to fight, and ordered him to deal with Tang Yun. Zhu Yancheng asked his father to let him think that Tang Yun was already dead. Seeing Tang Yun, Nangong Yuchen felt as if she had seen him before, but she couldn't understand how this was possible, because according to her mother, when she was a child, she had mistakenly fallen into a magic array, which had injured her spirit and caused her to have severe hallucinations. Yuqian thought that it was because of this that he seemed familiar to her. As soon as Zhu Yancheng stepped into the arena, Tang Yun yawned and asked why he was taking so long, since he was about to fall asleep from waiting, then suggested that he start early since he was now sleepy. Hearing this, Zhu Yancheng became enraged and asked how this brat dared to say such a thing when he was at the 8th level of soul cultivation. Then Yancheng asked if Tang Yun knew who he was talking to which Tang Yun replied that it didn't make any difference to him who stood in front of him. Zhu Yancheng smirked and said that he felt sorry for Tang Yun after all. He wouldn't come out of this place again, because in front of him was the young master of the Eternal Immortal Sect himself, a top 10 ranked person, a prince that almost all the girls on the continent were in love with. Suddenly, Tang Yun punched Zhu Yancheng in the face and ordered him to stop it, as he wasn't interested in who his opponent was. Everyone was shocked that Tang Yun had managed to hit the young master, but in the end, they wrote it off to the fact that Tang Yun had struck stealthily, causing the master to be unprepared. Zhu Yancheng was angry because he was hit on his beautiful face. He shouted to Tang Yun that he would pay. He wished to kill Tang Yun because he dared to hit him in the presence of Nangong Yaiken, and therefore Tang Yun is no longer alive. Immediately after which, he unleashed his terrifying bloody aura. The disciples of the eternal immortals were enraptured by their master's bloody blood-soul body. In such a state, he could compete with a person whose strength could be compared to a third-level soul refinement. While Huang Fu's disciples were terrified, as there was no way Tang Yun would be able to withstand this kind of strength, being at the 8th level of cultivation, which meant that they would fall out of the competition. Nangong Yakin believed that Tang Yun didn't stand a chance, since the difference in their strength was simply unimaginable. Zhu Yancheng rushed towards Tang Yun, preparing to destroy him with a single blow, and Tang Yun said that he was incapable of dying in a fight with someone like that, and released his golden aura using the technique. In the next instant, Tang Yun struck Zhu Yancheng with a swift series of punches, forcing him to retreat into a block. The disciples of the Eternal Immortals couldn't believe what they saw, for Tang Yun was equal in strength to their master even when he used a technique. Even so, they were sure that Tang Yun would not be able to last long enough using physical strength alone. Meanwhile, Zhu Yancheng wondered how a person with cultivation lower could be stronger than him. Suddenly, Tang Yun shouted for him to stay out of the way and struck another blow on Zhu Yancheng's beautiful face. The disciples of the Eternal Immortals were shocked that their young master had managed to lose to a person with cultivation lower, even using stronger techniques. And even Nangong Yakin was shocked that Tang Yun was stronger. She suspected that he was not who he claimed to be, wiping the blood from his face. Zhu Yancheng shouted that he would never forgive Tang Yun for hitting him in front of everyone, to which Tang Yun replied that Zhu Yancheng would never be able to kill him in his life, so he advised him to use everything to avoid dying without a single chance. Giving in to the provocation, Zhu Yancheng shouted that Tang Yun was a corpse and used the bloody soul technique, the bloody palm. The disciples of the Eternal Immortals were happy to see this technique, because it was the reason why their master was in the top 10, and no matter how strong Tang Yun was, he would not be able to survive this attack. Tang Yun said that Zhu Yancheng was only showing off his minor skills in front of the expert. Immediately afterward, he used Hongmen's dominant fist, 108-degree continuous attacks. The disciples of the Eternal Immortals were terrified of such strong energy fluctuations due to the battle. After all, Tang Yun was in no way inferior to their young master, and it wasn't clear who would emerge victorious. Once the smoke from the attacks cleared, everyone saw that only Tang Yun was left on his feet, and the young master was lying on the floor. The disciples of the Eternal Immortals didn't even know how to react to the defeat of the young master. They had all hoped for him, but he didn't live up to their expectations and lost to a mere disciple. Some even suspected that Tang Yun might be the son of the head of Huang Fu. Approaching the trembling Zhu Yancheng, Tang Yun admitted that he had expected something more from the latter, to which the latter replied that he had not lost, for there was no way he could lose to a mere disciple. Tang Yun asked if he was sure of his words, and with a clenched fist, he said that he would beat up Zhu Yancheng until he admitted defeat. Immediately afterwards, he started beating Zhu Yancheng even harder, and while beating him, Tang Yun asked him if he was trying to impersonate someone tough and if he had changed his mind about surrendering. Zhu Yancheng replied that it was not according to the rules, and after receiving another blow to the face, he shouted that he was admitting defeat. Tang Yun stepped on Zhu Yancheng and asked if he was sure about it, to which Zhu Yancheng replied that it was for sure. Seeing what Tang Yun had done to his son, Ruyan Wuji burst into tears, destroying his throne in the process. He ordered Tang Yun to let Zhu Yancheng go now if life was precious. Ruyan Wuji didn't even dare to think that Tang Yun would be able to win, but since the latter had won, he should eliminate Tang Yun. Tang Yun turned to the head of the Eternal Immortals and asked if he was trying to interfere with their duel, then added that he should be ashamed of himself for doing so. As soon as Ruyan Wuji approached Tang Yun, Tantai Xuanzhong appeared in front of him and shouted that no one would dare to lay a finger on his disciples while he was here. Ruyan Wuji ordered the man to stay out of the way, as Tang Yun sees no boundaries, and therefore he must be punished. Tantai Xuanzhong explained that it was normal since they were harming each other. After all, it was a duel, and admitted that he wouldn't move even if Tang Yun was in a similar position. Tang Yun asked the head of the Eternal Immortals if he was doing this for fear of losing. Ruyan Wuji was enraged at the lousy man's words, and was about to kill him for saying such words. But Tantai Xuanzhong ordered the man to stop and block the blow. He said that if Ruyan Wuji harmed his disciples in any way, the Wong Fu clan would declare war. Hearing this, Ruyan Wuji had to agree to retreat, but before doing so, Tang Yun must release his son. He backed off since this was not yet the time to antagonize Wong Fu. But he should kill Tang Yun anyway. Tang Yun said that he would let Zhu Yancheng go, but since he had already lost, he asked Mr. Ruyan, making a solemn vow that he would follow the original form and agree that the Wong Fu clan would continue to participate in the three clans competition. Ruyan Wuji shouted that this was too much after all. He was the head of the sect, and he wasn't going to retract his words. In response to which, Tang Yun reminded him that he had already taken back his words today, causing him to have already lost his credibility. Hearing how bold Tang Yun was, veins popped out all over Ruyan Wuji's face from anger. Tang Yun said that Ruyan Wuji has a second to think about it, and if he doesn't make a decision, his son might not survive. Realizing that he might actually be killed, Zhu Yancheng reminded his father that he was his only kin. Immediately after, Tang Yun stomped on Yancheng with force and ordered him to be silent. After which, Tang Yun started breaking Zhu Yancheng's bones, causing him to scream and start begging his father for help. Ruyan Wuji ordered Tang Yun to stop, and raising a trembling hand said that he would retreat. Then he raised his hands and shouted that he, Ruyan Wuji, had solemnly sworn to follow the custom of his ancestors and agreed that the Huang Fu royal clan would continue to participate in the three clans competition. And if he broke this rule, the heavens would punish him. At this, a symbol was formed in the heavens, which after a moment sealed into Ruyan Wuji's forehead, solidifying his oath. Tang Yun took his foot off of Zhu Yancheng and reminded Ruyan Wuji that he had put his son in a very difficult position. Ruyan Wuji lifted up his mangled son and said to Tang Yun that the latter, reluctantly, Ruyan Wuji clenched his teeth and admitted to himself that he himself now wished for the Huang Fu clan to participate in the competition, because the competition would teach Tang Yun a lesson. Immediately afterward, he flew away, shouting that because of the trouble, the competition was postponed until tomorrow, and therefore he advised everyone to rest. Zhuxu admitted that she didn't have a single thought that some mere disciple was capable of ruining their plan, after which she waved her hand and ordered the spirit soul disciples to follow her. As she left, Nangong Yuqin realized that Tang Yun would be a difficult opponent for them. At that same moment, Tang Yun noticed her, and he thought he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, Junwu Xiao jumped on him and hugged him, shouting about how strong he was, to which Tang Yun replied that it was nothing. Tantai Xuanzhong then approached Tang Yun and promised that he would reward Tang Yun for saving their clan once everything was over. Tang Yun thanked the head for his generosity. Immediately afterward, Tantai Xuanzhong announced to the Huang Fu disciples to return to their rooms and rest, as tomorrow they would have to show their strength to the disciples from the Eternal Immortal Sect and Spirit Soul Palace. The next day, the martial arts arena of the Eternal Immortal Sect. The heads of the three sects announced that the competition had officially begun. Yan Shuiling, a disciple of the Spirit Soul Palace, Du Ling, a disciple of the Eternal Immortal Sect, and Luo Fan, a disciple of Huang Fu, entered the arena. Ruyan Wuji announced that in the first round of Pill Mastery, they would have a competition to quickly identify spiritual herbs. Those who could name the level and name of the herb in his hands would receive 1 point. He then tilted his head and asked the students if everyone understood the rules of the round, and the disciples all shouted yes as one. Immediately after which Ruyan Wuji raised his hand, announcing the start of the round. The first one that Ruyan Wuji took out was the blue plant. No sooner had Yan Shuiling said that it was a 7th level bluegrass spirit than she was interrupted by Du Ling with a shout, calling the plant a 7th level bluegrass spirit, while interrupting Luo Fan as well. Ruyan Wuji announced that Du Ling had named the plant the very first, and therefore the first points would pass to the Eternal Immortals. After which Ruyan Wuji took out an already red plant. This time the first plant was named by Yan Shuiling. The plant is Yan Heart Herb 5th level. Ruyan Wuji already said in a calm tone that Yan Shuiling was the winner this time. Hence the point goes to the Spiritual Soul Palace. The disciples began to mock Luo Fan as he looks uncompetitive against the others. They all thought that the Huang Fu clan was participating in the competition for nothing, as they were only embarrassing themselves. Only Luo Fan would start talking, as the others had already named the correct answer. Tang Yun asked Dan Yu what successes Huang Fu had had in the past competitions, which made Dan Yu cringe a little, but he still admitted that they had failed miserably. Tang Yun realized that if they lost the pill-making competition, their head would be disgraced, and since Shen Subin was his disciple, he just had to help her. Ruyan Wuji grinned and said to Tantai Xuanzhong that something told her that Huang Fu would be at the bottom again. After which, Ruyan Wuji said that no matter how many years passed, Huang Fu's disciples were still as worthless. Tantai Xuanzhong bowed his head and said that it was too early to draw conclusions, because the competition had just begun. Suddenly, Ruyan Wuji remembered that Tang Yun was from the Pill Creation Division, and asked why he shouldn't participate in this stage of the competition. After all, there was a chance that Tang Yun would save them again. Tantai Xuanzhong thought about how Tang Yun had probably defeated Cheng since he spent all his time cultivating, and he probably didn't know much about herbs at all. Suddenly, Tang Yun said that he couldn't refuse since Mr. Ruyan was inviting him and would gladly join. Tang Yun said Mr. Luo's head is not feeling well, which is affecting his condition, and asked for permission to replace him. Bingqing immediately agreed to this. After all, Luo was really inferior to those two in terms of speed, and if things continued like this, they would lose. Bingqing tells Tang Yun that he can go and that she has faith in him. Bingqing is confident in her choice, as Tang Yun has already proved that he is good at herbs. Tantai Xuanzhong asked Tang Yun not to be shy and give his best. He didn't mind noticing disciple Luo, as instead of just sitting there, it would be the best option to give Tang Yun a chance. After all, he might have some trump cards up his sleeves. Tang Yun thanked the head, after which Luo Fan told Tang Yun that the rested on his shoulders. To which Tang Yun replied that it was fine, as their opponents would no longer be able to get points. Dueling said that it was just talk and nothing more. And Yan Shuiling suggested that Tang Yun was just an upstart who didn't know who he was dealing with. Ruyan Wuji asked Tang Yun if he remembered that he was the only ordinary disciple in the competition, because it would be difficult for an ordinary disciple here, and it would be sad if Tang Yun failed to earn a single point. Tang Yun asked what Ruyan Wuji cared about this and asked him to start soon. Ruyan Wuji grinned, thinking of Huang Fu after failing the brat in front of him. After which he said they continued on and pulled out a plant that was casting a golden color. And in the next instant, Tang Yun said that it was a 6th grade spiritual herb, the 7-colored Xuan grass. Ruyan Wuji was forced to accept this answer as it was correct, but he was shocked that a mere disciple knew about this plant. Yan Shuiling was shocked at Tang Yun's speed, and Dueling assumed that Tang Yun was just lucky to work with this herb, and something like this wouldn't happen again. After a while, Tang Yun said that the herb in Ruyan Wuji's hands was a 7th grade spiritual herb, green immortal stone herb. Yan Shuiling could no longer move away from Tang Yun's omniscience, and Dueling was frustrated that he had fallen short again. After a while longer, 8th grade spiritual grass, heavenly ruins orchid, said Tang Yun, and the disciples beside him still couldn't keep up with Tang Yun's speed. After a while more, Tang Yun replied, 9th grade spiritual herb, Lingji blood derivative. Yan Shuiling and Dueling had already realized that there was no limit to Tang Yun's talent, and that they wouldn't be able to defeat him. The disciples were shocked because Yan Shuiling and Dueling were no match for Tang Yun, who was an ordinary disciple. He knew every herb, and his knowledge in this field was too deep. Everyone was wondering how such a person could be a mere disciple, and whether everyone in the Huang Fu clan had gone crazy. Even Ruyan Wuji was amazed by Tang Yun's knowledge. He couldn't understand how a mere disciple could have such knowledge. Tang Yun said that he did not feel the difficulty at all, and suggested that he should not languish and declare the winner of this round. To which Ruyan Wuji replied that Tang Yun was overconfident and must be cheating somehow, for no ordinary disciple could simply know so much about herbs. Yan Shuiling shouted that Tang Yun was clearly not pure of heart, whereupon Dueling added that a mere disciple could not be stronger than them in this field. After that, the other disciples of spiritual souls and eternal immortals began to shout that Tang Yun was too strong to be a mere disciple. They shouted that he was a disgrace to the Huang Fu clan. After all, they are going for such a dastardly trick for the sake of winning, and therefore Tang Yun should be disqualified, and the Huang Fu clan should accept their defeat. Tantai Xuanzhong shouted that this was nonsense, after all. Ruyan Wuji gets herbs randomly, and there was no way Tang Yun could cheat. Ruyan Wuji agreed with these, and asked him not to forget that the three of them had predetermined the herbs for this round, which meant that, for fear of defeat, Tantai Xuanzhong had told Tang Yun about all the herbs. After which, Tang Yun decided to remind him that it was by the grace of Ruyan Wuji that he was participating in this round. Tantai Xuanzhong said that Tang Yun was right and asked Ruyan Wuji if he thought the same. Ruyan Wuji said that talking was useless and suggested that Tang Yun should prove everything by deed, and then he could be believed. Zhuge Yu agreed and said that Master Ruyan was as right as anyone. Just as suddenly, Tantai Xuanzhong ordered them to shut up. He said that Tang Yun is just a level better than their chosen ones, and just because of that, they want to test him, which is just ridiculous. Tang Yun asked the chapter not to oppose the chapters as he agrees to undergo any checks. Hearing him, Tantai Xuanzhong decided to agree. After all, Tang Yun had not failed him yet, and he clearly had a plan. Tang Yun thanked the head and asked how they were going to test him, to which Ruyan Wuji replied that it was very simple. He would get an herb that Tantai Xuanzhong didn't know about, and if Tang Yun said it right, he was clean. Tang Yun agreed and asked what they would do when they realized he was clean. Juyan Wuji replied that he would kneel down and apologize in front of everyone. He was confident that he would win, because he had accidentally obtained this herb. It was very hard to find in the world, and even the elders of the immortals did not know about it. Tang Yun said that he was ready for the inspection and asked head Ruyan to prepare. Ruyan Wuji ordered Tang Yun to put aside unnecessary chatter and took out a green snake-like grass. The disciples were shocked as they had never seen this plant. It was similar to a snake-like vine, but a different color, and since the question was so difficult, it meant that Tang Yun would lose. Bingqing asked the head if she knew about this herb, to which she replied that this was the first time she had seen such a thing, and probably Ruyan Wuji had gotten it from an ancient secret place. Tang Yun immediately recognized the green dragon vine, but Shen Subing and the others don't know about it, causing him to assume that this vine has long since died out. If that's the case, then Ruyan Wuji might have ulterior motives. Ruyan Wuji laughed and asked Tang Yun why he was silent after all. He could just admit that he was deceiving everyone here. To which Tang Yun replied as if he wasn't talking about not being able to give an answer. It's a 9th level plant, green dragon vine. Ruyan Wuji laughed and shouted that Tang Yun had been caught in a lie because it was actually Zhuan snakegrass. Ruyan Wuji was pleased because no one knows the name of this herb, so he can call it whatever he wants. Tantai Xuanzhong was dumbfounded that Tang Yun had made a mistake, and Zhuge Yu said that it was normal for Tang Yun to make a mistake since there were many kinds of herbs in the world. Tang Yun agreed that there were many kinds of herbs in the world, but he insisted that he wasn't wrong because, in fact, only Mr. Ruyan was wrong here. Ruyan Wuji was shocked by what he heard. Tang Yun assumed that Mr. Ruyan, as well as everyone around him, did not know the true name of this herb. Ruyan Wuji asked what nonsense he was talking about. After all, it was his herb, and he simply couldn't help but know its name. Tang Yun admitted that he was shocked by this as well. After which he asked, did Mr. Ruyan know that the green dragon vine contains a herbal liquid with the attribute of fire? Only 1 drop of this liquid condenses every 1,000 years, and this green dragon vine is 10,000 years old, and there should be 10 drops of this liquid inside. Ruyan Wuji said that he knew about it, but even so, Tang Yun had made a mistake. Tang Yun chuckled and admitted that he had intentionally made a mistake. After all, a drop appears once every 2,000 years, which means there are only 5 drops in this grass. Ruyan Wuji was shocked at what he heard and shouted that Tang Yun had set him up on purpose. The disciples wondered if Tang Yun was really right, because in that case, Ruyan Wuji would lose his reputation. Tang Yun said that if anyone didn't believe him, they could check how many drops were inside themselves. But Ruyan Wuji refused Tang Yun, saying that he just wanted to kill the plant. If Tang Yun told the truth, he would fall in the eyes of everyone, and so he was forced to hide it. Just as suddenly, Tantai Xuanzhong snatched the herb, with the words that it was only a 9th level herb, and that he would make up for all the damage. Ruyan Wuji asked what Tantai wanted to do, to which Tantai Xuanzhong replied that he wanted to help. Immediately afterward, he burned the plant and had 5 drops in his hand. The disciples were amazed at what they saw, for Ruyan Wuji didn't know what this herb was, and tried to deceive everyone by succumbing to his own ignorance and arrogance. Tantai Xuanzhong chuckled and asked Ruyan what he would say in his defense. Tang Yun played fair, which meant that Ruyan Wuji must fulfill his promise. Ruyan Wuji ordered Tantai Xuanzhong not to overstep his bounds, for the sect leader could not bow down to a mere disciple. Tantai Xuanzhong asked what boundaries he was talking about. After all, Ruyan himself had agreed to these conditions, and Tantai wasn't about to let someone bully his disciples. Watching what was happening, the disciples raised an uproar as the heads began to quarrel in the middle of the crowd, but everyone realized that Ruyan Wuji had himself to blame for how far he had gone. Zhuge Yu asked the heads to calm down so the disciples would look at them. She suggested that Mr. Ruyan should make amends as promised, after which they would both calm down. Ruyan Wuji agreed to Zhuge Yu's proposal, and Tantai Xuanzhong asked Tang Yun what he thought about it, to which Tang Yun replied that he didn't mind. He didn't want to continue the conflict as his goal was to enter the land of eternity, and for that, the competition between the 3 clans must continue. Ruyan Wuji tossed Tang Yun a 9th grade grass ring Immediately after which Tang Yun turned to Mr. Ruyan. Ruyan Wuji asked what else Tang Yun wanted. Tang Yun recalled that he had confirmed his honesty, which meant that the Wong Fu clan had won this stage, and asked if he was right. Barely restraining his anger, Ruyan Wuji recognized that the Wong Fu clan had won, after which he announced that the first round had gone to the Wong Fu clan's piggy bank, and Huang Fu's disciples started chanting in honor of Tang Yun. Ruyan Wuji asked them all to be quiet, and told them that the second step was to make pills. After that, he asked the sect leaders to choose the disciples who would participate. Tang Yun asked Shen Subing if he could participate in the second round as well. Hearing this, the disciples were surprised as Tang Yun was just a simple disciple and shouldn't know much about it, so they suspected that he wasn't that good at it. Shen Subin didn't know what to reply and began to ponder Tang Yun's suggestion. And Tantai Xuanzhong noticed Tang Yun tearing up and assumed that with his help, the Huang Fu clan would win again. After thinking for a bit, Tantai Xuanzhong shouted to Shen Subing that he had faith in Tang Yun. Right after that, Shen Subin said that Tang Yun could participate and asked that he not let the chapter down. Tang Yun promised to cope and bring the Huang Fu clan another point. Yan Shuilin told Tang Yun that he was just lucky in the last round and warned him not to do it again, and Dueling advised Tang Yun not to even try to compete with him. Ruyan Wuji was furious that Tang Yun was actually going to continue participating in the ancient science art competition. Therefore, he decided to stop the possibility of Tang Yun winning at the root. The Eternal Immortal sect had specially prepared a fake pill cauldron for Tang Yun to sabotage his victory, and even if Tang Yun was an experienced master, he wouldn't be able to make a single key wave emission. One incense stick burned. The three chosen disciples fired up their cauldrons. One of the disciples of the Eternal Immortals marveled when she saw Apprentice Du's Flame Mountain technique and recognized that he was simply magnificent, to which the disciple of Spiritual Souls replied that Sister Yan was not inferior to him in the slightest, and even applied the top-level skill, Sunlight Furnace. The rest of us assumed that the skills of these two were even greater than most of the clan elders. While Tang Yun was just a mere apprentice, and he was unlikely to have skills in alchemy, causing him to fly out at the very beginning. Yan Shuiling asked Tang Yun why he was sitting idly by, while Dueling scoffed at how Tang Yun had given up just by seeing their abilities. Tang Yun asked how such small, unremarkable talents dared to turn up their noses in his presence, after which he directed the two golden dragons into the cauldron and ordered it to ignite. The disciples were shocked at what they saw, for this was a powerful style of elixir, smelting called Double Dragon playing with pearls. They had only heard of such a style in ancient manuscripts and could not understand how a mere apprentice could do such a thing. Yan Shuiling was horrified that she would have to be defeated again, after which Dueling said that the winner had not yet been decided. After all, the main purpose of the competition was to create a peak-level pill, not to showcase peak skills. In the next stage of brewing, students were engaged in purifying the medicinal herbs, but seeing Tang Yun's actions, everyone was shocked because he had purified all the medicinal herbs in one fell swoop, when everyone else could only purify one herb at a time. The properties of these herbs are too different, and mixing them would cause an explosion, causing many people to think that Tang Yun would soon lose. Some expected to see Tang Yun's potential, but after seeing what Tang Yun was doing, he fell in their eyes. Some even swore that they would shave off all their body hair if this kind of stuff was used to make an elixir. Ruyan Wuji said that the Tantai clan master was doomed, whereupon Zhuge added that the latter had believed in his runaway follower for nothing. Tantai Xuanzhong advised them not to jump to conclusions, as the trial was still in full swing and not yet over. He then asked if they had learned anything from their previous hasty conclusions. Seeing the latter's stubbornness, Ruyan Wuji decided to help Tantai and end this pointless battle. After all, even if he had a little hand in it, no one would suspect him. And since that was the case, he dared to quietly use the explosion technique. Immediately after, the cauldron in front of Tang Yun exploded, ruining his chances of victory. Huang Fu's disciples were shocked and wanted to understand why the furnace suddenly exploded. The Spirit Soul disciples scoffed that Tang Yun pretended to be wise when he didn't even know the basics about mixing different ingredients, while the disciples of the Eternal Immortals didn't even hold back their gloating as Tang Yun was merely reaping the benefits of his arrogance and suffering. Ruyan Wuji asked Mr. Tantai if he would like to stop, for no practitioner had ever been able to gain the upper hand before when the cauldron was spitting fire in all directions. After which, Zhuge added that Huang Fu's disciples still needed to develop further. Tantai Xuanzhong hummed at how proud the heads beside him were. Ruyan Wuji said that it didn't matter who got the laurels after the final round. because no one had any idea if Tang Yun would be okay after the explosion of the cauldron, since the young man was quite close and probably hurt himself. Suddenly to everyone, Tang Yun from the mist thanked Ruyan Wuji for his concern and said that his disciple was much more skillful than Ruyan's son. Tang Yun grinned, for he realized that it was Ruyan Wuji who was behind the sabotage. Ruyan Wuji couldn't understand how Tang Yun couldn't have a scratch on him after the explosion, and Tantai Xuanzhong asked why he was so displeased to see that the young man had managed to avoid injury, to which Ruyan Wuji replied that he didn't understand what Tantai was talking about. After all, he was worried about his disciple, and since the materials had already been destroyed, it was time for them to stop trying. Tang Yun said to the one who talks too much in vain and does little. He then summoned the two golden dragons again and directed them towards the cauldron. And a moment later, the ingredients that survived the explosion flew out of the cauldron. The disciples were shocked to see Tang Yun continue synthesizing and began to assume that he had lost his mind, after all. The raw materials had already lost their effects, and now it wouldn't make a pill. Dueling scoffed that even in a situation like this, Tang Yun didn't let up. And Yan Shuilin added that people who were so eager for attention and didn't understand the basics had no place in alchemy. Ruyan Wuji grinned and praised Patriarch Tantai for such a persistent disciple, for he would not give up even in such a position, while Zhuge Yu suggested that Tang Yun did not have the fortitude to accept defeat. Tantai Xuanzhong said that it was not for them to judge Tang Yun, and reminded him that the final result was still unknown. Watching Tang Yun, he mentally wondered if he would perform a miracle again. Tang Yun ordered the earth flames to condense. Ruyan Wuji scoffed at the fact that Tang Yun had already started condensation, hoping for any chance, and asked him to give up so as not to mislead people, because there was nothing he could do. Tang Yun asked if Ruyan was sure and advised him to watch him closely, after which he ordered the earth flame Dan to show himself. Immediately afterward, a pill appeared in the flames. From the shock, Zhuge Yu cried out that this was an earth flame pill of the highest quality. The disciples refused to believe their eyes because it was impossible to create a pill with a lack of ingredients. Moreover, the pill was of the highest quality. Ruyan Wuji mentally cursed Tang Yun as he had reversed the outcome of this stage. Tantai Xuanzhong was pleased that Tang Yun had not failed him, while Zhuge Yu had a vein popping out on his face at the realization that this ordinary disciple was a monster. Dueling shouted out that this was simply impossible and that Tang Yun had cheated, after which Yan Shuiling added that all the herbs had been destroyed. But even so, Tang Yun had miraculously managed to create a pill. Tang Yun advised those two to concentrate. After all, a clouded mind had no place in alchemy. Immediately after that, Dueling and Yan Shuiling's cauldrons crackled, and they realized that things were bad. The explosions of the remaining boilers followed. Wong Fu's disciples scoffed at this, for it proved that those weren't as good as they wanted them to be. They were distracted by Tang Yun and completely forgot about their task. Tang Yun turned to the patriarchs and said that the winner of this stage was already known. Tantai Xuanzhong told the honored ones that there should not be any claims in the current situation, and asked if he was wrong about this because they might accuse him of foul play again. Frowning, Ruyan Wuji said that he would not interfere with the competition as it was not his style. Then Zhuge Yu also said that she had no objections, and asked to announce the winner as soon as possible. Tantai Xuanzhong rose from his throne and declared Tang Yun the winner of the alchemist competition, after which he added that their clan held the leading position in the competition. Wong Fu's disciples began to thank Tang Yun for saving them from defeat, and most importantly, no one would dare to say that he had played unfairly. The disciples of the Eternal Immortals asked where a strong disciple like Tang Yun could come from, after which the Spirit Soul disciples added that probably Tang Yun was their secret assassin. Ruyan Wuji asked the patriarchs to prepare the disciples, as the weaponsmith competition would be coming next, then left. Luo Fan thanked Tang Yun, for they had won only because of his efforts, and Sung Hoon shouted that until this day he had not obeyed anyone. But from now on, he was ready to obey Tang Yun. Shen Subin was satisfied that no one let anyone down in the end, and Head Tang said that she was proud that they had such a powerful disciple like Tang Yun. Tang Yun thanked the elders for their kind words and said that he was only doing what he had to do, nothing more. He said that the competition had motivated him to do many things, and that he now wanted to cultivate in seclusion. He was going to take the chance while the disciples of the Eternal Immortals were busy competing and distracted by the fire dance. Shen Subin said that he could go, but she would call him through Tiandianyu if they needed him. After a while, Tang Yun returned to the gates of the Eternal Immortal sect. Looking at the fire dance, Tang Yun pondered that the Eternal Immortals had some really powerful people, since someone had managed to bring Hongmen's sword here. So he decided to create an array of illusions, an illusionary dreamland, so that no one would notice him. Just as suddenly, a ghost appeared beside Tang Yun and laughed, after which he said that this sword had been trying to steal for a long time, and it was surprising for him to see another face. Tang Yun was surprised to see the ghost and asked who he was. He assumed that it was one of the strongest in the everlasting immortal sect. The ghost introduced himself as an ancestor of the Zhuyan Lei Zhen eternal immortal sect, after which he recognized that although Tang Yun was young, it was rather impertinent of him to covet their sect's most precious item. To which Tang Yun replied that people of all ages have desires, for without them, life would be boring. Besides, the eternal immortal sects would never be able to utilize the potential of this sword. Hence, it was better to give this sword to him. Ruyan Lei Zhen laughed at this joker's words and explained that there were restrictions on this sword that could not be broken not just by a mere disciple, but even by him. Tang Yun explained to Lei Zhen that his abilities should not be the standard by which everyone he saw was measured, because there were people who could do things that he was not even capable of. Tang Yun didn't doubt his words, as he was the one who had set the restrictions to keep the sword safe from intruders. Ruyan Lei Zhen recognized that Tang Yun was quite bold, and that at his age, it was even a plus. But when Tang Yun did his best, he would be left fooled. Tang Yun placed his palm on his sword and said that they would still see it. After all, it was only worth waiting for a little while. Immediately afterward, he was once again in the space of the fire dance. Only upon seeing Tang Yun, the fire dance ran up to him and asked if he had come to pick her up, to which Tang Yun replied that he had come just for that, and now he would remove all the restraints, after which he could take her away. Tang Yun touched the forehead of the fire dance, immediately after which the space collapsed, while Lei Zhen silently observed that nothing was happening. Lei Zhen realized that he was wasting his time here, and asked himself what was wrong with him arguing with such a disciple today. He decided to leave him alone, since this disciple wouldn't get anywhere with his abilities anyway. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun said that everything was ready. Ruyan Lei Zhen doubted Tang Yun's words and turned around and was shocked by what he saw. Tang Yun laughed and told Lei Zhen that his eyes did not deceive him, then called Sword Hongman to him, and in the next instant a huge sword burst out of the ground, after which it shrank in size and landed in Tang Yun's hand. Ruyan Lei Zhen demanded for Tang Yun to explain how he did it. Tang Yun asked if he was obligated to tell such a great cultivator about it, and if he should figure it all out himself. Ruyan Lei Zhen felt a growing anger. He only wanted to know how Tang Yun had done this. Otherwise, the latter would already be dead. After that, he laughed and asked him not to flatter him like that, because he couldn't compare to the disciple before him. So he admitted that he sincerely hoped that he would tell him how he removed the restrictions from the sword. He wanted to know about it because some sects also possessed eternity swords, and if he knew how to remove the restrictions, he would be able to possess them all. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yun said that he could tell it, but he wished to receive something in return. Ruyan Lei Zhen agreed to the deal. He offered this eternity sword and 1,000,000 spiritual stones in addition, to which Tang Yun replied with a caustic smirk that it wouldn't be enough. Lei Zhen was surprised at his disciple's greed and offered him 5 more first-class pills. He was willing to offer this disciple even a mountain of treasures, because once the secret was revealed, he would simply kill the impudent man. Hearing about the pills, Tang Yun thought about it for a bit. Lei Zhen asked Tang Yun to forget about it since he doesn't want to force him. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun asked the one to stop and promised to tell the spell. Immediately after, Lei Zhen tossed the reward ring to his disciple and asked about the spell. He was pleased that this student had turned out to be so stupid. Tang Yun held out a piece of paper to Lei Zhen and explained what it said. Taking the sheet, Lei Zhen asked if this was really what was needed, then began to read, Oki, Doki, Oki, Doki. The old donkey is learning to say Oki, Doki. After reading the whole thing, he said it all sounded too weird. Tang Yun asked the one to read what was written a few more times, after which everything would become clear. Lei Zhen once again began to read out the text on the sheet, and after a few tries, Lei Zhen shrieked out the last lines, realizing what the matter was. Ruyan Lei Zhen squeezed the sheet and asked the disciple, how dare he mock him, and if the snot-nosed disciple was trying to imply that he was a jackass. Tang Yun told Lei Zhen that his family was made up of terrible people and that they deserved it. Tang Yun asked if Lei Zhen didn't think he was so stupid that he wouldn't understand his plan, because if he told the secret, he would be killed immediately. Lei Zhen threateningly released his aura and demanded that Tang Yun tell him everything, otherwise he would regret being born. Tang Yun asked Lei Zhen, where did Lei Zhen get the courage to threaten? After all, he was just a piece of broken soul. Funny old donkey. Hearing this, Ruyan Lei Zhen became enraged and shouted that despite his condition, he was still able to defeat a mere disciple, as he was only an inferior soul germ-level cultivator in front of him. Even though he doesn't know about how to remove the restrictions, but at least he can take away one of the eternity swords, he said he would penetrate Tang Yun's cultivation intelligence reservoir and take control of it. Ruyan Leizhen penetrated inside Tang Yun's tank and was immediately horrified by what he saw. He was shocked that there were as many as 11 cultivation systems inside a mere fetus-level disciple. No one in history was as talented as this disciple, and if he managed to obtain this body, he would be able to lead the sect of eternal immortals to prosper, making it the main sect on the continent. And at the end, they would all become immortal. As he suddenly heard the voice of a disciple behind him, Tang Yun recognized that this silly old donkey had surprised him with all his expectations, and asked if he really thought his weak spiritual power could do anything here. Lei Jin was aghast. He asked how a mere disciple's spiritual power could be many times more powerful than his, to which Tang Yun replied that Lei Jin was just a low second-rate cultivator, and said that the latter had challenged him in vain, as his position was now hard to envy. Meanwhile, at the competition, Ruyan Wuji grinned and said that bluffing was useless, because the Wong Fu clan would no longer be able to exist. Tang Yun prepared for the performance, after all. The great gift left for the patriarch of the eternal immortals should be revealed right now, right after which he took out the illusion array. Ruyan Wuji said that everyone could disperse and got ready to leave. As one of his disciples suddenly rushed towards him, shouting that he had bad news, the sword of infinity that was in front of their gate suddenly disappeared. Ruyan Wuji asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After all, the sword was guarded by their ancestors' residual soul. Because of that, the sword couldn't just disappear. If that happened, their sect would lose face. The disciples sobbed and reported that the light of their ancestors' soul was also extinguished. Ruyan Wuji was shocked by what he heard. He wanted to understand what had happened and how such a thing was even possible. Immediately afterward, he coughed up blood and fell to the floor. The disciples immediately rushed to him to help their patriarch. Ruyan Wuji shouted to the thief that the eternal immortal sect would never forgive him for this. Watching the performance, Tang Yun was pleased that Ruyan Wuji liked his gift. 3 days later, Huangfu Clan Square. Tantai Xuanzhong told the disciples that during the competition, the alchemy division had ranked the best, which meant all disciples in this division receive 100,000 spirit stones. The disciples of the alchemy division began to thank Tang Yun for winning, while the disciples of the other divisions were envious, since their division didn't have such gifted people. Tantai Xuanzhong also gave Shen Subing the title of Distinguished Elder as the division leader, after which Tantai Xuanzhong said that if it wasn't for Tang Yun, this wouldn't have happened. And so he asked what the latter wanted to receive. Tang Yun thanked the head, but still refused the gift since he had done what he had to do. Tantai Xuanzhong praised Tang Yun for such a humble attitude, and explained that their clan always rewards and punishes, and therefore Tang Yun was bound to be rewarded. Tantai Xuanzhong admitted that he had heard that Tang Yun was interested in flames, and therefore he decided to reward him with 2 flames. Hearing this, Tang Yun thanked the head for his generosity. After that, Tantai Xuanzhong turned to the elders and ordered them to choose the best disciples, as the trial of eternity lands would soon open. In order to prepare, the elders would hold a grand competition of 9 divisions in a month's time. Shen Subin asked Tang Yun if he wanted to go along with her, but Tang Yun refused since he and Jun Wuxiao had already agreed to visit Mu Mengqi. Shen Subin reminded Tang Yun that he still had free time to rest, and although he had made a big splash in the competition, but not everyone was happy about it, the 9th division was among the disgruntled. Therefore, she advised Tang Yun to be as careful as possible. Tang Yun thanked the elder for the advice and promised to be more careful. He recognized that his disciple wasn't that bad, and decided that he would bring her a gift next time. Shen Subin was satisfied with Tang Yun's answer, and so she bid him farewell. She wondered if the master was looking for her while she was gone. Beast Soul Division Hall. Beast Soul Cultivator, Wu Hong. Mu Feiqiang told his father that ever since Mu Mengqi arrived, he has tried his best to please her, but she doesn't perceive anyone other than Tang Yun, causing him to not stand a chance. Wu Hun asked his son why he shouldn't quit since she doesn't like him. The latter replied that he wasn't doing it for himself, because a talent like Mu Mengqi could become a key figure in the future. And if they did nothing, Tang Yun would take her with him to the alchemy division, causing all their investments to go down the drain. Hearing about Mu Mengqi's transition, Wu Hong was forced to agree that there was something to it and asked his son what he was proposing. Mu Feixiang explained that he had to take all measures to keep Mu Meng in their division, and besides, he had heard that his father had a psychedelic pill. Giving it to Mu Mengqi would cause her to mistake Feixiong for Tang Yun, after which she would become his woman and stay in the division. Wu Hun said that Mani was his favorite student and asked if it would be. Suddenly, Mu Feixiong shouted that Tang Yun would soon show up here, and they had every second counted. And if Mu Mengqi left, then Wu Hong will definitely be punished. Upon hearing this, Wu Hong made a final decision and gave the pill to his son. Mu Feixiong snatched the box and started laughing inwardly, for now Mu Mani would become his woman. Wu Hun apologized to Manny because he's still unsure if he made the right decision. After leaving the building, Mu Feixiong called out to one of the disciples, and the latter asked how he could help. Mu Feixiong ordered his disciple to stand at the gate, and as soon as Tang Yun appeared, detain him for an hour. He threatened the disciple that if he failed, he would be kicked out of the division. Mu Feixiong is sure that an hour is enough for him to take advantage of Mu Mani. And when Tang Yun sees her in bed, he's obviously going to be uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Tang Yun with Junwu Xiao had already reached the gate of the Beast Soul Division. Upon arriving, Junwu cried out that she hadn't seen Mu Mengqi in a long time, and said that she would be happy to see them. Suddenly, Tang Yun was approached by one of the Beast Soul disciples. The disciple explained that he had been sent by Mu Mengqi since she couldn't go out because she was practicing, so he would have to show them around the neighborhood by himself while she was gone. The disciple was very worried as Tang Yun had come much earlier than expected, causing him to not have time to think of a way to delay him. Wu Xiao agreed to wait here, after which she told Tang Yun that she hadn't been here yet, and therefore this was a great opportunity to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Tang Yun asked his disciple to take his time and said that he hadn't told Mu Mengqi that he was coming to visit her. The disciple nervously explained that someone saw Tang Yun approaching and relayed this to Mu Mengqi. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun grabbed the one by the neck and said that it was nonsense because he hadn't seen a soul on the way to the division. Tang Yun demanded the disciple say who sent him if he wanted to stay alive. The disciple started begging for mercy, shouting that it was all Mu Feixiong's fault. He couldn't disobey since Mu Feixiong's father was their head. Hearing this, Tang Yun discarded his disciple and went to Mu Mengqi, for she was in danger. The good news was that he had captured Mu Mengqi's aura in his cultivation experience memory, and as long as he wasn't too far away, he could instantly fix its position. Meanwhile, Mu Feixiong arrived at Mu Mengqi's residence and knocked on her door. Immediately afterwards, she opened the door, and seeing his face, became displeased with the guest. Mu Mengqi asked why he had come here, as she had already told him that her heart was occupied with someone else, so she demanded that he leave. Mu Feixiong asked her to calm down as he had arrived on his father's orders, after which he took out a box and explained that the 9-division competition was about to begin. Hence, Wu Hong asked him to give her a pill to increase her strength. Mu Mengqi took the pill and asked Mu Feixiong to leave since she felt bad today without him. But Mu Feixiong wasn't going to leave, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to have fun with Mu Mani. And so he began to think of ways to stay. Then he said that his father had asked her to come to him after receiving the pill to teach her a new technique. Mu Mengqi agreed to this and immediately ate the pill. She trusted the master since he would never harm her. Just as suddenly, Mu Mengqi became dizzy, and Mu Feixiong, looking at this, began to smile evilly. Mu Feixiong asked Mu Mani how she was feeling. Mu Mengqi's gaze blurred, and she saw Tang Yun in front of her. Mu Feixiong smirked even harder since his plan had worked, and said that he had come to see her. Mu Mengqi rushed to hug Mu Feixiong and began to talk about how much she missed him. Mu Feixiong said that he missed her too. They had every minute counted, after all. He only comes once in a blue moon, so he suggested her not to waste time and get down to business. Mu Mengqi said that he should treasure her, to which Mu Feixiong replied that he would always love her. Mu Feixiong mocked Tang Yun, for although the latter loves Mu Mani, but in the end she will only belong to one. Suddenly he heard a shout from above, which made him startled, because Tang Yun clearly shouldn't have come so soon. Mu Feixiong turned around and asked Tang Yun how he was able to, but Mu Feixiong didn't have time to ask a question as Tang Yun slapped him in the face and ordered him to scram. Immediately afterward, he grabbed Mu Mengqi by the shoulders and asked how she was feeling. But to his surprise, Mu Mengqi asked who he was. Tang Yun asked what happened to her. After all, it was him, Tang Yun. Wu Xiao examined Mu Mengqi and said that she appeared to be under a hallucinogenic pill. Fortunately, she has the right pill that can cure Mu Mani. Tang Yun thanked Wu Xiao for helping Mu Mani, and the latter asked what he was going to do. Suddenly, Tang Yun released his aura and shouted that anyone who dares to do such a thing to those close to him must die. Mu Feixiong started cursing Tang Yun for interfering with him, and he also hit him, and even his father didn't hit him. Immediately after which, he attacked Tang Yun using the Wind God Flying Sword. Mu Feixiong shouted that it was a very long sword with high speed, and even an improvement-level cultivator was unable to stop it. which meant that the hour of reckoning had come. Just as suddenly Tang Yun called Mu Feixiong worthless trash and broke his sword, Mu Feixiong was shocked at what had happened. It was impossible for an ordinary disciple to break this sword with just one strike. Breaking his sword, Tang Yun began to approach the frozen Mu Feixiong in a threatening manner. Mu Feixiong asked Tang Yun to stop and tell him what he needed, because his father, Wu Hong, is the head of the division, and Tang Yun wouldn't leave here alive if he touched him with even a finger. Tang Yun shouted that Mu Feixiong's father wouldn't stop him if he was even the ruler of the heavens. He then punched Mu Feixiong in the chest, causing him to vomit blood and fall down. Mu Feixiong was angry because Tang Yun had destroyed his cultivation, so he threatened that he wouldn't leave alive. Tang Yun asked Mu Feixiong if he thought he was already done, after which he broke both of his arms and both of his legs to Mu Feixiong's painful screams. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Beast Soul Temple, Wu Hong hoped that Mu Feixiong would not let him down. Suddenly, one of the disciples ran into the temple shouting that he had bad news. Wu Hong asked his disciple what had happened and asked him to calm down before telling him the story. The disciple reported to the head that Tang Yun had infiltrated their territory and bypassed him and headed towards Mu Mengqi's residence. Wu Hong was horrified at what had happened, for if Tang Yun found out what his son had done, Wu Hong rushed towards Mu Mani's residence as things were really bad for his son. Stomping Mu Feixiong, Tang Yun ordered him to stop mooing and asked him how he had brought Mu Meiqi to such a state. If he decided to procrastinate, he wouldn't see his hands and feet until his next life. Mu Feixiong was ready to tell everything and begged Tang Yun not to kill him. He said that he had asked his father for a psychedelic pill and then gave it to Mu Mani and made her fall in love with him. Tang Yun asked if Wu Hong knew about Mu Feixiong's intentions. Mu Feixiong turned away and squeezed out a yes answer. Jun Wuxiao was shocked by what she heard. After all, Wu Hong was the master of Mu Mani, and he couldn't be like this. Tang Yun once again stomped on Mu Feixiong and said that the son had not gone far from his father, both bastards. Mu Feixiong asked Tang Yun to let him go, since he had already told everything. And knowing who his father was, Tang Yun should value his life. Jun Wuxiao agreed that Mu Feixiong was a freak, but asked Tang Yun not to ruin his life, since he had already messed him up so badly. Tang Yun explained that if someone treated him or his loved ones inappropriately, only death awaited them. As Tang Yun suddenly heard a scream in the sky, Wu Hong demanded that Tang Yun immediately release his son. Mu Feixiong wept and started calling for his father, and Jun Wuxiao ordered Tang Yun to let Wu Hong's offspring go. But Tang Yun refused and advised Zhong Wuxiao to take Mu Mengqi away, while he detained Wu Hong. Wuxiao wasn't going to leave Tang Yun behind, but the latter said that it was fine and that he would survive, after which he asked if she trusted him. He wanted her to leave first, since Jun Wuxiao's speed wasn't fast, and if they tried to escape together, they would be caught. Wuxiao said that she would wait for him in the alchemy division and immediately took Mu Mengqi away. But Wu Hong was not going to let anyone go, so he created a huge hand to catch the girls. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun managed to cut off the arm that had appeared. Wu Hong was shocked by what had happened after all. Tang Yun's cultivation was too low, and there was no way he could block him with one hand. Tang Yun asked Wu Hong to stop, as otherwise his son might die. Wu Hong recognized that Tang Yun was not as simple as he looked and landed on the ground. After which, he reminded Tang Yun that he was now in his territory, and if Tang Yun killed Mu Feixiong, Tang Yun's fate would be dire. After listening to the elder, Tang Yun sarcastically said that he felt scared and squeezed his hand, causing Mu Feixiong to start choking and beg his father for help even more. Wu Hong ordered Tang Yun to stop, then asked what he could do to save his son, to which Tang Yun replied that it was very simple, for all he had to do was to tell both his and his son's shameless deeds in front of all the disciples and elders of the Beast Soul Division. Wu Hong was astonished at what he heard, as there was no way he could admit to such a thing in public. A few moments later, the disciples and elders of the Beast Soul Division came over to Tang Yun and Wu Hong. They were curious about who their head was opposing right now, but as they approached, they were surprised to see Tang Yun there, holding the son of their head. After looking around, Wu Hong realized that there were too many people here, and if he confessed about the creation, his reputation would be over. Tang Yun asked if he had long to wait or if he wanted to see his son die. Wu Hong said he couldn't go for something like that, so he offered to give Tang Yun anything he wanted if he would let Mu Feixiong go. Tang Yun grinned and replied that he didn't need anything from Wu Hong. Doesn't want anything from him. All he wants is for others to know what Wu Hong and his son are really like. From what he heard, Wu Hong became even more enraged and asked Tang Yun if he thought he could survive something like this. Tang Yun waved Mu Feixiong's body and advised the elder not to intimidate him, because he was very fearful, and out of fear, he might accidentally strangle Mu Feixiong to death. Mu Feixiong begged Tang Yun not to kill him. Then he said that his father would never tell what had happened, but here he was confessing. Tang Yun slightly doubted what he heard, and Wu Hong was shocked that the truth could come out. In order to keep everything a secret, Wu Hong ordered his son to keep quiet. Tang Yun chuckled and said that it was different. He suggested Mu Feixiong to tell everyone their story for the sake of his own survival. Afterwards, Mu Feixiong confessed that he longed for Mu Mengqi's love, so he asked his father for a psychedelic pill and forced Mu Mengqi to take it. He wanted her, but at the last moment, Tang Yun stopped him. And besides, Wu Hong knew about all of this, and even gave the okay to execute the plan. The disciples of the Beast Soul Division were shocked by what they heard, the way Mu Feixiong behaved, and the fact that Wu Hong had agreed to do this to his personal disciple to satisfy his own son's desires. They no longer wished to see Wu Hong as their head. Wu Hong as their head, after all, it was a disgrace to their division. Tang Yun was pleased with Mu Feixiong's confession and said that he could now be called the son of a cattle. Wu Hong shouted in rage to his son that he was an idiot, and Mu Feixiong asked Tang Yun to let him go since he had said everything, to which Tang Yun replied that he was a man of his word and asked the one not to worry. Tang Yun assumed that he had bought enough time for Junwu Xiao and Mu Mengqi to escape, so he was willing to forfeit the hostage. But before doing so, he put a seal on that. Then he hit Mu Feixiong and shouted to the freak in front of him to catch his son. Wu Hong caught his son and shouted to Tang Yun that after what had happened, he shouldn't even think about escaping from here. Tang Yun told Wu Hong that he had to catch up with him first, immediately after which he released the power of the seal, from which there was an outbreak, and Wu Hun was tied up along with his son. Immediately afterward, they fell to the ground together, and Wu Hong asked the idiot son why he was so heavy. Looking towards Tang Yun, he saw that he had already flown away and said goodbye to them. After which, Wu Hong ordered those around him to grab Tang Yun right away. But those refused to obey his orders, for Mrs. Mu had been so kind to them, but Wu Hong decided to do evil anyway. Some of them pretended that they hadn't heard anything. Wu Hong reached a boiling point and shouted at the top of his voice that he would never forgive Tang Yun for this. After a while, Tang Yun and Junwu sat beside Mu Mani waiting for her to wake up. After lying like this for a while, Mu Mani finally opened her eyes and seeing an unfamiliar ceiling asked where she was. As she suddenly saw Tang Yun with Junwu satisfied that she had woken up, and Tang Yun immediately explained that they were in the alchemy division. Mu Mengqi couldn't remember anything and asked how she ended up here, after which Tang Yun decided to tell her what had happened in the past few hours. No sooner had Tang Yun finished his story than Mu Mani began to sob. She would never have thought that the master was capable of doing such a thing, and after all, she respected him so much. Tang Yun said that she was safe now, and it was better for her to stay in the alchemy division. Besides, with his training, she would be able to keep up with the other disciples. Mu Mani sincerely thanked Tang Yun for saving her, because if it wasn't for him, she still wouldn't have realized anything. After that, Junwu decided to remind her that she had helped her too. Mu Mani asked how she could only forget about it, since they had always been best friends, after which she added that the three of them would be together forever, and they all hugged. A moment later, Dan Yu burst into the room with a letter, but when he saw what they were doing, he realized he had come at the wrong time. Dan Yu immediately decided to run out of the room while yelling that he didn't see anything. Tang Yun said that everything was fine because it was only the middle of the day and he hadn't done anything, then asked Dan Yu what had happened. Dan Yu held out the letter and explained that it was an urgent letter received from Tang Yun's house. Tang Yun was surprised that his family had sent him an urgent letter and began to read it. Xiao asked if everything was okay, and Mu Mani asked if anything had happened to his family. Tang Yun said that it was nothing serious, just a little trouble that made him need to return home. He wanted to understand how the city's measures dared to do something against his family. But no matter what, someone's death could no longer be avoided. Junwu Xiao remembered that she hadn't been to Tang Yun's house yet and asked if they could go together. Besides, Mu Mani needed rest and calmness right now. After which Mu Mani said that she was just free right now. Seeing their persistence, Tang Yun agreed to go home with the three of them. The main hall of the Beast Soul Division. Wu Hong asked the elders what they had found out and where Tang Yun was now. One of the elders reported that it was rumored that Tang Yun, along with Zhongwu Xiao and Mu Mengqi, had gone to his hometown. Wu Hong said that it was a good thing, because if Tang Yun was sitting in the alchemy division, he wouldn't be able to get him there. But since Tang Yun had gone outside of it, things were going to be different. Tang Yun dug his own grave. Wu Hong called out to Jian Shan, immediately after which the latter appeared at the head's back. After that, Wu Hong ordered him to go after Tang Yun right away. He must kill his family and then Tang Yun himself. Jian Shen accepted the order and, turning into a shadow, said that he wouldn't let the elder down. The main hall of the alchemy division. Shen Qingfeng ran into the head shouting that he had bad news. He reported that just now, the Beast Soul division head had sent someone to kill Tang Yun. He said that Tang Yun had become a very important person in their division and had reached great heights, and so he had pleaded for her to protect him. Shen Subin asked Shen Qingfeng not to worry, after all, she knows what needs to be done. She will report everything to the head. Shen Qingfeng reminded Madam that Tang Yun was an ordinary disciple, and that they should not distract the head. He asked why she should not personally go to Tang Yun's hometown, to which Shen Subing replied that Tang Yun had ceased to be an ordinary disciple ever since he had flashed his light in the eternal immortal sect. Moreover, the head of the Beast Soul Division wants to kill him, which means only the head will be able to do something about it. Shen Qingfeng was slightly surprised by the head's decision, after all. Not long ago, she had despised Tang Yun when he first came here. But now things were different. City of the Full Moon. The head of Sun City, Wang Tian, ordered the servants to bring the hostages, after which the guards dragged Tang Feng and Feng Jingyu over. The people of the city were discussing the fact that the Tang family had been the strongest in their city not long ago, and none of them had thought that things would turn out like this. They could only blame Tang Yun, the young lord of the Tang family. After all, he had killed Wang Ba, the leader of Meteor Star City, and his son Wong Fu Tong. But to his regret, Wang Tian is Wang Ba's brother. Wang Tian has reached the peak soul fruit level, and all of his guards have reached the soul fruit level. They are strong enough to destroy Full Moon City, not to mention Tang Yun. One of the residents asked if Wang Tian was afraid of revenge, because it was rumored that Tang Yun had joined the Huangfu royal clan. The Huangfu clan was full of people, and Tang Yun was new to the Huangfu clan, indicating that no one cared about him. In any case, they should tell the disciples not to do something like this. Wang Tian recognized that Tang Feng and Feng Jingyu had a good son, except that he killed his brother Wang Ba, and Tang Yun is hiding in the Huangfu clan, so he can't do anything to him. But that doesn't concern his parents. Tang Feng and Feng Jingyu shouted to Wang Tian not to languish and kill them already. After all, they are not going to ask for mercy. In addition, after such a thing, their son will not leave him alone. When Wang Tian heard how eager they were to die, he agreed to fulfill their wish. He ordered the guards to execute Tang Yun's parents, and then threw their corpses outside the city, so that everyone would know what would happen to those who crossed his path. Tang Feng said he was proud of his son, and Feng Jingyu wished for Tang Yun to live a good life. The guards ordered them to shut up and brought in swords for execution. Just as suddenly, there was a flash on the scaffold, throwing the soldiers off. Wang Tian wondered what had just happened, right after which he saw Tang Yun. Tang Yun apologized to his parents for being late. The residents were shocked that Tang Yun had returned, but as it was alone, he was no survivor unless he had a trump card up his sleeve. Wang Tian laughed and said that Tang Yun had arrived just in time, because if he had continued to hide in the Huangfu clan, he might still be alive. But now that he had come out, his parents began to persuade Tang Yun to run away from here, because he was no match for Wang Tian. But Wang Tian shouted that he wouldn't run away, and ordered the guards to capture Tang Yun alive. Immediately afterward, the guards surrounded Tang Yun with his parents. They advised him to just surrender, because now he had no chance of escape. Tang Yun told the guards that they were just a bunch of talentless people, and that he didn't even feel like wasting his strength on them. Just as suddenly, Mu Mengqi and Jun Wuxiao appeared in front of him, and in the next instant, the girls had dealt with most of the guards. The residents couldn't tell if they were asleep because the girls appeared out of nowhere, and in the next instant, Wang Tian's guards all went blind at once. Once the girls were sorted out, Tang Yun asked them to take care of his parents and leave him in charge. Tang Feng asked Mu Mengqi what kind of relationship she was in with Tang Yun, which made her feel embarrassed. But Jun Wuxiao unapologetically revealed that Mu Mengyi was Tang Yun's first wife while she was his second wife. Causing Mu Mengqi to vomit blood in surprise, Mu Mani asked what she was saying since they hadn't even gotten married yet, to which Wuxiao replied that it was only a matter of time. Tang Feng praised his son for his efforts, for he had brought them as many as 2 daughters-in-law, and Feng Jingyu sighed sadly, remembering what had happened to Yu Qin. Tang Feng felt heartbroken upon hearing about Yu Qin, and suggested not to think about her right now. Wang Tian assumed that Tang Yun was able to obtain some or any skills in the Huangfu royal clan, and therefore he didn't think it was surprising that Tang Yun had come to him. Except even so, Tang Yun had little chance, immediately after which Wang Tian unleashed his mighty strength, causing even his clothes to tear. The residents were shocked, for this was Wang Tian's strongest form, Baxia's blood armor. After activating the Baxia blood armor, Wang Tian's defense had reached the soul purification level, while Tang Yun and the two women below him were only at the fetal level, which meant that they wouldn't even be able to scratch this defense. Wang Tian threatened Tang Yun that he would break all his bones, after which he would kill his parents and all his friends in front of him, and Tang Yun's death would be truly horrible. Tang Yun's parents panicked as their son was in danger and wished to help him, but Mu Mani stopped them by saying that Wang Tan wouldn't be able to touch him even with a finger, after which Wu Xiao said that Tang Yun was very strong. Tang Yun asked Wang Tian if he had ever heard an old saying, immediately after which Tang Yun appeared right in front of Wang Tian and struck out shouting, "The higher you get your nose up, the faster you fall." Wang Tian was shocked by Tang Yun's strength. He asked why the latter was so strong, after all. He had only recently joined the Huangfu clan. Tang Yun replied that in reality, it was not him who was strong, but Wang Tian who was weak and unable to see further than his nose. Losing the rest of his strength, Wang Tian fell dead on the ground with a last word, saying that it was for nothing that he had run into Tang Yun. The people of the city were shocked because Tang Yun had managed to kill Wang Tian, but no one could understand when he had managed to become so strong. Besides, he wouldn't even be able to consider them as opponents. Finished with Wang Tian, Tang Yun knelt down in front of his parents and apologized to them for everything. Tang Feng asked his son to stand up and said that they were perfectly fine, and Feng Jingyu helped him stand up while noticing that he had lost a little weight, causing her to ask if he was being abused by the Huangfu clan, to which Tang Yun replied that he was fine and asked him not to worry about it, after which he suggested his father to go home. After all, they had guests today. Tang Feng said it was strange to call them guests, and Feng Jingyu added that they were practically family already. Junwu Xiao asked if they could call Feng Jingyu mother in that case, causing Mu Mani to blush. Immediately after that, she started hitting Junwu Xiao on the head, shouting for her to shut up, and Wu Xiao begged her sister not to hit her, as she might become dumb. Looking at the girls, Tang Yun smiled, thinking about how naughty they were. As suddenly heard someone's laughter from above, the unknown person said that this was a happy ending, but it could get even better if Tang Yun died. Tang Yun's parents and girls wondered who it was, after all. The unknown person had a 9th grade soul purification level, or even higher. Tang Yun ordered the girls to take his parents to a safe place right now. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards the enemy to divert his attention. But the enemy said it wouldn't work that way, and the next instant disappeared from his seat. Tang Yun was shocked by his opponent's speed. He turned around and shouted to the girls to dodge, but it was already too late, and the enemy had already managed to strike the girls. From what he saw, Tang Yun became angry and attacked the enemy, shouting that he had dug his own grave. Immediately afterward, he used the Hongmen Domination Fist. The opponent shouted at Tang Yun to stay still and wounded him in the next instant. After landing on the ground, Tang Yun began to think about how great their cultivation gap was, which meant he would have to use his trump card. Tang Yun released the monkey from the bag, immediately after which his head showed. The enemy was surprised for a moment at such a helper, but before he even got out, he threw a whip at the man, which began to wrap itself around the still unleashed monkey to seal him in. And a few moments later, the monkey was sealed in fiery bonds. Tang Yun was shocked by what had happened, for even the connection between them had disappeared. Jianshan praised Tang Yun as he is truly a genius among the disciples, but Tang Yun's problem is that he crossed Shou Wu Hong. Jianshan asked if Tang Yun was going to fight further, because without help, he literally has 0 chance. The people of the town were shocked by the stranger's strength, for he had managed to defeat Tang Yun with just 1 punch, and from what they heard, they realized that Tang Yun was quite strong in the Huangfu clan. They believe that the situation has changed so much that it will be almost impossible to defeat Tang Yun. Jianshan revealed that he liked to watch his prey struggle before dying, and therefore the more Tang Yun had to suffer, the better. The girls were terrified that Tang Yun might be killed and refused to accept it. Tang Yun's mother cried, and his father shouted to the enemy to kill him first if he had balls. Jinshan asked them all not to worry because it would still reach them all. No one would be left out. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun vowed that he would slaughter the entire Jianshan clan if he dared to raise a hand against his kin. Hearing about the clan, Jianshan asked Tang Yun not to make him laugh, because even if he stood still and did nothing, Tang Yun wouldn't be able to inflict even a scratch. Suddenly, an old man appeared behind his back and asked if he really thought so, and if he was allowed to get in line. Jianshan was shocked by the appearance of the elder, and asked who the elder was. Tang Yun was also curious about who it was, for he had never seen this old man before, and couldn't even sense the one before appearing, indicating that the one was at least at the soul refining level. The old man said that his name was Tang Yun, and that he had been sent here by the Wong Fu clan leader to protect Tang Yun and his family. He then added that anyone who dared to harm them would be killed without regret. Hearing this, everyone was shocked that head Huang Fu himself had sent someone to rescue Tang Yun. The people of the city hardly believed it, for the leader of Huang Fu, in their opinion, was in a cloud that they could never touch, and since Tang Yun was so valued, his future was immeasurable. Besides, since Tang Yun is so willing to be killed, he must be incredibly talented. Qian Shen asked the old man not to bullshit, after all. Tang Yun was just a simple disciple. So he was obviously joking when he said that he was sent by the clan leader himself. Tanya Zhongkun took out the Huang Fu clan token and offered to take a look in person. Jian Shan was shocked, after all. The old man was holding a leader token, but this literally couldn't be true. The old man suddenly turned dark and told Jian Shan that he had made a big mistake when he dared to attack Tang Yun and his family, for which he would be executed. Jian Shan immediately began to run away, shouting that death could wait and all questions should not be to him, but to Shou Wuhong, who had given the order for elimination. Just as suddenly, Tanyai Zhongkun was over Jian Shan's back and asked if he was trying to escape. The old man then slapped Jian Shan, ordering him to descend from heaven to earth. Appearing beside Tang Yun, the old man said that he could do whatever he wanted with Jian Shan. Tang Yun thanked Tanyai Zhongkun, for if it wasn't for him, the worst would have happened. After which he turned to Jian Shan and said that the latter was now dead. To which Jian Shan replied that if it wasn't for the old man, Tang Yun wouldn't have been able to match him in his life. Tang Yun chuckled darkly and told Jian Shan that he was overestimating himself, then grabbed the latter by the throat and showed him the power of his soul, after which Tang Yun said that he would have killed him even without Tantai's help. Seeing this, Jian Shan was shocked and could barely utter his thoughts. Just as suddenly, Tang Yun shouted and killed Jian Shan by crushing his neck. The people of the city were horrified at how strong Tang Yun was, because none of them could kill someone at such a high level, even if they were a step away from death. In addition, after what happened, Tang Yun's family would become the main family in the city. Executing Jin Shan, Tang Yun shouted that this awaited anyone who dared to cross his path, after which all the residents bowed to Tang Yun and vowed to be loyal to his family. Tang Feng complained that when they were in trouble, the villagers looked at them with coldness in their eyes. But once Tang Yun returned, everything changed, and Feng Jingyu said that they had raised a very good son. Tanyai Zhongkun asked Tang Yun to prepare a room for him since he was going to stay here for a while. Tang Yun agreed and once again thanked the old man for his help, then asked if he was injured because his breathing wasn't the best during the battle. Tanyai Zhongkun revealed that his chronic illness had brought him to this point. It appeared in his youth. Back then he thought he was invincible, but while exploring a secret place, he fell into a serious trap that damaged his state of mind. After so many years, the wounded soul has never healed. After listening to the old man's story, Tang Yun held out a sheet to the man and explained that he had an ordinary soul wound, and on the sheet was written a prescription for treatment. While the surprised old man was reading the contents, Tang Yun thought about how he should have thanked him, because besides the fact that Tanyai Zhongkun had saved him, he would also be protecting his family. After reading the recipe, the old man cried out in shock, because it was a soul-harvesting technique lost in ancient times. He asked Tang Yun where he got it, to which Tang Yun replied that he found this technique in a book he bought in the domestic market. Although it is actually the lowest soul purification technique he knows. The old man laughed and then sincerely thanked Tang Yun, for he had no longer hoped that he would be able to cure his soul and increase his cultivation level. Tang Yun admitted that he was happy to hear this, after which he suggested that the old man rest, while Tang Yun would take care of preparing dinner. Tang Feng asked his wife where they would put how many guests, to which Feng Jingyu replied that they could put the girls in Tang Yun's room. After a while, Tang Yun's residence. Tang Yun had settled Tanyai Zhongkun, which meant he could now go about his business without worrying about his family's safety. Reaching his room, Tang Yun was surprised because there was a light on in the room, which meant someone was there. Tang Yun felt that there were enemies sneaking in that he might have missed earlier. And the next instant, he was kicking the door in, shouting to his enemies that those were dead bodies. But Zhong Wuxiao and Mu Mengqi were in the room, surprised by Tang Yun's behavior. Mu Mani asked what he was doing, and Wu Xiao reminded him that they hadn't gotten married yet, and asked if he was so impatient. Tang Yun apologized for the intrusion and said that he must have gotten the wrong room. Tang Yun's parents were watching. Tang Feng told his wife that her plan had been successful, to which she replied that they would soon have grandchildren. Alchemy Division Hall. Shen Subin sobbed alone, for her father was on the verge of death. She wanted to know where her master was now. She wanted him back as soon as possible, as she couldn't do it without him. 3 days later, Tang Yun and Mu Mengqi finally returned to the Wong Fu clan's herb garden. Tang Yun revealed that Wu Xiao had already returned to her division, after which he told Mu Mani that she could stay here for a while, and asked her to tell him if she needed anything. Suddenly, Dan Yu ran out to him shouting that he had good news. Moving closer, Dan Yu revealed that 12th Elder Lu Wu had passed away right after Tang Yun left the clan. Tang Yun was surprised at what he heard, but he was still happy to hear it and asked if the killer had been found yet. In fact, Tang Yun was not surprised by Lu Wu's death, since he was the one who had locked up the elder, and his death was only a matter of time. Dan Yu replied that the killer had yet to be found. It was rumored that Lu Wu's father, the 4th elder of the immortal sect of the Alchemy Division Immortal Sect, had personally investigated the case himself, but was still unable to find his son's body. Lu Yi was so angry that his nose was bleeding. Tang Yun said that Lu Wu deserved it and suggested not to talk about it anymore. But Dan Yu asked Tang Yun to wait since it's not over yet. Dan Yu revealed that Tang Yun's shenanigans in the Beast Soul Division had already reached the Alchemy Division, the head of the division. Wu Hong came to them but was immediately expelled, after which the head asked that after arriving, Tang Yun should immediately report to her. She probably has a bad opinion of Tang Yun after what happened, so he should be more careful. In addition, Shou Wuhong is unlikely to back down and is probably already plotting something against Tang Yun. Tang Yun asked Danya not to worry, as he would definitely be fine. Tang Yun wasn't worried, as he knew that although Shen Subin seemed cold, she was actually very kind, and since she helped him when he was in trouble, he should thank her in return. Tang Yun suggested that Mumani go rest, and asked Danya not to tell her that she was in their division, the main hall of the Alchemy Division. Shen Subin sat on her throne and thought about when her master would return. Just as suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared at the entrance and asked her not to cry. Seeing the master, Shen Subin immediately rushed to him with tears. She said that if it wasn't for him, she doesn't know what she... Tang Yun deftly got out of his disciple's embrace and asked her what had happened, to which Subin replied that they didn't have much time, and that she would tell everything on the way. After a while, Shen Subin and his master arrived in the Cherry Blossom City. Shen Subin explained that this was where her clan lived. After her father was framed by Gun Sun Yan, Shen Subing's father was afraid that action would be taken against his clan, so he was forced to leave. Tang Yun had to admit that this was indeed a good place, far away from the noisy world. Tang Yun suggested that Subin go to her father's house, after which she led him. Just as suddenly, a maid ran out to her, shouting to the mistress that Shen Subing's father was on the verge of death, and the second master was already planning the funeral. Upon hearing this, Shen Subing immediately rushed to her father with tears. Meanwhile, in the house, Shen Tianqie, Shen Subin's father. The Shen clan members mourned Shen Tianqie. All his life he had been a hero, but because of Gongsun Yanchun, he was in this position. Just as suddenly, Shen Subin ran in and immediately began to fight her way through the people to her father. Shen Subin took her father's hand and told him that she had asked the master for help, after which she asked that he open his eyes and look at her. Tang Yun asked Shen Subing to step back so that he could examine her father, then filled his hand with energy. Tang Yun placed his hand on Shen Tianqie's forehead, immediately after which he opened his eyes and saw his daughter to the side. Shen Subin asked her father how he was feeling, after which she told him that her master had come to see them. She told him that he was very strong and that he would definitely be able to help him. Shen Tianqie told his daughter that the effort was not worth it because he was dying, but Shen Subin shouted that she refused to believe it. After that, she asked the wizard to help her. She was sure that with his power, he would be able to heal her father. Tang Yun lit the flame in his hand and asked Shen Subing not to worry, as he would now conduct a more thorough examination. After which, Tang Yun touched Shen Tianze and began to examine his body. But after a few moments, he removed his hand and admitted that he was sorry, for her father's body was very badly scarred, and no amount of treatment would help him anymore. Hearing this, Shen Subin panicked, for even her master is unable to help save her father. Tang Yun thought about the fact that if they were in the upper world, he would be able to use several ways to help the disciple's father. However, being in the heavenly punishment continent, he was unable to do anything. Shen Tianqie told his daughter that his life was coming to an end, then told her that life and death are natural phenomena and cannot be avoided. He sees how much she has grown, and therefore he has nothing more to regret. Shen Subin grabbed her father's hand and shouted that she didn't want him to die. Her mother had already left them, and if he died too, she would have no one left. Shen Tianqie asked her not to be sad after all. He had wanted to see her mother again for years. After which, Shen Tianqie turned to his daughter's master and said that his daughter had often told him that he took good care of her. Therefore, he wants the master to promise him something. Shen Tianqi asked him not to abandon and take care of Shen Subin until she can marry. Tang Yun grabbed Shen Tianqi's hand and swore that he would fulfill his request. Shen Subin asked her father why he had made such a request to her master. Shen Tianqi called Shen Subin a foolish daughter and asked if she realized how important the master was to her, for he had heard many good things about him. Shen Subin looked at the master and wondered what her father meant. Shen Tianqi had touched his daughter's face with his hand and said those were his last words and that he regretted nothing more. Just as suddenly his hand fell on the bed, from which a new wave of sadness came over Shen Subing, and she cried out. The Shen family members were in mourning, although the head had left them, but perhaps this would be a release for him. Tang Yun touched his disciple's shoulder and apologized for not being able to cure her father. He said that although her father had left this world, his soul was still here, and he could try to save it. Upon hearing about Shen Subing's soul, she was surprised and asked how this was possible, to which Tang Yun replied that it was true. If he manages to find traces of the soul, there is a possibility of resurrection, but it requires very strong. Upon hearing of the resurrection, the people nearby wondered what the master of the lady was talking about, and why they had never heard of such a thing before. Everyone was sure that the dead could not be brought back, and that they would never be able to see the chapter again. Some of them even thought that the master was deceiving the mistress to appease her. Subin asked if her father could really be resurrected. Then she kneeled down and cried out that she believed the master with all her heart, and so she asked him to preserve her father's soul. Immediately after which, Tang Yun used a seal to draw out the soul. A moment later, Shen Tianqi's soul appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked to see the soul of their head, and that this was even possible. They realized that Madame Master was a very powerful person. Just as suddenly, a black mist appeared near Shen Tianqi's soul, from which a hand immediately came out and grabbed Shen Tianqi's soul by the leg, whereupon the possessor of the hand emerged from the mist up to his waist, and explained that after death, the soul of man must return to the underworld and await rebirth. The Shen family members were terrified, for suddenly a creature that looked like a messenger from the underworld had appeared. The master of the lady had disturbed such a powerful being, and they wanted to understand how they could help the master. Shen Subing sobbed again and asked the master to leave it alone, for in front of them was the messenger of the underworld that would cause him to suffer. To which Tang Yun replied that he has everything under control. If he didn't want her father to die, not even Hades could take him away. The underworld envoy asked if Tang Yun would really dare to break the rules of life and death. After all, he would be punished for it. Tang Yun ordered the envoy to shut up and now get out while he was capable of doing so, whereupon a dazzling flash appeared from his eyes. The messenger of the underworld was terrified by the power of this light. He wanted to know how he could destroy such a powerful force like his. The Shen family members were delighted with their lady's master, for even the messenger from the underworld had left him. They all wondered who this master was and why he was so strong. Tang Yun thought that what had happened was nothing more than a joke. After all, he was the one who had set the rules for this world and also appointed Hades. After which Tang Yun said that everything was ready, and Shen Subin saw her father's soul in his hand. Tang Yun explained that it was the trace of her father's soul. Afterward, he gave the trail to Subin, and the latter thanked him for it, for if he had not, Tang Yun asked her to stop it. After all, she was his disciple. 3 days later, having finally settled matters, Tang Yun returned to the Lingshan grass garden, and now he was about to start preparing for the tournament. Suddenly he saw someone fighting in the garden. The ordinary disciples of Lingshan Garden tried to chase Bai Shu away, telling him that Mu Mengqi no longer wished to return to the Beast Soul division and did not wish to see them, and that the Beast Soul disciples should not hang around in their division, because if they saw them, Tang Yun would give them a hard time. Bai Shu told Mu Mengqi that she had one last chance to return unless she wanted to piss off their master, to which Mu Mani replied that she didn't need such a master, and asked Bai Shu to leave since she wasn't going to return anymore. As soon as Mu Mani expressed everything, Dan Yu demanded that Bai Shu get out of here right now. Bai Shu was angry at the refusal and said that she had a chance, and therefore asked him not to blame him for what would happen. After which he began to form the sword. He shouted so that those who were not in his way would not interfere with him, and the simple students were thrown away from him. Mu Mengqi asked in horror, wondering if Bai Shu was afraid for his life. After all, he was pulling something like this in the alchemy division. To which Bai Shu replied that Master would save him if he returned Mu Mani to their division. Therefore he demanded that she not resist or he would harm her. Just as suddenly he heard Tang Yun ordering him to cower, but it was already too late. In fact, the very next instant, Tang Yun punched him, then demanded that Bai Shu not show his face anymore. Dan Yu and Mu Mani were pleased at how timely Tang Yun had returned to them. Afterward, Tang Yun walked over to Mu Mani and said that everything was fine now and she would be safe. Bai Shu stood up and spat out the blood, then praised Tang Yun for his courage as he dared to hit him. Tang Yun turned around and said that he would have done it even if they had met earlier. Bai Shu then called for the sword again and shouted that Tang Yun was just a loser, being protected by Shen Qingqi, and that the likes of him were sent to Lingshan Garden to grow herbs because they were incapable of anything else. Bai Shu reminded him that he had already warned Tang Yun not to try to win Mumani's heart, but Tang Yun didn't seem to understand. Tang Yun smirked and told Bai Shu that he would teach him a lesson now. Immediately after that, he appeared in front of Bai Shu and said that nasty things were coming out of Bai Shu's mouth, after which he performed a quick series of punches, beating Bai Shu. Immediately afterward, he planted him with a kick of his foot, and quickly flying over, Tang Yun struck Bai Shu, sealing him into the ground. Barely surviving the final blow, Bai Shu asked how this was possible, since he didn't even have a chance of winning. Tang Yun asked if Bai Shu now realized which of the two of them was the loser, to which Bai Shu replied that he was a senior disciple of Master Shou Wu Hun, and warned that if he died, the teacher would kill Tang Yun. Tang Yun asked Bai Shu not to be afraid, as he wasn't going to kill him, and reached for his collar, after which he lifted Bai Shu up and said that he couldn't let him die so easily. After all, it would be better to destroy Bai Shu's energy center. No sooner had Bai Shu cursed Tang Yun than he destroyed his energy center, causing Bai Shu to vomit blood. Tang Yun then took out a knife and said that he would deprive Bai Shu of his tongue for the words spoken towards Mu Mengqi. Bai Shu was horrified at what Tang Yun was about to do and said that he realized he was wrong, and so he asked Tang Yun not to cut off his tongue. Tang Yun asked if Bai Shu understood that actions should be accountable, after which he cut off Bai Shu's tongue with a sharp swing of his knife, and he threw him aside and told him to get the hell out of here. Shen Subin approached Tang Yun and warned him that he had crossed the line by beating up the elder's son and his best student, because, after such a thing, Wu Hong won't forgive him. To which Tang Yun replied that he was confident that he could handle the situation. Besides, he had already become the nemesis of the elder, and if the elder didn't come after him, he would personally appear before him. Suddenly, Shen Qingqi, who had already been searching for them for a long time, came running towards them. Tang Yun greeted the elder and asked how he could help him, to which Shen Qingfeng replied that the elder wanted to talk to Tang Yun about Mu Shunfei. Upon reaching the main hall, Tang Yun greeted the elders and then handed all three of them a gift of youth-preserving pills. Shen Wanda laughed from the gift, after which they all thanked Tang Yun. Shen Qingqi explained that it was about the head of the Beast Soul Division and asked him to choose his words correctly. Immediately afterward, Shen Qingfeng asked to call it a day and just tell the truth, since Tang Yun was a member of their division, and he was unlikely to get anything done. Shen Wanda said that although my lady likes Tang Yun, she shouldn't act so recklessly. But if Tang Yun was really treated unfairly, then she would really help to get justice. Tang Yun thanked the elder for his words. He didn't want to disappoint them, since Shen Qingqiu and the two elders had done a lot for him. Once Tang Yun arrived at Shen Subing's place, the latter admitted that she was happy because of the fact that he was alive. Shen Wanda remarked that the head was in a good mood today. Shen Qingqi advised Tang Yun to be patient if the head scolded him, and Shen Qingfeng reminded him that if Tang Yun made a mistake, he should admit it himself. Tang Yun bowed to the division head and said that he had come on her orders, after which Shen Subing walked over to him and placed her hand on his shoulder. The elders behind his back apologized for not being able to help and prayed for Tang Yun to hold on, as he was on the right path. After a brief silence, Shen Subing praised Tang Yun for holding on for so long. Hearing this, the elders' eyes almost flew out of their orbits, for they thought she was going to scold him, but as if it was a dream, she suddenly praised him. Shen Subin said that she learned the details of what happened. Wu Hong and his son Fei Xiong are beasts that attack even their own disciples, and if she were there, she would personally destroy their temple. After all, she hates bastards who abuse their power with all her heart. Even Tang Yun didn't expect the head to say such a thing to him. Thanks to this, he realized that she was truly worthy of being his disciple. Shen Subin said that if Mu Mengqi wanted, he could live in their division in peace. Tang Yun thanked the head for that, but reminded him that Mu Mani couldn't stay in their division forever, and so he asked if there was any possibility of her becoming a disciple of the alchemy division. Shen Subin replied that it wasn't that simple, for over the past few tens of thousands of years, the 9 divisions had been divided, and each school had its own rules, causing students who left the division to be executed, as Shen Qingfeng suddenly turned to Madame and Tang Yun, after which he said that he had a plan. Tomorrow would start the day of the big division competition. Their patriarch would be there, and considering his opinion of Tang Yun, he could help them in this matter. After thinking about it for a while, Shen Subing agreed that it was possible. But in order to get the consent of the clan head, Tang Yun would first have to win the competition so that the patriarch could reward him. Tang Yun said he understood everything and promised that he would take first place. Hearing this, Shen Subing cheered up and confessed that this was exactly what she wanted to hear from him. After which she explained that their sect had currently received 1,000 seats to the Eternal Earth. Each of the 9 divisions would only receive 50 seats. The rest of the seats would be distributed after a major tournament, where the higher the division ranked, the more seats would be allocated. In all these years, not a single disciple of the alchemy division had managed to reach the top 8. Hence the chapter had placed their hopes on Tang Yun, and he must fulfill them. After listening to the division head, Tang Yun loudly swore that he would do his best. Next day, Mount Panlin Olang. The elder told the chapter that Tang Yun had killed his son, Sun Mu Ron Kun, because of which he wanted to take revenge on him, to which Wu Hong replied that Tang Yun had killed people from his division and that he could not leave it like that. Lingu Tsang said that he also wanted revenge, for Tang Yun had killed his son. Guo Zhengming, on the other hand, vowed to kill Tang Yun for killing his son. 1 hour later, Shou Wu Hong asked where the alchemy division was now, and how long to wait. Mujun sipped her tea and said that time was flying even too fast. Suddenly, Wu Hong noticed a glow far up in the sky. It was a ship of the alchemical division. Lingu Tsenghe said that it was just a show-off, and Guo Zhengming added that Tang Yun was now quite famous in the inner sect. Seeing his enemies below, Tang Yun mentally chuckled at the thought of how he would not let his opponents down. Once the alchemy division descended, Mu Mani reminded Tang Yun that she was still a beast soul disciple, and that she shouldn't be around the alchemy division. To which Tang Yun replied that it was fine after all. Even the head had given him the go-ahead, which meant that no one would dare to touch her. Seeing Tang Yun and Mu Mani walking hand in hand, Wu Hong mentally reprimanded as he thought that Tang Yun was testing him after changing his apprentice to the alchemy division. The disciples in the stands began to discuss the fact that Mu Mani was going together with the alchemy division, because of the rumors that the head of the soul beast had made a big mess of things. One of the disciples said that he didn't believe it, because Mu Mani was a genius, and the head would treasure her like his own daughter. Hearing everyone discussing what happened, all the veins in his face, Hoon's veins are swollen, after which he couldn't stand it and ordered Mu Mani to return to the beast soul division right now. The students immediately started discussing what had happened, because it meant that they really had something going on. Plus, she was dating a guy from the alchemy division. Mu Mani leaned over and said that it wasn't her fault, after which tears flowed from her eyes. Tang Yun tried to calm her down and asked her not to worry since he was by her side. Then Tang Yun demanded that Wu Hong not talk to Mu Mani like that. Wu Hong did not talk to Mu Mani like that and asked if he had forgotten what he had done to her. Tang Yun said he would have killed himself if he were him, and asked how Wu Hong had the courage to come here. The audience was amazed at Tang Yun's bravery, for he dared to insult the division head in front of everyone. Just as suddenly, Wu Hong jumped down from the stands and immediately attacked Tang Yun. Mu Mani cried out for Tang Yun to flee the attack, but he told her not to worry. After all, Wu Hun wouldn't dare do anything to him. The very next instant, the head of Shen Subing jumped out in front of Tang Yun and ordered Wu Hong to stop. Immediately after, she shot out blocks of ice to repel the beast soul head's attack. Shen Subin reminded Wu Hong that Tang Yun was a disciple of the alchemy division, and besides, she wouldn't let Wu Hong kill her disciples. Shou Wu Hong reprimanded and asked Subin why she let her students behave like this, and was about to threaten her. But Shen Subin interrupted him, saying that she didn't care, because she wasn't afraid of someone like him. Suddenly, the patriarch Tantai Xuanzhong approached Wu Hong and asked what he was doing. Wu Hong tried to think of something, but the patriarch ordered him to fall to his knees, and he sat down, unable to withstand the pressure. After which, he turned around and ordered Subin to fall to his knees as well. Immediately after which, a wave of pressure came over Shen Subing, and she also kneeled down. Seeing this, the spectators realized that the patriarch was really angry right now. They even felt sorry for the division heads. Tantai Xuanzhong asked how they could behave like this in front of the disciples. After all, they were division heads, so he was expecting them to explain clearly. Wu Hong immediately asked the patriarch to believe him, after which he revealed that the alchemy division was crossing all boundaries. Tang Yun's disciple dared to defile it in front of everyone, whereupon Shen Subin sided with Tang Yun instead of teaching him a lesson. Tantai Xuanzhong asked Subin if Wu Hong was telling the truth, to which Subin replied that it was true, but Not intending to listen to her, the patriarch asked if she knew that such a thing was forbidden. Hearing this, Shen Subing was forced to say that she was willing to accept her punishment. The onlookers began to discuss the fact that their patriarch didn't like such antics. And although Tang Yun was a good disciple, he clearly wasn't worth it. While the head was counting down Shen Subin, Wu Hong was thinking about how he would kill Tang Yun during Subin's punishment. Only Tantai Xuanzhong was about to punish Shen Subing as Tang Yun approached him. He asked for the head to listen to him. Remembering Tang Yun's actions in the competition, Tantai Xuanzhong realized that he didn't act without reason, which meant that something had happened since he had acted like this. After thinking it over, Tantai Xuanzhong agreed to listen to Tang Yun. When the disciples heard this, they were shocked, for the patriarch had agreed to listen to a mere disciple, indicating that he valued him. Tang Yun thanked the head and explained that did so because Wu Hong really deserved it. Hearing him being poured mud, Wu Hong immediately shouted at Tang Yun, but Tantai Xuanzhong cast a glance in his direction and ordered Wu Hong to close his mouth, after which the head asked Tang Yun to continue narrating. Tang Yun revealed that Mu Mani was his friend, and how when he went to visit her, he found that Mu Feixiong, Wu Hong's son, had tried to get her on his father's orders, after which Tang Yun couldn't stand it and shouted that Wu Hong had done this while being the head of the Beast Soul Division and Master Mu Mani, which was just disgusting of him. Hearing this, the disciples began to discuss it loudly. Many people didn't think that Wu Hong could be such a person, while others refused to believe Tang Yun's words without any proof. Tantai Xuanzhong asked Wu Hong if this was true, to which the latter replied that he only knew that Tang Yun had taken away his son's strength, and he still couldn't understand why. Wu Hong is confident that he will win. After all, when Tang Yun made Feixiong tell everything, once Tang Yun left, he erased the memory of everyone there. Tang Yun asked what kind of nonsense the one was talking about, and asked if he was familiar with it. Afterward, everyone saw the footage of Fei Qiong confessing his atrocities. The audience immediately began to curse. Wu Hong for such a shameful act and wondered how he dared to do such a thing. Wu Hong was surprised that Tang Yun had preserved the evidence, which meant he needed to think of something before it was too late. He realized something had to be done and arranged for his son's funeral after the end of the competition. The patriarch asked the division head if he had anything to say for himself, to which Wu Hong replied that he wasn't afraid of any accusations since he hadn't done anything wrong. Besides, you can't always appreciate the whole picture with your eyes. After all, Feixiong had only said that because Tang Yun had used a mind control technique on him. Tantai Xuanzhong couldn't object. Wu Hong Wu, after all, it really could have gone this way. Wu Hong asked the head to review his memory if he didn't believe him. He was not afraid of being exposed because he had erased his memory beforehand. The audience began to agree that Wu Hong might be telling the truth, as they had heard about Tang Yun's mind control techniques, and the person who asked to check his memory could not be the culprit. Only some people started to object because Wu Hong himself could have erased his memory after the incident. Seeing how everything was going, Wu Hong mentally laughed as the gawkers started to come over to his side. Wu Hong bowed to the master and asked him to do justice and execute the villain Tang Yun, who insulted the honor of their clan. But Tang Yun objected to him, saying that Wu Hong was only so brave because he had erased his memory beforehand with some pill, and asked him not to believe the beast soul head. The patriarch asked Tang Yun how he could prove his point. Tang Yun replied that it would be easy, because even though Wu Hong had erased his memory, he couldn't do it to his son because he was too badly injured to do it. So Tang Yun suggested that the head should send someone to check Feixiong's memory, after which the truth would come out. Wu Hong was furious at what he heard. After all, he wouldn't survive if Feixiong's memory was tested. Tantai Xuanzhong agreed with Tang Yun's suggestion and ordered his subordinate to do as he said. Suddenly, Wu Hong cried out, "No!" to stop the patriarch, and explained that his son was in a serious condition, which made him unable to make such a long journey. Tantai Xuanzhong ordered, "Wu Hong, shut up, as he himself knows what he is doing." After that, he threw a 9th-level recovery pill to a subordinate, who ran over and ordered him to give it to Fei Xiong so that he could bring him here. Immediately afterward, the subordinate went to Mu Fei Xiong. The audience was shocked because the 9th-rank recovery pill was too valuable. It was rumored that this pill could save even from the world of the dead, and since the head gave such a valuable pill, he really wanted to know the truth. Wu Hun began to panic, for any minute now his fate might be decided. Tang Yun suggested Wu Hong to say his last words, for he would die when his son Feixiong came. The patriarch approached Wu Hong and said that he would give him a chance because he had been working for him for many years. If Wu Hun gives him an honest answer now, Wu Hong will give him an honest answer, then he will let him live. But if Fei Xiong comes here and confirms Tang Yun's words, Wu Hong will definitely die. Hearing that he could survive, Wu Hong was about to confess, or else he had no other choice. Just as suddenly, the person sent to fetch Fei Xiong arrived and immediately addressed the head. The patriarch asked his subordinate what had happened and why he had arrived alone, to which he replied that on his way to the Beast Soul Division, news had reached him that Mu Feixiong had killed himself due to stress. All three were startled by the sudden event. The disciples in the stands couldn't believe that he had died so easily, because there was no way to confirm whether Tang Yun was telling the truth. Out of his eyes, Hong's tears flowed, and then he began to beat the ground, shouting that it was too unfair. He tried to raise his son to be strong, but in the end, he died before he did. In his mind, Wu Hong laughed, because his son had died in time, which meant that the god himself had helped him survive. He promised to give his son a proper funeral as soon as he returned. Even Tang Yun was surprised that Mu Feixiong had suddenly died, which was clearly not a simple coincidence. Wu Hong asked the master to believe him because his son was dead, and no one else could prove him right. He said that Tang Yun couldn't get away with such a thing. Tantai Xuanzhong could clearly see that Wu Hong was being disingenuous, but his son had died and there was nothing he could do about it. Tantai Xuanzhong said that they both knew the truth about what had happened, but now they had a lot of things to do to start the tournament, and so he offered to deal with it later. A stone fell from Shou Wuhun's soul, for he had finally been abandoned. Suddenly, Tang Yun turned to the patriarch again, saying that he had a request. Tang Yun said that although Mu Feixiong had died, but Wu Hong never cleared his name, causing him to fear that if Mu Mani stayed in the Beast Soul Division, she would be in trouble. Tantai Xuanzhong asked the division heads what they thought about it, to which Wu Hong replied that he did not want such a traitor, and said that he would expel Mu Mani from his division. Whereupon Shen Subin said that she would gladly accept Mu Mani into her division. Without wasting any time, Tantai Xuanzhong announced that from now on, Mu Mengi was a disciple of the alchemy division. Afterward, Tang Yun with Shen Subin thanked the patriarch for helping Mu Meni. After sorting things out, Tantai Xuanzhong ordered everyone to prepare for the competition and not to bother him anymore, whereupon he flew up into the air, and towering over the arena, the patriarch announced the start of the competition. He then explained that according to the rules, 3 representatives will be chosen from each division, and only those who survive 100 encounters, or if no one dares to challenge them, will make it to the finals. As soon as the patriarch spoke of the rules, 3 men from each of the 8 divisions entered the arena. Meanwhile, Shen Subin was telling her students that their division specialized in creating pills, and maybe they weren't as good at battles as others. But to avoid trouble, she let Tang Yun be the only representative from their division. The disciples agreed with the head's opinion, for they really weren't as good in battle as the other disciples, causing many alchemy disciples to die or be seriously injured in the past competitions. Therefore, they were glad that they had Tang Yun, for they believed that he would be able to accomplish the task alone. Mu Mengqi turned to the head and asked if she could go along with Tang Yun. Tang Yun asked Mu Mani what stage she had reached in her practice, to which she replied that she was already a master. Afterward, Tang Yun told the chapter that he had faith in Mu Mani. He has confidence in her, since she has reached the master stage of the Nirvana Holy Book, which means she is strong enough to defeat the fetus soul-level cultivators. Shen Subin agreed to let Mu Mani compete and ordered her to bring them victory. Right after that, Tang Yun and Mu Mani went to one of the arenas. Tang Yun asked Mu Mani not to hold back as they must defeat everyone here, after which Patriarch Tantai Xuanzhong announced the beginning. As soon as the Patriarch gave the go-ahead, 5 cultivators immediately headed towards Tang Yun with Mu Mani. Supreme Disciple Yu Zhang, Supreme Disciple Yi Xiong, 2 disciples of the Beast Soul Sect, as well as Lun Feitian of the Saint Soul Sect, challenged Tang Yun. Shen Subin turned to the head and said that attacking 5 people at once was a violation of the rules. But Tang Yun was happy that so many people came out at once, and suggested that they attack all at once to finish quickly. Tantai Xuanzhong and Shen Subing were shocked to hear about Tang Yun's challenge. The 5 disciples happily agreed to attack Tang Yun at once, and began to prepare techniques for the attack. They were going to kill Tang Yun since it wasn't against the rules. Tang Yun called them pathetic pawns and used Hongmen's deity step. Immediately afterward, he struck the 5 students in a flash of lightning. Falling dead, the disciples only thought about how this happened, for they refused to accept that they would die at the hands of a mere disciple. Seeing this, the spectators started to loudly discuss how Tang Yun did it. Tang Yun was too strong, and everyone thought that only a fool would challenge him. Tang Yun shouted out that he was well aware that many of those gathered wanted to kill him, Hence, he reminded them that today was a great chance for them to do so. He suggested that they should all attack all at once, if they really wanted to get this over with quickly. Immediately after that, many disciples jumped into the arena. They were satisfied that they could finally get rid of Tang Yun by crushing him in numbers, and thus they were not afraid of him. Meanwhile, the onlookers were discussing how brazen Tang Yun was, even though he was strong. But since he had said such a thing, he clearly had no idea who he was. Some even started betting on how quickly Tang Yun would die from this crowd. Tang Yun shouted that they would not be able to take him immediately, after which he made a slash, which hit all the opponents flying towards him, after which they rained down on the arena. Tang Yun said that there were only 77 places left, and suggested that his enemies attack him, unless of course they were afraid of him. After the sudden death of the 18 disciples, the audience's cries fell into 3 categories. The first shouted about how incredible he was, the second shouted that people like him were just looking for their death, and the third shouted that they didn't want to fight against him because they still wanted to live. Tang Yun turned to Guo Zhengming and said that he didn't kill his son, but admitted that he was guilty of it. Tang Yun then turned to Wu Hong and admitted that he would have torn Fei Xiong apart if he had not ruled. Then, he told Wu Hong that his grandson died because he was not worthy of life, and Ling Hu's grandson Qian He died because he deserved to die. Tang Yun raised his sword and invited them to attack him, as he was ready to receive their attack. The elders asked if he was in his right mind to say such a thing. Besides, these disciples had attacked Tang Yun on their own initiative, and they had nothing to do with it. They then asked how dare he accuse them of such a thing. Tang Yun said that he wasn't trying to blame them, and asked for an oath that they didn't order their disciples to attack him. Hearing this, the elders immediately blanched, after which Wu Hong replied that he wasn't interested in talking to this disciple. Guo Zhengming asked Tang Yun not to jump up and down, as he couldn't give out vows to ordinary disciples. Tang Yun ordered the elders to stop going round and round, and announced that from now until the end of the competition, any disciple from the Beast Soul, Origin, and Sacred Soul divisions would be brutally killed by him. Hearing this, the disciples became angry and started accusing Tang Yun of taking too much on himself by throwing around such words. And they swore that after saying this, he would not live to see the end of the competition. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Alchemy Division were cheering for Tang Yun as best they could. Wu Hong ordered Ding Hu to put this upstart in his place. Immediately after that, he told everyone that Tang Yun must have been tired because of the battle, and so he called everyone who wasn't afraid to fight Tang Yun. Silence and startled looks followed in response. One of the disciples said that they were no match for him, while another added that there was no point in them dying since they were not on Tang Yun's list. Unable to take reinforcements, Ding Hu called them cowards and left. After which, Ding Hu entered the arena and shouted to Tang Yun that he could consider himself a corpse. Immediately after which, he used the ghost shadow cut. Tang Yun said that he had asked for his own doom and repelled the attack with his dominant blade. Ding Hu cried out because of the impending doom, and in the next instant, he turned into a bloody mess due to Tang Yun's attack. The spectators were amazed that Tang Yun was able to kill Ding Hu with just one strike, and after all, Ding Hu was the 4th strongest in the Beast Soul division. Tang Yun raised his blade and asked who else wanted to fight him, but only silence followed in response. Since no one wanted to challenge Tang Yun, the Patriarch announced that Tang Yun had won. Immediately after that, the students of the Alchemy Division started chanting in his honor, for he had brought them victory. Tang Yun told Mumani that the rest lies with her. After that, he jumped out of the arena, and Mumani asked who would be next. Lingu Tsanghe knew that Tang Yun would be very upset if Mumani died, and so he ordered Han Li to go into the arena and kill Mumani. Immediately after, Han Li jumped into the arena and told Mumani that her beauty dazzles him. But unfortunately, she's on Tang Yun's side. Mu Mengqi grinned and said that she felt sorry since he would die. The audience was shocked by Mu Mengqi's words, because even though Mu Mengqi was talented, there was no way she could compare to Han Li, so she was doomed to defeat. Everyone began to feel sorry because such a beautiful girl would die in front of their eyes today. Han Li created ether illusions and immediately attacked Mu Mengqi, but Mu Mengqi pushed off the ground, dodging the attack, and summoned a black blade. Han Li's ethereal illusions leaped into the air, and altogether shouted that she couldn't escape them. The disciples of the Alchemy Division were terrified, because in the air, Mumani had no chance to dodge the attack. Lingu Changhe started laughing since the victory was for him. But Tang Yun wasn't scared, after all. Lingu Changhe doesn't even know who he's messing with, Suddenly, Mumani used the Nirvana Holy Book Extermination Blade, creating black lightning, which instantly destroyed all of Hanli's ethereal illusions and headed towards the original. Hanli screamed and began to beg for someone to save him, but after a moment, he was destroyed along with part of the arena. Smoothly descending to the ground, Mumani asked who was next. Everyone was shocked at how Hanli was killed with just one blow. Tang Yun and Mumani are incredibly strong, and anyone who dares to attack them will die immediately. So they refuse to attack as life is more precious to them. Tantai Xuanzhong asked if there were still people willing to challenge Mumeni, because if not, she had won. The disciples of the alchemy division shouted with joy, because thanks to Tang Yun, there were 2 people in their sect who had successfully overcome the trial. They felt that Tang Yun was a true blessing to their sect. Once all the fights were over, Tantai Xuanzhong announced that the winners would now fight amongst themselves until the top 8 were formed. Tantai Xuanzhong revealed that this sleeping dragon selection would utilize the free battle mode. The champions of each sect should enter the arena and prepare to compete. After an hour, the 8 surviving disciples would make up the top 8 on the sleeping dragon list. Tang Yun and Mumani entered the arena, and in the next moment, they were surrounded by the champions of the other divisions. Shen Subin told the master that it wasn't fair, because now all the disciples united to attack Tang Yun with Mumani, to which the patriarch replied that there is no justice in this world, and one can only rely on one's own strength to seek justice. Subin tried to object to the master, but the master said his mind was already made up. Tantai Xuanzhong had arranged this test for Tang Yun, and if Tang Yun managed to get on the dragon list, he would mobilize all the power of the sect to help him. Mu Yunhong laughed and said that now they would see if Tang Yun could take it, and Linghu Tsanghe ordered his disciples to deal with Tang Yun. Wu Hong shouted to his disciples that this applied to them as well, whereupon Guo Zhengming promised to give the exquisite artifact to whoever could kill Tang Yun. A group of disciples said that they were all here to kill people, so they proposed to kill the alchemy division first, which the leader of the other group agreed with since the rules allowed it, and therefore he asked Tang Yun not to blame him for this, as it's all part of the competition. Mumani realized that things were not going well for them and turned to Tang Yun, as suddenly he asked if she could take them, to which she replied that she could only stop 3. Tang Yun summoned his sword and said that in that case, the rest of the opponents would be on him. Seeing Tang Yun's arrogance, the disciples attacked him in anger to teach him a lesson. Just as suddenly, Mu Mengqi appeared in front of them and shouted that they would have to deal with her first. The disciples were angry that this wench had interfered after all. They need to kill Tang Yun, as only his death would bring them victory. Shen Subin warned Tang Yun to be careful, but suddenly Tang Yun said that he was waiting for them all at once, after which a golden light rushed out in all directions, a light that on contact burned all his enemies begging for mercy. But Tang Yun only smirked as he watched all of this. The disciples attacking Mumani were frightened by what happened in front of them and immediately surrendered. The elders were shocked by Tang Yun's strength. They wanted to understand how such a thing was even possible, for Tang Yun was simply unimaginably strong. Tantai Xuanzhong came down laughing at the results of the battle. He recognized that Tang Yun had exceeded his expectations, after which he announced that Tang Yun was the first in this trial, and in a month's time, he would lead the selection of disciples for the Eternal Immortal sect. The alchemy division started chanting in Tang Yun's honor, for this was the first time their division was in first place. Tantai Xuanzhong advised Tang Yun to use this month to cultivate, and also allowed him to take any sect resources to do so, since Tang Yun must make a breakthrough. After all, a great battle awaited them next in the Eternal Immortal sect, especially the Immortal Palace Divine Soul. Saint Sister Immortal Nangong Yukin would be a problem, as she was rumored to have received an immortal inheritance. Tang Yun was astonished at what he heard, for he had in no way expected that Nangong Yukin was in the Divine Soul Palace, the Immortal Palace of the Divine Soul. Nangong Yukin reflected that she had already absorbed more than half of the inheritance of the profound Maiden of the 9 Heavens, which should be enough to handle the upcoming battles of the 3 sects. However, she still can't understand why she hears the name Tang Yun so often. Could it be that he